Chapter 139. As the third dread gaze struck, the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, descended into utter mental chaos. Forget following orders, he could barely remember who he was. Eren's dread gaze not only shattered Bucky's will but also obliterated Hydra's mental conditioning, along with the tireless efforts of their hypnotists. For the first time in decades, fragments of Bucky's original self began to surface. Memories flickered through his mind like shards of glass. Childhood recollections of his parents. Growing up alongside Steve, the future Captain America. The nerves of his first battle, the terror of bullets flying around him, and the resilience forged in the crucible of war. Then came the despair of falling into the icy ravine. The endless torment of Hydra's brainwashing after his secret recovery. And the cold, detached memories of his missions as Hydra's deadly weapon. The torrent of memories overwhelmed Bucky, leaving him unable to distinguish between his identity as Bucky Barnes, the soldier, or the Winter Soldier, Hydra's killer. Arg! Letting out a guttural roar, Bucky clutched his head in agony before finally collapsing, unconscious. From the moment Bucky appeared at the staircase to attack Eren, only seconds had passed. The Winter Soldier, Hydra's ace weapon, was now out cold. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Crossbones and his team were just picking themselves up from the blast of the return grenade. Useless. Through the hole left by the explosion, Crossbones glared down at the unconscious Winter Soldier and cursed under his breath. But his frustration quickly gave way to unease. If the clown could take down the Winter Soldier so quickly, then dealing with him wouldn't be much harder. Realizing this, Crossbones tightened his grip on the Ironmonger's head and bolted toward the rooftop. "Cover me," he shouted. Despite their fear, the Hydra agents obediently drew their pistols and unleashed a barrage of precise gunfire at Eren. Eren deftly dodged the hail of bullets, sparks flying as they struck the floor and walls. With a flick of his wrist, a fresh deck of cards appeared in his hand. Time to deal. The moment his fingers brushed the cards, they shimmered ominously, brimming with deadly potential. A slight flick of his fingers sent the first card spinning through the air like a razor-sharp blade. It cut through the air with a hiss, slicing cleanly through one agent's forehead. This was only the beginning. Eren moved with graceful precision, sending card after card flying with uncanny accuracy. The room filled with the sound of whirring cards as they rained down like a deadly storm, cutting through flesh, bone, and even the Hydra agents' protective gear. Within moments, the once formidable Hydra operatives were reduced to lifeless bodies, riddled with cards like macabre pincushions. Even Crossbones, clutching the Ironmonger's head and attempting to escape to the rooftop, was not spared. A single Joker card slashed across his throat, silencing him forever. With his clairvoyance, Eren scanned the area one last time to confirm there were no more threats. Satisfied, he climbed the stairs to the fourth floor with a jaunty step. Reaching Crossbones' lifeless body, Eren casually kicked the Ironmonger's head aside. He crouched down, flicked a Joker card onto Crossbones' forehead, and smiled with satisfaction. "Next time, in your next life, remember this: if I don't give it to you, you're not allowed to take it." The Ironmonger's head was of no use to Eren, as he had already spent days studying it without results. He had discarded it in a corner of his home, treating it as nothing more than an insignificant trophy. But now, his message had been delivered. Chapter 140. Eren had long lost interest in the Ironmonger's head after failing to glean anything useful from it. He tossed it into a corner of his room, but as far as he was concerned, what was his would always remain his. Even if he abandoned it forever, no one was allowed to steal it. At the exact moment Crossbones drew his last breath, a crisp notification sounded in Eren's mind. Ding! Host has killed the fated supporting role, Crossbones, Brock, slightly altering the trajectory of fate. A portion of the fate energy on the target, before being reabsorbed by the river of fate and spawning new fated supporting roles, has been intercepted by the balance of fate. Gained 500 fate points. Eren, who had just returned home, froze momentarily at the sound. When he shared the memories from his avatar, he finally understood what had transpired. After a brief moment of reflection, Eren recalled who Crossbones, Brock was and let out a faint sigh. Come to think of it, Crossbones is supposed to be a pretty notable character. But how is it that he only gave me 500 fate points? That's not even a sixth of what Obadiah yielded. His Hydra affiliation feels so underwhelming. Still, despite the disappointment, Eren's smile deepened as he counted the extra 500 fate points. Not bad. Just a few more, and I can try another 10-pull draw. Meanwhile, after clearing out the Hydra agents, Eren returned to the third floor, where Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, lay unconscious. Eren approached him, the freshly reloaded M500 revolver in hand, and idly pointed the gun at Bucky's head, as if contemplating the most efficient spot to shoot. If killing Crossbones got me 500 points, taking out this guy should yield even more, right? Just as the barrel of the gun aligned with Bucky's forehead, the Winter Soldier's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of instinctive resistance, Bucky's gaze shifted, and he closed his eyes again. In that fleeting instant, Eren saw something within Bucky's eyes, a mix of pain, regret, and a clear desire to die. Huh? What's this? I haven't even pulled the trigger, and you're already giving up on life. Displeased by the sight, Eren lowered the gun and slapped Bucky across the face, forcing him to open his eyes. When Bucky saw the clown mask on Eren's face, he rasped in a hoarse voice, "Kill me." Eren's eyes narrowed. "Are you giving me orders?" The word orders struck a deep nerve in Bucky, triggering memories of the countless commands he had followed during his time under Hydra's control. The anger surged within him, and he lashed out like a cornered beast. His high-tech metal arm, forged from an unknown alloy, whirred with immense power as it swung toward Eren's face with a sharp, slicing sound. Eren, however, didn't flinch. The smile beneath his mask vanished as he coolly raised the M500 and fired at the incoming metal fist. The specially crafted bullet, powerful enough to kill a rhinoceros, only managed to produce a shower of sparks upon impact, leaving the metal arm unscathed. Still, the sheer force behind the bullet momentarily stalled Bucky's movement. Seizing the moment, Eren delivered a fierce roundhouse kick to Bucky's side, sending him flying across the room. Bucky rolled upon hitting the ground but quickly got back up, charging at Eren again with clenched fists, seemingly determined to fight to the death. Eren dodged the flurry of punches with ease, occasionally striking back to keep Bucky at bay. Yet, the clown frowned slightly. Beneath the furious onslaught, Eren sensed something else, a subtle, desperate longing for death. "This guy isn't fighting to kill me," Eren mused silently. "He's looking for someone to end him." Realization dawned on him as he continued to evade Bucky's attacks. Those 3 dread gaze strikes, did they break Hydra's control over him? Did they restore his true self? If so, everything made sense. Bucky had woken up to find himself burdened with decades of atrocities, carried out as a tool for the very enemy he once despised. His friends and family were long gone, and he was left stranded in a world that no longer resembled the one he knew. Such a profound mental blow would drive anyone to despair. Without any tether to life, seeking death seemed like the only escape. And yet, Eren noted, if given the chance, Bucky wouldn't hesitate to kill him before taking his own life. Understanding this, Eren's grin stretched wide beneath his mask, a glimmer of excitement lighting up his eyes. "Oh, this is going to be fun." Chapter 141. Watching the Winter Soldier continuing to attack him, the Joker-like Eren seemed to have lost interest in playing along. Without hesitation, he fired off 2 consecutive gaze of despair, knocking the Winter Soldier, Bucky, unconscious once again. After ensuring that Bucky was out cold, Eren returned to his room and rummaged through a pile of loot in the corner. Before long, he retrieved a small bottle filled with white pills, walked back to Bucky's side, and, without any concern, forced 7 or 8 of them down Bucky's throat, washing them down with a bottle of mineral water. These pills were among the spoils of war Eren had collected while dismantling Kingpin's dark operations over the past few days. Don't misunderstand, these weren't illicit drugs trafficked by Kingpin, but rather a rare and extremely potent sleeping medication. With 7 or 8 of these strong sedatives in his system, even a fully grown elephant would have to lie down obediently, let alone the Winter Soldier. Ensuring that Bucky would remain unconscious for a long time, Eren pulled out a dagger and forcibly removed the cybernetic left arm from his body. That high-tech prosthetic, Eren was almost certain, contained a tracking device installed by Hydra. If he didn't dismantle it, was he supposed to just keep it and invite trouble from Hydra? Of course, as a trophy, Eren didn't just discard the cybernetic arm. Half an hour later. Inside an abandoned warehouse in Hell's Kitchen, Eren reunited with his clone, whom he had just recently parted ways with. "You arrived just in time. Check if this cybernetic arm can be sacrificed. I have a strong feeling that the signal blockers I set up in this warehouse won't be able to jam this thing for too long. Oh, and if it can be sacrificed, see if you can exchange it for a instigator potion. I can't wait to see this guy turn into a witch and then meet Steve Rogers. He, imagine the noble and pure Captain America faced with his best friend transformed into a sexy witch, will he be able to resist such temptation?" Eren's clone had an unmistakable glint of gossip in his eyes. For a moment, Eren couldn't help but feel that his clone had been influenced too deeply by Jerome's deranged Joker mask. Otherwise, why would he, just like that madman Jerome, have such a strong interest in watching righteous men of high moral standing fall into darkness? Of course. Eren would never admit that he himself found the idea quite intriguing as well. Nor would he confess that as soon as he received his clone's message, he had immediately retrieved, Assassin, and, Witch, 2 potions from the Witch Pathways Sequence 9 and Sequence 7, from the balance space and rushed over to the warehouse to meet up. Taking the blood-stained cybernetic arm from his clone, Eren wasted no time. He entered the balance space, summoned the phantom of the Scale of Fate, and placed the mechanical arm on one side of the balance. As he watched the illusionary scale tilt before him, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. The good news was that, while this cybernetic arm wasn't an extraordinary artifact, it was still an incredibly advanced piece of black technology. Moreover, it bore the bloodstains of someone favored by fate. This greatly increased its value, allowing it to meet the threshold for a sacrificial offering to the Scale of Fate. The bad news, it wasn't enough. The mechanical arm alone, despite being qualified for sacrifice, wasn't particularly valuable. Even if Eren added the 500 fate points he had just obtained, it still wasn't enough to exchange for a instigator potion, the Sequence 8 potion of the Witch Pathway. After a few seconds, Eren withdrew from the balance space and returned to reality. Upon hearing this, the Joker-like Eren didn't hesitate. He took out his cursed scarecrow, along with the Ironmonger's severed head, and handed them to Eren. The cursed scarecrow was an extraordinary item in its own right. As for the Ironmonger's head, it seemed to possess some unique properties as well. Since the Winter Soldier's cybernetic arm had exchange value, there was no reason the Ironmonger's head, which once carried Obadiah's soul, wouldn't work. Even if it wasn't a perfect trade, the Joker-like Eren figured that the Ironmonger's head should at least reduce the fate point cost required to exchange for the instigator potion. Without any delay, Eren once again entered the balance space, placing these 2 additional items alongside the cybernetic arm on the Scale of Fate. As weights were adjusted, the heavily tilted side of the scale slowly lowered. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the scale, the image of the instigator potion grew clearer and more tangible. It actually worked. Seeing the gradually lowering scale, a smile appeared on Eren's face. It seemed the value of these 2 items wasn't bad. However, just as he was about to conclude that everything was going smoothly, something unexpected happened. As the Scale of Fate neared perfect balance, it suddenly stalled. It was as if the scale had become frozen in place, refusing to move any further. As expected, I still have to pay a little extra. With a wave of his hand, a portion of his fate points materialized into glowing fate coins, which then dropped onto the scale. After consuming exactly 298 fate points, the scale finally reached perfect balance. Without hesitation, Eren confirmed the exchange. The next moment, a vial of dark gray instigator potion materialized in reality. Holding the vial in his hand, Eren glanced at his attribute panel, where only 202 fate points remained. It felt just like getting paid and watching his salary evaporate before he even had time to enjoy it. With a faint sigh, he exited the balance space and returned to reality. Eren handed the instigator potion, along with the assassin and witch potions, the perfect witch pathways set from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7, to his clone. The Joker-like Eren's eyes gleamed with excitement upon receiving the full witch transformation set. Without hesitation, he picked out the Sequence 9 assassin potion, preparing to force-feed it to the unconscious Winter Soldier. Chapter 142. Fortunately, Eren himself was there to stop his clone in time. Otherwise, not only would the valuable assassin potion have gone to waste, but they might have also ended up dealing with a monstrous abomination. Potions were not something to be force-fed while unconscious. If someone in a coma consumed a potion, they might be unable to withstand the information and corruption contained within, mutating into a terrifyingly powerful creature. Don't rush. You can't administer a potion while he's unconscious. Wait until he wakes up first. Besides, before we give him the potion, we need to make some preparations. Unlike his clone, who had inherited Eren's darker impulses and was mostly interested in watching the chaos, Eren himself had a deeper purpose for going to such lengths to procure the witch pathway potions from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 for the Winter Soldier, Bucky. Sure, he was curious about how things would play out between Bucky, now a witch, and Steve Rogers. But more importantly, he saw this as an opportunity to recruit a powerful subordinate. Bucky Barnes, trained by Hydra, was not only a highly skilled martial artist but also an expert in firearms and tactical operations. With Hydra's modifications and his cybernetic arm, his abilities far exceeded those of ordinary humans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained Hydra's top assassin for decades. If he consumed a sequence potion and truly became a transcendent being, his skills and experience would allow for an immediate surge in power. Given his decades of experience as an assassin, he might even be able to instantly digest the assassin potion at sequence 9. After all, he had been living as an assassin for years. If things played out that way, Eren would gain a formidable subordinate, skilled in assassination and combat. That was an asset any major power in this world would kill for. Even though Eren hadn't been in this world for long, he was already starting to feel the constraints of his situation. If he insisted on operating alone, forget everything else, just gathering the ingredients for his daily, Millennium Elixir, was an immense drain on time and resources. And as his cosmic brain meditation technique advanced, the daily nutritional requirements for his mental development would only increase. Procuring the high-grade supplements necessary for his growth would be a monumental task. Right now, he could still rely on Oscorp Industries, where he held shares, to source some of the materials. But lately, Eren had begun feeling an inexplicable unease about Oscorp's rapid expansion. Ever since he had traded a panacea for 5% of Oscorp's shares, he hadn't seen Norman Osborn again. It was as if Osborn was deliberately avoiding him. Every time Eren attempted to visit, strange coincidences always prevented them from meeting. Not only did this completely disrupt his plan to hypnotize Osborn, but it also left him feeling increasingly uneasy. There were no such things as coincidences in this world. Osborn's behavior almost certainly meant that he had broken free from Eren's previous mental influence. The only reason he hadn't acted against Eren yet was likely due to fear or an unknown factor. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to keep dodging meetings. Avoidance only made sense if he was afraid that meeting again would result in Eren reapplying his mental influence. Osborn's actions only made Eren more determined to establish his own faction. If things took a turn for the worse, and if Osborn cut off his access to vital nutritional serums, it would take Eren a long time to rebuild a steady supply chain. And that was a very real possibility. After all, if Eren were in Osborn's shoes, he certainly wouldn't tolerate someone who had tried to hypnotize him. Of course, Oscorp Industries wasn't Eren's only asset. During the extreme fluctuations in Stark Industries stock, he had quietly swept through the market, becoming the company's third-largest shareholder. However, Stark Industries was fundamentally a weapons manufacturer. Even after Tony Stark transitioned it into a clean energy company, it had no connection to biomedical research. Getting a weapons firm to source high-quality pharmaceutical ingredients wasn't impossible, but it would be slow, costly, and inefficient. More importantly, Eren couldn't trust the quality of the materials sourced this way. Expecting weapons engineers to properly distinguish between pharmaceutical-grade ingredients was a gamble he wasn't willing to take. For all these reasons, Eren was now set on forming his own faction. And right now, the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, seemed like the perfect candidate. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but Hydra's years of psychological conditioning had also left his mind fragile and exposed. To Eren, that meant zero resistance. With his mastery of mental techniques, he could seamlessly implant a deep-rooted loyalty imprint in Bucky's subconscious. Compared to Hydra's crude brainwashing methods, Eren's approach was far more refined and irreversible. Half an hour later, Bucky Barnes' eyes slowly fluttered open. The first thing he saw was a pair of dazzling, star-like eyes staring back at him. In the next instant, the countless stars within those eyes began to swirl and shift. And almost immediately, Bucky fell into their depths. Without even realizing it, a mental imprint of absolute loyalty was etched into his mind. Only after securing Bucky's submission did Eren finally release him from his mental grasp. As Bucky's eyes cleared, he looked at the figure before him, the man in the Joker mask. His throat was dry, and his voice was hoarse as he tried to speak. Chapter 143. Why didn't you kill me? Unlike Hydra's methods, Eren merely imprinted a deep mental brand of loyalty onto the Winter Soldier, Bucky, without altering his memories. He hadn't erased Bucky's past like Hydra had. To Eren, what he wanted was a competent subordinate with independent decision-making skills, someone who could handle most matters for him. Not a mindless killing machine that only knew how to follow orders. Inside the warehouse, Eren, dressed as a clown, looked at Bucky and chuckled. Bucky Barnes, you're even more cowardly than I imagined. Hydra did all that to you, treating you like a puppet and controlling you for decades, yet the first thing you do after waking up isn't to take revenge on Hydra, but to beg for death like a coward. That's truly eye-opening. Hearing the blatant mockery in Eren's words, Bucky clenched his right fist tightly, veins bulging from his forehead. He growled hoarsely, "You think I don't want revenge? You have no idea how enormous Hydra is now." Over the decades, though brainwashed into becoming Hydra's killing tool, Bucky had witnessed firsthand just how powerful Hydra had become. Compared to such a colossal force, he was nothing but an ant trying to stop a chariot. Even if he risked his life in resistance, what damage could he possibly do to Hydra? Hydra had countless ways to crush those who opposed them. Even someone like him, once their top assassin, was no exception. TCH. Before Bucky could finish speaking, Eren let out a dismissive snort. "Just because Hydra is strong, you don't dare seek revenge. Decades ago, you followed Steve Rogers and helped bring down Hydra when they were at their peak. Now, you don't even have the courage to take revenge on a Hydra that hides in the shadows, afraid to reveal its true face. Looks like I misjudged you. I shouldn't have freed you from Hydra's control because you're not worthy to stand by my side and take revenge against them with me." As he spoke, Eren suddenly noticed multiple alarms outside the warehouse being triggered. His eyes turned icy cold. Without hesitation, he tossed a fully loaded handgun in front of Bucky and said coldly, "I don't have time to comfort a failure. Hydra has sent people to kill us. If you want to die, just shoot yourself, I won't stop you, but if you still have a shred of courage left, pick up the gun and follow me. Watch how I crush the so-called behemoth you fear." With that, Eren ignored Bucky and strode toward the warehouse entrance alone. Hydra. Watching Eren walk farther away, Bucky muttered under his breath, his voice filled with hatred. After a long silence, he picked up the handgun before him, stood up abruptly, and followed in Eren's footsteps. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, the face hidden beneath Eren's clown mask curled into a faint smile. At the former hideout of the Water Ghost Gang. Wearing glasses and appearing somewhat scholarly, the bald-headed Sitwell crouched beside the corpse of Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, his expression extremely grim. His face was so dark that it seemed like it could drip water. To deal with the mysterious clown, Sitwell had not only sent the experienced Brock Rumlow along with 20 elite Hydra agents, but also deployed the Winter Soldier, their trump-card assassin. He had thought he was taking this matter seriously enough, but to his shock, such a powerful team was utterly wiped out in a seemingly unremarkable building in Hell's Kitchen. Brock Rumlow and his team of 20 elite agents were dead. Even Hydra's prized killing machine, the Winter Soldier, had disappeared. So many of his forces had been taken down by that flamboyant clown. As the mastermind behind this failed operation, Sitwell knew he bore inescapable responsibility. If he couldn't make up for this loss, the power-hungry schemers within Hydra wouldn't hesitate to use this opportunity to bring him down. And the fastest way to make up for his mistake was to kill the one responsible, the clown, and retrieve the Ironmonger's head from him. A cold glint flashed in Sitwell's eyes as he slowly stood up, wiping his right hand with a tissue after touching Rumlow's corpse. He turned to his subordinate and asked coldly, "Are the men in position? Our forces have completely surrounded the warehouse where the clown is hiding. Kingpin's men have also arrived at the abandoned warehouse. At the same time, the New York City government has approved our request to use high-powered weaponry. We are ready to wipe out both the clown and his hideout at your command." Sitwell nodded, his tone icy. "Tell Kingpin, his men can begin." "Understood. When Kingpin's men go in, position our snipers. I want them to shoot down anyone who comes out of that warehouse. Not even a fly gets out, understood?" "Yes, sir." The subordinate hesitated briefly before asking, "What about Kingpin's men? Should we eliminate them as well?" Sitwell shot him a cold glance, expressionless. "Did you forget the reason we gave the city government for using high-powered weapons?" The assistant shuddered under Sitwell's chilling gaze. He suddenly recalled that their official reason for deploying lethal force was to cleanse Hell's Kitchen of its rampant and dangerous gangs. So from the very beginning, his superior had never planned to let Kingpin's men leave alive. Realizing he had asked a foolish question, the assistant immediately straightened up and responded loudly, "Understood," before retreating. Once his subordinate had left, a sneer of mockery crossed Sitwell's face. He had already paid such a steep price, there was no way he would let Kingpin sit by and watch the show. Besides, wiping out a few dozen ruthless gangsters, if handled properly, could help offset some of the consequences of his previous mistake. Meanwhile, Outside the abandoned warehouse where Eren was hiding, a group of bald-headed thugs with iron chains around their necks hung up after receiving a call from Kingpin. Then, they sneered and waved their hands. The next second, 5 black modified vans were flung open with a loud clank, revealing heavy single-shot rocket launchers. One by one, massive henchmen pulled out the weapons from the vehicles. The bald thug pointed at one of his subordinates, signaling toward the warehouse door. The underling immediately understood, raising the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher and aiming it at the abandoned warehouse's entrance before pulling the trigger. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the warehouse doors were instantly blasted apart. Shards of debris shot inside like bullets, scattering across the interior. Heh heh. Lowering the spent launcher from his shoulder, the burly thug carrying the rocket launcher nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with his precise shot. The bald thug with the iron chain around his neck also grinned menacingly. As expected of Stark Industries rocket launchers, far superior to the defective products from Hammer Industries. If not for the tricky nature of their target this time, their boss wouldn't have been willing to part with these precious Stark-manufactured weapons. After all, now that Tony Stark had shut down his company's weapons division, these high-quality rocket launchers were no longer available for purchase. The ones they had were from an old stockpile, meaning that every one they used was one less in their arsenal. But if these weapons could take care of the clown inside the warehouse, then it was all worth it. The bald thug with the iron chain was certain that if he helped his boss eliminate this nuisance, who had cost them so much, his boss would reward him generously. With anticipation for the future, he waved his hand. The next moment. Whoosh! Another Stark Industries rocket launcher was fired at the already breached warehouse door. The Hellfire missile from Stark Industries streaked through the air like an enraged bull, its tail ablaze, crashing directly into the abandoned warehouse. Boom! A dazzling fireball erupted within the warehouse. But it didn't stop there. Soon after, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th missiles followed, all fired into the same warehouse. The sheer force of the explosions made the entire warehouse tremble. Move in. Before the thick smoke from the explosions could settle, the bald thug with the iron chain leaped into a nearby Hummer, slamming the door shut before driving straight into the destroyed warehouse. With their boss charging in, his subordinates naturally wouldn't stay behind. Within moments, 40 to 50 gangsters followed behind 3 vehicles, storming into the warehouse. The show begins. Watching dozens of gang members recklessly rush inside, Eren pulled out a remote control from somewhere and pressed the red button. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, one of the advancing vehicles was suddenly flipped into the air by a powerful blast. As flames engulfed the car, the men inside screamed as they were swallowed by the fire. Watch out, landmines! Seeing this, the occupants of the remaining 2 vehicles immediately shouted in alarm and hastily scrambled out of their cars. If the warehouse was filled with hidden explosives, sitting inside a vehicle would be far more dangerous than running on foot. But before they could escape. Boom! 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 A series of consecutive explosions erupted. Within seconds, the remaining 2 vehicles were consumed by roaring flames. Damn it! The bald thug, rolling out of the burning Hummer, spat out a mouthful of blood before roaring at his men, "Fight back, you idiots! Stop standing around, kill that damn clown! Tat 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 tat!" At his furious command, several gangsters raised their guns and fired blindly into the smoke-filled depths of the warehouse. In an instant, the walls of the abandoned warehouse were riddled with bullet holes, turned into a beehive by the relentless gunfire. Bang! 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 As Kingpin's men blindly fired into the smoke, Eren, hidden near the warehouse entrance, took advantage of the chaos, swiftly raising his guns and firing back. Dual-wielding pistols, his shots were like a death sentence, each bullet claiming a life. In just a few moments, over a dozen men had already collapsed under Eren's fire. He's behind us. What? That damn clown is behind us. 7 o'clock position, take him down. Amidst the thick smoke and gunfire, Eren could hear the frantic shouts of the gangsters. Feeling his heartbeat quicken in excitement, he licked his lips and exhaled. So you've finally noticed, then, die. His pupils turned jet black, instantly revealing the positions of all his enemies. As the gangsters turned to aim their weapons at him, Eren whipped his arms outward in opposite directions and fired. Curved bullet trajectory. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets curved through the air in graceful arcs, piercing through the skulls of 2 gangsters. But they didn't stop. The bullets continued onward, drilling into the heads of the second wave of enemies. By the time the bullets finally lost momentum and embedded themselves in the last set of skulls. In mere seconds, the entire group of gangsters who had turned to shoot at Eren had collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Their corpses lay still, as if they had been summoned to hell by Mephisto himself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield. Bang! With a single gunshot, Bucky executed the bald thug who had been attempting to escape. Chapter 144. Well done. Seeing Bucky finally make his move and decisively eliminate the bald-headed leader, Eren clapped his hands in satisfaction before saying, "I'm glad you made the right choice. Alright, the small fry are dealt with. Now it's time for the main course." After speaking, Eren glanced at the rocket-blasted entrance of the warehouse before turning toward a small compartment within the building. Leading Bucky inside, he lifted a sewer cover hidden within the space and descended into the labyrinthine sewer system, leaving the warehouse behind. Eren was never one to sit back and take a beating. The moment he realized Hydra had set its sights on him, he had begun preparing a counterattack. This abandoned warehouse was nothing more than bait, an elaborate trap designed to draw their attention. Of course, before leaving, Eren made sure to leave a special gift for the next group that entered the warehouse. Elsewhere. Before Sitwell could reach the abandoned warehouse where Eren had been, he received shocking news. What? Hearing that Kingpin's men had stormed the warehouse but had gone silent in less than a minute, presumably wiped out, Sitwell's expression darkened from shock to grim seriousness. He had never thought much of Kingpin's thugs, but still, dozens of well-armed gangsters, equipped with heavy firearms and even rocket launchers, being taken out so quickly. It was almost unbelievable. "Sir, should we send agents to attack the warehouse?" Sitwell pondered for a few seconds before nodding. "Deploy all agents except the snipers. Kingpin's men may be trash, but they still have some skills. I refuse to believe that Clown took down that many people without suffering any injuries." "Understood." A nearby agent, noticing Sitwell's increasingly grim expression, swiftly relayed the order to the battlefield's temporary commander. Outside the abandoned warehouse, the commanding officer wasted no time in giving the order to attack. But just as Sitwell finished issuing his command, a sudden chill ran down his spine, a vague, inexplicable sense of unease. Before he could pinpoint the source of his dread. Bang! A 12.7 tungsten armor-piercing bullet smashed through the bulletproof glass of his modified vehicle. It pierced through the rear windshield in a fraction of a second, precisely hitting the back of Sitwell's head. A moment later, the bloodied bullet erupted from his forehead. In less than a second. The assistant standing beside Sitwell barely had time to process what had happened before witnessing his superior's head explode before his eyes, a perfect sniper execution. 1 kilometer away. Perched atop a skyscraper rooftop, Eren, having just one shot sniped Sitwell, didn't stop. One bullet after another rained down like the judgment of death itself. With surgical precision, he systematically executed every Hydra agent inside the convoy's 2 remaining vehicles. One by one, they fell. Meanwhile, having escaped through the sewers, Eren and Bucky surfaced and entered a black sedan that had been prepped in advance. Remember there are more than one Eren. With a roar, the car sped away from the area. As buildings zipped past the windows, Bucky, seated in the back seat, spoke in a deep voice. "Where are we going?" Eren smirked. "Where? To take revenge, of course. It would be rude not to return Hydra's kind gift. Since those fools gave me such a grand welcome, it's only fair we send them a present in return." A glint of excitement flashed in Eren's eyes as he turned toward Bucky in the back seat. "By the way, as Hydra's former top assassin, you should know where their New York headquarters is, right?" After a moment of silence, Bucky nodded heavily. "Of course." "Excellent." Eren snapped his fingers in delight before pulling a small vial with a strange, shimmering liquid from his coat. Without hesitation, he tossed it toward Bucky. Bucky caught the vial and examined it warily. "What is this?" "That, my friend, is an assassin potion, a special elixir that grants extraordinary abilities. Once you drink it, your strength will be enhanced in all aspects." "A super soldier serum?" Hearing Eren's explanation, Bucky's eyes flickered as he gazed at the potion. "So that's why he's so strong, he has something like this." After all, Bucky had been subjected to various experimental serums during his time as Hydra's weapon. Although none of them matched the famed super soldier serum, they had still significantly enhanced his physical abilities. From the rearview mirror, Eren seemed to read Bucky's thoughts and sneered. Don't compare the assassin potion to that garbage super soldier serum. This is a true supernatural elixir, one that even holds the potential for godhood. If you advance 2 more ranks, your body will be completely reshaped at the genetic level. By then, even regrowing your left arm wouldn't be impossible. A complete rebirth, huh? Bucky muttered as he stared at the potion, his gaze shifting. Because of the mental imprint Eren had placed on him, Bucky didn't doubt his words. He wasn't interested in power, nor in godhood. But a chance to completely start over. That stirred something deep within him. Now free from Hydra's control, Bucky hated himself, hated the atrocities he had committed under their command. He even loathed his former self. If this assassin potion could truly let him start anew, then perhaps. He had nothing left in this world. Forgetting his past, assuming a new identity, and starting over didn't sound so bad. And if he could regrow his left arm, even better. Because who would want to remain a cripple? Without hesitation, Bucky raised the vial, bit off the seal, and gulped down the potion. The instant he swallowed it. It felt like swallowing raw electricity. His entire body shuddered violently as a deep energy coursed through his veins. At the same time, the assassin potion dissolved into fine, dense particles, merging with every cell in his body. From the smallest molecular level, Bucky was undergoing a fundamental transformation. Watching Bucky convulse in the back seat, Eren smirked. Not my fault, buddy. I told you everything up front, you're the one who wanted a fresh start. If you end up turning into a witch instead, don't blame me. Humming a cheerful tune, Eren steered the car toward Hydra's New York headquarters. Elsewhere. Sitting on a rooftop with a coffee in hand, Eren had already relocated after sniping Sitwell. From his new vantage point, he watched Hydra's cautious agents approach the abandoned warehouse. Raising his coffee cup in a mock toast, he smiled. Farewell. The moment his words fell. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, obliterating the warehouse. The impact wave was so powerful that even a kilometer away, Eren's coat billowed in the shockwave. Not bad. Admiring the T9 explosive's effectiveness, he pressed down his hat and calmly walked away. Inside the car. The deafening explosion rocked half of New York, and even inside the speeding sedan, Eren and Bucky heard it. On the back seat, Bucky abruptly awoke from his potion-induced trance. Seeing him regain consciousness, Eren asked, "How do you feel?" Bucky clenched his right fist, sensing the newfound abilities coursing through him. This feeling, it's incredible. Chapter 145. Did he just completely digest the assassin potion? It had barely been 10 minutes since Bucky drank the potion. 10 minutes. In such a short time, he had fully assimilated the effects of the assassin potion. Was this guy born to be an assassin? Wait a minute. Bucky wasn't a natural-born assassin, but for decades, the Winter Soldier had been following Hydra's orders, doing nothing but assassination work. He didn't need to play a role, he was an assassin, through and through. Decades of training had already prepared him for the exact state of mind needed to digest the potion completely. That's why he absorbed it so fast. Realizing this, Eren finally understood why Bucky had adapted to the potion with such supernatural speed. Watching Bucky's near-miraculous digestion of the potion, Eren couldn't help but recall his own experience, how he had to go through various struggles, even pretending to be a wandering fortune-teller, just to speed up his own potion digestion. Eren shook his head. Thankfully, my clown path digested quickly as well. Otherwise, I'd be so jealous I'd die. Whether it was intentional misdirection or a means of concealment, Hydra's New York headquarters wasn't actually in New York. Instead, it was across the river in New Jersey. As the golden hues of sunset painted the George Washington Bridge, Eren arrived at Hydra's hidden base, an ancient castle nestled away from prying eyes. The fortress was massive, overgrown with ivy and ferns, its exposed stone walls bearing the wear of centuries. The whole place reeked of history. Looking at the imposing structure, Eren sighed. Wow, another castle. Hydra sure is rich. This wasn't Manhattan, where every inch of land cost a fortune, but even so, an estate of this size wasn't cheap. The fact that Hydra had transformed it into their base spoke volumes about their deep pockets. Why do so many organizations love using castles as their bases? Eren mused silently. The Assassin Brotherhood had done it for centuries. Baron Strucker's faction had a castle of their own. Even Alexander Pierce's Hydra faction, which infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., had set up a fortress here in New Jersey. It was almost a tradition at this point. Before Eren could drive closer, several Hydra guards emerged from the castle gates, blocking his car. "Stop. This is private property. No unauthorized entry." At the same time, Eren's keen intuition picked up the presence of at least 3 sniper rifles trained on his vehicle. Before he could speak, Bucky rolled down the window. His icy gaze swept over the rookie Hydra guards. Under Bucky's cold stare, the young Hydra recruits involuntarily shuddered, an instinctive fear creeping into their hearts. But as they registered his face, they quickly lowered their weapons. They recognized him. As Hydra's top assassin, the unstoppable Winter Soldier, Bucky was well known. And more importantly, he had just left the base this morning. Even if they were just trainees, they had enough awareness to recognize one of Hydra's deadliest operatives. One of the smarter recruits glanced at Bucky's missing arm and the blood-stained wound he was covering. Seizing the moment, he asked, "Sir, do you need medical attention?" Before he could finish, Bucky silenced him with another icy glare. Realizing his mistake, the rookie immediately shut up and swallowed his words. Bucky then pulled out a Hydra identification card from his coat pocket. "Open the gate." "Why yes, sir." The recruit quickly scanned the card, and with a loud beep, the castle gates slowly creaked open. The moment the doors parted, Eren noticed the hidden snipers lowering their rifles. Bucky retrieved his card and rolled up the window. Meanwhile, behind the wheel, Eren smirked as he gently drove the black sedan into the castle grounds. By all logic, Hydra's main base should have been under tight security. Yet no one had questioned Eren's identity. In fact, the guards barely even glanced at him. Sitting in the driver's seat, Eren chuckled. "Hypnosis is more useful than I expected." Inside the castle, Bucky surveyed their surroundings, then whispered from the back seat. "We need to take control of the command center before they realize what's happening. From there, we can activate the base's self-destruct system and wipe this place out. If word gets out that I've returned, Hydra's leaders will react quickly. If that happens, destroying this base will become much harder." At the wheel, Eren's eyes darkened slightly as he gazed toward a particular spot in the castle. It seems, that won't be necessary. The moment he stepped into the castle grounds, he had felt it. A barrier. Like he had crossed a boundary between reality and something else. Sensing something amiss, Eren immediately activated his spiritual vision. And the moment he did, the castle transformed before his eyes. What had once appeared as an old fortress now seemed shrouded in malevolent energy. Then, a bone-chilling wind swept through the castle, as if warning intruders to stay away. Reaching into his coat, Eren pulled out the crystal eye and placed it over his right eye. Through its enhanced vision, the world became even clearer. Taking another look at the castle, Eren casually parked the car, stepped out, and turned to Bucky. "Follow me." Eren led Bucky into the castle's courtyard. Unlike the well-maintained front entrance, the backyard held the remnants of ancient ruins. Among the collapsed pillars and crumbling stonework, one structure stood out. A towering knight statue, clad in full armor, gripping an impossibly large sword. Bathed in the golden light of sunset, it radiated a faint divine glow. However, that glow flickered like a dying candle. And in the unseen world, golden energy from the sunlight was being absorbed into the statue's sword, keeping a dark force at bay. An interesting seal, but it won't last much longer. The moment Eren spoke, a ghostly, ear-piercing shriek echoed through the air. Dark mist began pouring out from the statue's base, wrapping around the knight in thick, swirling shadows. The mist writhed against the divine glow, attempting to consume the statue. Eren didn't even need to guess. Something was sealed beneath this statue. And whatever it was powerful. At that moment, two blazing red lights flared within the mist, glaring at Eren and Bucky with a malevolent gaze. "You can see me." The voice echoed directly into their minds. "Release me, and I shall grant you eternal life." Hearing this, Bucky's pupils contracted. This thing. What the hell was it? Chapter 146. As the newly freed Wraith unleashed havoc inside the cursed castle, turning it into its personal domain of death. Eren and Bucky methodically eliminated every Hydra agent outside who had escaped the ghostly realm. With Bucky, the former top assassin of Hydra, acting as their inside man, and Eren's spiritual sight, which let him pinpoint enemy auras and hidden positions. No one survived. The Hydra survivors and hidden sentries were hunted down with absolute precision. With their combined strength, Hydra's remnants had no chance. It didn't take long for the area to be completely cleansed. After using divination to confirm that no one else remained outside the castle, Eren was about to lead Bucky away, when suddenly, a whirling portal appeared nearby, sparking with energy. Eren's eyes narrowed. A dimensional gate? Recognizing the signature spell of Kamartaj sorcerers, Eren immediately grabbed Bucky, vanishing into the shadows of a cleared-out Hydra bunker. Just as they concealed themselves, the portal expanded to human size. And through it, the sight of a ruined battlefield, scarred by war, appeared on the other side. Emerging from the portal, two figures in sorcerer robes stepped into reality. One of them, a stocky, broad-shouldered man, scanned the ghost-infested castle and cursed aloud. "Damn it, the spectral domain has already formed. This is a problem." His companion, a tall, brooding man, listened as he continued. "Once a ghost domain stabilizes, it naturally connects to the hell dimensions, drawing energy to sustain itself. The longer it remains, the stronger the link. If a demon lord from the hell dimensions discovers this anchor, they could use it to open a gateway into Earth and launch an invasion." The tall sorcerer furrowed his brows. "Then we must act quickly. If one of the high-ranking demons notices this site and projects their power, eliminating this domain will become significantly harder. The last thing we need is a direct confrontation with Hell's inhabitants." Clutching a long staff, he added. "Relax, Wong. It's just a wraith. We'll cleanse it quickly. Compared to what the Supreme Sorcerer faces, this thing barely qualifies as a threat." He then swung his staff, opening another portal. This time, directly into the ghostly castle. Seeing his comrade enter without hesitation, Wong sighed, drew his own weapon, and followed suit. The portal flickered and vanished the moment they stepped through. From their concealed position, Eren and Bucky remained motionless, holding their breath. Eren's mind raced as he processed the crucial information he had just overheard. The protective barrier created by the three sanctums had somehow been compromised. Even Kamartaj sorcerers were scrambling to stabilize the defenses left behind by the Ancient One. And more importantly, the Ancient One had left Earth. She was gone, leaving Kamartaj's forces stretched thin as they struggled to contain supernatural threats. Suddenly, everything made sense. The increased demonic activity in New York over the past few weeks. The lack of intervention from the sorcerers. And now, these two sorcerers were rushing from one battlefield to another. Does this mean I can stir up as much chaos as I want? A crazy idea popped into Eren's mind. With the Supreme Sorcerer absent, there was no one to intervene if he decided to make a bigger move. A devilish grin spread across his face. While Eren was deep in thought, Bucky, still blended into the shadows, whispered. "Who were those guys? And what the hell was that firing thing?" Eren glanced at him before replying. "They're Kamartaj sorcerers. That firing thing. A portal spell, it lets them travel anywhere in the world instantly." Bucky's eyes flickered with shock. "They can just teleport anywhere?" Eren chuckled. "Teleportation is the least crazy thing in this world." Then, leaning in, he whispered. "Immortal spirits. Ageless elves. Frost giants. Living titans. Fear-spreading demons. Ancient gods. And even those who hunt beyond worlds, cosmic entities that want to consume Earth itself." Bucky's usually stoic expression shifted. Even his hardened assassin's heart stirred at the sheer insanity of what Eren was describing. Whether it was Eren's words or some subtle manipulation of his mental state, Bucky's blood began to boil with a warrior's excitement. Seeing this, Eren smirked. "The world is about to change, Bucky. What I've just told you. Soon, all of it will come true. And when that time comes, a simple assassin won't be enough. You need to become stronger. Much, much stronger." Bucky remained silent for a long moment. Then slowly, he nodded. Inside the castle, something explosive happened. The ghostly mist swirled chaotically, indicating violent combat within. A few moments later, a piercing shriek ripped through the air, directly assaulting their souls. The black mist covering the castle began to fade. Soon, the entire cursed domain collapsed, allowing the castle to return to reality. Once the last wisp of spectral energy vanished, the castle stood lifeless. A hollow shell, stripped of all vitality. Even the vines and plant life surrounding it had withered and rotted away. Eren scanned the ruins with his spiritual sight. There was no trace of the two sorcerers. They had already left. Gone so quickly. The situation at the New York Sanctum must be worse than I thought. If they were willing to risk opening a portal during an unstable phase just to leave faster, then whatever was happening in New York was urgent. For now, he made a mental note of it. After waiting a bit longer to confirm the sorcerers were gone, Eren and Bucky re-entered the ruined castle. It was clear that the ghost's presence had left a permanent scar. The once grand fortress had aged decades in mere moments. Even the walls had begun to crumble. Inside, sections had collapsed, clearly the result of a fierce battle. Eren let out a chuckle. Seems like those sorcerers didn't have an easy time either. With that, the two of them looted whatever was left. Unfortunately, most of the electronics had been fried by the ghost's influence. Even the weapons were damaged, suffering from an unexplainable decay. After gathering what little remained, they left the castle behind. As they stepped out, Eren cast one final glance at the fortress. What a waste. If those sorcerers hadn't shown up, I could have farmed some fate points by cleansing this place myself. Elsewhere. At a private golf course. Alexander Pierce, the Hydra leader embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., was enjoying himself. Flanked by beautiful women, he laughed with a senator as they played. However, during a break, a stern-looking secretary whispered something in his ear. Pierce's expression darkened instantly. Then, forcing a charming smile, he turned to the senator. Duty calls. Seems I can't catch a break. The senator laughed. You're the backbone of world security, Pierce. Go handle your crisis. Pierce chuckled, but as soon as he entered his private vehicle, his face turned ice-cold. Frank Grillo is dead. Sitwell is dead. Bucky Barnes is missing. Tell me. Can this day get any worse? His secretary's phone buzzed. She checked the message, then looked at him coldly. Sir, I'm afraid things just got worse. Chapter 147. Latest reports indicate that our New York division has suffered an attack from an unknown chemical weapon. Every agent stationed at the base has been completely wiped out. When their bodies were discovered, they had already turned into mummified husks and skeletons, yet this incident occurred within mere hours at most. Even worse, the entire New York division base has been contaminated. Not only have all electronic devices been rendered useless, but even the ground itself has been corroded, transforming into something akin to a swamp, filled with an overwhelming stench of decay. The only good news is that this biochemical weapon seems to have a limited range and has not spread. The covert sentries we stationed outside the base were not affected by the chemical weapon attack. However, they were systematically eliminated by unknown enemies. So far, we have found no survivors. Bang! Before the tall-legged secretary could finish her report, Pierce, who had just retrieved a bottle of chilled whiskey from the car's mini-fridge and poured himself a drink to calm his nerves, suddenly smashed the glass in his hand with a loud crack. Shards of the shattered glass cut through the secretary's stockings, leaving a thin bloody scratch along her long, slender legs. Yet, her expression remained unchanged. She calmly watched Pierce's furious outburst, then gracefully bent down, retrieved another glass, and, using a pair of tongs, placed a few ice cubes into it. She then opened a fresh bottle of Pierce's favorite whiskey, swirled it lightly, and poured the golden liquid into the glass. Minister, your drink. Pierce, who had been seething with rage, gradually regained his composure as he watched his secretary's fluid and elegant movements. Taking the cool glass from her hand, he took a sip. As the cold, rich liquor flowed across his tongue and down his throat, the chilling sensation helped him regain his calm. To be able to rebuild Hydra right under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nose and grow it into a formidable force again, Pierce's capabilities and cunning were beyond question. His rage a moment ago was merely an instinctive reaction to the series of catastrophic reports. Now that the initial fury had subsided, he swiftly returned to his usual calculated state of mind. After a long silence, Pierce finally spoke again. If I recall correctly, Frank Grillo, Crossbones, and the Winter Soldier were tasked today with eliminating that clown in Hell's Kitchen and retrieving the missing Ironmonger's head, correct? Yes, Minister. So that means, they failed, and that clown from Hell's Kitchen turned the tables on them? Yes, Minister. Mr. Sitwell discovered the bodies of Frank Grillo and his team at the clown's hideout not long ago. Then, while pursuing the fleeing clown, Sitwell was taken out by a sniper mid-route. Ultimately, it turned out the warehouse Sitwell was heading toward was another trap, one that cost us at least 3 elite squads. Pierce narrowed his eyes. So, Sitwell's death was also the clown's doing? The secretary shook her head. No, intelligence analysis suggests that the sniper who took out Sitwell was someone else, not the clown himself, more likely an accomplice. Why? Although the warehouse Sitwell was heading toward turned out to be a trap, the clown had indeed been inside it earlier, engaging in a fierce conflict with Kingpin's men and killing dozens of them. If not for this, Sitwell wouldn't have rushed there and fallen into the ambush. After analyzing the incident, our intelligence team concluded that given the distance between the warehouse and where Sitwell was sniped, the clown couldn't have made it there in time. So the clown has an accomplice. Pierce sneered, then suddenly paused, frowning. If that's the case, could the New York Division incident also be their doing? A form of retaliation? The secretary furrowed her brows. It's not impossible, but how did they locate our New York Division so quickly and launch such a devastating strike in such a short time? At this stage, Hydra was still in its dormant phase. Though their influence had spread globally, and they controlled countless secret networks and military assets, their existence remained highly classified. Their security protocols were nearly impenetrable. Otherwise, with Fury's paranoid nature, how could they have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades without being exposed? Who knows? Torture, interrogation, hypnosis, electronic tracking, there are many ways to uncover the New York Division's location. After all, most of the personnel we dispatched to capture that clown this morning were from the New York Division. But none of that matters anymore. Now that we know who the enemy is, we must do everything in our power to eliminate them and everything connected to them. Pierce let out a cold chuckle, his eyes flashing with a chilling light as he downed the rest of his drink in one gulp. But the secretary hesitated before speaking. What if we're targeting the wrong person? Then we keep looking. It's only a matter of time. Even if the New York Division incident wasn't the clown's doing, Frank Grillo and Sitwell's deaths are still linked to him. He killed so many of our people. He must die. I understand, Minister. Just then, Pierce added, by the way, make sure this incident is reported to Director Fury. Frank Grillo and Sitwell sacrificed themselves for Hydra's cause. We mustn't let their families feel abandoned, ensure they receive full compensation. Have Director Fury sign off on the benefits promptly. After all, Frank Grillo and the others were official S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The secretary's eyes twitched slightly. Pierce was right, Frank Grillo and Sitwell were legitimate S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on paper. Even their subordinates had S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials. And this mission had been officially recorded in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. Now that they had died in the line of duty, S.H.I.E.L.D. was obligated to pay their families generous death benefits. Compensating dozens of elite agents was a staggering financial burden. Imagining Nick Fury, the notoriously tight-fisted director of S.H.I.E.L.D., being forced to approve a fortune in benefits for Hydra's dead operatives made her lips curl into a slight smirk. Understood, Minister. Not long after. Wearing a trench coat, Nick Fury had just stepped off a plane from Europe. Returning to the U.S. he hadn't even reached the Triskelion headquarters when he was met with an infuriating report. Motherfucker. Glaring at the trembling Level 3 agent before him, Fury's voice was like ice. How did the New York Division suffer such catastrophic losses? The reporting agent hesitated. Agent Frank's team perished during their mission, while Agent Sitwell and his men fell into an ambush while trying to reinforce them. Before Fury's face could darken any further, the agent quickly added, Director, the mission was personally approved by you. Fury's breath hitched. Indeed, during his time in Europe, he had remotely authorized numerous operations, including the mission to recover Ironmonger's head from the clown in Hell's Kitchen. The remains of Ironmonger had been nearly reconstructed at S.H.I.E.L.D., with only a few key components missing. Securing those last pieces would allow them to replicate the devastating war machine. So, upon learning that the clown had the missing parts, Fury immediately greenlit the operation. Who could have foreseen that it would end in such disaster? The deaths of over 50 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had left the New York Division severely crippled. And the bureaucratic nightmare of compensating the families was a staggering headache. Worse yet, as the one who authorized the mission, Fury would take the blame. His face darkened to an abyssal black. Another classic F slipped from his lips. Then, his fury ignited. Where is that clown now? He disappeared. Fury's veins bulged. What did you just say? Chapter 148. While both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. were seething with rage over the devastating losses caused by Eren and Bucky, the two culprits were leisurely hitching a ride in the back of a frozen fish transport truck, clad in thick coats, making their way toward New York. Eren wasn't the least bit concerned about the truck driver turning on them. Before boarding, he had already hypnotized the driver. Now, in the driver's subconscious, the idea that two uninvited passengers were in his truck simply didn't exist, let alone the notion of doing anything to harm them. Both Eren and Bucky possessed physiques far beyond those of ordinary humans. While the biting cold inside the frozen storage compartment was noticeable, it was nothing more than an inconvenience to them. Hitching a ride in a freezer truck wasn't a problem. If anything, it actually helped conceal their movements. With some time to spare, Eren sat on a crate of frozen fish shards and casually pulled out a vial of potion. Then, lazily, he turned to Bucky and said, "Since you fully digested the assassin potion, it's time for you to advance to the next sequence. This is the potion for sequence 8 of the same pathway, instigator. Drinking this will not only further enhance your assassin abilities but also grant you extraordinary powers of deception, persuasion, and manipulation. With these abilities, you'll be able to effortlessly provoke the hidden malice in people's hearts, escalate conflicts, and incite chaos, vastly expanding your combat strategies. But every potion is incredibly rare. The higher the sequence, the harder it is to obtain. Even I had to pay a hefty price to acquire this instigator potion. I can give it to you, but in exchange, you'll have to work for me for 10 years, consider it repaying the debt." Bucky looked up at Eren, puzzled. That expression seemed to say, "Aren't I already working for you?" Reading the meaning in Bucky's eyes, Eren shook his head. "It's not the same. I want you to truly work for me, not just keep up this act. In fact, by now, you should be completely free from the influence of the mental imprint I planted in your mind." Perhaps it was due to inheriting the darker aspects of his original soul or the influence of the clown mask, but Eren had an incredibly keen sense for emotions. When Bucky consumed the assassin potion and regained his clarity, Eren immediately noticed a subtle shift in his attitude. At first, he suspected that the mental imprint he had placed in Bucky's consciousness had weakened after his ascension into an extraordinary being. But through a series of tests. From the long silence Bucky maintained after hearing Eren's words in the bunker, to his indifferent reaction when Eren hypnotized the truck driver in front of him. It was all too clear. Bucky had completely broken free from the mental imprint. That was why Eren didn't hesitate to bring out the instigator potion and lay out the terms openly. Bucky furrowed his brows in thought for a long while before hesitantly asking, "Are you talking about that warm light inside my mind? When I took the assassin potion, I heard whispers that nearly drove me insane. If it weren't for that light constantly stabilizing my mind, keeping my sanity intact, I would have gone mad. If you hadn't said anything, I would have assumed it was your way of protecting me from the potion's backlash. If that mental imprint is what you're referring to, then before I drink this instigator potion, can you plant a few more in my mind? Otherwise, if this potion is stronger than the last, I'm afraid I won't make it through those whispers." At this, Bucky's face was unusually serious. He didn't fear physical pain. Even if someone were to saw through his body with a rusty blade, he was confident he could endure it without flinching. But the spiritual torment of those whispers, like his soul being torn apart, his mind flooded with countless foreign thoughts. That was something he wasn't sure he could withstand. If what Eren called a mental imprint was indeed that stabilizing force he had experienced before, then he needed more of them. Across from him, Eren, who had mentally prepared for Bucky to turn hostile, was now full of question marks. Wait, mental imprints have this kind of hidden benefit? No. Why would Bucky voluntarily ask for something like this? Given that Hydra had controlled him for decades, shouldn't he loathe any form of mental influence the most? Not understanding, Eren decided to ask directly. Why would you request this? Aren't you afraid I'll turn you into a puppet, just like Hydra did? Bucky stared at him and shot back, would you? Without thinking, Eren replied, of course not. Just as Eren detested having his fate controlled, he also had no interest in controlling others. With the exception of his enemies. Bucky grinned. Then that's all there is to it. For some reason, whenever he looked at Eren, he sensed an aura of chaos, madness, and an obsession with freedom. After ascending as an assassin, this feeling only grew stronger. His instincts told him that someone with such an intense need for freedom wouldn't chain others down like Hydra did. Seeing the sincere expression on Bucky's face, Eren's smile faded slightly. Then, he said seriously. I'm not Hydra. I won't control you like a puppet, but when the time comes, I won't hesitate to send you to hold the line in the most dangerous battles. Bucky shrugged. Dying on the battlefield is a warrior's fate and honor. For 3 seconds, the two locked eyes. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Eren tossed the instigator potion to Bucky, leaned back on the crate, and lazily said, "Well then, what are you waiting for? Drink up and advance." Bucky caught the potion and looked at Eren seriously. "Before I drink this, can you plant a few more mental imprints?" Eren blinked. "Huh? You're serious?" Bucky chuckled bitterly. "Of course. You didn't think I was joking, did you? Without that light, I'm not confident I can resist those whispers." Eren. Half an hour later. At Bucky's insistence, Eren burned through a massive amount of mental energy to place another reinforced mental imprint in his consciousness. Perhaps because Bucky had already become an extraordinary being, the process was several times more taxing than before. Just this one additional imprint had left Eren mentally drained. Opposite him, Bucky finally felt the familiar, warm presence in his mind again, which gave him a sense of security. But, feeling how solitary it was, he frowned slightly. The whispers from the assassin potion had already shattered one imprint. Would just one be enough for the stronger instigator potion? After pondering for a moment, Bucky opened his eyes and said, "One might not be enough, how about you make a few more?" Hearing this, Eren grabbed a frozen fish from the crate beneath him and chucked it at Bucky. "Get lost." A few minutes later, after steadying himself, Bucky picked up the vial in front of him, tilted his head back, and drank the instigator potion. Gulp. Gulp. The cold liquid slid down his throat, bubbling intensely. Per Eren's instructions, Bucky focused on the sensations coursing through him. In his mind, dozens of translucent bubbles appeared, each containing cryptic knowledge. Pop. 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 As they burst, an overwhelming flood of information crashed into his brain. Bucky clenched his jaw as his forehead veins bulged, feeling as if his skull was about to split open. Then, the whispers returned. Chick, quark, chick, quark, chick, quark. Who knew how much time passed before Bucky finally opened his eyes? He had become an instigator. But unlike last time, his face was deathly pale. Eren, observing him closely, frowned. "You don't look so good." Bucky let out a deep breath and forced a smile. The whispers this time were 10 times louder. "Even with your imprint, I barely made it through." Eren narrowed his eyes. After a moment, he spoke. "Hydra's prolonged brainwashing and torture did more damage to your psyche than I expected. Those whispers affected you worse than a normal person. Until your mind recovers, I don't recommend advancing again, even if you fully digest this sequence." Bucky nodded solemnly. Eren's grin returned. "But don't worry. I'll teach you a meditation technique to strengthen your mind. And if that's not enough, well, there are other ways." For now, though, they had more pressing matters. It was time to make Hydra remember the cost of crossing them. And what better way than to take a high-ranking head? Baron Strucker and Madame Viper were elusive. But Alexander Pierce? A World Security Council minister active in New York. He wasn't hard to find. Chapter 149. Killing a snake without finishing it off will only lead to getting bitten in return. If he were to eliminate Alexander Pierce, the head of this serpent, it would deal a severe blow to Hydra, which had embedded itself deep within S.H.I.E.L.D. With such a harsh lesson, Hydra would have to think twice before coming after him again. For Eren, assassinating Alexander Pierce was undoubtedly a highly cost-effective choice. After all, not many people in this world knew that Alexander Pierce was secretly one of Hydra's leaders. Perhaps he could even use this information to his advantage. After all, the fact that the Secretary of the World Security Council was secretly a Hydra operative plotting to overthrow the world would be an explosive revelation for both the Federation and the entire world. Eren could already envision the chaos that would ensue. Once the news was exposed, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council would be thrown into immense turmoil. Governments worldwide would undoubtedly cast suspicion on S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council. To regain trust and secure the massive funding they received each year, these institutions, which were directly tied to Alexander Pierce, would be forced to conduct extensive internal investigations to prove their innocence. They would root out the spies that Alexander Pierce had planted within their ranks. Under such circumstances, the remaining Hydra operatives would be forced to dedicate all their energy to surviving this intense scrutiny. There would be no way they would risk exposing themselves just to take revenge on him. In this way, Eren would actually gain some peace. Beyond these benefits, Alexander Pierce's high-profile status as the Secretary of the World Security Council also made it significantly easier for Eren to track him down. Most of Hydra's senior leaders operated in deep secrecy, keeping their movements well hidden. Only someone like Alexander Pierce, who frequently attended international conferences, would occasionally expose his whereabouts to the public. To take down Pierce, Eren simply needed to identify the necessary meetings he was obligated to attend, then use his divination abilities to pinpoint the ideal moment for an attack. As Eren strategized his approach, Bucky, who was seated across from him, was quietly observing his own body, experiencing the changes brought by his new status as the instigator. Since becoming the instigator, Bucky felt an intense itch spreading throughout his body, especially in his long-lost left arm. Rolling up his sleeve with his right hand, Bucky was stunned to see a new arm regenerating where his old one had been missing for years. The freshly grown arm had smooth, tender skin, much like that of a newborn, and faintly, he could see the veins pulsating beneath the surface. Hiss. Seeing the newly regrown limb, Bucky's expression was a mix of shock and joy. As Eren and Bucky's refrigerated transport truck passed through Harlem, the night slowly descended. At the same time, a massive, sickly yellow creature suddenly appeared in the streets of Harlem, unleashing destruction upon everything in its path. Emil Blonsky had once been an elite soldier in the Special Forces, the best of the best. Nearing 40 years of age, he had amassed a wealth of combat experience and an illustrious career. If not for his insatiable thirst for battle, the exhilarating rush of combat, he would have long been promoted. With his wall full of military honors, Blonsky could have easily risen to the rank of federal colonel, joining the ranks of the Federation's high-ranking officers. Not long ago, he had accepted an invitation from General Ross to embark on a secret mission in Brazil, to capture a fugitive scientist. At first, Blonsky thought it would be an easy, almost vacation-like task. After all, capturing an unarmed scientist couldn't be that difficult, right? But reality proved him entirely wrong. Right before his eyes, the supposedly weak scientist transformed into a towering, muscle-bound behemoth over 2 meters tall. Bullets that should have been lethal did nothing against this monster. Even the anti-tank rocket launcher he had placed his hopes on failed to stop its rampage. For the first time, Blonsky felt fear. This was not a foe that humans could fight against. Yet, even as fear gripped him, he couldn't help but feel a deep fascination with the Hulk's overwhelming power and indestructible body. At the same time, an intense jealousy toward Bruce Banner began to take root in his heart. Why did that frail coward get to possess such immense power, while he, despite dedicating his life to battle, could only watch his own strength wane with age? Driven by envy and frustration, Blonsky accepted General Ross's offer without hesitation and injected himself with a recreated version of the super soldier serum developed by Dr. Abraham Erskine during World War II. Of course, the version he received was not the same as Captain America's genuine serum, it was a knockoff. Even so, it drastically enhanced his strength, speed, and agility, far surpassing his prime. But even with these enhancements, Blonsky was still utterly defeated by the Hulk. His near-superhuman strength was meaningless against the Hulk's overwhelming might. If not for the super soldier serum, he would have been crushed to death in a single punch. Enraged by his own powerlessness, his thirst for strength grew even stronger. Determined to surpass the Hulk, he took an even greater risk, injecting himself with a second, much larger dose of the serum. This further enhanced his body, pushing his strength and healing capabilities to even greater heights, but it also began to deform his spine. Even though he had become stronger, he knew it was still far from enough to rival the Hulk. But fate gave him another chance. During another attempt to capture Banner, he unexpectedly found Dr. Samuel Stearns, the scientist treating Banner, and managed to obtain a vial of the Hulk's gamma-irradiated blood. Driven by his unrelenting hunger for power, Blonsky forced Stearns to inject him with the Hulk's blood. In the end, Blonsky both succeeded, and failed. The Hulk's irradiated blood reacted unpredictably with the super soldier serum in his body, granting him the immense power he had longed for. But it also mutated him into something far worse, a grotesque, monstrous being even more terrifying than the Hulk. Yet none of that mattered to Blonsky. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind, to find the Hulk and defeat him, once and for all. To lure him out, Blonsky, now the Abomination, rampaged through Harlem, showcasing his newfound godlike strength by tearing apart anyone who dared to challenge him. "Come out, Hulk, you coward! Get out here!" Roaring, he hurled a car into a storefront, smashing it to pieces as he sought to provoke Bruce Banner. The Abomination's rampage through the streets of Harlem caused widespread destruction, paralyzing multiple blocks. Within minutes, reporters from all over New York flocked to the scene, broadcasting the chaos live. At this moment, journalists displayed remarkable courage, risking their lives to deliver the story. To them, breaking news was far more important than their own safety. But thanks to their reckless determination, the world soon came to understand the sheer terror of the abomination. Oh my God! What is that monster? Is it a demon straight from hell? Damn it, my daughter works in Harlem. God, please let her be safe. Where's Iron Man? Why hasn't he shown up yet to stop this thing? At this rate, Harlem will be completely destroyed. With no one to stop him, the abomination's destructive rampage continued to escalate. Even the damage caused by Obadiah Stane's ironmonger armor paled in comparison. Unlike Stane, who had a clear target, Blonsky was fueled purely by his thirst for destruction. Meanwhile, inside Tony Stark's mansion, an alarm blared. Tony, busy upgrading his Mark IV armor, frowned as his work was interrupted. What is it, Jarvis? Sir, a major crisis is unfolding in Harlem. Jarvis then projected live footage of the abomination's rampage, as well as news broadcasts covering the event. Seeing the monstrous face on the screen, Tony scowled. Ugh, that thing is so ugly, I almost lost my dinner. Apologies, sir. Jarvis quickly pixelated the face before continuing. This creature, temporarily designated as Abomination, has already caused 67 confirmed deaths and over 100 injuries, with numbers rising. Tony's expression darkened. Meanwhile, overwhelmed by guilt, Bruce Banner finally made his decision. Leaping from a helicopter, he plunged into the chaos. Pain and near-death reawakened the Hulk. In the next instant, Hulk had arrived. Chapter 150. The awakened Hulk let out a furious roar and charged toward the abomination. Meanwhile, the rampaging abomination quickly noticed the approaching green behemoth. Hulk. Upon seeing that familiar green figure, a long-awaited excitement flashed in the abomination's eyes. With his massive legs pounding the pavement, he charged at Hulk with equal ferocity. The two colossal figures, like primordial beasts, clashed violently in midair. Boom! In that brief moment of impact, the abomination, leveraging his superior combat experience, landed a powerful counterpunch that sent Hulk flying. Compared to Hulk, whose strength had been significantly reduced due to the suppressant serum, the abomination, who had taken immense risks by injecting himself with the super soldier serum and Hulk's irradiated blood, possessed raw, unrestrained power. Within just a few exchanges, Hulk found himself outmatched and disoriented, retreating step by step. Once again sent crashing through the air, the furious Hulk grabbed a nearby police car, smashing it in half. With a piece of the wreckage in each hand, Hulk wielded the vehicles as makeshift weapons and began pummeling the abomination. Pa! After taking several heavy strikes to the face with the police cars, the abomination spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, "Is that all you've got?" The next second, he stomped hard on the ground and delivered a devastating kick, sending Hulk soaring through the air. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Hulk was hurled through a building. At this moment, General Ross, observing from the helicopter, seemed to realize that Hulk was no match for the abomination. Seeing his daughter desperately pleading beside him, he finally gave an order to the gunner aboard the attack chopper. "Soldier, open fire. Help him." "Help who?" "The green one, damn it." "Who do you think?" "Tear the other one to pieces." Following the order, the gunner pressed the trigger. The mounted heavy machine gun roared to life, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the abomination. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-ta. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the abomination's body. However, at this point, his defense had become impervious to mere bullets. Even rounds capable of piercing steel barely caused him any discomfort. Annoyed, the abomination turned toward the source of the gunfire, his glare locking onto the attack helicopter. "Ross, you bastard." The next moment, the abomination leaped onto the rooftop, charging through the relentless gunfire before hurling himself toward the helicopter. Not far away, the newly arrived Hulk saw the abomination attempting to attack the chopper, where his girlfriend was. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. Just as the abomination was about to strike the helicopter, a small missile with a red trail shot between them, detonating on impact. Boom! While the missile didn't inflict serious injuries on either Hulk or the abomination, the explosive shockwave blasted them apart. The abomination's attempt to take down the helicopter was thwarted. However, the chopper, also caught in the blast, wobbled uncontrollably and began plummeting toward the ground. Having just arrived on the battlefield, Tony Stark watched the scene unfold and smirked. "Whoa, hey, don't blame me. I was just trying to help." Although he said that, Tony didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about the attack chopper's predicament. Thanks to his connection with Rhodey, he had already learned that both of these monsters were the results of General Ross's experiments. Everything happening now was just them reaping what they had sown. If not for their reckless actions, Harlem wouldn't have suffered such catastrophic casualties. Regardless of the pilot's best efforts, the attack helicopter continued spiraling out of control. Crack. Crack. Its rotor blades clipped a nearby building, completely losing stability as it tumbled toward the street below. Seeing that it was about to crash, Tony sighed before soaring beneath it in his Mark IV armor, using his thrusters to slow its descent. Though his suit greatly reduced the helicopter's impact speed, the sheer weight still pushed Tony backward toward the street. At the same time, a refrigerated truck with a white-painted exterior was speeding directly toward the crash site. Realizing he was about to collide with a plummeting helicopter, the truck driver reacted instantly, throwing open the door and diving out. The driver escaped safely, but the now driverless truck kept barreling forward. Just before impact, Tony, still holding up the helicopter, raised his free hand toward the truck in a stop gesture. "Sorry, buddy, you ran a red light." The next second, a repulsor blast erupted from Tony's palm, crumpling the truck's front end and causing its cargo hold to burst open. While the truck was destroyed, the explosion prevented it from colliding with the helicopter, saving the lives of the 7 or 8 people on board. As for the truck itself, well, its driver had already bailed. Who could still be inside? At worst, Tony would just have to pay for the damages later. Inside the refrigerated truck, unaware of the chaos outside, Eren and Bucky were suddenly thrown forward by the blast. Then, as the truck's momentum shifted, they were violently flung backward. Crash! Eren and Bucky, along with a heap of frozen fish, tumbled out of the shattered truck doors. After a dizzying roll, Eren barely managed to steady himself amid the ice and debris, his head still spinning. Before he could even process what had happened, he looked up to see the crashed helicopter on the street, and in front of it, the familiar red and gold figure of Iron Man. Huh! Someone was inside. Noticing 2 heavily bundled figures sprawled on the ground, Tony's expression changed. "Hey, you guys okay? I didn't know there were people in there." Hearing Tony's voice, and seeing the heavily damaged truck, Eren instantly understood what had just transpired. "Oh, so you're the one who did this, huh? I'll remember that." Even though Eren quickly grasped the situation and knew that without Tony's intervention, they might have ended up in an even worse predicament, the anger still surged within him. He mentally noted Tony's actions for later. Just as Eren reached for his weapon, venomous threads, to teach Tony a lesson, a massive, sickly yellow figure emerged from the wreckage, crushing bricks in its grasp. The abomination turned his fury toward Iron Man, roaring, "You bastard! I'm going to kill you." The next moment, he lunged forward, his mountainous presence bearing down on Tony. Before Tony could react, the abomination's punch slammed into the Mark IV armor, sending him hurtling backward. Clang! The impact left a massive dent in Tony's reinforced suit. To put things in perspective, his armor was crafted from advanced aerospace alloys, far stronger than ordinary steel. Yet the abomination's sheer strength left a deep fist-shaped imprint in his chest plate. Having sent Iron Man flying, the abomination didn't stop. He surged forward again, aiming to finish the armored hero off. To him, it didn't matter if the man inside was a billionaire, a federal official, or even the president. If they got in his way, they would die. Still dazed from the previous hit, Tony barely had time to react before the abomination seized his leg. Damn it! Snapping out of his stupor, Tony quickly fired twin repulsor blasts into the abomination's face. The attack staggered him, but it wasn't enough to cause real damage. Snarling, the abomination began slamming Iron Man into the ground, over and over. Think Hulk smashing Loki scene. Crack! Crack! Sparks burst from the suit as critical systems failed. Blood trickled from Tony's mouth and nose. Just when it seemed like he wouldn't last much longer, a massive green figure lunged in, delivering a devastating kick that sent the abomination flying. Taking the opportunity, Tony shakily stood and muttered, "Thanks." Before he could finish, Hulk punched him away. Humph. Because Hulk holds grudges. Chapter 151. Received. Task is being established. After setting up the task, Jarvis reported to Tony, "Sir, upon inspection, Mark IV has sustained damage exceeding 38.72%. The left-hand weapon system, sensor system, and energy conduction circuits, among other areas, have been compromised. The suit can no longer endure high-intensity combat. I strongly recommend you retreat from the battlefield and stay away from those two dangerous entities. Retreat from the battlefield. Wouldn't that make him a deserter? That was absolutely unacceptable. Although Tony was in a rather sorry state right now, he had no intention of leaving in disgrace. Otherwise, this moment would become a permanent stain on his reputation. No need to retreat. Jarvis, keep monitoring the battle and calculate the best opportunity to strike. I brought several high-powered little darlings for this occasion. If I don't teach that guy a lesson, where would my pride go? If he hadn't been caught off guard by Abomination's sudden outburst, Tony wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. With Mark IV's superior mobility and the specially equipped weapons this time, as long as he avoided close combat with those two monsters, Tony was confident he could hold his own, maybe even teach them a lesson. At the very least, he wouldn't have lost this badly. However, Tony was unaware that his brutal beating at the hands of Abomination had been witnessed by certain interested parties, sparking new waves of trouble. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon learning of the massive crisis unfolding in New York, Nick Fury immediately ordered all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed in the city to assemble and rush to Harlem. Meanwhile, he himself closely monitored the battle in Harlem through various live feeds. From the footage coming in, Fury had already upgraded the threat level of both the Hulk and Abomination to the highest classification. Initially, he thought he had already overestimated their strength. But after witnessing Tony Stark's war machine-like armor being slammed into the ground and beaten mercilessly by Abomination, Fury realized he had still underestimated those two giants. This made him extremely wary of them. At the same time, he couldn't help but grow increasingly intrigued by the variant super soldier serum that General Ross had developed. The fact that this serum had created such formidable creatures left no doubt about its potential. Although, from the current situation, the project seemed to have serious flaws, otherwise, those two test subjects wouldn't have lost control, causing such a catastrophic disaster. Still, that didn't change the fact that the serum's power was undeniable. With such monsters possessing near-invulnerable defenses and terrifying destructive capabilities. If they were unleashed on the battlefield, they would become an overwhelming force against any enemy. Since obtaining Stark's advanced, highly mobile battle armor was currently out of reach, perhaps it was time to shift focus. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. could acquire the variant super soldier serum from General Ross. Fury wasn't the only one thinking this way. The FBI, Hydra, and various other organizations, after witnessing the havoc wreaked by those two monsters, had also quietly set their sights on Ross's research. However, what none of them would ever know was that the emergence of Hulk and Abomination was nothing more than an accident. Ross didn't actually have the serum they all desired. Elsewhere, while Hulk and Abomination clashed once more, Joker, Eren and Bucky slipped into a nearby alley. Watching the intense battle from a distance, a glimmer of shock and anticipation flickered in Bucky's eyes. Meanwhile, the Joker began calling upon his true self. If he remembered correctly. Although Abomination had initially overpowered Hulk, as his rage grew, Hulk's strength increased exponentially, and he eventually defeated Abomination. Yes. Defeated, but not killed. The Joker wasn't interested in why Hulk chose not to kill Abomination. What mattered to him now was how he could secure the final kill. As one of the most powerful villains to appear early in the Marvel Universe, the Joker had no doubt that Abomination carried a massive amount of fate energy. If he could land the finishing blow, he would undoubtedly receive an abundance of fate points. And beyond the fate points, Abomination's body itself was a highly valuable supernatural asset. If his true body had already advanced to Sequence 5 as a puppet master, then transforming Abomination into a puppet would make him an unparalleled tank and enforcer. Even if he couldn't convert Abomination into a puppet, merely placing his corpse on the scales of fate would allow the Joker to exchange it for something highly valuable. In reality, his true body had already set out for Harlem the moment he saw Abomination on TV. Back in Harlem. As the battle in Harlem raged on, the entire street where Hulk and Abomination fought had turned into a meat grinder. Pedestrians in nearby stores, drivers on the road, and even those who failed to evacuate in time, anyone unlucky enough to be nearby was caught in the carnage. Even without directly attacking civilians, the debris scattered from their battle was deadly enough. Flying rubble alone was lethal to ordinary humans. And those unfortunate enough to be caught in the crossfire were reduced to bloody pulp. In just over 10 minutes, the street was littered with severed limbs, shattered bones, and smaller chunks of flesh. The pavement was soaked in blood, which was slowly being scorched by fires from the wreckage, filling the air with a nauseating, sickly sweet stench. As the evening breeze carried the smell across the city, those standing outside the battlefield began vomiting uncontrollably. Evacuate the civilians. Set up a perimeter. We must contain this battlefield before it spreads any further. General Ross, climbing out of a helicopter, barked furiously into his radio, ignoring his own bleeding wounds. Staring at the gruesome battlefield before him, Ross's face turned a deep shade of red, not just from anger, but also from shame and guilt. The devastation in Harlem made it abundantly clear just how severe this disaster was. Even if they managed to contain the situation, Ross knew he would likely face a military tribunal. In the worst case. As Ross barked orders, the military swiftly mobilized. Armored vehicles were deployed to block both ends of the street, forming a barrier of relentless gunfire to stall the two behemoths. Individually, bullets were ineffective against Hulk and Abomination. But when concentrated into a storm of metal, even these monsters felt the pain. Abomination, in particular, winced at the barrage. Mongrels. With a snarl, Abomination grabbed a nearby car and hurled it, demolishing an armored vehicle. Just as he prepared to charge forward to destroy the rest of them, Tony Stark, positioned several hundred meters away, locked onto his target and fired a Stinger missile. Whoosh! A missile streaked from Mark IV's shoulder, shattering the sound barrier as it sped toward its target. Humph! Catching sight of the incoming projectile, Abomination scoffed in disdain. With his massive hand, he reached out and grabbed the missile midair. Looks like someone's not too bright. Tony smirked. Boom! Before Abomination could throw it away, the missile exploded in his grasp, engulfing him in a massive fireball. A secondary silver projectile burst from within, embedding itself deep into his chest. Tony smirked. Perfect shot. A deafening roar of pain erupted from the battlefield, this time, filled with undeniable agony. As the flames dissipated, Abomination's scorched body came into view. A deep wound in his chest dripped yellow-green blood. He had been wounded. The sight sent a surge of morale through the soldiers. Even monsters like Abomination could bleed. Realizing this, an officer shouted, "General, I request permission to deploy heavy missiles against those creatures." Ross's expression darkened. Are you insane? Firing missiles at New York? Do you have a death wish? Hearing this, the officer turned pale, realizing his own foolishness. If General Ross had actually listened to his subordinate's suggestion and launched missiles at those two monsters, even if it did succeed in killing them, he himself would be finished. Not only would he face a military tribunal and likely be sentenced to death, but he might also carry the stigma of his actions for the rest of his life, bringing disgrace upon his family. Realizing this, the officer instinctively shrank his neck. Idiot! Ross shot a furious glare at his subordinate before shifting his gaze toward Tony Stark in the distance. Although his officer's words were utterly foolish, they did give him an idea. Abomination had been wounded by one of Tony Stark's miniature missiles. If Stark's weapons could injure him, why should Ross look elsewhere? At that moment, as Ross focused on Tony Stark, Abomination stared at his own chest in disbelief. I actually got hurt. Up until now, his defenses had remained unbroken. This was the first time in the battle that he had sustained a true injury. Feeling the searing pain radiating from the wound, a surge of uncontrollable fury erupted within him. You little insect, you're dead. With a furious roar, Abomination charged toward Tony Stark like a rampaging beast. Seeing Abomination rushing at him, Tony's expression changed. Flames burst from the palm of his right hand and the sole of his left foot, two of the few functional energy conduits left in his damaged armor, propelling him into the air. However, due to the extensive damage to his suit, his takeoff speed was noticeably slower. Fortunately, just as Abomination leaped, ready to strike Tony down midair, a green figure shot upward as well. Boom! With a thunderous impact, Hulk collided with Abomination, sending both of them hurtling away. Nice timing. Although Tony still held some resentment toward the big green guy for knocking him away earlier, this timely rescue made him breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 152. This timely rescue allowed Tony to breathe a sigh of relief, yet it also brought forth a strong sense of crisis. The experience just now had made it clear to him. Simply keeping a safe distance from that big guy wasn't enough. For the sake of his own survival, Tony decisively flew to the rooftop of a building more than 10 stories high. At this height, even if Abomination launched another attack on him, he would have ample time to react. After all, Abomination couldn't fly. Climbing up to this height would take considerable effort. Just then, Jarvis' voice rang out again. "Sir, General Ross is requesting to speak with you. Should I connect the call?" Hearing this, Tony glanced at General Ross, who was a few hundred meters away, personally approaching the front line despite his subordinates' objections. Tony frowned slightly. Patch him through. Although Tony had no idea what Ross wanted from him, he still agreed to take the call, considering the man's willingness to personally lead from the front. "General Ross, what do you want?" With the blood-soaked battlefield below, Tony held deep resentment toward Ross, and his tone naturally wasn't friendly. However, Ross didn't seem to care. Instead, he spoke in an almost commanding tone. "Listen, Stark, our military will create an opportunity for you. When the moment comes, we need you to fire that weapon of yours, the one that wounded that monster, straight into his head. Kill that piss-colored bastard. Kill the piss-colored one. What about the green one?" Ross paused for a moment before retorting, "Did you not see that Hulk is on our side? Without him, none of us could stop Blonsky." Hulk. Blonsky. Hearing these two names, Tony's voice turned cold as he seemed to realize something. He spoke icily to Ross. "Looks like, after this mess is over, you'll have a lot to explain to the highest military tribunal, General Ross. That's my problem, not yours, Tony Stark. Just make sure you don't waste the opportunity we're about to create for you." Though annoyed by Ross' tone, Tony considered the bigger picture and the countless civilians still evacuating. In the end, he responded curtly. "I know what to do." Meanwhile, deep beneath New York. More than 100 meters beneath the streets of New York. A writhing shadow moved through the underground like a shark sensing blood. It slithered swiftly through the dense layers of soil, heading straight for Harlem. Even through the thick earth and across a distance of thousands of meters. It could still smell the overwhelming scent of blood filling the streets of Harlem, as well as the fear and resentment of countless people facing death. Hisses. Such a delightful scent. If I could absorb all that fresh blood and resentment, the energy would push me straight into the next stage. Then I wouldn't have to keep hiding in the deep underground, accumulating power bit by bit. Suddenly, the writhing black shadow paused, as if wary of something. Wait, could this be a trap set by those Kamartaj sorcerers? Could they be trying to lure me out? But soon, it started moving again. Doesn't matter. This amount of blood and resentment, even if it's a trap, I'll take the risk, I'll just be careful. Meanwhile, Eren finally steered his Aston Martin through the dense New York night traffic and arrived at Harlem. Due to the destruction caused by Hulk and Abomination, and the joint lockdown by the military, NYPD, and other enforcement agencies, the roads leading to Harlem had long been sealed off. Vehicles clogged the streets, forming an impenetrable blockade. Even pedestrians found it difficult to get close. After finding a place to park his conspicuous Aston Martin, Eren quickly walked toward the police blockade. Approaching the NYPD's tightly secured checkpoint, he didn't wait for the officers on duty to question him. Instead, he casually flashed a certain club's membership card in front of them. The moment the officers saw the card, their gazes were instinctively drawn to the seductive woman printed on it. In that instant, Eren's hand, holding the card, flickered slightly, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Like an illusionary cascade, his fingers formed a complex series of hypnotic gestures, so intricate that just watching them made the officers feel dizzy. At that exact moment, an invisible psychic wave radiated from Eren's eyes, penetrating deep into the minds of the unsuspecting officers, distorting their perception and cognition. With that done, Eren casually greeted them and stepped past the barricade into the restricted zone. Seconds later, just as Eren was walking away, a detective, who had just apprehended some looters, glanced at Eren's departing figure and frowned slightly. "Who was that guy? Why did you let him in?" One of the officers closest to Eren responded, "He's an FBI agent. He showed me his credentials, so I let him through." "An FBI agent? Are you sure?" Staring at the young-looking figure in the distance, the detective furrowed his brows and asked again. At this point, another officer who had also seen Eren spoke up, "Bob's right. That kid is definitely an FBI agent. He looked familiar, I think I saw him once during an FBI operation. Back then, he was just a trainee, but it looks like he's been promoted now." With two of his subordinates confirming Eren's identity, the detective stopped doubting and let it go. Right now, he had more pressing concerns. As Eren walked along the streets, he suddenly saw A young girl, about 10 years old, dressed in a white dress, desperately trying to push through the surging crowd. That small, fragile figure, amidst the sea of panicked, stampeding people, was like a lone boat caught in a storm, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Eren's hunch was correct. Even though the little girl tried her best to move through less crowded areas, her small frame was too frail. It wasn't long before a terrified man, fleeing for his life, accidentally knocked her over. As she fell, the oncoming wave of people threatened to trample her. At that critical moment, Eren suddenly pushed through the crowd, standing like an unmovable wall in front of the girl, shielding her from the stampede. Careful. He reached out, pulled the girl to her feet, and quickly led her out of the chaotic crowd. After reaching a relatively open space, Eren pointed toward a group of police officers managing the evacuation and said, "I don't know what you're doing here, but going any further is too dangerous. If you need help, talk to those officers." The girl hesitated before softly saying, "Big brother, I don't want to go to the police. Can I follow you instead?" Eren studied her silently. After a moment, he sighed, lifted the girl onto his shoulders, and said, "Fine. You lead the way." Eren's spiritual vision allowed him to see the battlefield ahead. Amidst the chaos, two figures stood out, their energy was overwhelming, their vitality burning like an unstoppable inferno. Such immense life force. Without a doubt, this battle was far from over. Taking this time to help the little girl find her grandmother wouldn't delay him too much. Besides, he still had a clone stationed at the battlefield's core. If anything happened, the Joker clone would notify him immediately. Chapter 153. It was fortunate. The apartment where Elena lived, though having a large hole in the middle, likely caused by either the Hulk or Abomination, had sustained only minor damage beyond its exterior walls. Overall, it hadn't suffered any major destruction. When Elena anxiously opened the door to her home, Eren also saw an elderly woman with a full head of silver hair, standing by the window with the support of a cane, gazing into the distance. As the elderly woman heard the noise and turned around, Eren noticed that her eyes did not reflect the slightest fear of the devastation outside. Instead, they remained as calm as a still lake, completely undisturbed, as if everything before her meant nothing. However, when she saw Elena, the tranquility in her eyes was instantly shattered. Her expression of disbelief seemed to question why Elena was standing before her at this moment. Soon, that disbelief turned into confusion and bitterness. "I specifically enrolled Elena in a class in Queens. Right now, she should be in Queens. Why is she back at this moment? Why has everything returned to the beginning? Is fate truly immutable?" When the elderly woman's murmurs reached Eren's ears, he froze slightly, his eyes narrowing as he quietly observed her. At that moment, Elena, standing beside Eren, suddenly rushed forward in excitement, embracing the old woman at the window. "Thank goodness, Grandma. I knew you'd be okay. I'll take you away from here right now." Feeling Elena's warm embrace, full of unconcealed affection and worry, a touch of comfort flashed through the elderly woman's eyes. She gently stroked her granddaughter's back, quickly dispelling the confusion and bitterness from earlier. "No, I can die, but Elena is still young. Her life should not end here. Even if everything is already predetermined, I will risk this old life of mine to create a chance, one where she can escape this fated catastrophe." Hearing this, Elena raised her head and protested, "Grandma, you're talking nonsense again. Right, we need to leave now. The middle of this building has been blown apart, who knows when it might collapse. We have to get out of here quickly." The elderly woman sighed lightly and patted Elena's shoulder. "All right. Grandma will go with you." "Great." At this moment, Eren, who had sharp eyes, pulled a folding wheelchair from the corner and said, "Now isn't the time for talking. Let's get out of here first." "Thank you, big brother." Elena sweetly called out to Eren before letting go of her grandmother and quickly helping her into the wheelchair. With Elena's help, the old woman sat down, and Eren immediately pushed the wheelchair, swiftly leading them out of the dangerously damaged building. After walking for a while, Eren suddenly asked, "By the way, Ms. Christine, what did you mean earlier by 'everything has returned to the beginning and the fated catastrophe'?" By now, through casual conversation, Eren had learned that the old woman's name was Christine. Likewise, Christine had learned from her granddaughter that Eren had saved her from the chaotic stampede. Because of this, Christine held great affection for the young man who had rescued her beloved granddaughter. After a brief hesitation, Christine finally spoke. Everything in this world, every fate, is actually already determined. In fact, this catastrophe had omens long ago. As she spoke, she glanced at the distant battlefield, where Abomination and the Hulk, amidst a hail of bullets, smashed buildings into rubble and reduced them to ruins. She murmured, "Do you know? The battle between those two monsters is merely the prelude to something even more terrifying and desperate. The crimson blood and despairing souls will become the fuel to awaken the devil. When the ultimate devil descends, everything will be reduced to ashes in fear and despair." Just as Christine was about to say more, Elena suddenly interrupted with a pout, "Grandma." Cutting off Christine with a single word, Elena turned to Eren and gave an apologetic smile. "Sorry, big brother. My grandma often has strange dreams. She's old, so sometimes she mixes up dreams with reality and says odd things. Please don't mind her. This is not nonsense. That dream was not just some random dream, it was a well-known prophetic vision. Back in my youth, I was the most famous medium in Connecticut. Had I not retired from the spiritual world after getting pregnant with your father and chosen to live in seclusion, I might have become the most renowned medium in the entire Federation." Looking at Elena apologizing to Eren, Christine almost blurted out these words. But in the end, she held them back. The mystical world was far too dangerous and eerie. There were some things Christine had never told her beloved granddaughter. She didn't want Elena to know too much. Because Christine knew. Once some things were learned, there was no escaping them. Even after decades had passed, the hidden dangers from her days as a medium still clung to her. They had even cost Elena's parents their lives. She did not want Elena to follow the same tragic path. Now that she thought about it. Regarding the prophecies, Christine had always been cautious, fearing that revealing too much might alter the trajectory of fate. So why had she explained so much to this young man? Why had she even mentioned the impending catastrophe to him? Strange. Was it because she had already decided to defy fate for Elena's sake? Or was it because he had saved Elena, making her instinctively say more? Eren, pushing the wheelchair with one hand, gently ruffled Elena's hair with the other, smiling as he said, "I don't mind at all. To be honest, I've always been quite fascinated by these mystical matters." Interested in the occult? Christine shook her head. That's not a good habit. Sometimes, curiosity about the unknown can bring disaster upon oneself. Really? Actually, I find those disasters quite intriguing. As he spoke, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth in Eren's eyes. Disillusioned stare. A few minutes later. Using disillusioned stare and mental palm seal, Eren finally managed, after much effort, to extract some of the information he wanted from Christine, whose mental strength was unexpectedly formidable. After obtaining the details he was after, Eren wasted no time. Before the effects of hypnosis wore off, he swiftly escorted Christine and Elena out of the core battlefield. He even arranged for two kind-hearted police officers to personally escort them far away from Harlem. Watching Christine and Elena being taken away by the officers, Eren's gaze deepened. A medium from ancient legends and so-called prophetic dreams? Interesting. Everything was becoming even more intriguing. Initially, Eren had only come here to take advantage of the situation. Yet unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a shocking revelation from Elena's mysterious grandmother. A prophetic dream? Could the bloody battle between Abomination and the Hulk truly lead to an even more terrifying catastrophe? Something that had never occurred in the original timeline, was it really going to happen? Wait. In the original battle between Abomination and the Hulk, Tony hadn't appeared. But now, Tony had shown up early. Adding to that, both himself and Bucky, the Winter Soldier, were now here as well. The original course of events had already been altered. If an unforeseen disaster were to follow, it wouldn't be all that surprising. With this realization, Eren's eyes sharpened. Since that was the case, he had to make further preparations. Just then, Eren's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see that it was Tony Stark. His eyes flickered. And as he subtly raised his gaze, his sight landed on a rooftop several hundred meters away. There, atop a 10-story building, stood Tony Stark, staring directly at him. Ha! That guy. How did he spot me? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Eren had disguised himself before coming out. While he hadn't changed his face completely, his appearance was significantly different from usual. A normal person wouldn't recognize him at a glance, especially from such a long distance. And yet, Tony, standing hundreds of meters away, had seen through his disguise. That was far too unbelievable. With a hint of suspicion, Eren answered the call. As soon as he did, Tony's exasperated voice came through the speaker. Well, damn. I didn't actually think it'd be you, kid. Have you not noticed the severed limbs and wreckage all over this street? I have no idea how you managed to sneak past the police and military blockades, but you'd better get your ass out of here now. Otherwise, I'm calling Pepper and having her personally drag you back. What the hell? This guy was actually threatening to call a parental figure on him. How shameless could he get? Ignoring Tony's words, Eren asked instead. How did you recognize me? The moment he spoke, Tony scoffed. With that pathetic disguise? How could it possibly fool? Jarvis eyes. I just upgraded Jarvis' algorithm a few days ago. Now, it can analyze identities based on height, weight, body structure, and walking habits. Your disguise is basically useless to it. In reality, the new algorithm Tony had given Jarvis wasn't nearly that advanced. The real reason Tony had found Eren so quickly was because Eren's Aston Martin still had a tracking device installed. As soon as Eren drove into Harlem, Tony, who had flagged him as a high-priority subject due to his connection to Pepper, was notified by Jarvis. From there, using security cameras that were still operational, Jarvis continuously cross-referenced footage. Until he identified Eren while he was escorting Christine and Elena out of the battlefield. The moment Tony learned that Eren had wandered so close to the danger zone, he nearly had a heart attack. Of course. At the time, Jarvis couldn't confirm with 100% certainty that the disguised individual was Eren. So Tony had simply called the number to test it out. And the moment Eren answered, he immediately confirmed his identity. Which explained his first reaction when the call connected. Well, damn. I didn't actually think it'd be you, kid. On the other end of the line. Eren, of course, wasn't about to let Tony fool him. He scoffed. If Jarvis' algorithm was really that powerful, you wouldn't have been surprised when I picked up the phone. Let me guess, you tracked my phone's location. Observing Tony's emotional fluctuations through spiritual vision, Eren noticed that his aura hadn't changed. Meaning. That wasn't the answer. So that wasn't it. Then, could it be that Aston Martin you gave me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Eren saw Tony's aura flash orange, a sign of surprise. Instantly, he knew he had guessed correctly. Upon realizing this, Eren's expression darkened. Damn, so it really was the Aston Martin. I can't believe you, Tony Stark. You actually had the nerve to plant a backdoor in a gift. I totally misjudged you. Hearing his character being questioned, Tony immediately defended himself. Ahem. Hold up, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not that kind of guy. I only installed a GPS tracker before I gave it to you, for convenience's sake. How was I supposed to know you'd never remove it? After you drove the car off that day, I didn't touch it at all. So really, this is all on you for being too lazy. After making his case, Tony couldn't help but wonder. How the hell did that kid figure it out? There was no way he had known before. Was fortune-telling really this powerful? Could he have foreseen this through divination? Chapter 154. Leaving aside Tony, who was filled with confusion. On the other side, Eren sneered and immediately decided that once he got back, he would thoroughly inspect his Aston Martin. Then, all those little gadgets like GPS trackers would go straight into the trash. He had no intention of letting Tony track his whereabouts so easily ever again. On the other end of the call, Tony, realizing Eren had gone silent, awkwardly changed the subject. Alright, this isn't the time to talk about that, kid. You really shouldn't be here. As he spoke, Tony's expression turned serious. Even though Eren possessed some mysterious abilities, Tony didn't believe those so-called powers would be enough to deal with the two raging monsters in the distance. Regardless of the fact that Eren was Pepper's nephew, Tony didn't want to see the kid get hurt, especially since Eren had saved his life multiple times before. Before Tony could finish, Eren interrupted, "Relax. Even if something happens to you, I'll be fine. If I dared to come here, I naturally have a way to survive." As he spoke, Eren suddenly noticed something moving within a pool of blood a few meters away. What is that? Focusing his gaze, Eren soon discovered several tiny, writhing figures twisting within the blood. To his surprise, they were small, pale worms. At this moment, these plump little worms were nestled in the pool of blood, making faint sucking noises as if they were greedily drinking the fresh blood. Where did these worms come from? Sweeping his eyes over them with slight curiosity, Eren was just about to look away when he witnessed something horrifying. Right before his eyes. In just a few breaths' time. The worms that had gorged themselves on the blood began to swell, as if they were balloons being inflated. Their bodies expanded at an alarming rate, their once firm outer skin stretching taut. From a distance, these bloated worms resembled overfilled balloons, their soft, reddish skins seemingly on the verge of bursting with the slightest touch. Pop. Squelch. Bang. No. Eren didn't even have to touch them. The overfed worms exploded on their own with just a slight breeze. However, contrary to what Eren expected. Instead of blood and flesh scattering from the burst worms, what emerged were dozens of even smaller worms. Almost every worm that burst apart released countless tinier worms, multiplying their numbers exponentially. In just over 10 seconds, the number of worms within the pool of blood had increased several dozen times. What the hell are these things? Eren instantly realized that something was seriously wrong with these worms, and his mind involuntarily recalled the catastrophic disaster Christine had mentioned earlier. Could this be the disaster she was talking about? Eren frowned at the thought. Squish. Squish. As his doubts grew, the disturbing sound of wriggling worms filled the air. It was as if he had unknowingly stepped into the heart of a worm infestation, completely surrounded. This sound, don't tell me. A terrible premonition rose in Eren's heart as he scanned his surroundings. And sure enough. Beyond the small pool of blood, he saw them. The worms were everywhere. Looking across the battlefield, he saw the twisted, wriggling figures crawling over the scattered chunks of flesh. The broken limbs strewn across the ground were covered in disgusting worms. Even the bodies of those crushed into pulp or slain by stray bullets were now infested. Some of the worms had even burrowed into abandoned, blood-stained cars, feasting on the corpses inside, gnawing at their flesh and drinking their blood. Just moments ago, when Eren had first stepped onto the battlefield, there hadn't been a single worm in sight. Yet now, in mere minutes, these grotesque creatures had spread across the entire battlefield with unimaginable speed. Eren wasn't the only one who noticed. As the number of worms multiplied at a horrifying rate, more and more people became aware of their eerie presence. A wounded man, his leg pierced by a stray bullet, had been too injured to escape. He had dragged himself into a small alley, praying that the two monsters outside wouldn't come his way. But he failed to notice the few large, bloated worms that had crawled out from the shadows. Drawn by the trail of blood he left behind, the worms squirmed closer, inching up his pant leg and toward the gaping wound on his thigh. Feeling an unsettling movement near his leg, the man turned his head just in time to see a worm burrowing into his wound. The horrifying sight made his blood run cold. Who knew what kind of disease these things carried? Getting caught in the crossfire of two monsters fighting had already been a nightmare, but now these worms. He didn't want to die from some bizarre infection on top of everything else. Shit, get off me. You damn bugs. He reached down, intending to yank the revolting worm out of his wound. But before he could touch it. Swish. The worm wriggled deeper into his flesh, disappearing entirely beneath his skin. Then, from within his wound, it let out an eerie, low-frequency screech of delight. Oh God. Watching in horror as the worm burrowed into his body, the man turned deathly pale. The next second, searing pain erupted from his wound, tearing through his senses like fire. At the same time, dozens more worms slithered toward him, drawn to the scent of fresh blood. No. Terror filled the man's eyes as he screamed and thrashed, desperately trying to crush the worms swarming over him. With frenzied force, he slammed his hands against them, turning several into squirming piles of mush. But it was too late. He couldn't stop the worm already inside him. With a sickening pop, the wound on his leg ruptured. And from within, countless smaller worms poured out. A blood-curdling scream of agony and despair echoed through the alley. That unlucky injured man was not an isolated case. As the battlefield's blood and scattered flesh were completely devoured by the rapidly multiplying worms. These creatures, driven by their insatiable thirst for fresh blood, turned their attention toward the many wounded lying across the battlefield. Though these bloodthirsty, eerie worms were far stronger than ordinary ones, they were still vastly inferior to humans. Even those injured by the battle between Abomination and Hulk could easily crush the worms underfoot. A few worms alone posed no real threat to humans. However, as their numbers swelled, forming writhing torrents of flesh that surged toward their victims. Human bodies, once resilient, suddenly seemed fragile before the relentless tide of worms. At the center of the battlefield, as General Ross commanded his armored vehicles and gunship helicopters to concentrate fire on Abomination, an urgent voice from a nearby captain cut through the battle noise. "General! We're under attack, by worms." Ross doubted his own ears. He turned toward the captain, his expression questioning. The captain, assuming Ross hadn't heard clearly, shouted again. "General! Worms are attacking us. 2 soldiers have already been swallowed." "Fuck." Before the captain could finish, Ross furiously kicked him. "God damn it. It's bad enough we can't take down Hulk or that freak Blonsky, and now you're telling me my soldiers are being overrun by worms, spineless, squishy, goddamn worms. You want me to become a laughingstock?" Staggering back from the kick, the captain's face was pale with fear as he forced a bitter smile. "General, it's not our fault. There are too many of them. The bullets we have are completely ineffective, you need to see for yourself." He pointed behind him. Ross followed the direction of his finger. And saw a monstrous wave of writhing worms surging through the street. The worm tide had already engulfed half the block, steadily advancing toward the wounded who couldn't escape in time. If the worms were any faster, the injured wouldn't even have a chance to run. At the front of the wave, several soldiers armed with submachine guns were unleashing a barrage of bullets into the oncoming horde. Ordinarily, submachine gun rounds were lethal to most life forms on Earth. Yet against this overwhelming tide of worms, their firepower seemed utterly insignificant. Each bullet that tore into the horde killed dozens, sometimes hundreds, of worms at a time, their bodies bursting into grotesque splashes of fluid. But in the face of the sheer mass of wriggling creatures, these shots were like pebbles dropped into an ocean, vanishing without a trace. The tide of worms didn't even slow down. The soldiers could do nothing as the creatures surged closer. Behind them, an armored vehicle was already swarming with countless worms. They clung to its surface in a pulsating, undulating mass, writhing madly as they climbed higher. The horrifying sight made Ross's skin crawl. Even without a fear of tight spaces, anyone witnessing this surreal nightmare would feel sick to their core. Ross involuntarily cursed. Shit. Are these things even worms? Just then, a streaking missile, trailing smoke, struck the advancing worm tide. Boom! In the next instant, a fiery explosion consumed the writhing mass, turning thousands of worms into ash. A powerful shockwave followed, blasting apart nearly half of the massive tide, ripping countless worms into bloody shreds. The missile had been fired by Tony. At the sight of the monstrous wave of worms, he immediately recognized the threat. The sheer numbers alone were horrifying. Other than a few high-powered missiles meant for Abomination, Tony's current arsenal lacked any weaponry capable of handling such a horde. Thus, seeing the worms closing in on the survivors, he decisively launched a missile to block their advance. On the ground, Ross and his soldiers quickly caught on. Ross bellowed at his captain. "Idiot! Bullets are useless, use grenades, explosives, and missiles. Those things might be tough, but they sure as hell aren't indestructible. The weapons that couldn't pierce Abomination or Hulk might still work on these disgusting worms." "Yes, sir." The captain, now understanding Ross's intent, immediately rallied his troops to prepare for a bombardment. But just as they were about to act, the street ahead stirred. The half-destroyed worm tide was reforming. The worms that had been burned or blasted apart were being absorbed by the surviving ones. Using the corpses of their fallen kin as nourishment, the remaining worms began to grow at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby building, Tony watched grimly as the swarm reassembled. His face darkened. God damn it. These worms were ridiculously persistent. Due to his rushed departure, combined with the limited carrying capacity of the Mark IV suit, Tony hadn't brought much heavy weaponry. His customized high-powered missiles were numbered. Each one he used depleted his stockpile. If he fired a few more, he wouldn't have anything left for Abomination. With this in mind, Tony activated his comms and patched into Ross's radio. "General Ross," he said, his voice serious. "We need you to mobilize weapons now. I have a very bad feeling about this. If we don't handle these disgusting worms properly, they might cause even more destruction than those 2 monsters." Chapter 155. Hearing Tony's voice through the radio, General Ross's expression darkened. "You don't need to tell me that," he said grimly. "I've already submitted a request to base. A batch of specialized weapons is being airlifted as we speak." Tony let out a small breath of relief at the news. Drum Base was the nearest federal military installation to New York. With the military's efficiency, those weapons should arrive at the battlefield soon. With the sheer strength of the federal forces, taking out a bunch of mutated worms should be an easy task. It should be, right? Yet, as Tony watched the worm tide rise once more, an unsettling doubt crept into his mind. At the front of the surging worm flood, survivors, who had barely caught a break after the previous explosion wiped out countless worms, found themselves in yet another nightmare. Terror and despair returned to their faces. "Oh God! What did I do to deserve this punishment? Save me! I don't want to be eaten alive by these disgusting things. Mom! Run! Don't just stand there, run!" At this moment, under Ross's command, a few soldiers hoisted rocket launchers onto their shoulders. After a brief aim, they fired. Boom! Boom! 2 blazing fireballs erupted. The explosions once again shattered the rising worm tide into countless pieces. At the same time, a tank positioned at the far end of the street adjusted its turret, aiming at the still reforming mass of worms. Before the tide could fully take shape again, a shell roared out from the barrel. Boom! A massive explosion erupted at the heart of the worm tide, creating a several-meter-wide vacuum zone where no worm remained. In just a few attacks, the flood of worms was significantly disrupted, and their numbers were visibly reduced. Well done! A commanding officer couldn't help but celebrate the success of their counterattack. But his victory was short-lived. All across the battlefield, the manhole covers embedded in the streets began trembling violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, an endless stream of revolting worms began pouring out from the sewers. Shit! Perched atop a building, Tony Stark surveyed the battlefield. His eyes swept across the area. More than a dozen manhole covers had been overturned, each one spewing an unrelenting flood of worms onto the streets. And worse, 3 of those sewer openings were located at the far end of the street. Right where hundreds, no, thousands, of civilians were trying to evacuate. Seeing the massive crowd, the bloodthirsty worms reacted like ravenous wolves spotting a fresh meal. Their excitement was palpable. The horde surged forward. Worms wriggled out of the sewer grates, slithering up the pant legs of nearby civilians. Within seconds, entire bodies were engulfed, reduced to lifeless skeletons, their flesh stripped clean. At this moment, the tightly packed crowd of evacuees had become the perfect feast. A chorus of terrified screams erupted. The worm tide, like a wild, unrestrained beast, charged forward at full force. Just then, a glowing blue plasma grenade descended from the sky, landing directly at the mouth of the sewer. Boom! A blinding surge of electricity flashed through the damp sewers. The electric currents surged through the wet bodies of the worms, instantly spreading in a delicate web of energy. The entire entrance was enveloped. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. A shrill, ear-piercing electric noise followed. The worms caught in the electrical net were immediately fried into thousands of charred husks. From atop a distant building, a woman with fiery red hair leaned casually against the rooftop edge. Natasha Romanoff. Seeing the plasma grenade's successful impact, she let out a small sigh of relief. Tapping her earpiece, she reported to Nick Fury. "Director, I've got good news, the plasma grenades work well. Their effect on the worms is stronger than expected. The bad news? I only have 2 left. If reinforcements don't get here soon, Harlem's body count tonight is going to skyrocket beyond what you can handle." There was no doubt. The terrifying worm tide swarming Harlem was no longer just a simple battlefield threat. It had become a full-blown supernatural disaster. And dealing with supernatural events, that was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility. If they didn't resolve the crisis soon, Nick Fury would soon find himself answering to the World Security Council. A scenario he definitely wanted to avoid. Fuck. On the other end of the line, Fury, who was watching the live battlefield footage, grimaced. 2 of our Special Forces units are en route. They'll reach the battlefield soon. Until then, Agent Romanoff, I don't care what you have to do. Buy time. Stop those worms from spreading further. Minimize civilian casualties. Natasha. Like stopping this was even possible. But rank had its privileges. Faced with Fury's orders, she had no room for argument. Jarvis, that person, am I seeing things? Natasha's swift and precise attack to save the civilians had momentarily exposed her figure to Stark's view. That strikingly familiar silhouette, Tony couldn't believe his own eyes. You are not mistaken, sir, Jarvis responded. The woman who just used that special plasma grenade to kill tens of thousands of worms is none other than Ms. Pepper's newly hired assistant, the same assistant you were planning to poach from her to be your next personal assistant. Before Jarvis could finish, Tony cursed. Damn it. That's not an assistant, she's a spy. There's no way I'm letting a spy become my personal assistant. With his intelligence, Tony instantly realized why Natasha had infiltrated Stark Industries. It was obvious. That old bastard had set his sights on the Mark armor and the arc reactor, his technology. And now, S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent someone like Natasha to get close to him, using a honey trap to steal his secrets. The moment Tony grasped this, his face darkened. Jarvis. Find out exactly which organization this spy belongs to. I'm suing them for attempting to steal Stark Industries' trade secrets. Understood, sir. Initializing investigation. Meanwhile, the newly developed plasma grenades from S.H.I.E.L.D. were in limited supply, only elite agents like Natasha could acquire them. And there was only one Black Widow in the world. While Natasha's grenade had momentarily sealed off one of the sewer exits. At the two other sewer openings amidst the fleeing civilians, the worms surged forth at an unimaginable speed. Creeping up pant legs. Drowning victims in an unstoppable tide. Within seconds, dozens, then hundreds of people were devoured. Flesh stripped from their bones. Their remains left behind as bleached skeletons, lying eerily in the streets. Yet, the more the worms consumed, the faster their numbers multiplied. Beneath Harlem. At the intersection of the underground sewers. At some unknown time, someone had used fresh blood to carve an inverted ritual sigil onto the ceiling. A twisted figure, wrapped in black mist, stood upside down at the very center of this chaotic, childlike scrawl. Arms crossed over their chest, they whispered. They prayed. Wanderer of the stars. Devourer of the endless and the finality. Supreme Mother of proliferation. The Sovereign of the worms. Great Mother of the worms. Your humble servant offers the blood of despair and the souls of malice as tribute. Grant me your power, the greatest power. Like the most devoted of believers. The shadowed figure chanted, over and over again, in this bizarre hanging ritual. And as their whispers resonated through the darkness, a formless power seemed to pierce through the void. Carrying the prayer to a distant, unknowable place. To an entity beyond comprehension. For a moment, that being heard the whisper. Then, just like countless other prayers before it, the voice was ignored. Bounced back by the very presence of the unfathomable. Yet, something was different. When the prayer was rejected, it was not simply dismissed. Tainted by an indescribable presence, the prayer twisted. It became an unnatural, distorted murmur. Then, in the very next moment, that murmur raced through layers of space. Plunging back into the ritual. It entered the ears of the shadowed figure hanging in the sewers. And in that instant, a monstrous whisper, an eerie, incomprehensible chant, echoed through their mind and soul. In the depths of their consciousness, they saw something. A shadow. A form that no words could describe. An entity beyond meaning. And as they gazed upon it, a flood of information, beyond human comprehension, beyond sanity, beyond the mind's capacity, poured into their brain. In that moment, every cell in their body convulsed. Their thoughts became mangled. Their sanity twisted. In the depths of their soul, a massive worm-like form began to take shape. Was that, the mother of worms? For a fleeting second, the inverted figure understood. And at the same time, the whispers became clearer. The sound alone awakened the primal, unending fear buried in the core of their existence. Faced with their deepest terror, for an instant, their eyes pierced through the illusions of reality. Through the ever-shifting laws of the universe. They witnessed the despair woven into the very fabric of existence. And their fragile brain and soul could take no more. In a final act of self-preservation, their mind shut down. Just as their unconscious body began to plummet from the sewer ceiling. The ritual sigil reacted. Threads, thin as silk, but sharp as blades, shot forth. The nearly invisible strands impaled the falling figure, suspending them once more, fixing them in place. And then, the ritual glowed. A crimson light pulsed from the sigil, rapidly draining the fear and despair radiating from every dying soul within a 10,000-meter radius. Dark wisps of energy surged along the silk-like threads. Then, they poured into the figure's body. Darkness. Thick, heavy, endless darkness. A black cocoon formed around them. And soon. Ba-dum. A heartbeat. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Like the steady beat of a war drum. Something new was growing inside. Something terrible. At that moment. As the tainted, worm-ridden essence seeped into the sewers. Something stirred within Eren's fate balance. The ethereal scale within his mind trembled. A single ripple spread across the river of fate. For an instant, fate itself seemed to hesitate. Then, as if recognizing something, the balance quieted once more. Yet, though the fate balance had fallen silent, the river of fate continued to ripple. As if, somewhere, something had taken notice. Something ancient. Something inevitable. And the fate balance, in response to the disturbance in the river, sent a single message to Eren's mind. Ding. Chapter 156. Ding. Detected the descent of an evil god's aura. The original trajectory of the world's fate is beginning to show slight deviations, causing ripples in the river of fate. Purifying this evil god's aura to correct the original fate trajectory of the world will yield a large number of fate points and may grant the host the favor of this world's destiny. Ding. Methods to purify the evil god's aura are as follows. Method 1. Consume 1000 fate points to condense a light of purification from the river of fate and completely cleanse the evil god's aura. Method 2. The angelic race possesses purification laws. The host can use the angelic scepter to summon a six-winged angel to purify the evil god's aura. Note, even a wisp of the evil god's aura is not something a six-winged angel can easily purify. Before attempting purification, ensure the angel retains most of its energy, otherwise, there is a risk of purification failure. Method 3. Mastering purification or light-based laws allows the host to erase the evil god's aura using the power of laws. Method 4, Warning. The evil god's aura has already fused with an evil god cultist, undergoing unknown changes. The host must choose carefully. Hint, the evil god cultist is using a worm blood sacrifice to gain power and transform. Eliminating all the worms will interrupt the blood sacrifice and cause partial ritual backlash on the cultist. Just as Eren climbed to the rooftop of a 5-story building, an inexplicable sense of unease filled his heart. At that moment, a notification rang in his mind. As he processed the information, his pupils shrank sharply. Eren had already sensed that these eerie worms were not normal, but he hadn't expected them to be so extraordinary. To think they were related to an evil god, it was far beyond his initial expectations. The evil god mentioned in the fate balance notification clearly wasn't some half-baked deity like Loki from Asgard. After all, Loki alone didn't have the power to shift the trajectory of fate just by leaving behind a trace of his aura. Seeing the special warning in the fate balance notification urging him to be cautious in making a choice, Eren quickly deduced the potential dangers of this mission. Thinking about it, he hesitated for a moment. This mission was undeniably dangerous, but the benefits were just as tempting. The notification explicitly mentioned a large number of fate points, which surely wouldn't be a small amount. If he could obtain them, it might mean another significant boost in his strength. Moreover, the phrase, "may grant the host the favor of this world's destiny," caught his attention. The benefits of being favored by fate needed no explanation. Even if it wasn't on par with those so-called children of destiny, at the very least, it could improve his luck. And honestly, Eren could use some better luck. Ever since he had arrived in this world, disaster after disaster had unfolded around him in such a short time. Sometimes, he seriously questioned whether there was something wrong with his luck. Otherwise, why did all these catastrophes always seem to find him? Of course, he had to admit that, in some cases, he deliberately put himself in dangerous situations just to gain more fate points. After a few moments of thought, Eren ultimately decided to see if he could purify this so-called evil god's aura. Not just for the rewards. He wanted to see just how powerful this so-called favor of destiny truly was. The moment he made his decision, a certain figure in a nearby alleyway, a clown-faced version of himself, poking at writhing worms with a wooden stick, received the same information from his main body. A cultist infused with an evil god's aura. A worm blood sacrifice. Well, this is getting more and more interesting. Tossing the short wooden stick aside, the clown-faced Eren stretched lazily before stepping out of the alley. In that case, let's test the quality of this so-called cultist. As he spoke, he gently ran his fingers over a bracelet woven from silver-white threads on his wrist. Speaking of which, you must be eager as well, huh? Behind him, Bucky silently watched his new boss. He didn't know why, but sometimes, he felt like his boss's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. Stepping out of the alley, the clown-faced Eren spread his arms, gazing expectantly at the writhing mass of worms emerging from the sewers, merging together into a roiling tide surging toward him. Come on, my little darlings. Damn it. I'm out of bullets. A soldier shouted after emptying his magazine into the tide of worms. Without hesitation, he unclipped a tactical grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, and took 2 quick steps forward before hurling it into the mass of writhing creatures. However, before the grenade could hit the ground, 2 serpent-like appendages formed from the worms suddenly shot out, intercepting the grenade midair. Boom! The explosion obliterated the 2 worm serpents. But because the grenade detonated prematurely, its impact was significantly weaker than expected. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Those worms just acted like they have brains. They actually. Before the dumbfounded soldier could finish his sentence, his squad mate yanked him by the arm and pulled him away at full speed. Idiot! Don't space out. The moment they fled their position, the tide of worms completely engulfed the spot where they had stood. Not long after, the escaping soldier spotted a strange figure ahead. It was a man wearing a clown mask, arms outstretched, walking straight toward them. One of the soldiers immediately shouted, "Run! If you don't want to die, get out of here." Oh, really? The clown-faced Eren chuckled softly before speaking. A worm blood sacrifice, huh? I'd love to see who kills whom in the end. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body shot forward like an arrow, charging straight into the writhing tide of worms. Web devour. In the split second before he made contact, the clown-faced Eren flicked his right hand toward the swarm. In the next moment, strands of cursed silk wove together, forming a crude silver spiderweb that shot forward and ensnared the front of the worm tide. Each strand of silver silk was as sharp as a legendary blade, effortlessly slicing through the mass of writhing creatures. Unlike before, the worms that were severed by the cursed silk did not get absorbed back into the swarm to serve as nourishment for their kin. Instead, the moment they were cut down, their flesh and blood were instantly devoured by the cursed silk. And as it consumed more and more, the cursed silk grew longer. Most noticeably, the spiderweb Eren had thrown now appeared significantly larger. Good. Seeing the cursed silk feed on the worms and extend in length, a crazed grin appeared on the clown-faced Eren's lips. With a sharp tug, he swung the cursed silk to the side. Like a blade through butter, the web shredded countless worms into halves, their torn flesh instantly turning to ash as the cursed silk devoured them. Finding the web somewhat unwieldy, he quickly altered his approach. The cursed silk rapidly twisted and wove itself into a crude whip in Eren's hands. Lifting the whip, he lashed it toward the approaching tide of worms. Dozens of silver threads sliced through the creatures, carving a massive gap in the swarm. I knew it. A clown and a whip, now that's a perfect match. Feeling the newfound ease of handling the whip compared to the spiderweb, the clown-faced Eren grinned and swung it again. Gripping the soul-devouring whip, he twirled his body into motion. The worm tide loomed ever closer, radiating an overwhelming sense of danger. Yet, instead of fear, the impending peril only heightened his excitement. The threat sent a thrill through his nerves, making his movements even swifter, more agile. With a simple step back, he dodged a torrent of worms spewed toward his face. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the soul-devouring whip lashed out once more, carving another deep gash in the swarm. Without hesitation, Eren stepped into the gap he had just created. From both sides, the worms surged like an avalanche, desperate to swallow him whole. Faced with this nightmarish tide, Eren showed no trace of fear. Instead, his grin widened. Then, he started to spin. As he twirled, the soul-devouring whip spiraled around him, forming a deadly vortex. Like a dancer lost in his own world, the clown-faced Eren performed a waltz of death amidst the writhing tide. Each turn of his body brought another arc of carnage. With every graceful movement, the whip lashed out, tearing through the swarm, reducing the creatures to drifting ash. The more the cursed silk devoured, the longer the soul-devouring whip grew, its reach expanding, its power intensifying. Round after round. Unknowingly, Eren had cleared a 6-meter-wide vacuum of death around him. Within this radius, not a single worm remained. At last, the monstrous tide hesitated. It seemed to realize that this clown-faced man was not someone to be trifled with. Instead of charging forward, a section of the worm tide splintered off, flowing in a different direction, deliberately avoiding him. Oh. You know how to dodge. Seems you worms aren't as brainless as I thought. Yet, just because they wanted to avoid him didn't mean he would let them go. Tasting the benefits of the cursed silk's rapid growth, Eren was far from satisfied. With a flick of his body, he lunged toward the thickest part of the swarm, his soul-devouring whip lashing out relentlessly. Dashing through the sea of creatures with effortless grace, he moved as though wading through air. Under his control, the whip became even more bizarre, its strikes sharper, fiercer, brimming with an eerie power. Every swing effortlessly tore through waves of worms, carving deep scars into the tide. However, every move he made was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Despite how miraculous his performance appeared, it was not without cost. The reality was that every step he took was the result of razor-sharp intuition and precise observation. A single misstep could lead to his instant demise, swallowed whole by the tide. Eren's body was strong, far beyond that of ordinary humans, but he was no Hulk. If he let his guard down for even a moment, these creatures would devour him within seconds. Under such high-stakes conditions, his mind was running at full throttle. He pushed his clown instincts to the limit, sharpened his perception to the extreme. Even more, he forced his body into a semi-sleeping state, overloading his adrenal glands to enter a bullet-time-like trance. Each step he took was carefully chosen, always landing on the safest possible spot with the least number of worms. Sometimes, it was atop a car. Other times, on the lid of a trash can. And when no suitable foothold was available, he would simply create one, whipping open a brief moment of safety. His sheer willpower commanded his body with precision, carrying him through this deadly dance. But he wasn't repulsed by the madness of it all. If anything, he was enjoying it. The rush. The adrenaline. The ecstasy of defying death. Before long, his performance drew attention. The soldier who had earlier warned Eren to run stood frozen in place, his jaw practically unhinged. What the hell, this has to be an illusion. Above the battlefield, a news helicopter hovered in the sky, broadcasting the chaos live from Harlem. When the New York News Network reporter saw the insane spectacle below, he wasted no time shouting to the camera. "Oh my God! Look at that!" Millions of people across the city watched in stunned silence as the clown-faced figure danced among the worms. At that moment, countless voices erupted in shock. "Mom! That masked clown, he's dancing with the monsters. Holy shit! That guy is insane. Those deadly worms can't even touch him. He's dancing while butchering those things. Damn it! How strong is that clown? If only I had his kind of power. What the hell is that weapon he's using? Wherever it hits, the worms just disintegrate." Chapter 157. PS event for will start on PS reset. Plus 200 PS equals plus 1 chapter. The danger Eren faced, outsiders would never truly understand. What they saw was only what their eyes could perceive, an unbelievable scene unfolding before them. Even Tony, standing atop a nearby building overseeing the battlefield, couldn't help but twitch as he watched Eren dance amidst the writhing tide of worms, butchering them effortlessly. It's him again. This guy, he steals the spotlight more than I do. And fighting in that disgusting mess of worms, doesn't he feel grossed out? Wouldn't it be smarter to maintain distance and just wipe them out with heavy firepower? Why deliberately take such a risk, diving straight into the thick of them for close combat? Was it pure confidence? A thirst for adrenaline? Tony couldn't quite wrap his head around Eren's combat methods. But, confusion aside, seeing Eren take action and hold back the largest cluster of the worm tide brought Tony some relief. His Mark IV suit had already exhausted most of its onboard weapons from continuous use. Despite his efforts, maximizing efficiency with Jarvis calculations, minimizing ammo consumption, and delivering maximum damage at every opportunity, the infinite wave of worms kept surging from the sewers. Instead of improving, the battlefield was only getting worse. Damn it, I hope General Ross reinforcements get here soon. Otherwise, we're in deep trouble. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Natasha, having used up all her plasma grenades, stood observing the clown a short distance away. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in her sharp eyes. So he's the clown that caused S.H.I.E.L.D. such heavy losses. No doubt, he's strong. To move like that within a nightmare-inducing flood of worms, dancing gracefully while slaughtering everything in sight. Even she wouldn't dare attempt it. And more importantly, he remained completely unscathed. But he had attacked S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter how powerful he was, Fury wouldn't let it slide. The director always found ways to make people's lives miserable. Natasha knew this all too well. Poor guy. Still, with that level of power, even Fury might struggle to take him down. At the battlefield center, General Ross watched in surprise as Eren single-handedly held back the worm tide. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Good opportunity. Without hesitation, he summoned a lieutenant, whispered instructions, and sent him sprinting toward a nearby armored vehicle. Moments later, a large mechanical device slowly rose from the vehicle's top. What the hell is that? From his rooftop vantage point, Tony squinted at the massive contraption. Something about it felt strangely familiar. Sir, Jarvis spoke up, scanning the device, it shares a 67% similarity to the particle freeze gun you once built. Wait, what? However, unlike your original swimming pool cooling gun, this machine is significantly larger. Larger? That thing is easily 100, no, 1,000 times bigger than my little freeze gun. Okay. Now I understand why it looked familiar. But how the hell did my little invention end up in Ross' hands? Sir, Jarvis replied calmly, years ago, Obadiah Stane took your particle freeze gun, claiming it was for pool maintenance. However, he never returned it. Tony. Obadiah. Again. Of course. Activate targeting system. General Ross pressed a button. The center of the large device shifted, revealing something resembling a cannon barrel. Under the operation of several soldiers, the cannon rotated, locking onto a different street infested with worms. Unlike Eren's location, that street had no one holding the tide back. The destruction was worse there, hundreds had already perished in mere moments. Ross frowned, glancing at Abomination and Hulk, the original targets of this weapon. This freeze cannon had been designed to neutralize those two, freezing them solid so they could be captured for government research. The military wanted to study their biological structure. Perhaps even replicate their power for a new generation of super soldiers. But instead of freezing gamma mutants, the weapon was about to be fired on worms. And once the cannon's capabilities were revealed, it would be harder to use it against Abomination or Hulk in the future. They weren't mindless beasts, after all. Ross clenched his jaw. Looking at the panicked civilians trying to flee, and at his daughter, whom he had already sent to a safer location. He sighed. For America. Then, he barked a single order. Fire. As Ross' command echoed, the massive cannon barrel began to glow. Blue energy rings spiraled along its length, converging at its core. The buildup of energy intensified. Then, a blinding blue beam of particle freezing energy blasted forth, slamming into the writhing mass of worms. The moment it hit, a wave of pure, biting cold erupted, dropping the battlefield's already freezing temperature even further. Frost rapidly spread, creeping across the worm tide. The absolute zero temperatures flash froze the creatures into grotesque ice sculptures. And with the continuous firing of the particle freeze beam, the frost kept spreading. Crack. 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 One by one, the frozen worms began to shatter. In mere seconds, the enormous tide of wriggling worms, stretching for dozens of meters and inching relentlessly toward the crowd, was instantly frozen solid by the radiant blue beam. As if the freezing blast wasn't enough, the energy continued to envelop the icy figures, adding an extra thick layer of frost, ensuring the creatures were completely sealed away in ice. Within 10 seconds, the once ravenous tide, devouring anything in its path, was entombed, forming a frozen graveyard along the streets. A breathtaking spectacle of ice sculptures stretched across the battlefield. No wonder I paid billions for this from Obadiah, General Ross murmured, a mix of satisfaction and frustration in his voice. This Stark Industries prototype weapon, its power is definitely worth the price. But its limitations are still too severe. Despite the impressive results, the particle freeze cannon had begun emitting thick white steam from its vents, signs of severe energy overload. Without extensive cooling and repairs, the cannon was out of commission for the time being. And knowing that every second of firing cost a fortune, Ross felt a sting in his chest. We're saved. Just outside the frozen tide, a young woman who had fallen in panic, twisting her ankle in the process, had all but accepted her impending death. Yet, just as despair threatened to consume her, a miracle arrived. A brilliant blue light split through the darkness, eradicating the monstrous horde, pulling her back from the edge of doom. Thank God, I'm alive. Ha ha ha. The survivors, those who had been moments away from death, burst into shouts of joy. Some dropped to their knees, praying in gratitude. But among them, those with sharper instincts didn't waste time celebrating. They bolted toward the edge of Harlem, desperate to flee the hellscape before another catastrophe struck. Nice work. On the rooftop, Tony grinned, watching the spectacular results of the freeze cannon. Looks like my old toy gun had more potential than I thought. Turning to Jarvis, he smirked. Remind me later, I'm adding a particle freeze system to my next Mark suit. Understood, sir. Tonight's battle had reignited Tony's interest in his abandoned freeze weapon project. Originally, he had set it aside because the power supply was too much of a hassle. But now, with his arc reactor technology, he was certain he could turn it into a masterpiece. And beyond combat applications, cryogenic weapons were an excellent non-lethal suppression tool. The daring reporters who had braved the Harlem battlefield had been recording everything. Now, broadcasting live, they praised the U.S. Army's heroic intervention, showering them with compliments. But not everyone shared that sentiment. As the footage spread, some viewers and netizens quickly began criticizing the military. If they had a weapon this powerful, why didn't they use it sooner? Hundreds died before they acted. This is criminal negligence. Even among the survivors, resentment brewed. People grieved for their loved ones, cursing the military for their delayed response. If they had fired the particle freeze cannon earlier, would their families still be alive? While the world erupted in debate. Deep beneath Harlem's sewers, the sudden extermination of millions of worms triggered something. A massive, black cocoon, hanging from the sewer ceiling, shuddered violently. The next second, an eerie, insect-like screech pierced the air. A shockwave rippled outward, invisible yet overwhelming. Instantly, the horrifying screech reverberated through the battlefield. Every living being who heard it felt their consciousness shift. Their minds plunged into an endless abyss. A twisted cosmos, unfathomable, filled with horrors beyond mortal comprehension. No. This was not an illusion. Eren was the first to snap out of it. His eyes widened. He looked up. Above Harlem, no, above all of New York. The polluted night sky suddenly cleared. And beyond it, a colossal phantom loomed, casting its presence over the entire city. This was a manifestation of the Mother of Worms. Sanctum Sanctorum. At the New York sanctum, Mordo and Wong stood frozen, their gazes locked onto the monstrous silhouette in the sky. What is this? The phantom stretched across New York's skyline, its form unfathomable. If not for the fact that it lacked the full presence of an elder god, along with the associated madness-inducing aura, they would have believed that a true outer god had breached Earth's dimensional barriers. Before anyone could react, the massive apparition shattered, collapsing into a smaller, more concentrated form. A dark cocoon, floating in the sewers. Inside that writhing cocoon, a humanoid figure curled into itself, undergoing an unknown metamorphosis. With the complete absorption of the evil god's aura, the figure inside radiated a twisted aura of evolution, corruption, despair, terror. The cocoon began distorting further. Faint visions flickered around it. Desolate wastelands, cracked and soaked in dried blood. An endless tide of worms engulfing entire cities. Mountains. Rivers. People. Flesh. Nothing could escape. Everything was being consumed. Reduced to eternal silence. Chapter 158. PS event for will start on PS reset. Plus 200 PS equals plus 1 chapter. Light and shadow overlapped, giving rise to countless phantoms. An endless stream of illusions, both real and unreal, beyond human comprehension, continuously emerged around the shadowy cocoon. It was as if they were injecting power into the pitch-black cocoon. The dark cocoon's shadow became more solid with each passing moment. Bang! 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 At that instant, the eerie worms infesting every street, house, car, trash bin, and even scattered bones throughout Harlem were all simultaneously crushed by a mysterious force. Each one burst apart, transforming into crimson orbs of mystic energy. The countless blood-colored light points converged into torrents, rushing toward the spectral figure suspended in the sky. At the same time, a mysterious, blood-red ritual circle suddenly appeared within the shadow in the sky. As light flickered, the black cocoon, previously hanging from the sewer ceiling, emerged with a crimson glow, now fully visible above Harlem. It materialized at the center of the mysterious cocoon's shadow. The very moment the dark cocoon descended, a nearly twisted aura of corruption spread throughout Harlem, stretching even further beyond. Simultaneously, strange and overwhelming information forcefully poured into the minds of anyone who looked up at the scene. Within this torrent of knowledge filled with corruption and madness, eerie murmurs, reminiscent of insect chittering, echoed continuously. The whispers relentlessly eroded the sanity and thoughts of those who heard them, disrupting every neuron in their brains. A horrific mental contamination erupted instantly. Countless people who laid eyes upon the shadow suffered intense psychological shock, falling into madness amidst the distortion and corruption. Those watching through television or live broadcasts fared slightly better. They only experienced severe mental distress, nausea, dizziness, and an overwhelming sense of discomfort. However, the residents of Harlem, those closest to the shadow, suffered an unprecedented level of psychic corruption. Some pounded their heads violently, desperately trying to expel the terrifying whispers from their minds. Some lost their will entirely, their faces drooling blankly, reduced to mindless husks. Others, completely overtaken by the presence in the sky, collapsed to their knees, worshipping the entity with blind devotion, becoming its followers. Under the guidance of the unknown ritual circle, the dark cocoon and its shadow in the sky continued to condense, seemingly on the verge of merging completely. Sorry, but I have no intention of letting an entity fully integrate the battlefield's flesh, despair, and death to ascend into something even more terrifying. So, this ends here. Standing atop a rooftop, Eren looked up at the black cocoon absorbing flesh, despair, and fear, evolving into something beyond human comprehension. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a staff from his right arm. The Angel's Staff. The moment the sacred staff appeared, Eren channeled his spirituality into it without hesitation. As waves of immense spiritual energy surged into the staff, a terrifying power, dormant within the Angel's Staff, began to awaken. A ripple of milky white radiance emanated from the staff in Eren's hand, spreading outward in layers. Summon. With a single command from Eren, a brilliant pillar of pure white light descended from the heavens, enveloping him completely. Feathers of pristine white drifted down from the sky, filling the air. A celestial hymn echoed across Harlem, as though the heavens themselves were singing praises. Even those watching from afar could feel the divine presence radiating from the white pillar. At the same time, white feathers drifted across the battlefield. The moment a feather touched someone suffering from the psychic corruption, a warm sensation washed over them, instantly purifying the affliction. For a brief moment, they were freed from the madness that had overtaken them. If mere scattered feathers possessed such power, then Eren, standing within the light pillar, was experiencing something far greater. Under the pillar of radiance, the divine light mended the very essence of his cells, healing the damage left by years of malnutrition. His cells brimmed with renewed energy. In mere moments, a soothing warmth spread through Eren's body. An overwhelming sense of comfort and satisfaction surged from the very core of his being. This feels incredible. But, does an angel really need such an extravagant entrance? Watching the scene unfold, Eren couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This level of spectacle would make any stealthy angel summoning nearly impossible in the future. The sheer grandiosity of the entrance crushed all hopes of summoning an angel in secret. I wonder if this entrance effect can be changed, otherwise, this is going to be a real problem. As he mused over his predicament, a golden strand of hair emerged from the radiant pillar. From within the light, an incomparably beautiful face appeared. Her flawless features exuded a sacred radiance. Beneath her fair and slender neck, she wore a silver-white form-fitting battle armor adorned with intricate, mysterious engravings. Her chest plate struggled against the fullness beneath, seemingly on the verge of bursting. And behind her, 6 enormous white wings fluttered gracefully, exuding an aura of nobility and divinity, an existence beyond mortal reach. A ripple of energy passed through the air. The 6-winged angel slowly opened her eyes. A pair of emerald blue pupils met Eren's gaze. Yet, despite her perfect features, those eyes were empty, devoid of a soul. Oh. Right. She had been refined into the angel's staff, her soul was long gone. What remained was her immense power and instinctual combat prowess. Under Eren's gaze, the six-winged angel spread her wings once before descending, landing softly beside him. The next moment, she folded her wings behind her back, gracefully lowering herself onto one knee before Eren, awaiting his command. As the angel's wings folded, the celestial phenomenon caused by Eren's summoning faded. However, the sight of a six-winged angel kneeling before Eren fell into the eyes of all witnesses. Throughout Harlem, countless onlookers were left utterly shaken. Disbelief filled their voices as they cried out. An angel! Angels actually exist. Oh my God! I just saw a real angel. Amid the crowd, some devout Catholics and Christians dropped to their knees, making the sign of the cross over their chests as they bowed toward Eren, murmuring in awe. O Lord! Have you heard our prayers? Have you sent your messenger to the mortal world to save us? The divine pillar of light descending from the sky, the feathers capable of healing the wounded, and the sacred hymns echoing across the heavens had left no doubt in countless minds about the angel's identity. At the same time, the kneeling six-winged angel raised even more speculation among the onlookers. A Catholic priest, overcome with emotion, whispered, "Heavens, a seraph? The highest-ranking angel, who in this world could be worthy of a seraph kneeling before them? Could it be?" For a moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Not only on the battlefield, but also among those witnessing the event through live broadcasts, the internet was in an uproar. Prayers, disbelief, and rampant speculation about the figure standing before the angel flooded every social media platform. Fortunately, due to the distance and the divine radiance surrounding Eren, none could clearly make out his face. On the battlefield, Eren had no time to concern himself with the reactions of ordinary people. Pointing at the black cocoon floating in midair, now absorbing blood-colored energy at an accelerated pace, he issued a command to the angel behind him. Kill it. The six-winged angel did not respond with words. Instead, the moment Eren willed it, the angel, once kneeling, abruptly spread her massive wings. With a single flap of her 3 pairs of immaculate wings, she vanished from Eren's side. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared high above the battlefield, shifting once more with near-instantaneous speed to arrive beside the grotesque, shadowy cocoon. Reaching out, she grasped into the void. A brilliant, golden holy sword materialized in her hands. Without hesitation, she swung it down upon the monstrous cocoon. Zhang! A blinding arc of golden light, spanning over 100 meters, erupted from the blade, cleaving through the dark phantom of the cocoon. The attack struck the true cocoon at its core, where it was wrapped in countless blood-colored energy points and blackened despair. Dang! The radiant blade clashed against the dark shell, releasing an ear-splitting metallic clang that echoed across the sky. Crack, crack. Although the six-winged angel's strike did not shatter the cocoon outright, thin, intricate cracks did form across its surface. However, the attack did not inflict direct harm upon the entity gestating within. But it did send the cocoon flying backward. More importantly, the sheer force of the strike fractured a segment of the ritual circle beneath the cocoon. The moment the circle shattered, the blood-colored energy feeding into the cocoon dissipated, along with the battlefield's overwhelming death, resentment, and despair. Even the massive shadow looming over Harlem faded into nothingness. The indescribable, eldritch presence that had polluted the air vanished. From the very start, the six-winged angel's true target was never the monstrous cocoon itself. It was the ritual array fueling its transformation. By destroying the circle, she severed the cocoon's source of power. Without it, the entity inside could no longer evolve. Even if it forced its metamorphosis at great cost, the result would be imperfect, crippled, flawed. No. The six-winged angel, possessing the full combat instincts of her former self, would never allow the entity to evolve in the first place. Instantly, the angel vanished from her position once more, reappearing directly above the black cocoon. With both hands gripping her golden holy sword, she prepared to strike down upon the cracks she had previously created. But this time, the cocoon did not remain still. From within its dark mass, countless black threads shot forth. Like an endless web of steel wires, they surged toward the angel, attempting to ensnare her sacred form. Countless onlookers gasped in horror at the sight. But before the black threads could fully engulf her. A brilliant white blaze erupted from within. The angel's divine radiance surged outward, incinerating the black filaments upon contact, reducing them to nothing but ash. Yet, by the time the angel had freed herself from the ensnaring web, the black cocoon had disappeared. Rear right, 60-degree angle. At that moment, Eren, now more attuned to controlling his summoned angel, relayed a command through the angel's staff. The instant she received the directive, the six-winged angel reacted without hesitation. With a sharp pivot, she swung her golden holy sword in a 220-degree arc, slicing upward at her target. At that very moment, in the exact position Eren had pointed out, two black, spider-like limbs, wreathed in despair and the wailing of countless tormented souls, lunged at the angel's back. Ding! A deafening clash rang out as the golden holy sword met the dark appendages in midair. The sheer impact of the collision generated an immense shockwave, sending violent gusts roaring across the battlefield. The maelstrom of force blasted outward in all directions. Chapter 159. ZZZZT. In the brief moment of deadlock, a faint golden lightning flickered within the six-winged angel's azure eyes. In the next instant, a soft golden divine glow radiated from her body. With the blessing of this golden light, the six-winged angel's power surged dramatically. Wielding her sword in both hands, she suddenly slashed sideways, cleanly severing a spider-like appendage brimming with an aura of despair. Seeing its ambush fail and even its newly evolved limbs severed, a figure eerily similar to the humanoid spiders encountered before, yet distinctly different, emerged into view. This creature bore the face of a human male, but its body was like that of a massive worm. It had 8 razor-sharp spider-like limbs and 3 pairs of insect wings on its back, resembling an abominable amalgamation of multiple monsters. It rapidly flapped its wings, retreating backward with astonishing speed. The grotesque fusion of its form was so disturbing that merely laying eyes on it evoked intense discomfort. Some onlookers, overwhelmed by the sheer horror of its appearance, couldn't contain themselves and vomited on the spot. Despite its disturbing appearance, the creature possessed incredible strength and speed beyond human comprehension. With a few rapid beats of its insect wings, it had already retreated dozens of meters. Now at a distance, the monster glared at the six-winged angel with venomous malice, its voice raspy and filled with hatred. An angel? A lapdog of God dares to appear so openly in Midgard? Looks like the supreme sorcerer's lineage has completely lost control over this realm, but Earth is not your God's divine kingdom. If you choose to stand against me here, have you decided how you want to die? The six-winged angel ignored the creature's threats. With golden light once again rippling across her form, she gathered her strength. Her 3 pairs of massive wings stirred a powerful whirlwind. In the next second, her figure blurred, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear hundreds of meters away. Brandishing her golden holy sword, she slashed toward the air before her. As the sword cleaved downward, the space in front of her rippled, and in that very moment, the grotesque figure that should have been hundreds of meters away abruptly materialized midair. For an instant, disbelief flickered in the human-like eyes embedded in the creature's horrific body. It seemed incapable of comprehending how the six-winged angel had so easily seen through its hell-infused invisibility magic. Caught off guard, the creature had no time to react. Having already experienced the terrifying power of the angel's sword firsthand, it had no choice but to cross its 6 sharp, blackened limbs in front of itself in a desperate attempt to block the incoming strike. Clang! A metallic clash rang out as the immense force sent the monstrous figure hurtling through the air. Boom! 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 A series of deafening crashes followed as the grotesque entity was flung through a building, tumbling across half the battlefield before landing directly in front of the Hulk, who was still locked in battle with Abomination. Whether due to their immense strength making them fearless or the gamma radiation suppressing their intelligence, the Hulk and Abomination continued their savage brawl, utterly indifferent to the swarming tide of monstrous worms around them. Even when the imposing figure of the six-winged angel descended from the sky, shaking the world, these two behemoths remained fixated on their fight. Until... boom! The grotesque creature, launched through the battlefield, smashed through a brick wall and landed right at the feet of the Hulk. The Green Titan, already boiling with pent-up rage from the ongoing battle, looked down at the intruder who had interrupted his fight. With saliva flying from his mouth, he roared in deafening fury. Hulk! And with that battle cry, the already battered monster was sent flying once again by the Hulk's monstrous strength, like a mere ragdoll. Even before it could react, the figure that had previously threatened the six-winged angel dissipated into a fleeting afterimage, vanishing completely. On a rooftop, gripping the angelic scepter, Eren watched the scene with deep solemnity. His eyes were filled with caution as he stared at the spot where the grotesque entity had been struck. That thing, it was sneaking towards me earlier. It was definitely planning to attack me. In such a short time, the creature had already deduced that the six-winged angel was nothing more than a soulless battle construct. It had even conjured an illusion to distract the angel, using the opportunity to stealthily close in on Eren, intending to eliminate the summoner directly. Its cunning battle tactics and execution sent a chill down Eren's spine. If the six-winged angel hadn't possessed the ability to pierce illusions and perceive hidden entities, allowing her to strike the monster before it could act. Given its speed and strength, there was no doubt that if it had reached Eren, he would have been killed before he could react. And if that had happened, the angelic scepter would have fallen into its hands. No one could predict how terrifyingly powerful the monster would become if it wielded the scepter. Even the fate of the alternate Eren, the one who might revive him, would become uncertain in such a scenario. Cold sweat ran down Eren's back as he watched the distant battlefield where the creature had been flung. His expression grew even more grim. His mind raced. Even though the grotesque entity was tainted with the aura of an eldritch god, which severely interfered with and distorted divination attempts, Eren had no intention of being foolish enough to attempt a direct divination on it. Instead, he tapped into his power as a seer, methodically setting up one divination ritual after another on the rooftop. He carefully added elements favorable to himself, turning the rooftop into his personal battlefield as much as possible. Meanwhile, the grotesque figure, already battered from the six-winged angel's attack, had barely regained its footing when it was struck by the Hulk's fist, sending it flying once more. As it was flung through the air, its human-like face contorted with venomous fury. Being struck by an angel was one thing. But to be assaulted by a mindless brute like the Hulk, something no different from a rampaging beast, was utterly humiliating. You dare. Before it could even finish speaking, a massive, rough, yellowish hand covered in thick calloused skin suddenly clamped down on one of its limbs. A moment later, a colossal force, greater than anything it could have imagined, slammed it into the ground. Boom! The shockwave spread across the battlefield as the ground trembled. Cracks radiated outward like a spiderweb from the impact crater where the monstrous figure had been smashed. Its captured limb, gripped tightly in Abomination's powerful hand, had been twisted into a grotesque, unnatural shape. With a sneer, Abomination callously stomped his massive, foul-smelling foot down on the monster's human-like face, grinding it deeper into the crater. Humph, filthy bug. Don't interfere with my fight with Hulk. Squelch. 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 Just as Abomination was about to trample the grotesque figure that had interrupted his battle and charge at Hulk once again, a series of spider-like appendages, gleaming with an eerie black sheen and entwined with countless wailing spirits, surged forth from all directions, stabbing toward Abomination's body. Not good. Abomination, who had initially dismissed the creature as a mere nuisance, finally sensed danger the moment those appendages lunged at him. For the first time, he felt a mortal threat. With a furious roar, his instincts kicked in, and he stretched out his hands, grabbing the two most dangerous limbs aimed at his chest and the back of his head. However, although Abomination managed to seize the deadliest two appendages, the remaining four, coated in that ominous black glow, still managed to pierce through his tough, seemingly impenetrable skin and penetrate his flesh. Two of the creature's appendages had already been lost, one severed by the six-winged angel, the other broken when Abomination slammed it into the ground. Crack. Crack. With a series of bone-snapping sounds, Abomination's massive body was lifted off the ground, suspended in midair by the four razor-sharp appendages. You damned fool! How dare you humiliate a priest of Sotheth? I will imprison your soul and let it burn in the hellfire for eternity, suffering endless torment for your sins. The infuriated, venomous voice of the grotesque entity roared from the human-like face embedded in its monstrous form. As its piercing appendages, seemingly imbued with an armor-piercing effect, sank into Abomination's flesh, the creature suddenly sensed something remarkable. The monstrous vitality coursing through Abomination's body was terrifyingly potent. The entity had already suffered multiple setbacks, its evolution interrupted due to a lack of absorbed essence, followed by a series of injuries in battle. Now, feeling the immense life force within Abomination, its face twisted into an expression of ecstatic delight. The four impaling appendages instantly transformed into something akin to mosquito proboscises, greedily siphoning Abomination's life energy. No. For the first time, fear flickered in Abomination's eyes as he felt his life force being rapidly drained. Suspended in the air, he thrashed violently, struggling to break free. However, at that moment, the creature's remaining appendages launched another flurry of attacks, preventing Abomination from escaping the clutches of the mutated priest of Sotheth. In mere seconds. Not only had Abomination failed to break free, but his once powerful physique had already begun to visibly shrink. Witnessing this scene, even the fearless Hulk hesitated, halting his steps and refraining from approaching the two entangled figures. Now's my chance. At that moment, Eren raised his hand and tossed the angelic scepter. The near-divine artifact instantly appeared in the six-winged angel's grasp. The moment the scepter landed in her hand, she channeled the holy energy used to forge her radiant sword into it. As the condensed golden brilliance surged into the angelic scepter, golden runes faintly surfaced upon its surface, radiating an aura of untouchable divinity. Raising the scepter high with one hand, she aimed it directly at the priest of Sotheth, who was still siphoning Abomination's life force. Then, with a sharp twist of her slender waist, like the taut release of a bowstring, she hurled the angelic scepter forward with all her might. The scepter, now radiating golden light, transformed into a streak of divine lightning, tearing through the air in an instant. Plunging straight toward the priest of Sotheth. Judgment Scepter. No. The instant the angelic scepter locked onto its target, the priest of Sotheth, once a powerful sorcerer, immediately sensed the overwhelming danger bearing down upon him. Forcing himself to suppress the near-orgasmic euphoria of absorbing Abomination's formidable life force, his instinct screamed at him to react. However, the angelic scepter, now a golden streak of divine lightning, moved at a speed beyond imagination. The moment he realized the threat, it was already too late. The scepter first pierced through Abomination's chest, then continued its trajectory, hurtling directly toward him. Feeling the overwhelming divine energy closing in, the priest of Sotheth, a once human who had abandoned his mortal flesh to become a demonic insectoid abomination, was stricken with horror. At this critical moment, he activated the innate ability he had awakened after transforming into a demon. Chapter 160. Before the angel scepter could completely descend, the priest of Sotheth, in a desperate attempt to evade this fatal strike, detonated his own magical energy, choosing self-destruction without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the priest's flesh transformed into billions of wriggling worms, scattering in all directions with the force of the explosion. On a distant rooftop, Eren watched the scene from afar, a faint smile flashing across his face. At this point, trying to escape from the scepter of judgment? Not that easy. Boom! Almost at the exact moment the priest of Sotheth self-destructed, unleashing a torrent of magical essence and sending billions of worms fleeing. Judgment descended. A radiant golden light, centered around the angel scepter, burst outward in all directions. In an instant, the golden radiance engulfed the worms that had once been the priest's flesh. That golden light, filled with holiness and purity, transformed into a terrifying purging flame the moment it wrapped around the wriggling creatures, flames capable of incinerating all evil. Within mere seconds, the worms caught in the golden brilliance were burned to nothing but ashes. Nearby, at the moment the angel's scepter unleashed its attack, Hulk, sensing the overwhelming danger, turned and sprinted away at full speed. But before he could get far, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Abomination, who had been locked in a fierce, even fight with him just moments ago, instantly pierced by a golden lightning bolt. Killed on the spot. And that massive worm, which had been overpowering Abomination and draining him, was also obliterated in a flash of golden lightning. The creature shattered into countless smaller worms, only to be immediately incinerated by the surging golden flames. The sight of this holy fire reducing everything to ashes made Hulk's massive heart clench in terror. Then, in a desperate burst of survival instinct, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit. The sheer velocity of his escape stirred up a raging windstorm, clearing away everything in his path. But, even though he had tapped into his latent potential in the face of life-threatening danger, Hulk was never built for speed. How could he possibly outrun the speed of divine judgment? Thankfully, just as the radiant golden light was about to envelop him, Hulk instinctively sensed a sliver of hope and immediately changed course. He dove toward the entrance of an underground parking garage, rolling through the impact and crashing through several walls before tumbling deep into the structure. Just barely escaping the terrifying holy light. The golden radiance, centered on the priest of Sotheth, swept across a radius of 100 meters, reducing every escaping worm to ash. Then, as if possessing a will of its own, the golden halo retracted, compressing with a force so immense that it pulverized the ground within the affected area, grinding everything into dust. Only then did the golden energy surge back into the angel's scepter. Ding! You have slain Abomination Emil Blonsky. A ripple has been triggered in the river of fate, fate points plus 3000. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Eren's expression shifted. Because this time, he had only received the fate notification for Abomination's death. There was no notification confirming the death of the true mastermind behind this disaster, the priest of Sotheth. He survived that. This guy's life force is truly stubborn. Just as Eren prepared to activate his spiritual vision and, together with the six-winged angel, search for the priest, who had self-detonated into billions of worms and was likely hiding somewhere on the battlefield. A terrifying presence, filled with chilling malice, suddenly emerged behind him. A gust of eerie wind howled toward him, carrying a sinister aura. Ritual magic array, phantom shift. At the very moment the translucent figure lunged at him, reeking of decay. Eren, who had long prepared several temporary ritual arrays on the rooftop, activated one of them immediately. In a flash, his body reappeared 7 or 8 meters away, leaving behind nothing but an illusory afterimage. As an entry-level ritual technique, Phantom Shift had many limitations. It was a one-time use spell, restricted to a maximum teleportation range of 10 meters. Moreover, activating it required spiritual energy to trigger the magic circle. For many higher-level beings, 10 meters was practically insignificant. By the time they activated the ritual, they could have easily moved 10 meters, or even 100, on their own. But for Eren, who only needed to buy a moment of time, it was enough. The instant he teleported away, the six-winged angel, who had been scanning the battlefield for any surviving worms that had escaped the angel's scepter's judgment, suddenly turned. In the blink of an eye, a golden holy sword materialized in the angel's hands, slashing toward the figure that had just appeared on the rooftop. Just as the holy sword was about to strike, a strange ripple distorted the air around the translucent figure. Rather than dodge or evade, the entity allowed the golden sword to pass through it. A second later, the golden blade sliced through the figure. But this time, the dazzling holy sword, which had previously obliterated all evil, seemed to cut through an illusion. Like slicing through flowers reflected on water, or the moon mirrored in a pond. The translucent figure remained completely unharmed. Keek keek keek. Seeing that the six-winged angel's sword had failed to harm him, the distorted shadow behind the void ripple let out an unsettling, shrill laughter. Eren, now standing several meters away, glanced at the figure and sneered with mild disdain, deliberately goading him. Oh. You managed to dodge the six-winged angel's sword. And that alone is worth celebrating. Hearing his voice, the translucent figure snapped its head around and fixed Eren with an expression of pure hatred. Don't bother trying to anger me, it sneered. If not for the fact that my void talent can only affect my soul and not my physical body, mere puppets like this wouldn't be able to destroy me. Wait. Had the six-winged angel's attack already destroyed his physical form? And because his immensely powerful soul had not perished, the system had not registered his death. No. Someone like this couldn't be trusted so easily. It was entirely possible that his physical body still existed. After all, during the moment of his self-detonation, billions of worms had scattered. Who knew if some had survived? It was quite possible that everything he was saying now was a lie, a deliberate attempt to mislead Eren into making the wrong judgment. But if this was his true form, was this what the priest of Sotheth really looked like? In his semi-transparent spectral state, the priest now resembled a human once more. Though his ghostly body occasionally bulged and twisted, as if something was squirming beneath his translucent skin. Still, at least he had a humanoid form now. And that made him a little less disgusting to look at. As he continued observing the entity before him, Eren spoke again, his voice calm and detached. Is that so? But the reality is, you've already lost your body. You're nothing more than a wandering specter now. A vengeful spirit. Keek keek, I'm not some lowly undead creature. As he spoke, the priest of Sotheth, now in his spectral form, suddenly had his eyes flare with a crimson glow. An invisible mental shockwave gathered into a sharp spike and shot toward Eren's mind in an instant. Die, fool. Keek keek. This psychic spike was an exotic soul-piercing ability that the priest had acquired in his youth from a perilous ruin. In the past, this very ability had allowed him to ambush and kill countless opponents who had once stood on equal footing with him. Now, this arrogant man before him would be no exception. And once he had killed this wretch who had ruined his evolution ritual and destroyed his body, that powerful scepter emanating divine radiance would become his spoils of war. Just as the priest began reveling in his fantasies, two overlapping voices suddenly echoed in his ears. Gaze of despair. Gaze of despair. Boom. Two raging mental blasts shattered the psychic spike mid-air and then, in an instant, struck deep into the priest's soul. Aha! A miserable scream erupted from the priest. At the same time, the void ripple that he had been maintaining with his spiritual power faltered, leaving an opening. Now's my chance. Without needing any command from Eren. The moment the void ripple around the priest weakened, dissolving significantly. The golden holy sword in the six-winged angel's hands erupted with dazzling radiance. Like slicing through tofu, it cleaved into the priest's spectral form. Simultaneously, Eren and his clown double, who had crept up unnoticed, seized the opportunity. Both focused their mental energy. And each unleashed another gaze of despair, hammering into the priest's mind. Under this barrage of attacks, the priest's spirit sustained heavy damage. Just as Eren prepared to press the advantage, aiming to eliminate him entirely, a flicker of clarity flashed across the priest's eyes, followed by madness. Kill me? Impossible. I am immortal. When the end arrives, I will return. Since you all wish to kill me, then I'll kill you first. Death, shockwave. As the priest roared, his spectral body cracked apart, piece by piece, shattering as an unknown force transformed him into an unstoppable wave of death energy. An invisible death shockwave erupted like a hurricane, sweeping across most of the rooftop in an instant. With spiritual sight, Eren could clearly perceive the true terror of this death energy. It was not simple death. It was absolute death. Wherever the black tendrils of death passed, every insect on the rooftop perished instantly. Potted plants withered at an unnatural speed, as though they had been killed rather than simply decayed. Even the red bricks of the rooftop, when touched by the black death energy, began to rot and crumble. As if a single gust of wind would reduce them to scattered dust. This is bad. Seeing the horrifying power of death shockwave, Eren's expression shifted, and he retreated at full speed. But how could he possibly outrun a suicidal detonation fueled by the priest's very existence? Just as the black wave of death was about to reach him, a single golden strand of hair flashed across his vision. Then, a perfect, radiant face appeared before him. A moment later, this tall angel, significantly taller than Eren, suddenly embraced him tightly. And then, her three pairs of white wings folded around him, completely shielding him within. At the same instant that the wings closed, a divine barrier of light formed within, sealing Eren in 360 degrees with no gaps. As soon as the light barrier materialized, the wave of death energy swept past like a raging storm. It engulfed the six-winged angel, who had wrapped herself tightly around Eren. And also caught the clown double, who had been desperately fleeing but still couldn't outrun death shockwave in time. From the distance, the clown double, seeing how the original Eren was protected, let out a grimace. Surrounded by the corrupting power of death, his soul grew darker and darker. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, why did I rush in so eagerly? That was his last thought. The flame of his soul extinguished completely. His fleeing body, now lifeless, collapsed like a discarded rag doll. After rolling several times across the rooftop, his corpse finally hit the edge of the roof, coming to a halt. Chapter 161. The Sothith priest used his own soul as a medium, triggering the sliver of evil god's aura fused deep within his soul, unleashing death shockwave. Though its power was immense, its area of effect was not particularly wide, and its duration was extremely brief. The near-absolute force of death swept across most of the rooftop before being abruptly pulled away by an eerie force, dissipating rapidly. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the devastation wrought by death shockwave was unparalleled. In a mere moment, the portion of the rooftop engulfed by death energy became a forbidden zone for all life. Every insect, every plant, even the microorganisms in the air, everything within that space perished instantly. Everything, except Eren, protected within a barrier of light formed by the three pairs of pristine white wings of the seraphim, remained alive. Beyond that, no living being remained in this space. Not far away, on the rooftop of an even taller building, Tony had been standing, utterly dumbfounded. The sight of Eren summoning a six-winged angel had shattered his understanding of reality. And just now, he had witnessed the entire battle unfold. He saw the ghostly figure launch a sneak attack on Eren, and in the final moment, self-detonate, obliterating most of the rooftop and sending Jester Eren flying. Not good. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tony immediately piloted his smoking Mark IV armor and sped toward Jester Eren. Though Tony often found himself annoyed by how Jester Eren stole his spotlight, deep down, he was grateful. This was the man who had stood up against the writhing swarm, who had risked his life to stop the catastrophe, and who had once saved Pepper's life. For that alone, Tony didn't want to see him perish. As he neared the fallen Jester Eren, sparks flew from his heavily damaged armor. Jarvis scanned Jester Eren's body, projecting a red beam over him before reporting. "Sir, according to the scan, Mr. Jester has lost all vital signs." Tony's expression changed instantly. He swiftly crouched down, flipping open his faceplate, and called out. "Hey, buddy, wake up. This isn't nap time." At the same time, he reached out, attempting to adjust Jester Eren's body in hopes of administering first aid. However, the moment his armored hand touched Jester Eren's body, the spot where he made contact instantly crumbled into black ash. "Oh, shit, what the hell?" Startled, Tony immediately pulled his hands back. "Jarvis, sir, I cannot explain." "Tony, I wasn't asking you." At that moment, a radiant burst of pure white light illuminated the battlefield. The six-winged angel, whose wings had been tightly folded around Eren, slowly spread them open once more, revealing the young man she had been protecting. Though the near-law-like death energy had been overwhelming, its brief duration meant it could not breach the barrier of light. Thus, the jester had perished, but Eren himself had remained unharmed. Even so, as he emerged from the angel's protection, Eren's face was deathly pale. Even with the seraphim's holy light continuously flowing into his body, attempting to heal him, the pallor refused to fade. Because of his twin soul ability, though Jester Eren had been utterly annihilated by Death's shockwave, Eren himself had not truly died. At any moment, he could create a new clone. However, all the experiences his clone had endured, including the pain of being erased by death energy, were now vividly flooding his mind. The sheer influx of memories made Eren's head throb. But more unbearable than the mental overload was the pain, the excruciating agony of being erased at a soul level. As he stepped out of the barrier of light, the first thing he saw was the remains of Jester Eren, or rather, the black ashes drifting away in the wind. Watching his clone's body disperse into nothingness, Eren let out a quiet sigh. He had imagined many ways in which he, or one of his clones, might die. But he had never considered this possibility. After just 2 brief attacks, his clone had been dragged into mutual destruction. What an utterly wasteful way to go. Behind him, Tony, who had instinctively turned his head at the sound of movement, met Eren's gaze. And the moment he did, he froze. Eren's expression was indescribable, a mix of emotions too complex to decipher. Seeing this, Tony quickly defended himself. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, this wasn't me. I came here to help, I swear. I had no idea he'd just turn into, well, that." Before Tony could finish his explanation, Eren simply nodded. "I know." Hearing that, Tony let out a small sigh of relief before pressing on. "What the hell happened? That guy was crazy strong, why did he just disintegrate?" Eren glanced at the last lingering traces of Jester Eren fading into the wind inside again. Death energy. The words were heavy. The Sotheth priest self-destructed, unleashing a death storm. Within its radius, both body and soul were completely obliterated. In truth, if not for her stepping in to shield me, I would have suffered the same fate. As he spoke, Eren turned slightly to look at the seraphim standing quietly behind him. Her. Tony caught the pronoun. His eyes flicked briefly between the angel and Eren, clearly curious about their relationship. The seraphim, however, paid no mind to Tony's scrutinizing gaze. Raising a hand, she beckoned toward the distant street, where the angel's scepter had embedded itself into the ground, leaving a crater in the asphalt. The scepter emitted a low hum, trembled violently, then shot through the air in a streak of golden light, landing gracefully in her palm. Without hesitation, she raised the scepter high, and slammed it down toward the space where the Sotheth priest had perished. Because his death had left something behind. The evil god's aura that had once been fused into his soul had been forcibly expelled upon his destruction. And now, it was twisting and writhing in midair, trying to dissipate into the atmosphere. The Seraphim would not allow that. Bringing her scepter down with divine force, she struck the corrupted energy, unleashing a golden radiance that erupted from the weapon's tip. Seal. The holy light enveloped the evil god's essence, trapping it within a brilliant sphere of sacred energy. And just like that, this battle had finally come to an end. Elsewhere, the eerie death energy that had vanished from the rooftop suddenly reappeared in a dim, confined space. A realm trapped between Earth and Helheim. Thunderous divine lightning raged outside, coiling around the prison-like dimension. Runic chains, woven from Asgardian magic, bound the area tightly. They had been placed by Odin himself, to seal away a terrible existence. And within this dark space, a pale, bloodless pair of lips curved into a chilling smile. Then, with a soft breath, they inhaled the drifting remnants of death energy. For others, it was a harbinger of doom. For her, it was nourishment. As her colorless face regained a faint trace of vitality, she whispered. "It's been far too long since I last tasted death energy this pure, too bad there wasn't more. But it doesn't matter. Soon, the old man will perish. And once Odin dies..." Her expression darkened. "This cage will no longer hold me. Just wait, old man. You will regret imprisoning me here." Meanwhile, watching as the evil god's aura was completely sealed within a sphere of holy light, Eren finally let out a deep sigh of relief. It's finally over. Now, as long as we purify this aura, the mission will be complete. Originally, Eren had intended to let the Seraphim purify the evil god's aura on the spot. However, she had already expended a great deal of energy, first to shield him from the death energy, then to maintain the barrier of light, and finally, to execute the judgment of the scepter. Right now, the Seraphim was significantly weaker than when she was first summoned. Given her current state, Eren wasn't entirely confident she had enough energy left to fully purify the sealed aura. If she failed to purify it and exhausted herself in the process, it would be disastrous. The Seraphim could only be summoned once every 3 months. If this attempt failed, Eren had no way of summoning another to deal with the crisis immediately. And if the sealed evil god's aura were to break free in that scenario, things would spiral completely out of control. So instead of gambling on an uncertain outcome, it was better to just pay to solve the problem. At the same time, Tony watched the Seraphim's actions with narrowed eyes before stepping closer to Eren. "What exactly is she doing?" he asked. Still looking pale, Eren glanced at Tony and replied, "Sealing the source of this disaster." "The source?" Tony frowned, looking around at the devastation. Then, pointing at the ruined cityscape below, he asked, "You're telling me that all of this was caused by whatever's inside that glowing golden sphere?" Eren nodded. "Hard to believe. That's the true remnant of an evil god left behind on Earth." He continued, "The priest, before he turned into that inhuman monstrosity, was using that aura. He relied on it to summon countless worms, creating the disaster we just fought against. If his transformation had succeeded, it wouldn't have been so easy to stop him. If the writhing swarm had fully taken form, he could have just hidden somewhere while controlling the worms to devour every living person in New York, turning the entire city into a wasteland. And by then, he would have become even stronger, and nearly impossible to deal with." Tony paled slightly at the mental image Eren's words painted. Then, as if processing something else, Tony muttered, "So this whole mess wasn't just because of that thing? That Hulk guy and the other, puke-colored abomination, those weren't from your evil god?" Eren shook his head, "No. Those two. That was the military's mess. Their experiments went wrong, and they turned into what you saw." Hearing the word military, Tony fell silent. Then, his eyes drifted over the ruined cityscape, where the battle between the Hulk and Abomination had left massive destruction in its wake. Finally, Tony murmured, "No one has the right to decide who lives or dies, not even the military." Seeing Tony's dark expression, Eren watched him silently for a moment before turning his attention to the massive crater where the Angel Scepter had struck. Within that crater lay Abomination's corpse, torn in half. With a simple thought, Eren transmitted his intent to the Seraphim through their shared link. Chapter 162. In the next second, the Seraphim spread her wings and soared into the sky, rising to a height of nearly 100 meters. From above, she looked down upon the shattered ruins of Harlem, where countless people lay sprawled on the ground, some covered in blood, some bleeding from their orifices, clutching their heads in agony. The brutal battle between Abomination and Hulk. The relentless federal military's firepower. The grotesque writhing swarm disaster. And finally, the evil god's projection, which had momentarily manifested over New York and inflicted untold mental corruption upon thousands. All of it had turned New York City's night into one tainted by blood and madness. Gazing upon the suffering masses below, the seraphim's flawless, perfect face seemed to soften with a touch of compassion. God loves all. Her soft, divine voice echoed across the battlefield, carrying with it an ethereal quality. Then she gently flapped her 6 pristine white wings. A radiant light erupted from her body, illuminating the entire night sky. When the light faded, her form had vanished. But in her wake, countless pure white feathers drifted silently down from the skies over Harlem. Each feather, as if possessing a will of its own, landed precisely upon the injured. These wounded. Some had been caught in the crossfire of tonight's battle. Some had tripped and fallen while fleeing in panic. Others had been rushed out of hospitals on stretchers, their bodies bearing wounds from long before tonight's events. Some had old injuries that had tormented them for years. But the moment the sacred feathers touched their bodies, a warm sensation filled them. Their cries of agony quieted. Their pain dulled. When they finally came back to their senses and checked their injuries, they realized the wounds they had been suffering from, whether old or new, had begun to heal at different levels. Is this a miracle? A young woman, her face previously scarred by shattered glass, caught a glimpse of her fully healed reflection in a car's side mirror. She began trembling violently in shock and joy. No one else could truly understand the despair she had felt when her once beautiful face had been ruined. Had her friend not pulled her away from the battlefield earlier, dragging her to safety, she might have already lost all will to live. But now, she was healed. And for that, she prayed from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, God, thank you, angel. Of course, this miraculous event did not only happen to her. All across Harlem, tens of thousands of people experienced the same healing light. Though the feathers did not bring people back from the dead or regrow lost limbs, they greatly alleviated pain and suffering. Severe injuries became manageable wounds. Serious illnesses weakened. Minor wounds vanished completely. It was an undeniable miracle. And for the people, the seraphim had become a figure straight out of myth. Throughout Harlem, countless voices rose in prayers of gratitude. Some devout Christians and Catholics even knelt in the direction where the seraphim had disappeared, their faces full of reverence and faith. While the people below were enraptured by the divine miracle, no one realized something else had also vanished alongside the seraphim. The mangled corpse of abomination. At that moment, the seraphim was already carrying it away, flying at high speed toward Eren's base. Of course, Eren wouldn't let her openly carry a corpse through the city like that. From the moment the brilliant light had filled the sky, the seraphim had activated a stealth barrier, wrapping both herself and Abomination's remains in a light-based illusion. To ordinary eyes, she had simply vanished. Even if she flew directly over their heads, not a single soul would notice. Meanwhile, Eren stood in place, watching as the last traces of his jester clone faded into ashes. Letting out a silent sigh, he was interrupted by Tony, who spoke up. Need me to book a fancy grave for him? Tony asked, his tone half serious, half joking. You know, Stark Industries has a pretty broad business portfolio. I happen to know a guy in the burial business. He then glanced at the pile of ashes left behind by Jester Eren, shaking his head. Someone like him deserves a proper hero's burial. Not this. Truth be told, Tony didn't actually know anyone in the funeral industry. But in the few minutes since Eren's clone had died, he had purchased an entire cemetery business just so he could personally ensure Jester Eren got the best burial possible. Eren's expression turned strange at that. Was Tony seriously going to hold a funeral for his clone? His jester persona wasn't even truly dead, just temporarily inactive. Eren couldn't help but wonder. What would Tony's face look like the next time Jester Eren appeared before him? Still, rather than refuse, Eren simply nodded and said, "Thanks." Since his jester clone had died publicly, it was best to keep it that way for now. Earlier today, his clone had wiped out a Hydra base and slaughtered a number of their agents. Right now, Hydra likely considered him their top enemy. No doubt, they were already scheming various plans to eliminate him. But with the jester now dead in the public eye, it would throw Hydra off balance. When his clone revived, he could move in the shadows, catching them off guard. It was a strategic advantage. Seeing that Eren had accepted, Tony grinned. Leave it to me, then. I'll take care of everything. Just as he spoke, a burst of sparks erupted from the Mark IV armor, specifically from its right leg. Ah, shit. Tony flinched from the heat, then quickly started dismantling the damaged portion of his suit. Now that the battle was over, there was no point in wearing a half-destroyed suit. Hey, Eren, give me a hand with this crap, will you? Eren shrugged. Fine. As he stepped forward to help Tony remove the broken armor pieces, Tony suddenly asked. Hey, kid, how the hell did you summon that six-winged angel? Pausing for a second, Tony continued. You know, I've lived a long time, and this is the first time I've actually started to believe angels might be real. If my mom were still alive, she'd probably lose her damn mind. She was a devout Catholic. Glancing at the kneeling crowd still praying below, Tony chuckled. Actually, I think half of New York feels the same way. Then, with a mischievous smirk, Tony added. If the Pope in Vatican City finds out you can summon an angel, I bet they'll rush to bring you in and treat you like royalty. Eren chuckled. Not interested. Good. Tony smirked. I'd hate to see you stuck in a place full of rules and rituals. Being a superhero in New York sounds way cooler. Then, his eyes gleamed with amusement. I even thought of a name for you. What do you think of Angel Knight? Eren winced. What the hell kind of name is that? At least for now, he had zero interest in playing superhero. Eren shook his head at Tony's suggestion. No way. That name is awful. And besides, I have no intention of being a superhero. Tony looked surprised. Huh? Why not? No real reason. Eren shrugged. I just don't feel like it right now. I prefer keeping my life in order instead of having it disrupted. Hearing this, Tony paused for a moment before nodding. I guess that makes sense. But then, his expression turned serious. Still, you might not have a choice. Eren raised an eyebrow. Oh. Tony sighed. The six-winged angel you summoned, the impact it had was beyond anything I've ever seen. Jarvis just did a quick scan of the internet. There are already tens of millions of discussions about it. Your angel is all over the news. And that's just the beginning. Once the full story spreads, the entire world will be talking about it. Tony then glanced up. Right now, we probably have a dozen satellites locked onto us. Every journalist in the city must be scrambling to get footage. Then he smirked. And don't even get me started on the Vatican. If they find out you can summon an actual angel, they'll probably try to drag you to Rome and treat you like some divine prophet. Eren's gaze flickered, but his expression remained calm. Oh. Is that so? Of course. There's no way you'll stay hidden. The moment Tony finished speaking, Jarvis's voice came through the Mark IV armor speakers. Sir, I must correct you. Our satellites, along with every camera within a 1-mile radius, failed to capture any clear images of Mr. Eren. Tony's eyes narrowed. What? Several images and video clips popped up on his helmet's HUD. In every single one, Eren appeared as nothing more than a blurry, glowing figure. His features were completely indistinct. Even footage from Stark Industries' own high-definition satellites showed the same results. Eren was reduced to an unrecognizable silhouette of light. Tony's mouth twitched. Eren chuckled softly. A true magician never performs a trick without preparation. Did Tony really think he'd step onto a battlefield, summoning a six-winged angel, without taking precautions? Before he even arrived, Eren had already laid the groundwork. And once he summoned the Seraphim, she had cast an optical distortion field over him, bending light in a way that made it impossible for any cameras, or even ordinary human eyes, to see his true form. Unless someone was standing within 10 meters, they wouldn't be able to recognize his face. Even Tony, who had been next to him the whole time, had probably only seen a distorted blur instead of his actual features. Tony stared at the distorted images and let out a long breath. Okay. I'll admit it. You're good. Then, smirking, he added, since you've already thought this through, let me help you out. Jarvis, erase all records of Eren's presence in the center of the battle. Keep only the footage of him at the outskirts. After all, plenty of people had seen Eren's Aston Martin entering Harlem tonight. Instead of completely erasing him, Tony chose to alter the records, shifting Eren's presence to the edge of the battlefield rather than the center. This way, no one would suspect anything. Jarvis understood, sir. Eren nodded. Appreciate it. Tony gave him a thumbs up. No problem. With that settled, Eren helped Tony remove the last damaged pieces of his Mark IV armor. Finally, with a satisfied sigh, Tony stretched his arms. Man, I need a drink. And a long nap. Eren chuckled. Try not to crash any more suits. Tony grinned. No promises. As Eren turned to leave, his gaze swept across the ruins of Harlem. Then toward the distant shadows of another building, where he could sense Natasha Romanoff watching. His lips curled slightly. Let's see what happens next. Meanwhile, far below the ruined streets of Harlem, in the underground parking lot where the Hulk had fled, a pale, bony hand suddenly reached out from the darkness. Chapter 163. A hand suddenly emerged from the darkness, grabbing Bruce Banner, who had reverted to his human form, and pulling him into the shadows. Who? Bruce's heart seized in shock, and in the dim underground parking lot, his skin began to glow with a faint green hue, a telltale sign of the Hulk trying to surface. Doctor, stay calm. Control your emotions. I'm here to get you out of here. Of course, if you'd rather return to the military and become one of their test subjects, helping them create more monsters like Abomination, I can leave right now. The choice is entirely yours. Just as Bruce was about to transform, a hoarse voice echoed from the shadows of the underground garage. At the same time, Bruce finally caught sight of the figure in the dim lighting. A pale, sickly face, as though deprived of sunlight for far too long. But more striking than the unhealthy complexion, was the missing left arm. Seeing that the stranger was a cripple, Bruce's guard lowered significantly. The green glow beneath his skin gradually faded away. Even in my weakest form, I should be stronger than a man missing an arm, right? Unaware that he was standing before Bucky Barnes, Bruce instinctively thought to himself. This small bit of self-reassurance helped him regain his composure. After a few deep breaths, Bruce replayed Bucky's words in his mind, his emotions stirring. Bruce hated the idea of returning to the military. He had been running from them for years to avoid becoming their lab rat. And after witnessing what they had done tonight, after seeing Abomination unleashed upon New York, causing destruction and killing innocent people, Bruce's disgust toward them only grew stronger. Without hesitation, he said, "No. I don't want to go back to the military. There are already two uncontrollable monsters, Hulk and Abomination. I won't help them create more." Even though Bruce had made his stance clear, he wasn't foolish enough to fully trust the stranger. Shrugging off Bucky's grip, he eyed him warily. "I don't want to be the military's experiment, but I don't want to be someone else's tool either. Tell me, who do you work for? And what do they want from me?" Bucky smirked. "You've already met my employer." Bruce frowned. "What?" "Unlike the military, my boss values your intelligence, Doctor. We have medicines, formulas capable of changing the world. But due to material limitations and production issues, we can't mass-produce them. My boss wants your help in refining the formulas, finding alternatives, simplifying their production. That's all." Then Bucky's voice turned amused. "And in return, my boss can help you control, or even seal away, the big guy inside you." Bruce's eyes widened slightly. "He can do that?" "Of course. With my boss's help, at the very least, you wouldn't have to worry about transforming into the Hulk, during certain intimate moments." Bucky smirked. "Sorry, that's exactly how my boss phrased it. Not trying to be rude." He shrugged, as if to say, "Not my fault." Bruce stiffened. The way Bucky phrased it was crude, but it struck a nerve. Ever since the gamma radiation accident, Bruce's life had become a living nightmare. He had spent years in hiding, always on edge, fearing that a single moment of anger or excitement could trigger the Hulk. Even recently, when he had tried to reconnect with Betty, things had nearly gone wrong. He barely managed to suppress the transformation. It left him feeling utterly helpless. For years, he had been forced to live like a monk, constantly restraining himself, avoiding strong emotions, and living in self-imposed exile. The stress was unbearable. If this so-called boss could truly help him gain control over the Hulk, then maybe it was worth considering. Cough, cough. "No, that's not what I meant. If this mysterious employer could actually seal the Hulk, then working for them, temporarily, might not be such a bad idea. At worst, if things went south, Bruce could always escape using the Hulk's power." At that moment, Bucky's ears twitched, and he immediately turned toward the entrance of the underground garage, his expression sharpening. From outside, the sound of boots marching and armored vehicle engines rumbled in the distance. The military was closing in. "Doctor, you need to decide, now." Bruce might not have superhuman senses like Bucky, but even he could now hear the sounds of approaching soldiers. The noise was like the final straw. Taking a deep breath, Bruce clenched his fists and said, "Fine. You convinced me. Just tell me how we're getting out of here. And don't tell me I need to fight my way through the military. I've had enough battles for one night." Bucky chuckled. "Of course not. Just follow me. I'll get us out of here, without a fight." With that, Bucky turned and walked ahead, leading the way. As he did, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. So this is the power of the instigator. Not bad. The truth was, from the moment he appeared, Bucky had been using the abilities of the instigator to subtly influence Bruce's thoughts. Without it, convincing a paranoid scientist like Bruce Banner to trust him wouldn't have been this easy. Still, he had to give credit to the military. Their perfectly timed arrival had helped seal the deal. Bruce hesitated for a moment. But as the footsteps of soldiers grew louder, he quickly shoved his doubts aside and followed Bucky into the shadows. Guided by Bucky, the two slipped into a partially sealed maintenance tunnel, emerging into an abandoned subway line. From there, they entered New York's massive underground transit system, successfully evading the federal forces hunting them. Elsewhere. "You lost him. You useless fools. Are you all incompetent?" In the underground garage, General Ross erupted in fury as his men reported their failure. A high-ranking colonel, one of Ross's trusted subordinates, let out a bitter smile. "General, with all due respect, this isn't entirely their fault. New York's subway system is too complex. We don't have enough manpower to search every tunnel." Losing Banner was inevitable. Then, hesitating for a moment, he leaned in and whispered, "Besides, maybe this isn't a bad thing." Ross's glare was ice-cold. The colonel gulped, but continued, "Even if we did find Banner, what could our men do? We all know their weapons wouldn't stand a chance against the Hulk. Sir, our troops have already suffered massive casualties tonight. Morale is at an all-time low. They're in no condition for another fight." Ross stared at him for a long, silent moment. Under his icy gaze, the colonel broke into a nervous sweat. If this were wartime, Ross would have shot him for such defeatist talk. But looking around at his exhausted, demoralized soldiers, still shaken from the horrors they had faced tonight, Ross let out a long sigh. "Fine. Call them back." With Hulk gone, there were other problems to deal with. Meanwhile, changing into a fresh outfit, Eren blended into the crowd, leaving Harlem's ruins behind. As he walked, his gaze drifted to the praying survivors, thanking a god that hadn't saved them. He smirked. "You're praying to the wrong person." But then, that smirk slowly faded. Would he be any different if he lacked power? And if that fateful snap came, could he truly escape it? Eren moved steadily through the crowd, his eyes sweeping across the devastated remains of Harlem. The air still carried the stench of blood and decay. Countless skeletons littered the streets, bodies devoured completely by the writhing swarm. Among the survivors, some were muttering prayers, thanking a god that had not answered them. Eren's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. They're praying to the wrong person. But as he continued walking, that amusement faded. The despair on their faces, the fear in their eyes. How many of them even understood what had truly happened tonight? They didn't know why their peaceful lives had suddenly turned into a nightmare. They didn't know why two monsters had descended from the sky, leveling buildings as they fought. They didn't know why the writhing swarm had suddenly appeared, consuming their homes, their loved ones. And most of all, they didn't know what they had truly witnessed tonight. A projection of an evil god, staring down at them from the skies. An angel descending like a figure from myth, performing miracles before their eyes. To these ordinary people, tonight was nothing but chaos. And in their helplessness, they turned to prayers, begging for salvation. Because that was all they could do. For a brief moment, Eren felt a strange sensation. A suffocating sense of inevitability. If he had been just an ordinary man, lacking power, wouldn't he have been just like them? Wouldn't he, too, have been powerless in the face of fate? Wouldn't he, too, have been forced to kneel and pray, hoping for some invisible force to save him? And if the snap really happens one day, will I be able to avoid it? Eren clenched his fists. If he wasn't strong enough. If he was turned to dust in an instant. Then him that returned 5 years later, would he still be the same person? Could a man who had ceased to exist for 5 years truly call himself the same person upon return? And as a traveler from another world, someone who wasn't even supposed to exist in this universe. Would he even be brought back at all? Chapter 164. A momentary sense of resignation and confusion about fate rose in Eren's heart, but it did not last long. Because, after walking a short distance, he caught sight of that little girl Alina and her grandmother Christine from before. At this moment, witnessing that the disaster foretold in her prophecy, one that should have destroyed all of Harlem and even obliterated much of New York, was abruptly halted by the sudden descent of the six-winged angel. Christine's deep, time-worn yet lively eyes were filled with disbelief, mixed with overwhelming excitement and joy that had nowhere else to go. Fate, truly had been changed. Although her prophecy had shown that it was indeed the six-winged angel from myth who ended this catastrophe, not her, who had been ready to risk her life, this altered fate at least proved one thing: not all destinies are as unchangeable as prophecies suggest. Of course. For Christine, who had long since given up her identity as a medium, the nature of fate itself no longer mattered. What truly filled her with excitement and happiness was this: she and her granddaughter had survived. We made it, we both made it. Realizing that her granddaughter would no longer die young, but could fully enjoy her youth for a long time to come, Christine clutched Alina's small frame tightly, tears streaming down her face. Because he had changed into another outfit and used a disguise. Christine and Alina, crying and embracing each other, did not notice the person who had once helped them. That figure paused for a moment to look at them from amid the crowd, then quietly moved on with the flow of people. Eren cast a glance at Christine and Alina, who were holding each other close. He adjusted the gold-framed glasses perched on his nose for disguise and strode purposefully out of Harlem. If Christine and Alina could alter their destiny, why couldn't he? He had no certainty that he would be one of the survivors when Thanos collected all 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers. So why gamble on that 50% chance? If, in this lifetime, Thanos still plans to invade Earth and snap his fingers, then I'll just send him on his way first. Never mind that Thanos is some galactic warlord whose forces far surpass Earth's imagination. If the Avengers could pull it off, why couldn't I? Push me too far, and at worst, I'll get my hands on 1 Infinity Stone, then simply offer it to the scale of fate. I refuse to believe that Thanos, missing even 1 Infinity Stone, could still perform that snap that wiped out half the universe. And as it happens, I'd also like to see what the scale of fate would grant in exchange for something containing a universe-level power source like an Infinity Stone. With that thought, the confusion in Eren's mind dissipated like dust being swept away, leaving him utterly clear-headed. Step by step, as Eren walked through the crowd, it seemed as though his footsteps were in sync with the pulse of the very earth beneath him. Unknowingly, his footsteps and the earth's rhythm merged into one. Eren, who was headed out of the war-torn area, did not realize that at this moment, in a dimension invisible to the human eye above the kneeling throng praying to the six-winged angel, countless unseen threads were quietly extending from them and converging upon his head. With the convergence of these millions of invisible filaments, the unceasingly active, cosmic brain, within Eren, ever immersed in comprehension, was supplied by that intangible energy, spinning at high speed. At last, it fully displayed the marvel of the cosmic brain meditation method. A surge of inspiration flared again and again, colliding in a blazing burst of insight. Amid Eren's steady stream of thought, it was as though he could faintly see a mysterious force extracting power from those countless, converging threads in the void, wordlessly transforming his physique from within. When from this grand dream does one awaken? At least I know myself. Along with his deepening comprehension of the cosmic brain meditation method, Eren's body began emitting a low, resonant rumble akin to the tiger's roar in ancient texts. Though subtle, the sound carried an ineffable sense of sanctity. Gradually, as Eren continued to delve into the cosmic brain meditation method, and as that mysterious force within continually transformed his body, the faint rumbling grew louder, then spread outward. It echoed along the street like thunder in early spring, silently washing over people's hearts, like a sage preaching, or a deity bestowing gospel. That sacred peal of spring thunder reverberated above Harlem, lingering in the air as though it might never fade. Simultaneously, with the cosmic brain meditation method operating at full capacity, an invisible ripple of thought began emanating from Eren, centering on his steps, swiftly expanding outward. As that holy resonance echoed, and Eren's ripple of thought spread through the crowd, the people on the streets, crowded together, wrapped in sadness, pain, confusion, or the joy of survival, seemed to undergo a baptism of sorts, calming rapidly. One by one, those who stood before Eren instinctively made way for him. Some even dropped to their knees in silence, bowing to his departing figure as though worshipping something beyond themselves, until his silhouette vanished from sight. Phew! With a soft exhalation tinged with faint black wisps, Eren felt a lightness suffuse his body. Then he opened his eyes once more. In that instant, a subtle, tranquil aura clung to him. It was as if he and his surroundings had become one, perfectly integrated into the natural world. If one didn't pay close attention, one might pass right by him without realizing a living person was there. So this silent infection of thought, my mind has unexpectedly stepped into the trance realm at a time like this. With a mere flicker of a thought, Eren radiated an intangible mental field. Unintentionally, this field seemed to lull every sentient being into calm. At that moment, in their eyes, Eren appeared to be the center of the universe, the endpoint of everything, around which all things revolved. So this is the invisible psychic field that manifests once you enter trance. What a wondrous power. Feeling this strength so different from the potion-based system, Eren allowed a small smile to curve his lips. Heightened mental power brought Eren a surge of confidence. Even his gaze appeared brighter because of it, lending him a subtle quality that made him stand out from the crowd. Yes, entering the trance realm elevated Eren's ability to harness his mind to a new level. With a shift in thought, he effortlessly stifled his own delight. Then Eren quietly employed this powerful influence of thought to hypnotize the surrounding crowd, blurring their memory of him. After completing this, he swiftly vanished from the streets of Harlem. When he next appeared, he had already reverted to his former appearance. Slipping on a set of clothes identical to the ones he had worn earlier, Eren returned to his Aston Martin, only to find two unexpected visitors waiting by his luxurious sports car. They were Tony and Natasha. Normally, Eren might have shown some surprise at these two sudden visitors. But on his face now, there wasn't even a ripple of emotion. Honk, honk. He walked to the car and deliberately pressed the horn, looking at Tony and Natasha, who seemed to be arguing about something in front of his vehicle. Tony, Natasha, could you please step aside? You're in my way. Hearing Eren call Natasha by name, Tony paused and asked in surprise, you two know each other? Eren smiled. I wouldn't say we know each other well. We've only met once. But a special agent as lovely as Natasha is hard to forget. Shield, Tony murmured, chewing over the vaguely familiar name. In a split second, his phone lit up with data Jarvis had compiled on SHIELD. SHIELD stands for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, with Director Nick, established. With Jarvis's help, Tony quickly recalled that this was the same organization that had helped both him and Pepper out of a tight spot before. He had never expected that Natasha, who'd been planted in Tony's company, turned out to be from SHIELD, the same group he'd once had a decent impression of. Tony's face darkened as he stared at Natasha. Oh, great. It's that SHIELD. I was planning to privately sponsor your organization with a batch of funding and equipment in honor of what Agent Phil once did for me, but now you can go back and tell your director that the deal, easily worth at least hundreds of millions, no longer exists. For Tony, letting the infiltration slide without retaliation was enough of a concession, due to his respect for Agent Phil. However, that didn't mean he was going to just let it go entirely. This was how he expressed his displeasure, canceling a sponsorship that Natasha, as Pepper's assistant, had certainly known about. Tony believed that Director Nick would remember this lesson well. He still seemed unsatisfied, though. After a brief pause, he went on. And once I get back, I'll be running a full sweep of my company to weed out any other hidden plans. I expect not to find any more SHIELD agents there. Otherwise, everything Phil did for me will count for nothing. Natasha merely smiled serenely in response, as if entirely unfazed. Got it. I'll be sure to pass the message on to him. In truth, once she dropped that plasmatic charge from the rooftop to halt the swarm of worms, Natasha had known that she couldn't possibly continue her undercover role at Tony's side any longer. No matter how generous he was, he wouldn't let her remain privy to the company's core secrets after her identity had been compromised. So be it, then. Truthfully, she'd never been too fond of babysitting Tony, this arrogant playboy who saw himself as the center of the universe. If the mission ended now, so much the better. After giving Tony a piece of her mind, Natasha turned her alluring gaze toward Eren. Well then, dear seer, could I trouble you for a ride? This wounded lady needs some help. She pointed to the bloody patch on her shoulder as she spoke, presenting a pitiable air of vulnerability. Seeing Natasha deploy her charm, Tony, still frustrated, cut in before Eren could reply, "Ha. She can flirt all she wants, our little fortune teller won't fall for that. Trust me, he's not about to give a ride to a conniving agent. Yet before Tony could finish, Eren unexpectedly said with a faint smile, actually, I'd be happy to let Natasha ride with me. It just so happens I have a few questions for her. He opened the Aston Martin's door, got into the driver's seat, and motioned for Natasha to take the passenger side. Huh? Tony was momentarily dumbstruck. By the time Natasha, wearing a playful smile, slipped into the passenger seat, Tony snapped back to reality. He had originally planned to ride back with Eren, so watching Natasha settle into the car and even give him a teasing wink, he couldn't help gaping in disbelief. Hey, Eren, you can't do this. I gave you that car. Eren simply rolled down the window and showed him the keys with a grin. As you said, this Aston Martin is now mine. If you were me, would you rather give a ride to a dirty-looking guy, or to a gorgeous woman? Besides. Chapter 165. New fanfic. Between sending home a grimy, sweaty man or a gorgeous woman, of course I'd prefer the latter. But if I were you, Tony, I'd be more concerned right now about how to explain everything to Aunt Pepper instead of worrying about hitching a ride in my car. As Eren spoke, he pointed to an area over 100 meters away. In that direction, a large, broad-shouldered Happy was forcing his way through the crowd, Pepper following close behind, and they were both rushing toward them. Happy, Pepper, when did they get here? Sweeping his gaze through the throngs of people, Tony quickly spotted Happy and Pepper. He sounded a bit surprised. Seeing them, Eren didn't bother replying. He started the car, and with the roar of the Aston Martin's engine, drove away from the rapidly growing crowd. Tony was like a living beacon, impossible to ignore. If Eren hadn't used his mental force field to slightly distort the crowd's thoughts, even that brief moment would have given the onlookers, and the reporters following Tony, enough time to swarm this secluded corner and bury his car completely. Though extremely powerful, maintaining his mental force field drained Eren's energy. Fresh off a large-scale battle that had consumed much of his inner strength, he wasn't about to exhaust himself further on Tony's account. Of course, the real reason was that Eren would rather avoid Aunt Pepper's inevitable lecture. So, he left Tony behind to bear the brunt of Pepper's questions. Hey, hey. Caught off guard when Eren sped off, Tony stared at his retreating car window where Eren had waved goodbye, his mouth twitching a couple of times. That guy, running off the moment a pretty face is involved. Before Tony could finish grumbling, the mental force field masking him vanished. Almost immediately, a mob of ravenous reporters, cameras in hand, raced toward Tony. Startled, he took an involuntary step back. Within moments, Tony was swamped by reporters, their microphones practically in his face, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. Tony, I'm from the City Evening News. What are your thoughts on tonight's disaster in Harlem? Tony, witnesses saw you on a rooftop in Harlem talking briefly with the person who summoned the six-winged angel. What did you two talk about, and was that radiant figure human, or some form of deity? Tony, you were the first hero on the scene. Do you know anything about the origins of the two monsters that appeared initially, or the identity of the demon that emerged later? Some say those two monsters were the result of military experiments. Is that true? Not far away, Pepper saw the chaos and immediately shouted to Happy, Happy, Tony needs help. We have to hurry. Already red-faced from wrestling with the crowd, Happy sucked in a deep breath and said, got it. Meanwhile, Eren had no idea about the mess Tony was facing, having already driven out of Harlem. As the traffic gradually thinned, Natasha turned to Eren and asked, our little fortune teller, did you see something beforehand? Is that why you showed up in Harlem right when everything went down? No. I drove here from Chinatown after seeing it on the news, Eren replied, shaking his head. That said, I did catch glimpses of it in one of my earlier divinations. In fact, several gifted mediums sensed something bad was coming before it happened. Fortunately, tonight turned out better than most of us predicted. Someone managed to summon a six-winged angel that ended the disaster. In our vision, this whole city was destroyed by that cultist who transformed into an insect-like demon. Natasha's lively eyes flickered with doubt as she studied Eren. Could he really have foretold this catastrophe? And there are other mediums who predicted it, too. She had encountered her share of frauds posing as psychics in her line of work, but she'd also heard from some colleagues that a few true mediums indeed had mysterious abilities beyond normal understanding. Though she'd never put much stock in such tales before, tonight made her think it might be worth asking Nick for help in enlisting a few real seers. If more supernatural disasters like what happened in Harlem occurred, the authorities might tear their agency to pieces for failing to stop them. Catching Natasha's skeptical look from the corner of his eye, Eren simply smiled without explaining. He changed the subject. Speaking of which, how's your colleague Coulson doing? Feels like I haven't seen him in ages. Coulson. During that Iron Mongrel incident, he was badly injured by a rocket blast at close range. He barely pulled through thanks to prompt medical attention, but lost half an arm. If Tony hadn't built him a custom prosthetic to thank him for helping Pepper, he'd still be a one-armed man. Natasha paused, eyes flickering as if remembering something. A friend and I were planning to visit him at the hospital tonight. If it weren't for what happened in Harlem, we'd already be there. If you don't mind, maybe you could take me the rest of the way. I can introduce you to that poor guy. His hospital is near my place. Eren glanced at Natasha, sensing she had some sort of motive. I'll pass on the visit. But, since Coulson did help buy Aunt Pepper a bit of time back then, I can share a little something with you. What is it? Natasha's eyes sharpened at once. Another prophecy? Something like the Harlem incident? Seeing her tense expression, Eren smiled. Relax. It's not about a disaster this time, just a list of spies Hydra has planted in your agency. Upon hearing it wasn't a calamity, Natasha began to relax, then froze as though she'd just heard something even more shocking. Her pupils narrowed. Taking a deep breath, Natasha asked, Hydra. Are you sure? Truth be told, it didn't surprise Natasha that another agency might have infiltrated theirs. All sorts of groups around the world tried to slip moles into their rivals. But Hydra, a group that once followed a certain dictator and nearly took over the world, was supposed to be a relic of the past. The fact they were still active and had even embedded agents where she worked was astonishing. With a quiet snap of his fingers by Natasha's ear, Eren produced a small silver thumb drive as if by magic. This holds the names of the Hydra moles inside your organization. Whether it's true or not, you can see for yourself. Natasha moved to take the drive, but Eren flipped his wrist, and it vanished. Caught empty-handed, Natasha frowned slightly. Didn't expect our little seer to be a magician, too. Have you changed your mind about giving it to me? Huh? Eren looked at her, puzzled. But I already gave it to you. Gave it to me? Before Natasha could protest, her expression shifted. The next second, she unzipped her jacket and looked down. There, nestled between two soft curves, was that same silver thumb drive, faintly gleaming. Shocked, Natasha pulled it out, realizing it was the very drive that had disappeared from Eren's fingers. When did he? She hadn't noticed a thing, despite her jacket being zipped up. If Eren hadn't pointed it out, she might never have realized there was anything there at all. Natasha's gaze flicked toward Eren, momentarily tinged with wariness. If he could plant this on her without her noticing, he could just as easily have slit her throat. This so-called fortune-teller was far more dangerous than he let on. But Natasha was, after all, one of the agency's top agents. Her guarded look vanished almost as soon as it appeared. Instead, she calmly tucked the silver drive back between her chest and asked, half smiling, how'd you manage to slip it, there? Eren shrugged with a grin. Like you said, I might have a talent for magic tricks. Magic tricks? I'd say more like a talent for being a little pervert, she teased. With a laugh, she nestled the drive back in place, then leaned close to Eren's ear, her breath brushing his cheek. So, does your studious girlfriend know you like taking advantage of other women? As she spoke, her body pressed forward, creating an eye-catching curve. If Eren just turned his head, he'd be met with a stunning sight. The gentle brush of Natasha's hair against his face sent a faint tingling sensation over his skin. Seeing her drawing closer, Eren simply put his hand on Natasha's face, pushing her back into her seat. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do anything improper. It was just a simple sleight-of-hand trick, anyone with enough speed and technique could pull it off. Don't you agents learn that sort of skill, too? With that, Eren somehow produced a small chocolate candy. Flicking his wrist, he tossed it straight into one of Natasha's jacket pockets with perfect accuracy. Because Eren slowed down intentionally this time, Natasha was able to see what he did. Yet, despite witnessing the process more clearly, the smile on her face never wavered. After all, the pocket of her jacket was vastly different from the front of her chest, and the two areas had completely different levels of sensitivity. Besides, she'd been zipped up earlier. Could Eren really have tossed the drive in the same way? Natasha shot him a knowingly amused look, then decided to let it slide. She patted the USB drive still secured at her chest, making sure it was safe. "I'll take this back to Nick for a thorough investigation," she said. "But aside from the mole problem, I really want to know, is the mysterious figure who summoned the six-winged angel tonight actually you?" "Me?" Eren looked surprised, returning Natasha's curious stare. "I wish. But you need serious power for that. A six-winged angel is practically divine. Even in the church, summoning one is extremely rare, maybe once every few centuries. Plus, you'd have to be a devout believer, right? Do I look like one?" Chapter 166. Devout believers. Natasha frowned slightly. "You're saying one must be a devout believer in God to summon an angel?" Eren gave a dismissive laugh. "What did you think? That anyone could just summon an angel? You really believe that God is so kind and generous, responding to any random call by sending an angel? Like interdimensional travel is so simple." Natasha wasn't actually a believer, so she showed no reaction to Eren's flippant remarks about God. On the contrary, she seemed pensive after hearing him out. If it really was as Eren claimed, then the sudden appearance of that six-winged angel in Harlem would make more sense. Otherwise, given how long S.H.I.E.L.D. has been around, they would surely have documented more than one angelic descent by now. Still, if this is all true, then who exactly summoned the six-winged angel in Harlem earlier? Could it have been one of the high-ranking figures in Catholic or Christian circles, someone who, like Eren said, foresaw the demon's arrival and rushed to New York to summon the angel and save the city? In that case, maybe I should suggest that the agency investigate prominent religious figures who've appeared in New York lately. We might turn up some clues. Of course, it's also possible the mysterious summoner is someone local. That would make the search range a lot bigger. Natasha glanced at Eren again, almost involuntarily. Even though Eren's sarcastic comments about God didn't fit the profile of a devout believer at all, she couldn't shake the feeling that the person who summoned the angel might be connected to him in some way. Of course, she had no proof, only a gut instinct. Seeing her uncertain gaze, Eren quietly sighed inwardly. She still doesn't believe me. How did she end up suspecting me at all? Are women's instincts really that scary? In the next moment, Eren's star-like eyes seemed to darken, becoming infinitely deep. Natasha, who had been watching him closely, felt as if her consciousness were being pulled into a bottomless abyss. At the same time, the mental force field that had been quietly circulating inside the Aston Martin invaded Natasha's mind, helping Eren subtly alter her thoughts. Having failed at hypnosis several times before, Eren didn't plant any deep-seated mental imprints this time. He simply nudged her suspicion of him toward the idea that some high-ranking member of the church must have performed the summoning. After all, it was already more plausible to suspect a prominent church leader than Eren. Even if Natasha eventually broke free of this mild hypnosis the way Norman or Bucky had, she wouldn't find her new assumption strange, nor would she guess Eren had tampered with her thoughts. A little over 10 minutes later, the Aston Martin pulled up in front of a somewhat older apartment building. Natasha got out and leaned into the window. "Thanks. If the intel you gave me is legit, we'll compile some global data on supernatural incidents for you soon." Not waiting for a reply, she headed toward the entrance with confident, graceful strides, then stepped into the lobby of a building labeled Stark Apartments. Eren watched her disappear through the door, a hint of meaning flashing in his eyes before he steered the car back toward Chinatown. The USB drive he'd given Natasha was information gleaned from a Hydra base his Joker double had infiltrated, filtered by Eren and finally passed on to her. Though it didn't contain a huge list of Hydra agents, it included enough leads that, if Nick was even half as capable as his reputation suggested, he'd trace out some real clues to Hydra. And given Nick's famously suspicious nature, he would definitely mount a relentless pursuit of Hydra after this, likely turning S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra alike into a madhouse, just what Eren needed to reap some rewards and deliver a dose of payback, teaching Hydra the severe consequences of provoking him. Driving back, Eren kept glancing at the magician's ring on his finger. He had originally assumed it was different from those dangerous, taboo objects with severe side effects. He'd thought it might be a harmless extraordinary item. But he'd been mistaken. The ring does have a side effect, it's just subtle enough to go unnoticed at first. Had his mental training not reached a point of inner tranquility, he might never have realized how the ring was quietly influencing his behavior. The side effect is basically a growing desire to perform. After wearing the ring, the bearer unconsciously wants to show off in front of others, an understandable trait for a magician seeking the spotlight. Reflecting on it, Eren realized that when he disguised his low-level holy light healing as a magic trick for Helen, or when he summoned the six-winged angel atop the rooftop earlier, this urge for showmanship had likely played a part. He could have been more discreet, summoning the angel from a hidden spot. If he had, not even Tony would have guessed his identity. Yeah. Similarly, that little stunt with Natasha and the USB drive, magically placing it at her chest, was probably also influenced by the same urge. Eren swore he was only trying to perform a quick magic trick to surprise her, he had no idea she'd interpret it as flirting. He rubbed his thumb over the ring, hesitating briefly before deciding to keep it on. Forget it. I'll treat this as practice for playing the magician role. When Eren finally returned to Chinatown, he parked in a nearby garage and went into his house. Down in the basement, which he'd remodeled as part lab and part cold storage, lay the massive corpse of the abomination. The six-winged angel that had carried the body here had long since vanished into motes of light once its time was up. Eren stopped in front of the cold storage door. Gazing at the abomination's large corpse, he patted the head of the little monster at his side. That corpse probably holds special power. Want to devour it? After all, the abomination was created through an imperfect super soldier serum combined with Hulk's blood. Although its potential was definitely less than the Hulk's, the fact that it could overwhelm the Hulk at first showed that its body contained significant secrets. If the little monster could gain something by absorbing the abomination's flesh, it'd be a boon. Eren considered exchanging the corpse with the scales of fate, but he wasn't sure what it was worth. What if it's basically worthless to the scales? So he figured it was better to let his pet devour it. The little monster tilted its head, enjoying Eren's affectionate pat, and looked toward the abomination's mangled remains in the cold storage. A sharp, chomp sound escaped its mouth. Ever since the angel had brought the abomination's body here, the little monster had caught its unique scent, so enticing it made the creature drool. Yet it never tried to take even a nibble without Eren's permission. It had even collected the dripping blood in a glass jar, awaiting Eren's instructions. Now, with Eren personally allowing it to feast, the little monster practically jumped for joy. It darted its long, wet tongue toward Eren's hand in a lick of gratitude. Stop. Quit licking me. Eren managed to push the drooling tongue away, only to find his sleeve soaked in monster spit. He scowled playfully at his dog, then stepped over to a sink to wash the sticky drool off his hands. The moment Eren turned around, the little monster's maw expanded to fill almost the entire cold storage. In an instant, the abomination's huge corpse vanished, along with the jar of blood, which the monster eagerly licked clean. As Eren, now with his back turned, dried his hands, he spoke again without looking. Make sure you brush your teeth afterward. And hey, clean up the cold storage too, yeah. The abomination was nasty looking, and I'm pretty sure it left the place a mess. Chomp, the monster replied. A red glow flickered over its body, and a moment later, the walls of the cold storage began to ripple as if alive. Sprinkler heads, more fitting for a bathroom than a cold storage room, emerged from the ceiling, spraying down every surface. Neat rows of towels appeared, somehow already soaked with cleaning fluid, wiping the corners of the room. Mops, guided by some invisible force, dragged themselves across the floor, and dirty water drained neatly away through newly formed grooves in the floor. Once done, the little monster trotted to its oversized water basin to brush its teeth. Finished washing his hands, Eren glanced over at his pet, who was happily cleaning up, and at the seemingly animate cleaning tools busily making the cold storage pristine. He couldn't help but smile. Ever since this strange creature was born, it had never once betrayed him. It was a faithful companion, and on top of that, he'd never had to clean his home again. Not needing to handle any housework sure is nice. Just as he was basking in that thought, Eren noticed a faint yellow radiance flicker around the little monster's body. The light quickly spread through the entire house, leaving subtle yellowish patterns on the walls and floors. What's this? Surprised, Eren stepped forward and touched the wall and floor, which seemed to be veined with pale yellow lines. The little monster, done brushing its teeth, hopped over excitedly, letting out rapid, chomp, chomp, sounds. Thanks to his enhanced mental abilities, Eren found he could sort of decipher the creature's chatter. Stroking the monster's smooth head, he asked, uncertainly, so you're telling me that after devouring the abomination, you absorbed some unique power and grew tougher? Is that it? Hearing that Eren understood, the little monster made more happy, chomp, chomp, noises, bobbing its big head in excitement. Greater toughness. The abomination's skin was nearly impervious to conventional weapons, machine guns and rocket launchers couldn't penetrate it. So if the little monster gained a similar defensive trait, that'd be huge. To confirm, Eren had it retrieve some animated firearms it had stored, pistols, submachine guns, and even a sniper rifle, and test them against the newly transformed walls. After a round of gunfire, Eren noted a clear improvement. Already fortified by the monster's abilities, the walls now seemed to have an extra layer of protection. Pistol and SMG rounds couldn't even leave a dent. Sniper rounds did sink in a bit, but were ultimately bounced off by some invisible membrane. Not bad. Seeing how his base of operations was now even more secure, Eren smiled. At the very least, he'd be able to sleep more soundly at night. Elated, the little monster kept nuzzling him with its head. Then, a golden sphere suddenly rolled out of Eren's pocket. Chapter 167. A golden sphere suddenly rolled out of Eren's pocket. Just as the golden sphere was about to hit the floor, a slender hand swiftly scooped it up in a graceful motion, holding it firmly in the palm. Looking at the sphere he'd just retrieved, Eren felt his earlier unease diminish somewhat. This thing really can't take a fall. What lay sealed within that golden sphere was none other than a wisp of an evil god's aura, bound by the power of a six-winged angel. Although the six-winged angel had used a fair amount of strength to set up the seal, making it not so easily broken, the aura of the evil god within was no weakling either. In less than an hour, the once radiant golden sphere had already been heavily corroded by that evil aura. Gazing at the sphere in his hand, which would occasionally flicker with a ghostly gleam, Eren's eyes shimmered slightly. Looks like I need to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible. Without the ace up his sleeve, summoning an angel, Eren's risk tolerance had plunged. He no longer had a powerful means of dealing with this evil god's aura. If he got careless and allowed the aura to escape, he would be in serious trouble. As just a mere jester, he definitely couldn't handle the kind of abomination that would emerge once tainted by an evil god's aura. Worse still, if it actually got out, Eren might be the very first one it tried to pollute. Just as Eren was about to enter the balance space to spend some fate points and purify the evil god's aura inside the golden sphere. Off to the side, little monster, seeing the golden sphere in Eren's hand, started drooling profusely, the corners of its slightly open mouth dripping with a puddle of saliva. So, good. Wanna eat. Really wanna eat. Huh. Eren was still stroking little monster's head with his other hand when he suddenly sensed the strong emotion coming from his dog-like companion. He turned his head, looking with surprise at the little monster that was practically drooling over the golden sphere. Lifting the sphere, he asked in puzzlement, "You want to eat this?" Little monster hesitated for a moment, then let out a series of kabiye noises. By now, Eren understood little monster's vocalizations well enough to translate them in his head. Wanna eat, but scared. Huh. Scared yet still craving it. Hearing that, Eren tapped little monster's head in mild exasperation. If it had such a strong appetite for the golden sphere, or the evil aura within, it must surely mean there was some unknown benefit to be gained by devouring it. However, it was a power that even a six-winged angel had to cleanse with all their might, most likely far beyond little monster's current ability to digest otherwise, it wouldn't be hesitating out of fear. Alright, quit drooling. There's no way you can handle what's inside this thing right now. After patting its head, Eren dismissed the idea of feeding the golden sphere, or the evil aura inside, to little monster. The evil aura of a god was different from something like an abomination's remains. If it were just that abomination, it could be eaten and digested without too much worry, little monster might not get anything from it, but it also wouldn't suffer. A god's aura, though, was on a different level altogether. Even if it was just one wisp, its essence was terrifying. Who knew what effect it might have once devoured? Physical distortion would be the least of concerns. If the evil aura were to twist and pollute little monster's mind, that would truly be a disaster. Eren would never want to see that happen. After he reassured little monster, Eren once again entered the balance space. Treading on that mercury-like white mist, he walked slowly to the edge of the limitless silver river. Gazing upon the vast surging waters, Eren raised a hand, and a massive silver scale appeared before him. Manifest light of purification. Ding! Spend 1,000 fate points to condense a light of purification from the river of fate, confirm. Yes. Right after summoning the projection of the silver scale, Eren didn't hesitate. He immediately used 1,000 fate points to manifest a light of purification from the river of fate. Staring at the pure radiance that floated before him, emanating brilliant light at every moment, Eren lobbed the sealed golden sphere straight into it. The instant the golden sphere sank into the light of purification, its outermost golden glow was quickly dissolved and absorbed, becoming fuel to strengthen the purifying radiance. Having lost the sphere that imprisoned it, that wisp of evil god's aura, finally free, surged up like a horse thrown off its reins. Yet it could do nothing before it was instantly surrounded by the light of purification. Almost the moment it touched the evil aura, that radiant light seemed to meet its natural prey. It flared with an impossibly dazzling brilliance, so bright Eren had to shut his eyes against its glare. Hiss, SSSS. It felt as though an eternity had passed, and yet it might have been just a moment. When Eren opened his eyes again, the wisp of sinister aura had been wholly cleansed. But what Eren failed to notice was that the moment he opened his eyes, after purging the evil god's aura, the light of purification did not entirely vanish. It flickered for the briefest second, and a last glimmer of it slipped into Eren's body. At the same time Eren purified that wisp of evil god's aura, the seemingly boundless river of fate before him heaved up a gigantic wave, crashing down with a roar. Simultaneously, Eren's ears picked up a familiar notification. Ding! Congratulations on purifying the evil aura and resolving the god's corruption. Receiving the world's blessing of fate. In that instant, a mysterious azure beam of light descended from above and poured directly into Eren's body. At the same time, the silver scale hovering at the edge of the river of fate seized its chance as the waters roiled, greedily siphoning off a massive amount of fate points from the endless current. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 8,000 fate points, 5,000 from purifying the evil aura, 3,000 from changing Harlem's doomed fate. Ding! You have exceeded 10,000 fate points once more. The hidden advanced draw option is now unlocked. Do you wish to spend 10,000 fate points to form one advanced draw? Note, the advanced draw guarantees at least a blue item, with increased odds of drawing a purple or higher. There is also a certain chance of acquiring a gold item. First advanced draw comes with doubled success rates, guaranteeing at least purple. A series of alerts echoed through Eren's mind in rapid succession. Sweeping his thoughts across the stream of prompts, Eren saw that his fate point total now stood at 12,702. He fell silent, pondering. The fate points he'd gained today were far beyond anything he'd anticipated. Previously, after the clown clone had killed the Hydra operative known as Crossbones, Eren earned 500 fate points. He'd then spent 298 points, along with some other extraordinary items, to trade for the instigator potion, leaving him with 202. Next, he sniped another Hydra agent, one who had actually appeared in the story, earning another 500 fate points. Later, once home, Eren discovered he'd also received the bounty for destroying the soon-to-be-born second-level forbidden item, Shadow of Suffocation, in the abandoned apartment building the night before, a hefty 2,000 fate points. Just that alone was worth the trouble of last night's excursion. In a single day, Eren had already gathered around 3,000 fate points. He assumed his next big gain would come from the former director of a certain agency, the hidden Hydra leader known as Alexander. Who would have guessed that, on the way home, his clown clone would happen upon the battle between Hulk and the Abomination only for a calamity of worms and the arrival of a worm demon to follow. Summoning the six-winged angel to slay both the Abomination and the worm demon had netted Eren a massive haul in one go, 3,000 fate points for the Abomination, and then 5,000 more for fully purifying the evil aura, plus 3,000 for preventing Harlem's destruction. While it cost him 1,000 fate points to conjure the light of purification, that was a small price to pay. 500 to 298 plus 500 plus 2,000 plus 3,000 plus 5,000 plus 3,000 to 1,000. It added up to 12,702. Eren had earned over 12,000 fate points in just one day, which left him feeling elated despite the calm of his newly attained meditative mindset. Phew. He took a deep breath, then finally paid attention to the next piece of information on the fate panel, advanced draw. So the system had originally offered basic draws, and now that he'd amassed more fate points, it had revealed a hidden advanced draw. 10,000 points for one single draw. That gave him a distinct whiff of pay-to-win game design. But jokes aside, the description of the advanced draw was very tempting. It guaranteed at least a blue-ranked reward, eliminating the low-tier white or green items outright. Even that alone wasn't the biggest hook, though. Its significantly higher chance to net a purple or even the elusive gold item was much more alluring, especially given the note that the first-ever advanced draw guaranteed a purple at minimum. Eren had only drawn purple-grade items twice before, and both times they had been exceptionally powerful, the Cosmic Mind Meditation Method, and the Angel Scepter. Each possessed incredible abilities. Spending 10,000 fate points for an item of that caliber was undeniably worth it, let alone the possibility of striking gold, an even more exalted tier that Eren had never caught even a glimpse of. He felt his heart race, threatening to disturb the stillness he had only just regained. I can't let my thoughts stray. If I lose my composure, I might drop from this new meditative state. With effort, Eren steadied his emotions, then, with a single silent command, he used 10,000 fate points to form one advanced draw on the fate compass. A moment later, a projection of a massive fate compass, easily 100 times larger than before, appeared above him. It was clearer than ever, and even the faint outlines of various mysterious prizes were now partly visible upon its surface. Taking a deep breath, Eren muttered, "Drawl." As soon as the word left his mouth, the colossal fate compass spun with dizzying speed. Though larger, it took about the same amount of time as past draws. Barely had Eren registered the motion before the pointer halted over a region shimmering with purple light. Purple. So that meant a purple item. Even though Eren had half expected it, he still felt a pang of disappointment that it wasn't gold. While his emotions dipped, the fate compass overhead dissolved into countless particles, vanishing into the strange realm. At the same time, a purple orb fell from above. Before Eren could catch it, that orb dazzled in a rainbow of flashing lights. At its core, a shape gradually revealed itself, colorful, shimmering, and vaguely human. A second later, a gaudy, rainbow-colored jester pressed its hands outward, tearing a hole in the purple orb from within, then poked its head out. Chapter 168. The jester that emerged from the purple orb looked as though it had just broken free from some great restraint, bursting with joy. Still suspended in midair, it did several somersaults in a row. Then, a bright red sphere suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The multicolored jester landed lightly upon the floating sphere, sitting on it with perfect balance. Stretching lazily, it waved a hand in passing, conjuring a rainbow before itself. Having frolicked enough, the jester finally cast its gaze upon Eren, who was standing a short distance away. Sniffing the air once, the jester's painted face lit up in delight. "Oh! I smell a jester's scent on you. How interesting." In the next moment, the vibrant jester vanished from sight, reappearing on Eren's shoulder. Its palm-sized body began climbing all over Eren, as though scaling a mountain wall, pinching here and there, thoroughly enjoying itself. Seeing the jester hopping and prodding about on his body, Eren frowned slightly and asked, "What are you?" Eren had used the fate compass for countless draws, but this was the first time he had ever drawn a living creature from it. Hearing Eren's question, the jester hooked a finger on the hem of Eren's clothing and swung back up onto his left shoulder. "I'm certainly not some thing." It paused mid-sentence, seemingly realizing the wording was off, then jabbed an accusing finger at Eren's nose. "Wait, did you just call me a thing?" "No, you're the thing, your whole family's a bunch of things." Furious, the jester went off into a string of curses. Then, as though suddenly recalling something, it raised its voice. "I am the greatest jester who gambles with life in the universe." But the jester's shrill declaration suddenly cut off, as if it had remembered something else. "I recall I destroyed the wheel of fate. Then, a bunch of gods dragged me down to die with them, so this?" It hesitated for a couple of seconds. Then, the clown's multicolored face cracked into a wide grin. "Oh, so I've actually been dead all along. Teehee." The jester who gambles with life seemed utterly unconcerned about its own demise. Gazing up at the colossal scale of fate that loomed above the endless river of fate, the tiny figure perched on Eren's shoulder seemed to comprehend something. "So now I'm just a phantom somebody fished out of the annals of history. Fascinating. But fates can't control my destiny. And you, a corrupted little scale, want to manipulate my life? Screw you and your fate." All of a sudden, it turned to Eren and announced, "Watch closely, kid, this is what a real jester is." Without waiting for Eren to reply, the clown stood proudly atop its hovering red orb, raising a finger toward that primordial, unchanging scale of fate, towering above the silver river. "In the name of jester's folly, reverse it. Fate." With the jester's manic cry, an overwhelming aura began to flow from its fingertip. It was an energy very much like that of the river of fate nearby, yet wholly different at its core. The instant that energy appeared, the vast river, so broad it resembled a great galaxy, quivered ever so slightly. Then, a silver-white phantom river manifested behind the jester, as though a Milky Way hung upside down in the sky. It surged in reverse, rushing toward the massive, towering scale of fate. Eren stood not far off, dumbfounded by the sight. He never imagined that something summoned by the fate compass could actually attack the scale of fate itself. Having only just performed his first advanced draw, Eren had no idea if this was an unusual quirk of high-level items, or if this particular jester who gambles with life was simply special. After all, he had drawn purple-grade items before, but never something like this, a living being that defied all expectations. In the face of the jester's rebellion, the ancient, unmoving scale of fate seemed to shudder. A tremendous power, far mightier than anything Eren had witnessed, burst forth. Vast and all-encompassing, it rippled through the scale, making it impossible to describe in words. In that instant, the very space around them turned upside down, even time itself appeared to invert. All of it converged on the upward surfing phantom river, crushing down upon it. In a single blink, all light, sound, and sensory perception vanished. The mighty phantom river, which looked ready to wash away heaven and earth, was mercilessly obliterated by that indescribable force. Nothing remained. It was as if everything had been purified and returned to its most fundamental origin, the fragments flowing back into the scale of fate. Yet, even faced with such crushing defeat, the jester rushing along the phantom river only wore a mocking grin. Its lively eyes seemed to mouth two words. Dumb FCK. In that next moment, an immeasurable force poured down over the jester, leaving it in ashes. Eren thought it was finally over. Then, to his shock, the jester who gambles with life abruptly reappeared on the pivot of the true scale of fate. A heartbeat later. Tui. Screw you and your fate, the clown spat. Even if I'm only a phantom, I'm no plaything of yours. Just as the jester's spittle was about to land on the scale, that crushing power descended once more. It erased both spit and clown alike without a trace, leaving no remnant behind. Seems like it's finally finished off now. Watching from a distance, Eren let out a slow breath of relief. Surely the jester was truly dead this time, there was no way it could reappear yet again. But at that precise moment, a booted foot suddenly materialized behind him and delivered a swift, brutal kick to his backside. The force sent Eren flying forward. Simultaneously, the clown, potion coursing through his body reacted as though triggered, instantly completing its digestion. Hey, kid, remember this, jesters are the freest spirits in all the realms, unbound by rules or shackles. Whether it's potion or any other power, never forget, you wield it. Don't let it trick you into being its pawn. Acting is just a tool to help you master that power. Don't ever let yourself become the role you're acting. Accept this gift. Grow to your heart's content. Maybe one day, you'll break free from, topple. Before Eren could fully catch the jester's words, the figure that had appeared behind him in a blink was struck by an overwhelming force from the sky, dissolving it to nothing. This time, the jester who gambles with life truly seemed gone. Eren lingered for a good while, but it never reappeared. Standing there, Eren could sense two distinct changes inside himself. First, the clown potion had been completely absorbed. Second, a strange new power had taken root within him. He remained silent for a long moment. Finally, he turned his gaze to the now quiet scale of fate in the distance, exhaling slowly. This one advanced draw had been quite the roller coaster ride. Even the scale of fate clearly had not foreseen that the jester it summoned would take a shot at it. On the upside, Eren had gained a rare first-hand glimpse of the scale's tremendous might, deepening his understanding of its power. Although the jester had been obliterated, Eren had still come away with a real benefit. In that last sneak attack, the jester had somehow helped him completely finish digesting the clown potion, while also implanting a special seed of power within him. It was called the power of jester's folly, extremely elusive and equally extraordinary. Born of fate yet shunned by it, this energy could conceal itself from destiny's watchful eye. It could draw nourishment by toying with fate, gradually increasing its potency. If grown strong enough, the power of jester's folly could even twist destiny itself and rewrite the fate of all things. Of course, for now, it was just a fledgling seed of strength, nowhere near capable of altering anyone's destiny. Even so, Eren's eyes flickered with thought as he regarded that lofty, ancient scale. Perhaps this power represented a hidden chance. The jester's appearance, and that final kick that instantly finished digesting Eren's clown potion, had pretty much derailed his original plans. He had intended to do another quick round of draws to see if anything useful might turn up, then slip away to hunt down the Hydra leader who had tried to kill his clown clone. Now that he had fully digested the clown potion, and could break through at any moment, he naturally decided to shift priorities. Before going after Hydra, it was time to level up. In the Seer pathway, Sequence 7, Magician, marked a turning point, where one moved from simple support abilities to remarkable power. Upon ascending to Magician, Eren's capabilities would undergo a complete metamorphosis. Armed with an array of mystical and uncanny techniques, dealing with Hydra would be far easier. All the same, Eren chose not to attempt his advancement in the balance space. Instead, he retrieved a vial he had drawn long ago. Frowny Face Magician potion. With it in hand, he returned to the real world. In the vial, shimmering clouds of red, orange, yellow, green, and more, billowed and faded like fireworks. Eyeing the magician, potion, Eren flipped his fingers, and a certain coin appeared between them, a coin now imbued with a glimmer of spirituality, one he practically cultivated into his personal divination tool. With a crisp ring, the coin spun into the air. Eren was using divination to check if the advancement would go smoothly. Clink. It landed heads, a positive sign. Excellent. Confident, Eren did not down the potion immediately. First, he went and showered, then changed into fresh, comfortable clothes. At last, he picked up the magician potion once more and brought it to his lips. With one swift motion, he tipped his head back and swallowed the multicolored liquid in a single gulp. Glug. The cold fluid slid down his throat. Multi-hued bubbles fizzed and burst along the way, blooming like tiny fireworks as they entered his body. Almost immediately, blood vessels bulged across Eren's forehead, shimmering strangely with the rainbow hues that pulsed to the rhythm of his heart. The rush of blood in his veins sounded like the crash of water against a rocky shore. The magician potion was many times more intense than clown. Floods of uncanny knowledge and power, punctuated by unspeakable murmurs, poured into Eren's mind all at once. The liquid itself broke into countless microscopic particles, endlessly reshaping him on a cellular level and imprinting his being with exotic new abilities. This time, though, Eren found it easier to handle the dreadful whispers. They affected him far less than the ones he'd faced upon becoming a clown. Chapter 169. No. It wasn't that the dreadful whispers had grown weaker. In fact, they were even more maddening this time than before. To be precise, Eren's mind was now far stronger than it had been in his last advancement. It was this strength of spirit that gave him a far better resistance to those insanity-inducing murmurs. That was why he felt as though the whispers had diminished in power. The misty, illusory gibbering, both terrifying and tempting, once again echoed in Eren's ears and mind. With every firework bursting within him, his head felt as though it expanded and contracted and expanded, over and over. Within that cyclical surge, Eren gradually reined in his racing thoughts. Without consciously realizing it, he slipped into a meditative state, focusing on marshaling his rapidly intensifying spirituality. He had no idea how much time passed. But at last, he opened his eyes again, having wrestled the bulk of his newfound power under control. The violent shocks to his system from the advancement also slowly subsided. The itching throughout his body began to ease, and his arms, flickering between transparent and solid, returned to normal. A few minutes later, once he'd fully suppressed the last bit of unruly spirituality, Eren rose slowly from the couch. As soon as he stood up, an aura of mystery and charm flooded out of him. From that moment onward, Eren had truly stepped through the gates of the mid-sequence, becoming a genuine, extraordinary magician. At the same time Eren achieved his advancement, the hidden scale of fate above the river of fate trembled once more. With each rhythmic pulse, additional black motes and streams of foul air shook loose from the scale and fell into the endless current below. As the river churned, these dark flecks merged into the gleaming, silvery drops of water. Each droplet of that celestial river was itself a living being's destiny, and once tainted by those sinister black sparks, the fate of each life changed, twisting away from what it had been. Meanwhile, all those beings and objects already tainted by the black motes found themselves absorbing yet more corruption, accelerating further mutation, turning all the more fearsome and warped. Having successfully reached the mid-sequence magician, Eren stretched a little, eager to sense how this new form differed from clown. First, his movements felt far more nimble, both hands moved with an almost supernatural dexterity. Beyond that minor physical enhancement, the arcane powers bestowed by the potion had been imprinted within his mind in an inexplicable, mystical way, etched into his very psyche and, in some sense, into his genetic code. Magician is considered formidable at sequence 7. It includes a wide array of extraordinary abilities, quite unlike the spellcasters who rely on chanted incantations. As a magician, Eren could cast spells swiftly without chanting, complex rituals, or even infusing spirituality. Often, a simple gesture would suffice to invoke a spell or spell-like effect. After sifting through the wealth of new esoteric knowledge in his head, beyond the little tricks of minimal practical use, Eren found that the magician's main capabilities were ninefold. One of them, paper to blade, had already been available at clown. Now strengthened by his advancement to sequence 7, it not only let him transform paper into razor-sharp edges but also temporarily shape it into clubs, bricks, or other weapons. Besides that, the magician's powers also included damage transfer, flame leap, air bullet, paper substitute, flame manipulation, illusion, breath underwater, and bone softening. Damage transfer allows Eren to shift a wound from one part of his body to another via touch, turning what could be a lethal injury into a mere flesh wound. It's a lifesaver of a skill, though sadly limited to once at a time without rapid reuse. Paper substitute transforms a piece of paper he's carrying into his double, swapping places with Eren for a crucial instant. Not only can it take a fatal blow for him, but it also helps weaken the damage of certain curses. These two defensive abilities alone vastly improve his survival odds. Bone softening allows him to temporarily soften sections of his skeleton, letting him slip free of restraints. Breath underwater grants him a 5-meter tube of air while submerged, letting him safely remain below the surface. Flame leap is a kind of short-range teleportation within 30 meters through any trace of fire, either pre-existing or one left by Eren himself. It's like blinking from one flame to another. Collectively, these escapist powers epitomize the hallmark of his play-it-safe approach. Even at the start of the mid-sequence, where the powers begin to show major qualitative shifts, the hallmark of the cautious trio pathways still holds true. A large chunk of magician's skills revolve around staying alive and slipping away. But Eren had to admit, he liked it that way. He also possessed more direct abilities, like flame manipulation. Within a 30-meter radius, he could command any existing fire, shaping it into streams of flame that could burn enemies or objects. Once he fully digests magician or advances further, he'll even be able to conjure fire from thin air. Whether used to escape in tandem with flame leap, or to attack with waves of flame, it'll be extremely useful. Then there's air bullet, where a snap of the fingers or a shouted sound can create projectiles on par with handgun bullets. As Eren ascends the sequences, the power of air bullet will scale accordingly, eventually reaching the force of artillery shells, potentially. Finally, one of the magician's signature powers is illusion, crafting an environment containing colors, sounds, scents, illusions so vivid as to fool people and other intelligent beings. Paired with Eren's mental cultivation and hypnotic methods, this power would prove a living nightmare for anyone who becomes his enemy. Taking stock of all these newly awakened abilities, Eren chuckled. Looks like another sleepless night ahead. So many wonderful powers had manifested all at once, there was no way he could resist putting them to the test. Moreover, with paper substitute in the mix, he'd need to hurry up and craft a stash of paper doubles for emergencies. While Eren was experimenting with his freshly awakened powers, a heavily guarded building elsewhere in the city was in full lockdown. Inside, Alexander, secretly the leader of Hydra, publicly a minister of the World Security Council, was presently enduring his official duties. Namely, being chewed out. By preliminary count, casualties in the Harlem disaster numbered over 1,000, with countless more missing or injured. In a world-class metropolis like New York, the havoc was catastrophic, and as the council's leading figure, Alexander was taking the brunt of international criticism. Multiple governments were demanding answers, and a high-ranking official from the Federal Defense Department had even abandoned all decorum to berate him without mercy. All Alexander could do was stand at attention and weather the storm. At last, the meeting ended. Alexander shut off the video feed and exhaled heavily. He took a sip of bourbon, then picked up a still-active phone nearby. "Nick, I'm sure you heard everything just now. The damage in Harlem was enormous. I have to give the feds and the international community an explanation. And you." He paused before continuing coolly, "You owe me an explanation too." On the other end of the call, silence persisted for a moment. Finally, Nick's voice replied, "I'll get you that explanation, Alexander." Seeing the call ended prompt, Alexander allowed himself a faint smile, then tucked the phone into a specially made drawer. With that done, he picked up his glass, strolling from the bright conference room into an adjacent darkened chamber. The moment he stepped into shadow, his aura shifted. In a mere second, the upright, righteous minister vanished, replaced by the Hydra leader lurking behind the curtain. No one else occupied that dim room except Alexander's long-haired assistant. However, 3 laptops cast faint blue glows across the darkness. "Sir," the assistant said, "the Baron and that madam are ready. We can open the line at any time." Lounging on a leather sofa with his whiskey in hand, Alexander replied, "Let's begin." The secretary nodded and tapped a control on the table. In the next instant, 3 figures masked by darkness appeared on the laptop screens. "You're late again," complained the person on the left screen the moment the connection was established. Before Alexander could reply, a raspy female voice cut in. "Enough chatter. Let's get right to business. We all saw those horrifying creatures in Harlem, yes. Alexander, that's your turf. Got anything on what they were? Leaning his head back against the sofa, Alexander said, the first ones that showed up, the Abomination and the Green Brute, are confirmed to be byproducts of an experiment run by the General Ross from the military. The military can create monsters that powerful now, the Baron on the left remarked grimly. Then I'll have to speed up my own work. No, Alexander corrected. My intel suggests the appearance of both Abomination and that hulking green monster was an accident. The General can't fully control them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been fighting each other in the streets. That doesn't mean he won't refine his experiments and come up with a controllable model eventually. After he finished, that raspy female voice chimed in again. I see. The military, all right, my people will infiltrate the General's circle soon to steal his research data. But what about that demon and angel that appeared afterward? Are we actually seeing mythical beings come to life? Alexander rubbed his throbbing temples. I don't know. So far, I have no leads on the demon or that six-winged angel. Nick might know something, though. I'll find a way to extract that intel. That was about the extent of the meeting between the Hydra branch leaders. After a quick intelligence exchange, it ended. The Baron's screen went dark, followed by Viper's. Just as the third laptop, its display full of random codes, was about to go dark, Alexander called out, Doctor, I'm about to accelerate the Insight project. I'll need your help. Certainly. The single English word that appeared on the glitchy screen indicated assent before the system shut down. Relieved to have the doctor's support, Alexander let out a quiet sigh. Once every laptop was dark, his black-haired assistant handed him a set of military satellite photos. Minister, according to these images, and the fact that Tony purchased a funeral service company a few hours ago, we can deduce the clown who caused us trouble died in that demon's last counterattack. Should we revoke his file? Glancing at the shot of the clown disintegrating into ash, Alexander replied impassively, he's dead, so yes, call it off. No point wasting resources on a corpse. Though, if you ask me, dying like that is letting him off easy. Chapter 170. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick stood grim-faced over the casualty reports from Harlem, which had only just been tallied. The appearance of the worm catastrophe, a demon, and even an angel in Harlem had stirred the World Security Council into demanding answers. Had Alexander not fended off some of the heat, the council members would likely have already called Nick directly to berate him. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was specifically established by the World Security Council to handle strange or extraordinary incidents. A fortune was spent on it every year, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't provided so much as a warning this time. Whom else would the council blame? Not that the military could shirk responsibility, given the general's role in creating the Abomination and Hulk, they certainly had to shoulder part of the blame, but S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't escape censure either. They'd failed to detect warning signs and later gave only minimal support. Even the general had been on the front lines the entire time, while S.H.I.E.L.D., aside from Natasha, showed hardly any strong performance. Nick had no way to push accountability off himself. Could he help it, though? He felt completely backed into a corner. Who would have guessed that the day S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York branch lost most of its agents to a bloody slaughter, Harlem would be struck by this disaster the same night? There hadn't even been time to redeploy personnel from elsewhere. The mere thought darkened Nick's mood further. Inwardly, he'd unleashed a string of curses on the now-deceased clown. If not for that one wiping out a huge number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, none of this would have happened. Seeing Nick so tense, Natasha silently stepped a half-pace back. She had no wish to poke the hornet's nest right now. It took Nick quite a while to calm his roiling frustration. After taking a deep breath, he asked Natasha, do we have that list of all the high-ranking Catholic and Christian clergy who've arrived in New York recently? Natasha nodded, handing over a folder. It's all in here. Flipping through a few pages, Nick asked, you think the mysterious person who summoned the six-winged angel could be among these names? Natasha shook her head. While coming over, I skimmed the background info on these church leaders. It doesn't look like any of them have special abilities, at least not according to what the files say. Closing the folder, Nick said gravely, then expand the investigation. The six-winged angel in Harlem is far too powerful, and angels have always held a special place in history. We absolutely can't let someone exploit this force for ill. Understood. Nodding, Natasha hesitated a moment before asking, Director, about that list. Nick cut her off, I'll handle the matter of that list personally. Starting today, the list is classified at level 10. You're not allowed to mention it to anyone else, clear? Understood. Understood, Director. After Natasha exited, Nick, alone, fixed his single eye on the silver USB drive he'd tucked in the folder, his expression solemn. Hydra. That same night, at one of the oldest U.S. ports, on the Delaware River, an eerie fog rolled in around the Philadelphia harbor. By the light of its tall beacon, one could barely glimpse a shadowy black vessel drifting in through the mist, edging closer to shore. Latham, the night shift dock watchman in the lighthouse, spotted the ship by the beacon's glare. Muttering curses under his breath, he threw on a coat, grabbed his flashlight, and went to guide the vessel toward an empty berth. As he trudged along, he grumbled irritably, "Why is a ship coming in so late, in this foul weather, without any notice from the tower? Are those night shift slackers sleeping on the job again?" Shining his flashlight toward the ship, Latham tried to signal where it should dock. But almost immediately, he sensed something amiss. The harbor was unusually quiet in the haze tonight, no sound but the waves lapping against the shore. Even the bright port lights were fading as though being swallowed by the thickening mist. Latham had worked at that harbor for years, and a chill crept into his expression. He stopped in his tracks, nerves on edge. Just then, the silhouette in the mist emerged into the beam of his flashlight. It was a massive cruise liner. Ordinarily, huge liners docking in Philadelphia wasn't surprising. But this one was covered in barnacles and kelp, looking exactly like a wreck that had just been hauled from the ocean depths. Even worse was the deathly silence clinging to it like a shroud. As it fully emerged before Latham's eyes, he glimpsed its colossal shadow expand, swallowing the harbor in a sense of dread. Gulping, Latham felt a deep unease tighten his chest. He'd heard plenty of spine-chilling maritime tales about ghost ships. Now, facing this enormous, silent liner, an ominous feeling surged within him. Ghost ship. Without thinking, he backed away a few steps, then turned and ran for the port security station, flashlight in hand. At least a dozen security guards were stationed there at night. Even if they'd be useless against a genuine ghost ship, there was safety in numbers. He fumbled for his radio, jamming the call button repeatedly to signal the others for help. But the radio, once perfectly reliable, offered only static in return, no human voice responding. That dead silence over the line made his heart pound even harder, pushing him to run faster. But 10 minutes later, Latham realized with horror that he still hadn't reached the security station. Somehow, he hadn't moved at all. That enormous, silent cruise liner remained right behind him, its presence unchanged. Latham's forehead was damp with sweat. He'd come to understand that merely running wouldn't break him free of the strange pull of that ominous liner. Forcing himself to stay calm, he tried giving himself a pep talk. "Don't scare yourself, Latham. Maybe everyone on board is just asleep. Don't panic." Muttering encouragement, he steadied his shaking nerves, climbed the rope ladder hanging at the ship's side, and hoisted himself aboard the deck, which was covered in barnacles and seaweed. The moment he set foot on the dark deck, he felt a chill stab up his spine all the way to his skull. In the blackness of the deck and cabins, there was. Early next morning, just as dawn's light crept across the sky, Tony and Pepper, both having pulled an all-nighter, arrived at Eren's building. Before Pepper could even push the intercom, Oddball had already recognized her and unlocked the first-floor door. Pepper, raising her finger to open it herself, paused in slight surprise. Did Eren upgrade the entry system again? Tony, who looked just as tired, shrugged casually. Who knows, maybe that kid added some new facial recognition software to it. Let's just head in, Pep, we're drawing stairs out here. They both noticed a few curious gazes from passers-by. Running on no sleep, Tony couldn't hide his fatigue. Let's go, he mumbled. But the instant Tony stepped through the doorway, an SMG popped out from the wall, leveling its barrel at his head. The glint of cold steel, the real deal, made Tony's stomach drop. His right foot, half lifted as he stepped forward, froze in midair. Oh no, Pepper gasped behind him. She was about to react when she heard a familiar voice from inside. All right, Oddball. Stop messing around, let Pepper and the other one come in. I decided to go back to Oddball. With that, the SMG vanished. Tony swung around furiously, ready to confront whoever had dared point a gun at his head, but all he saw was an empty wall. There was no hint of the person holding the weapon, nor even the weapon itself. What the? Where'd that jerk with the gun go? And that SMG? Where are they? Tony snapped. Kid, where are you hiding them? Ignoring Tony's agitation, Eren glanced instead at Pepper, who seemed equally puzzled. Pepper, what brings you two here at this hour? Shouldn't you be holding some sort of press conference? The disaster last night, and your famous metal hero persona, was in the thick of it from start to finish, right? Pepper, also looking weary, cleared her throat. Actually, the conference just ended. The military and the government already organized one last night, and it wasn't until recently that we finally shook off those frenzied reporters. Tony, meanwhile, gave up on finding the culprit with the gun. Turning to Eren, he said with no small amount of exasperation, "That's right. We've been dealing with the fallout all night, and the moment I walk in, I'm staring down a loaded gun. Some welcome from a friend." Eren gave a mild shrug. "Not my fault. You spoke ill of Oddball last time, remember?" "Wait, Oddball? And speaking ill? That must be the name of Eren's house AI. So petty, could it be that the kid's AI has an attitude?" While Tony puzzled over that, Pepper stayed focused on more pressing concerns. She continued where Tony had interrupted. "We're here to talk about the clown's funeral arrangements. Tony already bought the best cemetery in New York, hired the top funeral company, and even found a priest from St. John's Cathedral to conduct the service for him. Tony put in, little correction, Pepper paid for that land, she said it was to repay the favor that the clown once did for her. And the priest reached out when he heard we were arranging the funeral of a hero like that. He insisted it was his honor to hold a service for such a man. I just helped coordinate everything." He paused, then added quietly, "One thing, though, I still don't know that clown's name. It feels wrong to label a hero who died saving civilians as just clown on his tombstone." Tony, usually glib, was serious for once. He genuinely wanted to show respect for someone who'd laid down his life saving others. "His name?" Eren blinked. He had never given it much thought, certain the clown was merely a temporarily lost avatar. And even if it truly had died, he couldn't very well label the tombstone with Eren, right? That'd ruin his anonymity, and that alone would be a whole new level of social suicide. After a few seconds' hesitation, Eren murmured, "I don't actually know his name. All I know is that he called himself the Jester Who Gambles with Life." Chapter 171. Jester of Fate. The name engraved on the tombstone was meant to commemorate the real Jester of Fate who had truly died. After all, his own Jester clone had merely dissipated temporarily, while the one who dared to strike at the scales of fate had perished for real. That guy had at least helped him pre-digest the Jester potion in advance and even left him with a unique portion of fate power. Erecting a tombstone in remembrance of him seemed appropriate. Eren felt that engraving Jester of Fate on the tombstone was quite reasonable. However, Tony Stark, standing nearby, looked at Eren as if he'd seen a ghost. Jester of Fate? What kind of creepy title is that? You really want to put that on a tombstone? Also, weren't you his friend? How do you not even know his name? Is it weird not to know his name? In our circle, we usually communicate with codenames or titles. No one uses their real names. Besides, he never once mentioned his real name. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but grumble, only using codenames to communicate. Are you sure your so-called circle isn't some kind of assassin organization? Eren rolled his eyes deliberately and then said in a deep voice, "Of course not. We use codenames to avoid unnecessary trouble. Names hold special meanings, they can reveal personal information. And if someone with ill intent gets hold of your real name, it could become the perfect medium for a curse. Even in myths, demons and angels have appeared. Don't tell me you think curses are just a fairy tale." Curses? That stuff actually exists. Hearing this, Tony shivered involuntarily. For Tony, he would rather face a doomsday-level nuclear strike than deal with these mysterious and supernatural curses. At least if it were a nuclear bomb, he could try to outrun it. But when it came to these eerie, unpredictable curses, he wouldn't even know where to run. At that moment, Pepper seemed to recall something and spoke up. "Speaking of curses, last night in Harlem, a lot of people inexplicably started bleeding from their orifices and went insane. Some of them were later healed and regained their sanity thanks to the feathers shed by that six-winged angel. But some remain completely deranged to this day." Were those people cursed? No. Eren shook his head. They weren't cursed at all. They were merely irreversibly corrupted in both mind and soul after directly gazing at the shadow of that eldritch god hovering over New York. The feathers shed by that six-winged angel could purify part of the corruption, but only a portion of it. Pepper was momentarily stunned by Eren's response. They weren't cursed. They went insane just from looking at that shadow over New York. That's impossible. There's nothing impossible about it. A sneer appeared on Eren's face. There's a passage in the Bible, image of the invisible God. In other words, it means that God is not meant to be seen. Even the merciful God does not permit mortals to look upon him directly, let alone eldritch gods. From a mysticism perspective, it's not because God or these entities care about their dignity and refuse to be gazed upon. Rather, their very existence is too powerful. Their level of life is too high. For an ordinary person to look at such beings is like staring directly at the sun through a telescope, only 1,000 times worse. There are many ancient legends where people saw demons or other supernatural beings and suddenly underwent drastic personality changes, becoming insane and violent. These aren't just made-up stories, their minds were actually corrupted by a higher existence. Upon hearing Eren's explanation, Pepper's expression changed. She quickly recalled a passage from the Bible. Meanwhile, Tony Stark swiftly pulled out his phone and searched for the phrase Eren had just quoted. Image of the invisible God. Sure enough, that phrase actually existed. While Tony and Pepper were still processing their shock, Eren turned and went upstairs. Less than a minute later, he came back down. This time, however, he was holding a file folder. Returning to the first floor, Eren didn't offer any further explanations to Tony and Pepper. Too much information at once was counterproductive. They needed time to digest everything. Instead, he grabbed a cup, poured some warm water for Pepper, and handed it to her as a small gesture of comfort. At the same time, he also handed over the file folder in his other hand. What's this? Pepper's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion as she looked at the folder Eren had handed her. This is a stock proxy authorization letter for Stark Industries. While Stark Industries stocks were plummeting, I shorted them at a high price and then bought back a batch of stocks when they hit rock bottom. I heard that you've been planning to hold a shareholders meeting to reorganize Stark Industries' internal affairs. So, I had a lawyer prepare a proxy authorization letter, giving you full authority to exercise my voting rights in Stark Industries. I don't own many shares, but it should at least provide you with some support in consolidating Stark Industries. With that, Eren smiled and added, by the way, Pepper, I haven't even congratulated you yet on becoming the new CEO of Stark Industries. Consider this proxy authorization letter my gift to you. Perhaps it was Eren's influence. Or maybe it was because Tony had been rescued from the terrorists earlier than in the original timeline and had also developed the Mark Armor series ahead of schedule. In this timeline, Tony had given up his responsibilities as a corporate executive much sooner. And Pepper had become the CEO of Stark Industries much earlier. Of course. It had only been a few days since Pepper officially took over as CEO. And thanks to her low-profile approach, the matter had not been widely publicized. If Eren hadn't been paying close attention to Pepper, he might not have known about it at all. Once he was aware of it, he had specifically sought out a lawyer to draft this proxy authorization letter. With Eren's authorization and Stark's backing. This time around, Pepper's path to securing her position as CEO of Stark Industries would be much smoother than in the original timeline. Seeing that the folder in her hands contained a stock proxy authorization letter for Stark Industries, Pepper's eyes flashed with a mix of surprise and gratitude. Thank you. Pepper did not reject the stock proxy authorization. Regardless of the actual amount of stock, this was Eren's heartfelt gesture. What moved her even more was not the stock itself, but Eren's sincerity. Meanwhile, Tony, upon hearing how Eren had shorted Stark Industries at its lowest, only to buy back shares when the stock hit rock bottom, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Wow, you're a business genius. I'm pretty sure that was the smartest investment move you've ever made in your life. With a sarcastic yet exaggerated tone, Tony then shifted his gaze toward the stock authorization document in Eren's hand. Speaking of which, I'm curious, how much did you make from that financial gamble? 100,000? 200,000? Or maybe $1 million? 2 million? If it's not a substantial amount, this stock won't be much help to Pepper. After all, only major shareholders get a say at the board meetings. Tony. Before Tony could finish, Pepper frowned and interrupted him sternly. Almost at the same time, Tony's phone suddenly chimed, and Jarvis' voice came through. Sir, according to my latest data, Mr. Eren currently holds 35% of Stark Industries shares, making him the third largest shareholder after you and the covertly invested S.H.I.E.L.D. He even holds a larger stake than the Stane family, which Obadiah Stane belongs to. With 35% of the company's shares, combined with your full support, Ms. Pepper will control 51.35% of the voting rights, giving her immense leverage in solidifying her position as CEO of Stark Industries. What? 11.35% of Stark Industries shares. The moment Jarvis reported that number, both Pepper and Tony were utterly stunned. What? Holding 11.35% of Stark Industries was no small feat. Even if Eren had bought a massive amount of shares when the stock was at its lowest, the sheer amount of capital required was astronomical. Even Tony himself couldn't just pull that kind of money out of thin air. Let alone a kid like Eren. Pepper, realizing the implications, turned pale. Her expression grew serious as she locked eyes with Eren and asked in a firm tone, "Eren, tell me, where did you get that much money? Did you?" Seeing the deep concern in Pepper's gaze, Eren sighed in mild exasperation. "Pepper, what are you thinking? I didn't do anything illegal. Also, you're underestimating a diviner who can foresee the future." To avoid further questioning, Eren decided to lay out his financial maneuvering. He explained how he had cured Norman Osborn's terminal illness with a supernatural potion, in exchange for 5% of Oscorp's shares. Then, he used those shares as collateral at the bank to secure a $1 billion loan, which he then leveraged to short Stark Industries stock when it plummeted. Once the stock hit rock bottom, he bought back a substantial amount. As for why he dared to make such a massive financial gamble, and how he knew exactly when to buy and sell, he simply attributed it all to his mystical divination abilities. Eren's entire explanation left both Pepper and Tony completely dumbfounded. What the hell? A diviner can make money this easily? That's not fair. Tony grumbled before suddenly recalling something Eren had mentioned. The potion that cured Norman Osborn's terminal illness, could it also cure my palladium poisoning? At that moment, a flicker of emotion flashed through Tony's eyes. Pepper, still reeling from the shock, didn't notice Tony's reaction. But Eren, who possessed supernatural perception of emotions, keenly picked up on the change in Tony's expression when he heard about Norman Osborn's miraculous recovery. With a subtle shift in thought, Eren quickly connected the dots. So Tony has already handed over control of Stark Industries to Pepper, meaning he's aware of his palladium poisoning, huh? With that realization, Eren's eyes glimmered mischievously, and he turned to Pepper with a grin. "Oh, by the way, Pepper, where did you buy that cemetery plot? If the scenery is nice, you might as well reserve a spot for Mr. Stark too." Eren. Pepper, who had just been touched by Eren's generosity, immediately shot him a glare. She assumed he was just getting back at Tony for his earlier remarks. "Pepper, why are you glaring at me? I'm not joking." Eren then glanced at Tony and said matter-of-factly, "If I'm not mistaken, the palladium poisoning around Mr. Stark's heart has already started spreading throughout his body. If this continues, it won't be long before we'll actually have to attend his funeral. So, I think reserving a beautiful burial site in advance is a very practical idea." The moment Eren said this, Pepper, who had been glaring at him a second ago, and Tony Stark both froze. Tony's expression instantly turned as if he had seen a ghost. Having worked alongside Tony for nearly a decade, Pepper knew him too well. The instant she saw Tony's reaction, her heart skipped a beat. She instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief and whispered, "Oh my God, Tony, are you actually dying?" Chapter 172. Seeing the trace of panic and fear in Pepper's eyes, Tony couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He instinctively put up a front, "Come on, it's just palladium poisoning. As if that's enough to take me out. I'm already close to figuring out a cure. Just give me a little more time, and I'll have this minor issue solved." Pepper, however, wasn't having any of his excuses. Her face was grim as she demanded, "So you really are poisoned? And you've been keeping this from me?" Tony immediately realized that he had just admitted it out loud. His expression turned sour as he shot an accusatory look at Eren, the instigator who had exposed him. But Eren didn't spare him a glance and continued speaking. "The toxin in Stark's body comes from that giant light bulb on his chest. While it provides him with immense power, it's also constantly eroding his body. Every time he wears his suit and pushes that light bulb to full power, he's accelerating the spread of palladium poisoning, burning through his own lifespan in the process. I'm sure Mr. Stark is well aware of this fact, but clearly, he's too caught up in his superhero fantasy to stop himself. He knows that every time he suits up, he's shortening his life, yet he keeps doing it anyway. There's nothing wrong with indulging in the glory of being a hero. If it were any other toxin, with his wealth, Stark could probably find a cure. But palladium poisoning? Right now, that's an incurable disease. Before the palladium fully takes over his body, does Mr. Stark really believe he can solve this world-class problem and find a cure for his condition? Because, judging by the current speed at which the poison is spreading, in just a few months, he might. With every word Eren spoke, Pepper's face darkened. By the time he finished his last sentence, the way she looked at Tony had completely changed. "Tony, we need to have a serious talk." She glared at Tony fiercely before turning to Eren with some hesitation. "Eren, if you could make a potion that cured Norman Osborn's terminal illness, then for Tony's poisoning." It was obvious. Now that she knew Tony was suffering from palladium poisoning, she had immediately thought of the miraculous potion that had saved Norman Osborn. "The potion that cured Norman Osborn wasn't made by me. It was created by a true master of alchemy. I just happened to receive it as a gift," Eren explained. Pepper's eyes dimmed slightly, but before she could fall into despair, Eren continued. "Palladium poisoning is a bit troublesome, but for that master's panacea, it's nothing." "Huh?" Both Pepper and Tony's eyes lit up instantly. Especially Tony. Ever since he realized his palladium poisoning was terminal, he had been frantically working on a solution. Using his genius intellect, he quickly deduced that if he allowed the palladium to continue accumulating in his system, it would be a death sentence. To save himself, he had thrown himself into researching potential cures, as well as alternatives to replace the palladium core in his arc reactor. Because of this, he had drastically cut down on his Iron Man activities and even handed over Stark Industries' CEO position to Pepper. But in all this time, he had found nothing. He had tested every known element on Earth in search of a palladium substitute, yet none had worked. Even in his research on palladium poisoning, he had barely made any progress. The only treatment he had was drinking disgusting chlorophyll shakes every day, and even those did little to slow the spread of the poison. For the first time in his life, Tony Stark was experiencing true despair. And now, hearing that Eren had a potion that could completely cleanse palladium poisoning, his eyes burned with hope. "You're saying you have this panacea right now?" Seeing the hope in Pepper's eyes, Eren didn't bother teasing them. "Yes, I have some left. If Pepper wants, I can even give her one for free." But Eren glanced at Tony before continuing. "But the root cause of Mr. Stark's problem isn't just palladium poisoning. Even if the panacea removes the poison, it doesn't solve the core issue. Given how often Mr. Stark wears his suit, in just a few months, the palladium buildup will become fatal again." Pepper frowned, thinking deeply for a few seconds before asking. "What if Tony stops wearing the suit?" Eren looked at her and replied. "If Mr. Stark's arc reactor operates at a normal level and he doesn't overuse it, then one dose of the panacea could extend his life by at least several years, maybe even over a decade." Hearing that number, Pepper let out a breath of relief. "That's enough. If we have years, maybe even over a decade, then with Stark Industries' resources, we can set up an entire department dedicated to researching a permanent cure for palladium poisoning. With that much time, I'm sure we can develop a solution, right, Tony?" Tony, who was being stared at by Pepper, didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Eren and asked. "How many of those potions do you have?" Now that was a sharp question. Eren chuckled and didn't hide the answer. "When that master gave them to me, I received a dozen. Other than the one I gave to Norman Osborn, I haven't used any of the others." A dozen minus one. That meant Eren still had 11 doses of panacea left. Each one could extend Tony's life by several years, even over a decade. Which meant that if Tony gave up being Iron Man, these potions alone could sustain him for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Pepper finally fully relaxed. Even Tony, who had been feeling the grip of death tightening around him, suddenly felt like he had a second chance at life. But unlike Pepper, Tony wasn't just thinking about survival. He was thinking. With this many doses of panacea, I could try to reverse engineer it. If I can analyze the formula, even if I never find a replacement for palladium, I could keep using the panacea and continue being Iron Man. Realizing this, he didn't even wait for Pepper to negotiate. Before she could speak, Tony himself said. "Since I helped clean up your friend's corpse yesterday, how about selling me 2 doses of that panacea? Don't worry, I'll pay the same price Osborn did." At the end of his sentence, even Tony looked pained. After all, Norman Osborn had bought his panacea for $100 billion per dose. 2 doses meant Tony would have to pay a staggering $200 billion. That wasn't 2 million. Not even 200 million. $200 billion was an unfathomably massive fortune. Even for Tony Stark, a man who had long since viewed money as nothing more than numbers on a screen, the price still stung. But compared to money, Tony valued his life far more. $200 billion for 2 doses of panacea. The sheer magnitude of the transaction even made Eren momentarily wonder if he had misheard. When Norman Osborn had been on the brink of death, he had been willing to pay any price to survive. Even then, the only reason he had agreed to trade 5% of Oscorp's shares for a single dose of panacea was because Eren had subtly influenced him through hypnosis, making him willingly overpay. Otherwise, given Osborn's cold-blooded nature, who knew if he would have just hired someone to kill Eren and steal the potion instead? After all, Osborn's hands were already stained with countless lives. So Eren knew Tony understood just how insanely overpriced that $100 billion valuation was. And yet, he was still willing to pay it. That meant the fear and desperation gripping Tony's heart over his palladium poisoning was far worse than Eren had imagined. Of course. For Eren, having a fool willing to pay $100 billion per dose was a once-in-a-lifetime deal. So he had no reason to refuse. Leaving behind a simple, "Wait here," Eren turned and walked upstairs. Pepper, who had been silently watching the entire exchange, instinctively opened her mouth slightly. In the end, however, she didn't call Eren back. The price of panacea was utterly absurd, but both parties were willing, so what reason did she have to stop them? After all, these were 2 of the people she cared about most. A moment later, Eren returned from upstairs. This time, 3 vials of panacea rested in his hands. After handing 2 of them to Tony Stark, Tony immediately said, "I don't have $200 billion in cash on hand. Once I test this out and confirm it really clears my palladium poisoning, I'll pay you the same way Norman Osborn did, with Stark Industries stock valued at $200 billion. Trust me, with Stark Industries stock skyrocketing right now, you've struck gold." Hearing that Tony planned to trade stocks instead of cash, Eren wasn't surprised. After all, while Tony was one of the richest men on the planet, no billionaire just leaves that much money sitting in a bank account collecting dust. And truth be told, Stark Industries stock had soared ever since Tony publicly revealed he was Iron Man. Accepting $200 billion worth of Stark Industries stock wasn't just acceptable, it was a huge win for Eren. So he simply nodded in agreement. Deal. Then, Eren turned to Pepper, holding out the 3rd vial. "Here, Pepper. This one's for you." Pepper instinctively tried to push it back. "No, I can't accept this. It's too valuable." She had just watched as 2 vials sold for $200 billion. Even with her close relationship with Eren, she couldn't bring herself to accept such a priceless gift for free. But Eren simply smiled. "Relax, Pepper. It's not as valuable as you think. Honestly, aside from guys like Norman Osborn and Tony Stark, who are literally on death's door, no one else would ever pay such a ridiculous price for this potion." Eren didn't even lower his voice. So Tony, who had been listening right next to them, twitched violently. Did this bastard just say I got ripped off, right in front of me? That's cold, man. A moment later, Eren firmly placed the vial into Pepper's hands. Before she could refuse again, he leaned in and whispered into her ear. "Trust me, Pepper. One day, Stark is going to need this." Maybe it was Eren's tone. Maybe it was just intuition. But in the end, Pepper accepted the vial. Shortly after. Whether it was because Eren had publicly called him a sucker, or because he was too eager to test whether the panacea could truly cure him, Tony Stark rushed out of Eren's house the moment he got his hands on the vials. After finalizing the details of the Jester's funeral with Eren, Pepper also left shortly afterward. As soon as both of them were gone, Eren shut the door behind them. His eyes flickered slightly. "Now that I've ascended to magician, it's time to finally test my theory." Chapter 173. In the blink of an eye, Eren's spiritual form shifted into the balance space. After ascending to magician, Eren's spiritual power had greatly increased. His meditative state had also enhanced his mental acuity, strengthening his connection with the balance space. Now, he could enter this mystical realm at will, simply by channeling his spiritual power. Previously, he had to rely on deep meditation just to establish a connection and forcefully enter. The only downside: his physical body was too heavy. With his current spiritual strength, he couldn't bring his corporeal form into the balance space. Otherwise, if he could fully transport himself here, this hidden realm, floating above the river of fate, would be the safest refuge imaginable. Stepping onto the mercury-like mist that swirled beneath his feet, Eren focused his vision, channeling more and more spiritual power into his eyes. But no matter how much power he injected, whenever he gazed upon this mysterious space, it still felt hazy and indistinct, as if he were peering through fogged glass. As expected, even at the magician level, I still can't fully comprehend this place. Realizing that even enhanced spiritual sight couldn't unravel the secrets of the balance space, Eren dismissed the gathered energy in his eyes. If he couldn't even perceive the true nature of this realm, he wasn't going to risk trying to analyze the fate scale itself. Who knew what kind of consequences that might trigger? After taking a moment to calm his thoughts, Eren's gaze returned to the fate scale. Last time, he had spent 10,000 fate points on a high-level draw, leaving him with 2,702 fate points. Now that he had ascended, it was time to test his hypothesis. A new draw. With a thought, Eren summoned the illusory fate scale, triggering a basic 10 draw. The fate compass materialized above him, spinning rapidly, leaving behind trails of afterimages. As the spinning projection reflected in his eyes, Eren's gaze flickered with deep thought. When the wheel finally stopped. 2 blue. 2 green. 6 white. 12 floating light orbs hovered in the air before him. As expected. This time, he didn't hit the jackpot with any purple tier items. However, getting 2 blue tier items in a 10 pull was already pretty good. Usually, in past draws, he had only ever gotten 1 guaranteed blue tier item. Wait. Could this extra blue tier item be related to the Fate's blessing he had acquired after purging the Eldritch God's aura? 1 became 2. Was the effect of Fate's blessing really this obvious? Or was this simply luck? As he recalled the unexpected reward from his previous purification, Eren's expression grew contemplative. But it didn't matter. Whether it was luck or Fate's blessing, it was still a win for him. Fixing his gaze on the 2 blue tier orbs, Eren hesitated for only a moment before reaching for the leftmost one. Faceless Man Potion, Sequence 6. A second later. The outer shell of the blue light orb shattered. A vial of eerie, black-green liquid appeared in Eren's hands. It occasionally bubbled, with each bubble the size of an eyeball, reflecting shifting hues under the surrounding glow. Faintly, distorted human faces surfaced and vanished within the liquid. This was the next step in the diviner pathway. The Faceless Man Potion, Sequence 6. As he gazed at the vial, a cold, mocking smile crept onto Eren's lips. So this really is fate, huh? Compared to last time, when drawing the magician potion had sent a chill down his spine, Eren felt far less shaken this time. 4-1. He had already suspected that each draw after ascending was, coincidentally, rigged to give him his next promotion material. Getting the Faceless Man Potion now only confirmed his theory. And 2. Since his mental state had reached a meditative balance, he felt far less disturbed by these strange coincidences. Since I can't fight fate, I might as well enjoy its gifts. After all, if someone always had their next promotion material conveniently placed before them, wasn't that a blessing in disguise? At least, compared to someone like Klein, who had to search the entire world for potion ingredients, Eren had it easy. With a flick of his wrist, the Faceless Man Potion vanished into his sleeve. After storing the potion, Eren turned his attention to the 9 remaining light orbs. One by one, he opened them. The 6 white tier orbs revealed 3 books, a jar of premium honey, a set of silver dining utensils, a bottle of red wine. No modern firearms this time. Did the fate compass finally realize that regular guns were useless to him? Or was it just random chance? As for the 3 books, only one of them caught Eren's interest. It was a beauty guide written by some famous makeup artist from an unknown world. It could be useful for disguises and camouflage techniques. But the other 2 books. The Actor's Guide to Self-Cultivation, Pickup Artist's Handbook. What the hell? Eren stared at the titles, speechless. They weren't completely useless. But he had no interest in them. If the 6 white tier items left Eren feeling disappointed, then the 2 green tier rewards were a pleasant surprise. Eerie VHS tape. Insert it into a TV, and you'll receive a mysterious recording of a beautiful woman. What are you waiting for, young man? Note, due to tragic past experiences, this woman has an explosive temper. Once the VHS tape is played, be prepared to defend yourself against her deadly attacks. Warning, do not open this tape without proper defensive measures or spiritual resistance. Otherwise, you may end up torn to shreds or drowned in her cursed well. Question notebook. Write a question in this notebook, and it will provide an answer. Be warned, the answer may or may not be what you want. Price of knowledge: after receiving an answer, you must answer a personal question from the notebook. Rules. You cannot refuse to answer the notebook's question. You cannot lie in your response. Failure to comply will result in punishment from the notebook. Background: this was once a completely ordinary notebook, until a being who had touched the river of time used it as a child to write a question out of boredom. That single moment changed the nature of the notebook, granting it mysterious abilities. Neither the eerie VHS tape nor the question notebook were simple green tier items. Especially the question notebook. It had been influenced by a being who had glimpsed omniscience. The ability to receive knowledge in exchange for answering a question was highly valuable. The only downside was the personal question requirement, but compared to the dangers of divination or blind exploration, this was a manageable cost. A jackpot draw: the space ring. If the green tier rewards caught Eren's attention, then the final blue tier reward completely stunned him. Greedy space ring. A special ring with an internal storage space that can hold non-living objects. Background. Created by a goblin whose greed was engraved into his very soul. Even in death, the goblin refused to release his grip on this precious ring. Upon his demise, the ring inherited his greed. Warning. This ring demands rent from its owner every week. Failure to pay will result in a randomly selected stored item being devoured. A space ring. One of the most iconic protagonist items in fantasy stories. And now Eren had one. The closest he had ever come to owning a spatial item was when he had drawn a space stone in a previous lottery pull. Unfortunately, since he had no forging skills, he had no way of making it into a proper storage item. So he had just fed it to his pet monster. But now, with this ring, that long-standing wish had finally come true. Eren took the dark iron-colored ring, adjusted it to fit his right pinky, and slid it on. The moment the ring touched his skin, a faint gray glow flickered across his eyes. Immediately, information about the ring's abilities flooded his mind. Storage capacity: a 5-meter diameter spherical space. Restrictions: can only store non-living objects. Cost: every week, the ring demands a 50-gram gold coin as rent. Failure to pay will result in one random stored item being consumed. Wow! This ring is more greedy than some landlords. For most people, losing a 50-gram gold coin every week might be a huge expense. But for Eren, he was drowning in gold. Just recently, he had seized 15 1-kilogram gold bars from the Water Ghost Gang's headquarters. That was 15,000 grams of gold. Enough to pay rent for 300 weeks, roughly 5 to 6 years. Of course, he would need to melt the bars down into individual 50-gram gold coins. Otherwise, knowing the ring's greed, if he tried to store a full 1-kilogram gold bar, it would likely take the entire thing as 1 week's rent. Since you're so greedy, I'll call you the greedy ring from now on. Smiling, Eren rubbed the surface of the ring before proceeding to store all his new loot inside. A soul-nourishing fruit, the infant fruit. After securing his items, Eren stopped drawing. Instead, he spent 1,000 fate points to materialize an item from the River of Fate. Infant fruit. A rare fruit that grows in desolate lands where countless souls have perished. It nourishes and strengthens the soul while also healing any soul-related injuries. This fruit was meant for reviving his jester clone. Due to the twin divinity ability, his jester clone had not fully perished. However, reviving it would require a great cost. Additionally, Eren had just ascended to magician. If he wanted to restore his clone at his current strength, the requirements would be even higher. After using 1,000 fate points for the infant fruit, he spent another 500 to materialize various high-grade vitality-boosting herbs. After all, to revive the jester clone, healing the soul alone wouldn't be enough. A few minutes later, inside Eren's home, he changed into a vibrant, flamboyant suit, complete with a top hat. And then, a graceful, impeccably dressed jester once again returned to the world. Chapter 174. Casually picking up a bright red apple from the dining table, he took a bite and chewed as he lay sprawled across the couch. Covering his face, the clown version of Eren groaned in frustration. This time, I really screwed up. He had imagined many possible ways he could die, beaten to death by nosy superheroes, killed by the world's many supervillains, or even hunted down by monsters like Odin or the Ancient One. He had even considered disappearing silently under Thanos' snap. But never, in his wildest imagination, did he expect his first death to come at the hands of some unknown cultist who seemingly crawled out of a random gutter, taking him down in a desperate, last-minute mutual destruction. Getting dragged into a one-for-one trade. Wasn't that something reserved for final boss villains in movies? He wasn't even a full-fledged villain yet. And yet, he got to experience this premium treatment firsthand. The real Eren, sitting across from him, peeled an orange and said casually, "It was just because you were careless." Hearing this, the clown Eren rolled his eyes. "Are you an idiot? Or do you just enjoy insulting yourself?" Sure, the clown Eren had been careless, but the real Eren wasn't much better either. The only reason he survived the cultist's final, soul shockwave, was that he had already summoned a six-winged angel to protect him. Eren burst into laughter but didn't argue. Looking back, it was true that he had let his guard down after summoning the six-winged angel. But in a way, that was part of his plan too. After all, with such a powerful angel by his side, what was there to fear? What he didn't anticipate was that his clown doppelganger would also join him on the rooftop to help. And so, the six-winged angel shielded him. But the clown Eren, who didn't manage to escape in time, became the sacrificial piece in the enemy's self-destruction. Of course, a big part of the issue was that Eren had been too weak back then, with too few abilities at his disposal. If he had already advanced to the magician rank, he could have simply used flame jump or similar techniques to teleport away. In the end, we were just too weak back then. With a glint of gloom in his eyes, the clown Eren finished his apple, tossing the core into the mouth of the little creature beside him. After giving the creature's head a couple of pats, he stood up from the couch. "I'm heading out. I need to go see that DR banner. If we keep him waiting too long and he gets annoyed, we might lose our chance to recruit him." Eren nodded in agreement, adding, "Also, look into that cultist. Someone with that kind of power shouldn't be an unknown nobody." "Relax. Even if you didn't tell me, I was already planning to dig into that Sotheth priest. After all, he's the guy who took my first death." With that, the clown Eren snapped his fingers and vanished in a burst of flames using flame jump. Before leaving, though, he shamelessly snatched up dozens of the origami figures that Eren had painstakingly folded while watching videos. Elsewhere. At some point, the clown Eren had painted his face with oil paint again. With a flicker of flames, he teleported directly into the kitchen of a household where someone was cooking. The woman of the house, carrying a dish from the kitchen, didn't notice the sudden intruder. However, her young son, sitting at the dining table waiting for food, did. Plop. The spoon in his hand clattered onto the table as he pointed toward the kitchen and shouted, "Mom! There's a clown!" Before he could finish, the clown Eren pulled a face at him, then disappeared in another burst of flames. By the time the mother turned her head, the kitchen was empty. Seeing no sign of any clown, the young mother frowned. A sinister smile crept across her lips as she turned toward her son. This little troublemaker was always teasing his dad, but today he dared to mess with his mother. He needed to learn that lying was not a good habit. Especially not to her. Soon after, the house was filled with the sounds of a chancla whip in action and a child's wails. Fortunately, the surrounding neighbors were also families with strong beliefs in strict parental discipline. If this had happened in another neighborhood, someone would have likely called child services over the commotion. Having been spotted on his first flame jump, the clown Eren didn't make the same mistake again. As he continued teleporting, he activated his psychic field. If there were people near his landing point, he would use his psychic abilities to temporarily erase their memories of him. About 10 minutes later, the clown Eren emerged from a magician's club, now wearing a mysterious clown mask. His outfit had also changed to resemble those street magicians performing on New York's sidewalks. Thanks to the internet and Stark's intentional media push, the story of the mysterious clown who had died fighting demons to save Harlem had spread across the web. Because of the previous Ironmonger incident, many fans of the clown Eren had begun loudly declaring him a superhero, on par with Tony Stark. Though there were some online debates, the majority agreed to recognize the mysterious clown as a hero. After all, the dead are to be honored. To pay tribute to the fallen clown, many people in New York had put on clown masks or dressed as clowns. This allowed clown Eren to blend seamlessly into the crowds. Without attracting attention, he followed the tide of people and made his way to a certain cold storage facility in Hell's Kitchen. The cold storage facility wasn't particularly large, blending in seamlessly among the various small warehouses in the area. However, Anyone who ventured deeper inside would discover that this two-story cold storage warehouse was more than it appeared to be. Having spent nearly half a month in Hell's Kitchen, the clown Eren obviously wouldn't limit himself to just one hideout at the Water Ghost Gang's headquarters. This cold storage warehouse near the Hudson River was actually the private property of one of the gang leaders he had eliminated. It had originally been a safe house and an escape route for the gangster. But after the gang leader met his end at Eren's hands, this once hidden safe house, disguised as a freezer facility, conveniently became one of Eren's own safe houses. At the moment, within this facility, two men who had disappeared from the battlefield in Harlem, Winter Soldier Bucky and Dr. Banner, were present. Dr. Banner, here. Thanks. Bucky handed a steaming bowl of thick soup to Banner, who was wrapped in a heavy blanket. He then took a bowl for himself, sipping slowly. The warmth of the soup traveled down his throat, spreading a comfortable heat throughout his body, dispelling the lingering chill. Though this cold storage warehouse was actually a well-stocked safe house, it still retained all the functions of a typical freezer. To maintain the disguise, the refrigeration system ran year-round, keeping the environment at a consistently low temperature. Even though the room they occupied had heating, the surrounding cold air dulled its effectiveness, making the space feel chilly. Bucky didn't mind the cold much. But Banner, wearing nothing but a pair of tattered shorts, was shivering uncontrollably. Gripping the warm bowl tightly, Banner took a hasty sip, letting the heat from the soup drive away the cold. As he finally felt a bit more comfortable, he turned to Bucky and asked, "How long do we have to stay here? And are you sure General Ross won't find this place?" Despite the freezing conditions, Banner wasn't actually too bothered. After all, compared to the constant, exhausting fugitive life of being hunted by General Ross, this place was almost luxurious. In fact, the cold even helped him keep his mind clear, suppressing the ever-present anger simmering inside him. Oddly enough, he was starting to appreciate this environment. Of course, it would have been even better if he had some proper clothes to wear. Unfortunately, aside from the thick blankets, he hadn't found anything in his size. With no other options, he had to make do with wrapping himself up in a blanket. This hideout had plenty of food, but what worried him was how long they'd have to stay here. Having experienced the terrifying efficiency of the federal military's intelligence network firsthand, Banner was deeply concerned that if they stayed too long, General Ross would eventually track them down with a battalion of soldiers. It wasn't his own safety he was worried about. He just didn't want more innocent soldiers, who were merely following orders, to die at his hands. Bucky took another sip of his soup before responding, "Don't worry. The military won't find this place anytime soon. As for how long we're staying, you'll find out when the boss gets here. I'm already here." Just as Bucky finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed from outside the room. The door swung open, revealing the figure of the clown Eren. Feeling the unique aura radiating from him, as well as the faint psychic imprint that lingered in Bucky's mind, the Winter Soldier instantly confirmed his identity. "Boss." Bucky stood up immediately, his usually stiff expression softening slightly. Banner, however, was in complete shock. "It's you. You're supposed to be dead." Even though Eren was wearing a different clown mask this time, his unmistakable presence, along with the aura that made the Hulk stir uneasily inside Banner, left no room for doubt. He was the same mysterious clown who had appeared on the battlefield in Harlem last night. No wonder Bucky had claimed to have already met his boss. But hadn't the internet been flooded with reports saying that the lone clown who had fought against the monstrous tide in Harlem was already dead? How? This hideout wasn't completely cut off from the world. To stay updated on external events, it even had an internet-connected computer. Bucky had never stopped Banner from using it. So, last night, while browsing through information about the Harlem battle, Banner had inevitably come across the widespread reports and videos of the mysterious clown's tragic demise. Watching the disbelief in Banner's eyes, Eren smirked behind his mask. "It was just a trick. Did you really think I'd die so easily, Dr. Banner?" "A trick?" Banner had seen the footage online. He had watched as the clown was reduced to ashes and scattered to the wind. A flicker of realization crossed his face. No wonder something had felt off about that scene. So it was just an illusion. But still, to fool so many people, wasn't that level of trickery a little too ridiculous? Just as the doubt crossed his mind, Banner's eyes widened as he saw the masked clown reach into thin air, his hand seemingly grabbing at nothing. And in the next instant, a brand new set of clothes, still with the tags attached, appeared in his grasp. "I picked up a loose-fitting set on my way here," Eren said, tossing the clothes to Banner. "Try them on." Thanks. Almost reflexively, Banner expressed his gratitude, running his fingers over the fabric. The quality was surprisingly good. Then, another thought struck him. Was that trick just now also an illusion? If so, he was beginning to understand how Eren had managed to fake his death so convincingly. Chapter 175. Hearing this, Dr. Banner couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That was an incredibly realistic illusion. If you ever decided to perform on stage, the world might just gain a new master magician. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something was off. He fell silent and awkwardly glanced at Eren. These days, magicians didn't hold much prestige. At most, even the most successful magicians were on par with celebrities. Would a mysterious figure like the clown Eren consider being compared to a magician an insult? Banner swore that wasn't his intention. That comment had just slipped out in amazement after watching Eren pluck a full set of clothes out of thin air as if it had been there all along. That kind of performance, seamless, without any apparent tricks, was truly mind-blowing. However, to Banner's surprise, the clown Eren not only didn't get offended but actually seemed delighted. He even gave a small, theatrical bow, just like a magician receiving applause from an audience. It's the best thing I've heard all day. In fact, because of that, I'll give you an extra option. With that, he removed his clown mask, revealing the face beneath, painted with oil-based clown makeup. Seeing this, Banner instinctively looked closer. But when all he saw was another clown-painted face, his mouth twitched slightly. Holding back the urge to comment, he took a deep breath and considered Eren's words. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, an extra option. What is it? Good. With a satisfied snap of his fingers, Eren continued, I assume you were already told that I have a special way to suppress your anger, allowing you to live like a normal person. Banner's heart pounded at those words. Even his heartbeat slightly accelerated. A normal life. Ever since that fateful accident in the lab, that had been his greatest wish. As a scientist with extensive knowledge of the extraordinary, Banner had tried countless methods to control the monster inside him. But all of them had failed. No matter what he did, he could never suppress the fury that lurked within, nor could he rid himself of the gamma-induced abomination inside him. If he hadn't been so utterly helpless against the Hulk, he wouldn't have agreed to follow Bucky to this cold storage hideout in the first place. So now, hearing someone tell him that his dream could actually be realized, it was impossible not to feel some level of excitement. Sensing Banner's reaction, the clown Eren chuckled. Relax, Dr. Banner. The last thing I want right now is to have a fight with the Hulk. With that joke out of the way, Eren continued. There are actually quite a few ways to keep the Hulk from interfering with your life. However, I currently have access to only two methods. The first option is deep hypnosis. I can put the Hulk into a long-term slumber and seal his consciousness deep within your mind. Hulk's intelligence isn't particularly strong. My power is more than enough to keep him asleep for a very long time. But there's a drawback, this isn't a permanent fix. In fact, the longer he remains forcibly suppressed, the more furious he will become. Sooner or later, all that pent-up rage will explode, breaking through my seal. And when that happens... Eren trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. But Banner, being the brilliant mind that he was, understood perfectly. A seal can only hold for so long. Once it breaks, it'll be like a dam bursting, uncontrollable and catastrophic. If the Hulk woke up after years of forced suppression, he would likely emerge as an even stronger and angrier monster. At that point, would this body still belong to Bruce Banner? Or would it become entirely the Hulk's domain? Before Banner could dwell on it for too long, Eren continued. I won't go into more detail about the side effects of this method. Even if I reinforce the seal periodically, it's still just a temporary solution. However, at this point, Eren's tone shifted slightly, becoming lighter. Despite its flaws, it's still much better than your current situation. At the very least, it would allow you to live a normal life for now. This was the deal I originally planned to offer you. But... Eren smirked. I liked what you said earlier. So, I'm giving you another choice. Banner, who had already been considering the first option seriously, took a deep breath. And what is the second option? The second option is for you to fully join us. If you do, I will personally help guide you through the process of fully mastering the Hulk's power. Unlike the first option, which produces immediate results, this one will take time, a lot of time. In fact, I can't even guarantee that you'll succeed in the end. But Suppression is not always the right answer. No matter how tightly you seal the Hulk away, his rage will only grow over time. One day, it will inevitably break free. But if you channel it instead, if you gradually learn to control it, to redirect its fury, then one day, dear Banner, you will no longer be afraid of the Hulk inside you. You will become a perfect fusion of strength and intellect. At that point, you won't have to worry about the Hulk running wild ever again. Once Banner had processed this, Eren leaned back in his chair, crossing one leg over the other. Just so we're clear, if you choose the first option, our relationship will remain strictly professional. You work for me. I pay you. In addition, I'll reinforce your seal periodically and offer some basic protection, like keeping the military off your back. But that's it. Eren leaned back lazily, stretching as he finished speaking, then patiently waited for Banner's response. Meanwhile, Banner found himself locked in an intense internal struggle. When he had initially decided to follow Bucky, it wasn't just to escape the military's pursuit. If all he wanted was to evade capture, he could have done that on his own. It would have been troublesome, but still manageable. So, he immediately dismissed the third option, leaving, without hesitation. That left him with two choices, each with its own pros and cons. The first option would provide immediate relief and more personal freedom, but it wasn't a permanent solution. It wouldn't truly rid him of the monster within. And if the Hulk's consciousness ever broke free from the seal, the consequences would be disastrous. The second option, according to this clown's description, would take longer and had no guaranteed success. But it carried a slim chance of permanently resolving his Hulk problem. Moreover, under Eren's protection, he'd have a better chance of avoiding detection by the military. It would mean fewer complications. The only issue was that he'd have to fully commit. And the truth was, he knew almost nothing about this mysterious clown or the organization behind him. What if? After a long silence, Banner sighed, forcing a bitter smile. I want to choose the second option, he admitted. But I barely know anything about you or your organization. So, is there any way we can compromise? For example, could we set a trial period, maybe 1 or 3 months, where I use the first method as a transition? Then, once the time is up, I'll make my final decision between the two options. Clap. 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 Hearing Banner's suggestion, Eren burst into applause with an amused smile. That's a great proposal, he said. But, no. Why not? Well, if you want the official explanation, Eren mused, once the first method is applied, hypnotizing and sealing the Hulk, it will drastically increase his resistance. If we later try to guide and integrate him, it will become exponentially more difficult. Worse, it could even lead to unpredictable complications. Banner frowned, contemplating the explanation. It made sense. But then, Eren's tone suddenly shifted. Of course, the real reason is, I just don't like it. I don't like these gradual changes. I believe that in life, there are only a handful of true defining moments, maybe 1 or 2. And when they come, you either seize them or you don't. A single decision could lead you to paradise, or plunge you into hell. But whatever happens, it will be your choice. So, dear Banner, Eren grinned beneath his mask. What's your decision? For a moment, Banner was taken aback. Just a second ago, Eren's reasoning had seemed logical, even considerate. But in the next breath, he sounded like an impulsive maniac. For the first time, Banner began to wonder if this potential future boss of his might be a little unreliable. Still, there was something strangely personal about Eren's attitude. It made him seem more human. A future boss. Yes. By this point, Banner had already made up his mind. Truthfully, deep down, there had never really been another option. Banner had always wanted to permanently rid himself of the Hulk. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Eren and declared. In that case, I choose the second option. The moment Banner said those words, Eren's face lit up with a broad smile. Good. Almost instantly, a party popper appeared in Eren's hand from out of nowhere. Pop. A spray of colorful confetti exploded into the air. As the paper fluttered down, Eren extended a hand toward Banner. Welcome aboard, dear Banner. You made the right choice. I hope so, Banner muttered, shaking his head with a wry smile. For some reason, he felt like he had just stepped onto a pirate ship that was already sailing toward chaos. Since he had successfully recruited Dr. Banner, a man with 7 PhDs, getting him a proper workspace became an urgent priority. After all, he couldn't expect Banner to conduct research in a freezing cold storage unit. A suitable office or laboratory was needed. But Eren didn't have an office or a lab. So he figured he'd just borrow one from his debtors. Yes. His very wealthy debtors. Asking them to hand over a fully equipped office building or research lab in exchange for clearing their debt. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Leaving the cold storage unit alone, Eren reached into the ring of greed and pulled out his question notebook. Since he had a long list of enemies to deal with soon, he had stocked up on some useful tools from his real body. For example, the ring of greed, which he had originally used for magic tricks. And the question notebook, which could provide answers to specific queries. Taking out the question notebook, Eren picked up a pen and wrote a question on the first blank page. Where is Hydra's leader, Alexander Pierce, right now? Yes. As a petty and vengeful clown, Eren had always followed the principle of never delaying payback. The only reason Alexander Pierce had survived the night before was due to unexpected circumstances. But now, it was time to settle the score. Oh, and while he was at it, maybe he'd see if he could borrow a well-equipped office or research lab from Pierce as well. After all, as the leader of Hydra's most successful branch, Pierce had to own some valuable real estate. Chapter 176. 3 seconds after Eren's pen left the page, the question notebook responded. The slightly yellowed paper revealed a line of delicate handwriting, as if an unseen hand from another dimension was answering Eren's query in real time. London, England, Westminster Central Hall. Looking at the answer, Eren's mind filled with question marks. Almost instinctively, he performed a divination to verify the information. Is Alexander Pierce currently in London's Westminster Central Hall? Is Alexander Pierce currently in? 7 times in a row. The answer remained the same. Eren exhaled in mild frustration. Seriously? Did Alexander Pierce have some kind of precognitive ability? The moment Eren decided to have a chat with him, the man had crossed half the planet, straight to the other side of the world. Even if Eren booked the fastest flight to London, it would take him at least half a day to get there. And by the time he arrived, Pierce would likely be in another remote location. I don't have time for a game of hide-and-seek. No wonder Pierce had managed to revive a dying Hydra, infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D., and transform it into Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. For a spy chief to retire alive, despite the nature of his job. That alone spoke volumes about his skill. Forget everything else, his evasion ability was maxed out. For now, Eren had no choice but to temporarily shelve his plans for Pierce. Since he couldn't track down his biggest debtor, he'd just switch targets. Aside from the Hydra agents who had ambushed him, Kingpin's gunmen had also played a role in the attack. If Alexander Pierce had fled too fast for him to catch, then surely Kingpin, the so-called underground emperor of New York, wouldn't have disappeared as well. As Eren was about to write Kingpin's name in the question notebook, a new line of text suddenly appeared on the yellowed pages. If you were going to die in 3 seconds, what would be the last thing you'd want to do? Without hesitation, Eren wrote. Clear my browser history. For a moment, the question notebook seemed confused. As if it had frozen, processing his answer. It took a while before the text faded away. That's it? Eren raised an eyebrow. Watching the refreshed page, he was genuinely surprised at how mild the notebook's side effects were. No dramatic consequences. No bizarre challenges. How boring. Clicking his tongue, he wasted no time. Picking up his pen again, he wrote his next question. Where is Wilson Fisk, aka Kingpin, New York's underground emperor, right now? After writing, he instinctively patted his pocket to check on his phone, then returned it. As before, 3 seconds later, an answer emerged. Hell's Kitchen, Fisk Tower, basement level -3. Fisk Tower. Having spent weeks in Hell's Kitchen, Eren was obviously familiar with its most infamous building. Fisk Tower stood at the edge of Hell's Kitchen. It was the tallest building in the area and Kingpin's crowning achievement, a symbol of power and an assertion of dominance. It signified both his control over Hell's Kitchen and his ambition to expand across New York. Back when Kingpin had just taken over the underworld, he had spent most of his time inside Fisk Tower. But as his empire grew, so did his enemies. With his crime syndicate expanding citywide, rival gangs that feared his rise had begun fighting back. During those turbulent times, Kingpin had been targeted for assassination dozens of times, right inside his own headquarters. There was even a notorious incident where an arms dealer disguised himself as a janitor, sneaking into Fisk Tower and planting high-powered explosives. Had Kingpin not noticed something was off in time, the building would have been blown sky-high, taking him with it. From that point on, his movements became far more secretive. Instead of staying in Fisk Tower, he operated from the shadows, sending his proxy, Felix Manning, to handle public affairs. Yet now, the supposedly elusive Kingpin was back inside Fisk Tower. Eren performed another divination just to confirm. The answer remained unchanged. Kingpin was there. Interesting. Is this just a coincidence? Or has Kingpin actually been staying at Fisk Tower the whole time, secretly pulling the strings? Hiding in plain sight, because the most dangerous place is also the safest? If so, he really does understand the art of war. Well, whatever the case, this actually makes things easier for me. No need to go hunting for him. With the answer now confirmed, Eren's next move was clear. 3 seconds after Eren had written his second question, the question notebook responded once again. But instead of providing another answer, a new question appeared on the page. If you were going to die in 3 seconds, would you choose to erase your phone history or wipe your computer's hard drive? A cold smirk played on Eren's lips. This is supposed to be a difficult choice. If it were up to him, the answer was obvious. Without hesitation, he wrote his response. I'd erase my computer's study materials. Almost instantly, a question mark appeared underneath his answer. And then another line. Why? Eren scoffed. As if sensing the notebook's confusion, he casually wrote back. Does this even need an explanation? Before you even asked this question, I had already formatted my phone. There's literally nothing in there anymore. Given that, wouldn't it be stupid to not wipe my computer's hard drive instead? Mocking the question notebook as if it were a sentient being, Eren added another line. I asked 2 questions and answered 3 of yours. That means you owe me 1. For a long moment, the notebook remained silent. Then, after a noticeable pause, a distorted version of the word fine appeared on the page. It took a while before the text faded completely. Ha! With a snap, Eren shut the question notebook with a look of disdain. Where was the supposed social destruction and inescapable consequences it was known for? This is it. Shaking his head, Eren stored the notebook back into his ring of greed. Clearly, its previous owner had been a pathetic fool, probably an overly cautious, honest person. To think they had struggled with such trivial questions. Perhaps it was time to retrain this notebook, teach it just how cruel the world could be. Otherwise, if it kept throwing out dumb questions like this, wouldn't that make him look stupid as its owner? Fisk Tower. Fisk Tower loomed over Hell's Kitchen like a steel fortress, its skyscraping height making it impossible to miss. Eren only had to glance up to see it. Well, since I'm paying Kingpin a visit, I should make some preparations first. For starters, ammunition. Eren had no intention of stepping into any confrontation unprepared. A few minutes later, he emerged from a gang hideout in Hell's Kitchen, now carrying a backpack slung over his shoulder. Behind him, the stench of death still lingered. The building that had been infested with filth just moments ago now lay eerily silent. All too bad, Eren muttered with an exaggerated sigh. I was hoping at least one of you would have the guts to put up a fight. A dark alley. About 10 minutes later, as Eren strolled through a narrow alley, he spotted a familiar figure. Long-legged and strikingly beautiful, Aelina, the woman who had once helped him clean up, was pleading with a group of men. Her voice trembled as she begged. Davis, please, give me the money back, that's Michael's surgery fee. If he doesn't get the operation soon, he'll die. I'll pay back yesterday's cut by tonight. I just need 1 day, please, just 1 day. Before her, a tall, gaunt man with cold eyes simply shoved her aside, sending her sprawling into a pile of garbage. His tone was as chilling as his expression. The rules are the rules, he sneered. No one in Hell's Kitchen breaks Kingpin's rules. You tried to pocket the customer's tip yesterday. That alone violates Hell's Kitchen's laws. If it weren't your first offense, you'd be paying more than just 10 times the amount as a fine. Davis's gaze swept over her in disdain. As for your pathetic little brother, why bother letting him suffer in the hospital? Just let him die already. No. Aelina desperately pulled herself up, clutching at Davis's leg. Please, Davis, I'll do anything if it means saving Michael. Anything. Davis's cold eyes gleamed with an unmistakable predatory look. Aelina was stunning, her body curved in all the right places, her style seductive and alluring. If she was willing to do anything. Just as he was about to speak, a soft cough echoed behind him. A reminder. Davis froze. At that moment, he recalled something. A colleague of his had once shown mercy to someone who broke Kingpin's rules. As punishment, their boss had personally carved out their still-beating heart from their chest. The memory sent a shudder down his spine. He immediately shoved Aelina away, crushing any fleeting desires in his mind. With one final kick, he turned and left, along with his fellow enforcers. Each of them acted as hidden overseers, ensuring none of their own ever got soft. Aelina, curled in agony on the ground, could only watch helplessly as they walked away. Tears filled her eyes as a broken, despairing cry escaped her lips. No. Several passers-by heard her cry, briefly glancing into the alley. Then, as if they had seen nothing, they turned away and continued on their way. Hell's Kitchen was a place filled with illegal immigrants, criminals, and gangsters from all over the world. No one in this place cared about the weak. No one bothered with other people's problems. Here, sympathy was an expensive luxury no one could afford. Eren watched the scene unfold. His expression unreadable, he turned and stepped into the alley. A few seconds later, he crouched down beside Aelina, a smile playing on his lips. "Miss, are you free tonight?" As he spoke, he reached up and removed his clown mask, revealing a face she had seen before. His exaggerated, paint-drawn smile seemed strangely infectious, almost as if just looking at it could make someone laugh. Hearing his voice, Aelina instinctively looked up. For a moment, she froze, her eyes slightly dazed. Then, realization hit her. Her expression shifted in shock. "It's you." Before she could exclaim further, Eren's gloved finger pressed gently against her pale lips. "Shoo." With his other hand, he gestured for silence, a simple yet commanding motion. Only after ensuring her compliance did he finally remove his hand from her lips. Chapter 177. Although Eren's face bore a bit more makeup than before, Aelina still recognized the man who had left such a deep impression on her. After all, from childhood to adulthood, no one had ever paid her just to take her home and clean. Back then, she had been utterly terrified of the clown Eren, nearly believing that her life would end right then and there. However, it was precisely because of that experience that Aelina found herself unable to understand why this strange customer had appeared before her again and spoken those words. Did he want her to clean his place again? Or was he looking to discuss some serious business? Looking at the somewhat disheveled Aelina, the clown reached out and tidied up her messy hair before speaking again. "Beautiful lady, you still haven't answered me, are you free tonight?" Hearing Eren's voice again, Aelina felt momentarily dazed before quickly replying, "Apologies, sir. I'm afraid I don't have time lately." "Thank you, but I must leave." She had secretly kept some of the guests' tips, violating Kingpin's rules, all to save money for her younger brother Michael's medical treatment. Now that she had finally gathered enough for his surgery, Davis had suddenly barged in with his men, not only taking away the guests' tips but also robbing her of all her hard-earned savings, including the money her sisters had voluntarily lent her upon learning of her brother's condition. Michael's condition could not be delayed any longer. Aelina had no time left. She had to find a way to raise the surgery fees again as quickly as possible. For that, she had already made up her mind, she was willing to do anything. Even if. Just as Aelina gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her body and struggling to stand up, Eren's voice rang out again. "Is that so? What a pity. I was planning to entrust my newly acquired mansion to you for cleaning, seeing as you did such a thorough job last time. I even have the money prepared." Money. Aelina, who had been trying to force herself to leave, instinctively froze upon hearing the word she had been dreaming of day and night. She turned to look at Eren. But soon, she forced a bitter smile and shook her head. "Am I going crazy thinking about money? Last time, after cleaning such a massive haunted house, he only gave me $100. Even if this new place is bigger, how much could he possibly offer? Even if that $100 were multiplied 4 or 5 times, it would still be nothing compared to the $8,600 I need for Michael's surgery. Besides, I don't have time to earn money by cleaning houses anymore." Just as Aelina was about to take another step forward, Eren's voice reached her ears again. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" With an exaggerated expression, Eren reached out into the air and made a grabbing motion. As if performing a magic trick, a thick stack of freshly printed $100 bills appeared in his hand, their ink still fragrant. Rustle, rustle. Deliberately shaking the wad of cash in front of Eilena's eyes, Eren spoke in a tone of regret. What a shame. This $10,000, if not for the fact that you were so diligent last time, I wouldn't have even considered giving you this job. As he spoke, Eren patted the stack of cash and then reached for his mask, acting as if he was about to leave. Wait. Before he could take a step, Eilena lunged at him like a madwoman, clutching his arm tightly. You mean, this $10,000 is for cleaning a house? Eren, who had pretended to leave, turned his head and shook his head. Of course not. The moment she heard "not," the light in Eilena's eyes dimmed visibly. I knew it. There's no way cleaning a house could be worth $10,000. But before she could finish that thought, Eren's voice rang in her ears again. This $10,000 is just the deposit. After all, my new place is quite large. Cleaning it will be a huge task. $10,000. As a deposit. Eilena didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence before she let out a desperate, hoarse scream. Give it to me. I'll do it, please. Perhaps her voice was too sharp, or maybe she was too anxious, she ended up breaking her voice mid-sentence. Oh, is that so? Then it's yours. Seeing the desperate plea on Eilena's face and the rekindled hope in her eyes, Eren's grin stretched into a wide arc. Without hesitation, he handed her the thick stack of bills. At that moment, there was no pity or condescension on his face, only a pure and equal exchange of goodwill. Stuffing the $10,000 into Eilena's hands, Eren patted her arm and said. Hey, beautiful, you should let go now. If you keep pulling, my clothes will tear, and you'll have to compensate me. Sorry. Flustered, Eilena let go of his arm. She looked down at the cash in her hands, still unable to believe that Eren had given it to her so easily. With this money, Michael could have his surgery. He wouldn't die. The hope she had just grasped shattered the despair that had consumed her earlier, making the world in her eyes bright again. At some point, tears had welled up in Eilena's eyes, quickly blurring her vision. Thank you, thank you. Eren adjusted his slightly ruffled clothing with a graceful gesture before turning and walking away. Oh, right, tonight, I'll have someone come find you. Don't forget our agreement, beautiful lady. He had only taken a few steps when Eilena's urgent voice rang out from behind him. Thank you. I won't forget, also, my name is, Eilena. Eilena's voice was hurried, but it was filled with the most sincere gratitude. Hearing this, Eren, hidden beneath the clown mask, revealed a faint smile. But he did not turn back. He simply waved his hand and walked away. Not long after Eren left the dark alley, Eilena, clutching the $10,000 tightly against her body, sprinted toward the community hospital across the street and immediately handed over the money for Michael's surgery. In a shadowed corner nearby. Watching everything unfold and confirming that Eilena was now safe, Eren slightly lowered the brim of his magician's hat. Then, he continued walking toward Fisk Tower. Despite his own miserable circumstances, he still couldn't stand seeing others suffer. Perhaps, that was what it truly meant to be a clown. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand, yet he still responded with laughter. Using a smile to mask all sorrow, and performing absurd acts to bring joy to others. At that moment, Eren seemed to understand the true essence of a clown. At the same time, a delighted, maniacal laughter once again echoed in his mind. As if celebrating the birth of a true clown. However, unlike before, this time, that crazed laughter carried away the last trace of hidden madness within Eren's heart. At that very moment, as enlightenment struck Eren, the remnants of the Jester potion, which had been forcibly digested within both his and his original body's system due to the Jester of Fate's bizarre methods, seemed to become even clearer. Simultaneously, the seed of Fate's laughter, gifted by the Jester of Fate, unknowingly grew stronger. Feeling a sudden rush through his body, as if breaking through some invisible shackle, Eren narrowed his eyes slightly. Ah, that feels good. It seems even Fate itself stands against Kingpin this time. With a faint smile, the masked Eren arrived at the base of Fisk Tower. Gazing at the prominent entrance, he strode forward with a cheerful gait. The moment the guards stationed at the entrance spotted him approaching. Not only did they not stop him, but they even rushed forward attentively to open the passageway for him, bowing deeply in respect. From the moment he neared the building, Eren had activated his mind field, distorting the perception of the guards. At the same time, he utilized the magician's illusion, further reinforcing the mind distortion. As a result, the guards standing watch at the entrance all saw Eren as one of their direct superiors. Passing through the security checkpoint that required identification, now conveniently opened for him by the guards, Eren turned to the security captain, whose badge displayed his rank, and snapped coldly. "Useless fool. Go press the elevator button for me, now." "Ah. Why yes, sir." Terrified by Eren's reprimand, the captain broke into a cold sweat and rushed toward the nearby elevator in a panic. His slightly rotund belly made his frantic sprint appear almost comically exaggerated. The other guards, hearing the scolding, immediately lowered their heads further, much like frightened ostriches. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had witnessed the security team's deference toward Eren instinctively assumed he was someone important. None of them dared look at him directly, afraid that their gaze alone might invoke the displeasure of this big shot. Utilizing the captain's clearance, Eren smoothly entered the elevator leading to the third basement level of Fisk Tower. In an effort to ingratiate himself with this supposed high-ranking official, the security captain even stepped into the elevator with him, intending to personally guide the way. Ding! The moment the elevator doors closed, a sudden premonition of danger surged through Eren's mind. At the same time, a vision appeared in his consciousness, an elevator drenched in blood and shredded flesh, riddled with bullet holes and smoke. As soon as that vision vanished from his mind, Eren immediately used threads of resentment to slice open a person-sized gap in the elevator's seemingly welded-shut maintenance hatch. Without hesitation, he pulled himself up and climbed onto the reinforced elevator roof. Almost the instant he managed to reposition the hatch. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. The security captain, completely unaware that Eren had already escaped, stepped forward as if nothing was wrong. Only to be met with the frenzied fire of 7 or 8 assault rifles aimed directly at him. Tat 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 tat. In mere seconds, hundreds of bullets shredded the slightly overweight security captain into a bloodied sieve, leaving behind only a mangled corpse and a bullet-riddled elevator. Evidence that he had once stood there. For a full 7 or 8 seconds, the gunners continued unloading their magazines before finally stopping. After ejecting their empty clips, the tattooed men lowered their smoking barrels. "You idiots! He's already gone. What the hell are you shooting at?" The instant the gunfire ceased, Bullseye, clad in a form-fitting combat suit, raised his pistol and fired a single shot directly at the cut marks Eren had left on the elevator ceiling. Bang! Go after him. Wasting no time, Bullseye's men swiftly reloaded their assault rifles. However, just as they were about to aim at the hole Eren had escaped through, a strange, rustling sound suddenly echoed through the air. There he is. For a split second, the 3 gang members who had rushed into the elevator caught sight of a black silhouette darting past them. It bolted toward the exit in a blur. The moment they saw the fleeing figure, an overwhelming emotion surged through their minds. Without hesitation, they turned their guns toward the figure that had just run out of the elevator and opened fire. Tat tat tat. Watching his men suddenly turn their guns on each other and pull the trigger, Bullseye's expression darkened instantly. Shit. Get down. Chapter 178. Something's wrong. Dodge. Sensing an anomaly, Bullseye pushed off the ground with his right foot, launching himself sideways like an arrow released from its bow. As he rolled away, 3 throwing knives, gleaming coldly under the dim lights, were flung from his hands with lightning speed. Thud, thud, thud. Almost the moment Bullseye landed, the 3 knives hit their mark perfectly, embedding deep into the eye sockets of the 3 gang members who had just entered the elevator. Thump. 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 The 3 men collapsed lifelessly, their bodies hitting the floor one after another. However, at the same time, the 4 other gangsters who had been standing around Bullseye were gunned down, falling in pools of blood from the wild gunfire of the 3 assault rifles. Damn it! What the hell just happened? In mere seconds, 7 of his men had been wiped out, causing Bullseye's face to darken with rage. Yet, more than the loss of his subordinates, what truly disturbed him was the bizarre reaction of the 3 men inside the elevator. The ones guarding the underground levels of Fisk Tower weren't ordinary thugs. Every one of them had been personally selected by Kingpin, his most trusted enforcers. They enjoyed privileges that ordinary people couldn't even imagine, but at the same time, their lives were completely in Kingpin's grasp. Given their deep understanding of Kingpin's ruthlessness, they would never dare to betray him so easily. Let alone all three of them at once. Wait, they only started acting strangely after stepping into the elevator. Recalling the surveillance footage from earlier, where the security guards had bowed and scraped before that clown-masked stranger. A bold, almost impossible thought flashed through Bullseye's mind. Could it be that those three, just like the security guard, were also? Before he could finish his thought. Bang! A gunshot rang out and a bullet curved mid-air, twisting around the corner of the elevator. Aimed directly at Bullseye. The moment it was fired, he felt an intense sense of danger wash over him. A sharp pain radiated from his left chest, as if his instincts were screaming at him. Almost reflexively, Bullseye twisted his body forward, barely dodging the bullet that was meant for his heart. A bullet that curves, the Assassin Brotherhood. Staring at the round lodged into a nearby pillar, Bullseye immediately recalled the ancient order of assassins that had lurked in New York for over 1,000 years. An order that had supposedly been eradicated by law enforcement not too long ago. His gaze turned icy cold. Even if you're an assassin from the Brotherhood, it won't matter. If you dare to cross Kingpin, you will die. Suppressing his frustration, Bullseye pulled 3 high-explosive grenades from his belt and yanked the pins out simultaneously. Without hesitation, he lobbed them toward the elevator, where the shooter was most likely hiding. If you want to hide, then stay hidden forever. The 3 grenades arced gracefully through the air, heading straight for the bullet-ridden elevator. Bang! 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 Before the grenades could land, 3 silver bullets tore through the air, striking the explosives mid-flight. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in midair. The simultaneous detonation of the 3 high-explosive grenades created a shockwave akin to a raging hurricane, obliterating the lavishly decorated elevator hall. Even Bullseye, who had thrown them, was sent flying by the powerful blast. Through the swirling flames and debris. For a fleeting moment, Bullseye caught sight of a shadow standing within the firelight. A clown-masked figure, watching him from the flames. Shit! A chilling realization gripped Bullseye's mind. His instincts screamed at him. Every fiber of his being was overwhelmed with an unmistakable sense of imminent danger. With a flick of his wrists, 2 throwing knives, razor-sharp and gleaming coldly, formed a lethal X shape as they shot toward the clown's head and heart. The blades whistled through the air at a speed too fast for the naked eye. At that moment, Eren, still standing in the flames, seemed momentarily frozen in terror. But the instant before the knives reached him, that fearful expression twisted into a playful smirk. Then, in Bullseye's stunned gaze, Eren's entire figure vanished from the firelight. As if he had never been there at all. As if everything Bullseye had seen was nothing but a hallucination. How is that possible? Bullseye's eyes flickered with disbelief. Before he could process what had just happened, his mid-air momentum faltered, causing him to crash onto the ground, rolling twice before slamming into a nearby wall with a heavy thud. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he sprang to his feet with a swift, practiced motion. His eyes darted around warily, scanning every possible hiding spot. But aside from the now-destroyed elevator hall and the scattered corpses, there was no trace of the clown. Nothing standing. No shadows moving. No sign of that eerie figure. Yet, despite seeing nothing, Bullseye knew one thing for certain. The prickling sensation on the back of his neck told him he was being watched. Another sweep of his surroundings revealed nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Bullseye dashed toward a nearby hallway, making a run for it. As he sprinted, his movements were erratic, zigzagging unpredictably. His gloved hands clenched 2 jet-black throwing knives. His entire body was wound tight like a spring. "Where are you, you bastard?" He knew his opponent was still there. He just had to find them first. But then, "Looking for me?" A mocking voice echoed in his ear. Bullseye's heart froze. At the very edge of his vision, that clown-masked figure was already standing at the hallway's exit. Arms crossed. Expression unreadable. Watching him. "He's blocking my escape." A fierce glint flashed in Bullseye's eyes. "Die." Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist sharply. The black throwing knife shot forward like a bullet, streaking through the air toward Eren's throat. At the same time, Bullseye dug his heels into the ground, abruptly skidding to a halt. The sheer force of his sudden stop left 2 long skid marks nearly a meter in length across the tiled floor. His body came to a halt. standing atop a red diamond-shaped tile. Fast, this speed, so that's your trump card. Across the hall, Eren's voice echoed softly. There was a hint of admiration in his tone. He couldn't deny it. Bullseye was fast. Deadly fast. But that only made things more fun. As Kingpin's top assassin, Bullseye indeed possessed abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. At the very least, the speed at which he hurled his throwing knives was something even Eren had to admire. The velocity of this black throwing knife surpassed even those conjured by paper soldiers, the magically enhanced paper weapons created through potion effects. And while Eren marveled at the sheer speed of the knife, the black blade plunged straight into his chest. Boom! The instant the knife struck, a massive explosion erupted, far more powerful than even the 3 high-explosive grenades detonated earlier. The sudden burst of flames obliterated the entrance to the underground third-floor corridor, reducing it to rubble. Impossible! Staring at the now-destroyed corridor, Bullseye's eyes were filled with disbelief. But his shock wasn't due to the explosive power of his specially crafted detonation knife. What truly shook him was the fact that the clown's figure had vanished completely in the explosion, dispersing like a mirage. A phantom? Again. What the hell is this guy? Is that all? Just as Bullseye struggled to make sense of what had happened, a disappointed voice suddenly echoed in his ears. If that's all you've got, then this ends now. Hearing the sudden chill in the voice, Bullseye's gaze turned just as cold, with a hint of madness flickering within. Heh, I'll admit, your abilities and bizarre tricks are beyond what I expected. But killing me won't be that easy. You arrogant bastard, die with me. With a wild roar, a glint of insanity flashed in Bullseye's eyes as he pressed a hidden switch beneath his combat suit. The moment he did, a faint electronic beep echoed through the ruined elevator hall. And then, the countless explosive devices buried beneath the area were activated simultaneously. Bombs? How cliché. Huh. Before Eren could finish his sentence, the red diamond tile beneath Bullseye's feet suddenly gave way. In the blink of an eye, he plummeted into a hidden escape tunnel. And as he fell, he flicked another black detonation knife upward. If Eren chose to pursue, he would walk straight into the explosion of this terrifyingly powerful blade. Given the sheer destructive force, even if he survived, he would be gravely injured, unless he used a paper substitute to take the blow. Meanwhile, falling into the hidden escape route, Bullseye's frenzied expression faded into one of calculated coldness, and, for the first time, a slight sense of relief. From the moment Eren took the elevator down, to the ambush at the elevator, and now this desperate retreat. Barely a minute had passed. Perhaps not even that long. Yet within this brief time, Eren had pushed Bullseye to his absolute limits. Until, in the end, Bullseye had been forced to rely on the traps of the elevator hall to deal with Eren. In truth, the moment Bullseye realized Eren had somehow manipulated the security captain and 3 of his men, he immediately decided that a direct confrontation was not an option. As a professional assassin, he knew better than anyone. He could not risk being mentally controlled. Thus, while seemingly engaging Eren in battle, Bullseye had actually been leading him into a trap. Including blowing up the corridor leading to Kingpin's location. To cut off Eren's pursuit route. Pretending to fight to the death, to lure Eren into chasing him. Triggering the hidden escape tunnel at the last moment, while simultaneously activating the hall's explosive devices. Throwing one last detonation knife to block pursuit and destroy the escape route. Bullseye wasn't just Kingpin's most lethal assassin. He was also a master strategist. Boom! The moment Bullseye hit the bottom of the tunnel, he rolled aside instinctively. Just as the detonation knife exploded, a massive fireball engulfed the tunnel entrance, collapsing it completely. Bullseye, though further inside, was still blasted several meters away by the shockwave. Back in the elevator hall. Oh. Standing amid the ruins, Eren watched Bullseye's entire sequence of moves unfold. Feeling danger pressing in from all directions, his mind clicked everything into place instantly. All of that was a setup. Everything, calculated. But instead of frustration at being tricked, a gleam of excitement flickered in Eren's eyes. So it's strategy and traps now. Now this is interesting. A wide, twisted grin spread across his face. But trying to bury me in a bomb-filled room? That's a bit too naive, don't you think? Did you really think I wasn't doing anything this entire time? Chapter 179. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black tunnel beneath the elevator hall, Bullseye rolled across the floor, his body battered by the shockwave. The moment he propped himself up, he violently coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he forced himself to his feet. He had to get out of here immediately. If the explosives planted in the elevator hall detonated, and this tunnel collapsed as a result, he could end up buried alive. As he thought about the soon-to-be obliterated elevator hall and the sealed passage he had destroyed behind him, a flicker of complicated emotion passed through his eyes. Kingpin. But just as quickly as it came, Bullseye pushed the thought away. Gripping the wall for support, he limped deeper into the darkness of the secret passage. The tunnel should have been well lit, each section illuminated by rows of overhead lights. But now, everything was pitch black. Did the explosion short-circuit the electrical system? Luckily, Bullseye's heightened vision allowed him to see faintly in the dark. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where to place his next step. ZZT, ZZT. A strange electrical crackling suddenly echoed behind him. The noise came from a small button-sized device attached to his back. The moment he heard it, Bullseye's entire body tensed. He was certain he didn't have anything on his person that should make that sound. A split second later, without hesitation, he whipped out a razor-sharp knife from his belt and slashed at the area on his back. But before his blade could reach the button-like device, a bright spark ignited from it. A blazing flash lit up the tunnel, casting a brilliant glow over everything. Bullseye only felt a slight heat on his back, as if something had scorched him lightly. That was all. But when his peripheral vision caught what the fire had illuminated behind him, a small twitch ran through the corner of his eye. The cold gleam of his knife flashed. He skillfully sliced away the portion of his clothing where the strange device had been attached. He made sure to cut only the fabric, not a single millimeter of his own skin. The torn cloth dropped to the ground, still faintly smoldering. Bullseye frowned. That's it. He had expected a high-powered explosive attached to his back. But instead, it was just some cheap trick to startle him. Just as he was processing this, in the flickering firelight, a tall shadow solidified behind him. The glow from the flames cast a twisted silhouette onto the floor. Bullseye immediately noticed the figure through its reflection. Without a second thought, he thrust his silver knife backward. But this time, bind. Before the knife could reach its target, a silver thread shot from Eren's fingertips. Like a serpent slithering through the air, it wrapped around Bullseye's body in an instant. A second later, Bullseye found himself bound in an intricate, humiliating rope formation, completely immobilized. His muscles bulged, straining against the binding threads, attempting to break free with raw strength. But the harder he struggled, the tighter the venomous threads dug into his flesh. Within mere moments, deep gashes appeared on his body. The worst injuries were on his arms, where his struggle had been the most violent. The threads had cut so deep, they were embedded in his muscle tissue. Had Eren not disabled the thread's devouring ability, Bullseye would have already been consumed alive. Stop struggling. It's useless. Eren's voice was calm, almost amused. He had already noticed how Bullseye was subtly moving his fingers toward one of his hidden knives. But with a mere flick of his wrist, the venomous threads tightened, extracting every single blade hidden within Bullseye's combat suit. A dozen knives, of various sizes and designs, clattered together and were lifted into the air. Eren inspected the collection with mild amusement. You sure can hide a lot of knives. He chuckled. But before Bullseye could respond, a deafening explosion shook the entire tunnel. Boom! The impact was so massive, it sent stone dust raining from the ceiling. For several long seconds, the tunnel trembled violently. Even Eren had to dig his fingers into his ears, irritated by the ringing sensation. When the explosion finally subsided, he glanced at Bullseye, who looked just as dazed from the blast. With explosions that powerful, aren't you afraid of collapsing Fisk Tower? This is your headquarters, after all. Bullseye's ears were still ringing painfully, but he forced a smirk. Heh, if anything, I think we didn't plant enough explosives. If we had just a bit more, we could have buried this entire escape tunnel. And taken you down with it. Eren snorted, clearly unimpressed. Pfft, don't act like you're some martyr. If you really wanted to go down with me, you wouldn't have run in the first place. If you had stayed up there, maybe I really would have been blown to bits. Eren gave Bullseye a pointed look. But you ran. And because you ran. Now you're mine. A sinister smile curled on Eren's lips. With a mere thought. The venomous threads tightened once more. Bullseye winced as they dug even deeper into his wounds. His mind was racing. He needed a way out. But. For the first time in a long time. Bullseye felt something unfamiliar creeping into his chest. A feeling he hadn't experienced in years. Fear. Eren's venomous threads, manipulated by his spiritual control, shifted the row of throwing knives to the side. Glancing at the weapons, he flicked his fingers again. The threads tightened, forcing Bullseye's head upward, locking his gaze onto the clown-masked figure standing before him. After a few fruitless struggles, Bullseye realized his strength was completely useless against these bizarre threads. So he stopped resisting. Instead, he stared directly at Eren, his eyes filled with resentment. Who the hell are you? Eren met Bullseye's glare, expressionless. That's none of your concern. In that instant. The mind field surrounding Eren silently expanded, creeping into Bullseye's consciousness. His mental defenses began to erode. And soon enough. A flicker of confusion appeared in Bullseye's eyes. But before Eren could begin his interrogation, Bullseye snapped out of it. His pupils burned with rage and shock. Was that hypnosis? You filthy bastard, you tried to hypnotize me? Eren ignored his insults. He merely observed, amused. Even after direct exposure to his mind field, Bullseye had managed to break free. He shook his head. I see, so even in this world, villains with actual names can't be manipulated so easily. Hypnotizing people with purpose and will is far harder than controlling nameless cannon fodder. Eren sighed. In that case. Look into my eyes, Mutt. Dread gaze. It was the first time Eren had unleashed this enhanced psychic spell since his mental ascension. And the result was instantaneous. A colossal six-eyed dragon materialized within his pupils, its wings eclipsing the sky. Carrying a force of apocalyptic dread, it descended from the heavens. The weight of its presence alone was enough to crush the air. The sheer mental pressure caused Bullseye's breath to stop. And when the dragon's image pierced into his soul, his entire mental landscape was obliterated. Crack. A sound like shattering glass echoed. Bullseye's eyes burst, blood gushing from the ruptured vessels. Eren tilted his head slightly, sidestepping the splattering filth. He observed his captive. Bullseye was now barely alive. His face was drenched in blood, thick crimson fluid seeping from his eyes, nose, and ears. Had it not been for the venomous thread still holding him up, his body would have collapsed like a lifeless husk. HSSSSS. Eren sucked in a theatrical breath. Damn, that was strong. Compared to his previous dread gaze, the power increase was drastic. What once merely shattered the opponent's mind, now, it could annihilate their soul. It had become a weapon that could alter reality itself. If an enemy doesn't have some kind of mental protection, just one stare could make their eyeballs explode. Eren chuckled. Not bad. But I should probably tone it down next time. His initial plan was to hypnotize Bullseye for interrogation. Instead, he overdid it. And destroyed him. Well, that was inconvenient. Eren approached the dying assassin, rubbing the back of his head in mild annoyance. And, just as expected, the interrogation yielded little information. While Eren was able to hypnotize what remained of his mind, Bullseye's responses were disjointed, fragmented, incoherent. Before Eren could extract any meaningful details, Bullseye exhaled his last breath. Dead. TCH. What a waste. Eren flicked his hand. And the venomous threads lunged. Bullseye's corpse and the fragments of his shattered soul were devoured whole. The moment the feast ended, the venomous threads shivered. Almost like they were, evolving. Eren squinted. Did they just get sharper? He stretched out a hand, grabbing one of Bullseye's knives from the suspended row of weapons. A finely crafted black throwing knife. Without hesitation, he stored the entire collection into his ring of greed. At the same time, with a casual gesture, Eren gathered a floating sphere of fire from the still-burning debris. The small orange flame hovered at his side, casting flickering shadows down the darkened tunnel. To keep the flame burning, he casually tossed in a solid block of alcohol he had acquired from somewhere. The fireball brightened. And with it, Eren advanced deeper into the tunnel. But as he ventured further, a foul stench began permeating the air. A putrid mixture of blood and rotting flesh. Hachoo! The overwhelming stench of decay made Eren sneeze multiple times. The hell? Why does it suddenly stink like a corpse pit? He raised the fireball, letting its light flicker across the tunnel walls. That was when he noticed it. The stench was coming from cracks in the tunnel's walls, cracks that had split open from the explosion earlier. A creeping thought surfaced in his mind. Did Kingpin build this tunnel over a mass grave? Is that why the smell is leaking out through these cracks? But as Eren ventured further inside, that theory quickly changed. Because the deeper he went, the tunnel ahead started to transform. Chapter 180. At some unknown moment, the passage ahead of the jester, Eren, became eerily strange. Tap, tap. Accompanied by a series of footsteps. From the cracks along the corridor, thin streams of liquid suddenly began to flow. At first, these trickles of water were clear and pure, but they soon turned crimson, red like fresh blood, a thick, overwhelming red. The color of the blood reflected in Eren's eyes, painting his nearly frozen gaze in a sinister glow. This is... No. It wasn't just the cracks along the corridor. Even the corridor itself seemed to be undergoing some unknown transformation. The upper part of the passage, which had been relatively clean and orderly until now, had inexplicably turned old and mottled. The walls, as if soaked in blood, were covered in bulging, swollen patches. Within those bulging patches, something dark red seemed to flow. It was as if, behind those lumps, there wasn't air, but pools of foul-smelling, putrid blood. Above, the lamps that should have been lighting the way, now extinguished due to damaged wiring, seemed to hold cold, malicious black pupils within them, staring icily at Eren as he prepared to step deeper into the corridor. In front of this increasingly bizarre passage, Eren came to a halt. Even his face, hidden beneath the mask, lost its last trace of a smile. This feeling. Why does it feel so familiar? As he stared at the eerie corridor before him, a flash of realization struck Eren's mind. Potion loss of control. Flesh mutation. Eldritch corruption. Damn it. Why does this resemble those incidents where people lost control due to potion failures and mutated? Or could it be that this was another place tainted by the aura of an eldritch god? As he recalled the source of this familiarity, the corner of Eren's mouth twitched involuntarily. Hell. First, there was that eldritch god priest, then that incident at the textile factory with Sloane. Fine, whatever. But now, even Kingpin, a mere gang boss, had this kind of Lovecraftian horror going on. Damn it. Is this still the Marvel universe I remember? Could it be that, aside from those supervillains who constantly try to destroy the world, eldritch gods are now also stepping into this universe? Or rather, have these ancient horrors already extended their claws into this world long ago? As he recalled the strange and unnatural things he had encountered one after another recently, things that shouldn't even exist in this world, Eren's gaze grew serious. Taking one last glance at the half-buried corridor behind him, destroyed by explosives, Eren shrugged. Since I'm here, I might as well see what the hell is going on with Kingpin. Taking a deep breath, Eren moved forward once again. However, upon closer observation, one would notice that, this time, every step he took was much more cautious. Splish. With each step forward, Eren's toes landed in a shallow puddle of blood, sending up small splashes. As one blood-red splash after another bloomed, ripples spread outward from his feet. And as he ventured deeper, the blood coating the passageway became thicker, more viscous. Even its color darkened into a near-black crimson. At the same time, the air grew heavier with the scent of blood and decay. It felt as though he had walked only a short distance. Yet, it also felt like he had spent an eternity trudging through this nightmare corridor. Up ahead, a dim, yellowish-brown light appeared at the corridor's depths. An exit? With a flick of his fingers, Eren sent a thin paper talisman flying, where it stuck to a corner of the corridor's ceiling. Then, he strode toward the glowing exit. With each step forward, his foot sank into the blood-soaked ground, leaving ankle-deep imprints. When he pulled his foot out, the thick, dark red liquid took a long time to settle, as though on the verge of coagulating. In this way, Eren left behind a trail of clear footprints in the passage behind him. Meanwhile, the walls around him seemed to come to life, forming vein-like patterns of flesh. The bulging patches on the walls had now fully transformed into rotting, putrid slabs of meat. Above, in the ceiling, grayish-brown, lifeless eyes stared unblinkingly at Eren's back, radiating an indescribable malice. Who? The moment he stepped out of the corridor, Eren's vision suddenly widened. A massive dining hall came into view. A luxurious black and gold marble dining hall. A long, extravagant stone table. Rows of enormous crystal chandeliers. All of it appeared before Eren's eyes. But everything was cloaked in an eerie, blood-tinged light. A thick, sticky crimson liquid coated the vast carpet in the center of the hall. As his gaze traveled upward, he noticed the dining table, the chairs, and even the grand chandeliers hanging from the ceiling were all wrapped in a grotesque network of veins, forming a web of pulsing, blood-like tissue. The once bright crystal chandeliers, now ensnared by these blood vessels, emitted an ominous red glow, turning what should have been a lavish banquet hall into a scene of pure, blood-drenched horror. What's more, the tangled, vein-like blood vessels, forming the grotesque web, seemed to have begun rotting, as countless black, mold-like filaments sprouted across their surfaces. Eren's gaze swept across the room, quickly memorizing every detail of this horrific scene. Then, his eyes shifted to what lay beyond the dining hall. Hanging above, the sign bore the word slaughterhouse, yet the interior was nothing but an abyss of devouring darkness. As Eren stared into that all-consuming void, an eerie, suppressed voice suddenly echoed from within. Didn't expect you to be the one to make it out of the corridor. Seems like Bullseye ended up dying at your hands after all. What a shame, if I had known. With the abruptness of that voice, Eren, now wearing a finely crafted monocle over his right eye, slowly let his gaze pierce through the dense darkness. At last, he saw the massive figure lurking within. Taking in the grotesque form reflected deep in his pupils, Eren let out a sharp inhale. It was hard to describe the monstrosity's appearance. Its entire body was a grotesque mass of flesh, seemingly composed of countless lumps of raw, festering meat. Deep, rotting wounds covered its form, from which twisted, reddish-brown veins slithered outward, like countless grotesque tentacles, writhing madly as they extended. These blood vessels burrowed into the blood-drenched corpses strewn across the slaughterhouse, continuously drawing some unknown substance from their decaying flesh. In places where the rot was especially severe, the thick veins acted urgently, violently dragging a robust corpse into its own decayed form, forcibly stuffing it into the rotting gaps, as if attempting to fill the empty spaces left by its own decomposition. Among the bloodied corpses, there were the massive carcasses of pigs and cattle. But there were also pale, human bodies. If I had known he would die by your hands, I should have made him a part of me sooner. Truly become one with me. As Eren took in the horrific sight, the bloated, monstrous head at the center of the mass let out a regretful sigh. What a waste, Bullseye's body was far stronger than these useless scraps. Mid-sentence, the enormous, grotesquely swollen head abruptly lifted. From the depths of its fat-encased eye sockets, a ferocious, savage light burst forth. Since you killed my most loyal subordinate, you'll take his place, by becoming part of me. As the creature spoke, something emerged from the mountainous mass of flesh. A finely crafted black cane. With a sharp ZZZZT. A searing beam of energy shot forth from the tip of the cane, aimed directly at Eren, who stood at the passage's entrance. Wow, a laser. So scary. Eren exaggerated his expression in mock fear. Yet, almost as soon as the cane locked onto him, his body flickered sideways, dodging in an instant. The laser punched through the wall behind him, leaving a deep, smoldering crater. Humph. Seeing Eren evade his attack, the massive flesh abomination flared with anger. The black cane swung outward in a violent arc. The continuous energy stream transformed into a blade of pure light, sweeping horizontally toward Eren. So terrifying, so terrifying. Eren kept up his exaggerated cries, but his body bent backward in an almost boneless motion, executing a perfect limbo to dodge the slicing beam. As he straightened, his wrist flicked. A black throwing knife, looted from Bullseye, arced through the air like a shooting star. Ding! It struck the black cane with pinpoint accuracy. In that instant, a nearly imperceptible glimmer flashed across the knife's surface. And then, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! The force of the blast, comparable to a C4 explosion, instantly obliterated the cane. A wave of searing heat and shock spread outward in layers. And the abomination, standing at point-blank range. Was struck directly. Squelch. Its rotting flesh was torn apart by the sheer force of the blast. Chunks of putrid, reeking meat were blasted into the air, spraying everywhere. In the blink of an eye. The massive flesh monstrosity, which had filled most of the slaughterhouse, now had a half-meter-deep crater blasted into its body. As the smoke and heat wave dissipated, a fat, bloated hand extended from beside the creature's massive head. Wiping away the blood splattered across its face, the swollen, grotesque head let out a chilling laugh. Bullseye's explosive knife? "Ha, a little toy like that won't kill me." As the monster chuckled, twisted crimson tendrils erupted from its wounded flesh, surging outward. In mere moments, the tendrils stretched 7 or 8 meters, quickly wrapping around the bloodied corpses scattered across the room, dragging them back toward the gaping wound in its body. One by one, the corpses were forcefully crammed into the gaping flesh. As the blood-red tendrils wriggled and pulsed, grotesque appendages seemed to grow from the corpses themselves. Within moments, they were fully assimilated, becoming one with the monster. Then, the faces of the absorbed bodies, whether pigs, cattle, or humans, all lifted their heads in unison. Their dead, vacant eyes locked onto Eren, filled with an unnatural, icy malice. "Huh." Eren let out a curious noise as he observed the still somewhat rational monster before him. Even after mutating into this grotesque mess, you can still resist further corruption and maintain some level of intelligence. Your willpower is actually pretty impressive. But if you have such strong willpower, how did you lose control and turn into this in the first place, Kingpin? Despite its hideously deformed and mutated state. From its words and that recognizable cane, Eren had already confirmed that this monstrous abomination before him was, without a doubt, Kingpin. Become one with me, immortal jester. I can sense the immense power within you. Once I devour you, I will grow even stronger. With Kingpin's furious roar, the entire, corrupted slaughterhouse seemed to quake. The next second, wriggling, blood-red tendrils shot forth from all directions. From the furniture, the floor, the walls, even the ceiling. The web of veins that had once simply coated the space now came alive. Like countless bloodied spikes, they surged toward Eren in a frenzied, all-out assault. Chapter 181. Scarlet tentacles, shimmering with an eerie glow, radiated an aura of razor-sharp menace. It seemed as if these were not mere fleshy appendages, but rather steel-forged, lethal spikes. Thousands of tentacles recoiled. Like a surging blood-red tide, they brought with them a storm of crimson mist and an overwhelming stench of blood. Joker Eren, encircled by billions of writhing tendrils, had no time to react before they all simultaneously impaled him. Like a heart being pierced by thousands of arrows, his body was instantly nailed to the grotesque, fleshy ground. Hidden within the darkness of the slaughterhouse, Kingpin watched the figure impaled by his countless tendrils. His nearly concealed, fat-covered eyes flickered with cruelty. Just as he prepared to control the blood-red tendrils piercing Joker Eren, opening their mouths to drain the powerful and mysterious flesh, intending to absorb it as nourishment for his evolution. Rip. A sound like tearing paper echoed. The Joker Eren, who had been skewered into an unrecognizable mess, blurred for a moment and then, under Kingpin's stunned gaze, transformed into a pale paper effigy. The effigy bore an exaggeratedly painted smile, staring straight at Kingpin as if silently mocking him. So terrifying. If I had actually been pierced by all those disgusting barbed tendrils, I think I'd die of revulsion. A ghostly voice echoed in the pitch-black slaughterhouse. Standing atop the corpse of a marked beef cow, Joker Eren, his face hidden behind a clown mask, patted his chest and feigned fear while watching the remains of his paper substitute being torn into countless shreds by the furious tendrils. However, the blatant teasing in his tone made it clear that he was anything but afraid. Following the sound, Kingpin quickly spotted Joker Eren, who had somehow slipped into the slaughterhouse unnoticed. Feeling utterly toyed with, an uncontrollable fury surged in Kingpin's heart. The next second, his massive, bloated body, resembling an enormous mass of flesh, writhed as countless blood-red tendrils twisted wildly in agitation, forming a crimson tidal wave. Under the onslaught of the scarlet surge, the grotesque mass of flesh he had stolen from countless corpses seemed to come alive. Weaving through the writhing tendrils, the stolen flesh rapidly morphed into a massive, grotesque hand over 2 meters in size. The moment it took shape, the rotting hand, composed of putrid flesh and brittle bones, smashed down at Joker Eren with immense force. Using the crystal eye in his right eye socket, Joker Eren had gradually adapted to the unnatural darkness of the slaughterhouse. Now, he could clearly see that the enormous hand was teeming with worm-like creatures, squirming incessantly. At the sight of those blood-red parasites, a shiver ran down Joker Eren's spine beneath his exaggerated grin. More worms. The sight immediately reminded him of the worm plague he had recently thwarted. It also dredged up the memory of when he had suffered his first wound at the hands of that twisted cultist of an unknown dark god. Damn it! Could it be that Kingpin, too, had been corrupted by the same worm-worshipping deity, which caused his mutation? In a split second, Joker Eren burned the name of that foul god into his memory. If Kingpin's mutation was indeed linked to that deity, then this was bad. No. To be precise, this was a disaster for the world. The ability to continuously spread corruption across the Marvel Universe meant that this entity was dangerously close. For Joker Eren, this was anything but good news. Smack. Before he could dwell on it any further, the rancid, decaying hand came crashing down on his position. Squelch. With a sickening thud, the marked beef cow under Joker Eren, intended as Kingpin's future sustenance, was instantly reduced to a splattered mass of meat paste beneath the crushing force. Blood splattered everywhere. Yet, the Joker Eren who should have been crushed alongside the cow, once again transformed into a paper substitute with an eerily grinning face, mocking Kingpin's rage. As the rotting giant hand crushed another of Joker Eren's substitutes, the real Joker Eren, fingers adorned with numerous grenade pins, hurled a large package directly at Kingpin's massive head. Surprise! You've attacked me so many times, now it's your turn to enjoy a little gift from me. At the core of the massive flesh mound. Upon seeing the package lobbed his way, Kingpin's grotesquely bloated face twisted with a hint of fear. Joker Eren's gift was nothing special. It was merely the entire stash of grenades he had looted from a gangster's armory on his way here. And the pins he held in his hands? Those were the safety pins from all those grenades. Humph. As the package hurtled toward his face, Kingpin, who had previously tanked Joker Eren's explosive throwing knife, dared not take any chances. Unlike the expendable stolen flesh that had been blasted to pieces by the knife, his brain was a different matter. Although it was no longer his Achilles heel, it remained the one part of himself he least wanted to damage. Because his brain was the last bastion of his sanity. If his brain were destroyed, the irreversible mutations consuming his body would strip him of the last remnants of reason. He would plunge into madness, becoming a mindless creature driven only by an insatiable hunger for flesh. At that point, Kingpin would no longer be Kingpin. That kind of power was not what he desired. In an instant, the rotting giant hand that had just crushed Joker Eren's paper substitute abruptly withdrew, shielding Kingpin's massive head, wrapping it tightly in a protective embrace. Simultaneously, near the decayed giant hand, a gaping maw, brimming with jagged, blood-stained fangs, suddenly tore open from Kingpin's grotesque flesh. With a grotesque lunge, it swallowed Joker Eren's gift whole. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. A massive cloud of blood mist burst into the air. Chunks of rotten flesh and sinew were blasted in all directions by the shockwave. At the center of the slaughterhouse, the monstrous, 10-meter-tall mound of flesh had been torn open by the explosion, leaving a gaping crater nearly 2 meters wide. Even with his massive form, the damage to Kingpin was substantial. Inside the crater, charred blood-red tendrils twitched and writhed in pain, attempting to recover. A perfect opportunity. Using the silk threads embedded in the ceiling, Joker Eren, who had fallen onto the slaughterhouse floor, had no intention of letting Kingpin off the hook. With a flick of his wrist, 2 explosive throwing knives, weapons that had previously appeared in his hands, materialized once again in Joker Eren's right hand. With a sudden swing, the 2 powerful knives shot out like black lightning, carving twin arcs through the air before plunging into the massive crater left by the previous explosion. The next second, a deafening explosion erupted once more. This time, Kingpin's already ravaged body was blasted apart even further, sending mangled limbs flying in all directions. Blood and flesh sprayed everywhere. Even Joker Eren wasn't spared, his entire body was splattered with the foul tide of rotting gore. This smell, absolutely vile. Wrinkling his nose beneath his mask, Joker Eren's face twitched slightly. The stench of decay, blended from human, pig, and cow carcasses, was so overwhelming that it nearly made him vomit up last night's dinner. This is exactly why I hate fighting things like you. As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Raising his right hand to chest level, he spread his fingers wide, then clenched them into a tight fist. Die, you disgusting freak. SCHLK. In an instant. The malicious silk threads, gliding gracefully around Kingpin's bloated form like dancing butterflies, suddenly constricted. The silver threads, sharp as blades, sliced through Kingpin's massive, decaying body, severing chunks of rotting flesh with surgical precision. Roar. Now significantly lighter thanks to Joker Eren's handiwork, Kingpin bellowed in rage. He attempted to resist the thread's relentless assault, forcing his countless crimson tendrils to surge outward, prying apart the tightening silk. Simultaneously, blood-red tendrils burst from his decaying flesh, lunging toward Joker Eren. But the masked trickster, moving as though he were merely strolling through gunfire, effortlessly dodged the incoming tendrils with graceful footwork. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he swung the malicious silk threads again, carving yet another massive chunk of putrid flesh from Kingpin's grotesque form. Over and over. Each time, Joker Eren deftly evaded the crimson tendrils and the razor-sharp barbs protruding from the ground. Even in the claustrophobic space teeming with writhing blood-red limbs, he managed to slip through the gaps, dancing between death and survival. He struck back mercilessly, severing tendrils with razor-sharp precision. At the same time, the other end of the malicious silk threads transformed into deadly whips, slicing even more flesh from Kingpin's enormous, rotting body. A rain of massive, putrid chunks of flesh showered down. But before they could even hit the ground, Kingpin's own tendrils seized the fallen meat and shoved it right back into his festering body. Damn it. I can't keep this up much longer. Despite appearing to dominate the battle, Joker Eren felt no joy. Sure, he was technically cutting Kingpin down piece by piece. But from his spiritual sight, he could tell that Kingpin's overwhelming presence hadn't weakened much at all. The damage he had inflicted so far? Superficial at best. In other words, the flesh he had been slicing away wasn't nearly as vital as he had hoped. It made sense, really. After all, most of the meat on Kingpin's body wasn't originally his, it was a patchwork of stolen flesh from countless corpses, grafted onto his rotting form. How important could it really be? If he wanted to truly defeat this monstrosity, he needed to find its core. What a pain. If only the malicious silk threads weren't so picky about what they devour, it would be much easier to deal with a flesh-based monster like this. Annoyed, Joker Eren shot a glare at the malicious silk threads, which continued carving away at Kingpin's form with mechanical precision. Then, a thought crossed his mind. If only Oddball were here, with its insatiable appetite, Kingpin wouldn't last a minute, no matter how much flesh he had. At that moment, as if sensing his resentment, the malicious silk threads wavered slightly. A subtle, almost pitiful emotion rippled through their silvery strands. That hesitation gave Kingpin's tendrils just enough time to slip through the defenses. Before Joker Eren could react, a cluster of blood-red tendrils lunged toward him, blocking his escape. Shit. His heart skipped a beat. Before he could manipulate the malicious silk threads to carve an opening, a massive, clawed hand, woven entirely from blood-red tendrils, erupted from the floor beneath him. It clamped down on his ankle. The next second, a crushing force, strong enough to shatter steel, exploded from the tendril hand. A sharp crack echoed. Paper decoy. Without hesitation, Joker Eren sacrificed another of his paper substitutes. In an instant, his real body swapped places with one of the paper decoys he had planted around the slaughterhouse. He reappeared in a different location. The moment he rematerialized, pain shot through his right ankle. Joker Eren's expression darkened slightly. Although he had used his paper decoy to escape further damage, his ankle had already been injured. Judging from the throbbing pain, his right ankle bone was at least fractured, if not outright shattered. Within moments, visible swelling and bruising spread across his foot. This kind of injury would severely hinder his combat ability. I got careless. Chapter 182. Too careless. Seeing the crimson tide surging toward him once again, giving him no breathing room at all, the clown Eren showed a hint of resignation beneath his mask. Well, that's that. No more fun. Even as he spoke, the clown Eren's body froze. In the next second, countless blood-hued tentacles, like a raging crimson wave, swallowed him whole. They tore him to shreds, scattering pieces of paper all over the air like confetti. Another fake. Hiding his bloated head behind that huge, rotting giant hand, Kingpin peered through the gaps in the decaying flesh. Seeing that the shredded body was yet another paper decoy, his eyes flared with rage. The fury roiling inside him threatened to burn what little remained of his sanity. But that spark of anger was forcibly suppressed by his iron will soon enough. Regaining his composure, Kingpin glared at the spot where the clown had once stood. While maneuvering the decayed flesh to form a fleshy shield around his head, he also directed the blood-red tentacles, now spread across the slaughterhouse and the dining area, to sweep in every direction. This broad-range sweep, he believed, would soon flush out that pesky little clown no matter where he was hiding in the butchery or the hall. Only, this time, Kingpin had miscalculated. Judging that he couldn't easily bring down Kingpin, who had already deeply mutated, Clown Eren, with an injured ankle, decided at once to make a strategic retreat. He had secretly planted a paper substitute version of himself near the corridor exit well in advance. At the critical moment, he swapped places with it. The instant his real body landed, he pressed the button on his belt. The next second, a faint electric crackle sounded from a button-like device about 20 meters away. A brilliant spark flared. Catching the flash in the darkness, Eren's eyes glinted with a smile. As a magician, he would never perform without preparations. Realizing earlier that something was off about Kingpin, the clown had been leaving more than a few surprises along the way, from the hidden paper substitute near the corridor to the small incendiary patches stuck here and there, each one a backup plan. Relying on that sudden burst of dazzling flames that lit up the darkness, Eren vanished from the spot in a blink, only to reappear amid the firelight a moment later. Using the incendiary patches he'd laid all along that tunnel, he continuously performed flame jumps, leaping in bursts of flame through the increasingly corrupted corridor. A few such jumps brought him clear of the passage that Kingpin might already have under control. At last, Eren emerged in a relatively untainted part of the hallway. The sharp pain in his ankle made him collapse to a seated position against the wall. HSSS. He sucked in a breath, the pain in his foot flaring anew. Quickly, he pressed his left hand to his injured ankle. Injury transfer. A strange power rippled out. The wound on his ankle wriggled unnervingly, shifting onto the pinky finger of his left hand instead. 10 fingers share one pain. The left pinky swelled up like a radish, its pain so piercing that cold sweat beaded on Eren's forehead. But relief also washed over him. Pain in a finger was every bit as agonizing as an ankle injury, but at least his mobility was restored. Meanwhile, as Clown Eren made his escape through flame jump, Kingpin also sensed how Eren had fled through the corridors. Consumed with rage at being toyed with, Kingpin's near-lost sanity sparked anew. Veins bulged beneath his massive head. Roaring in fury, the gargantuan, fleshy Kingpin finally moved his enormous body out of the slaughterhouse drenched in darkness. This time, what little rationality he had left didn't hold him back. His instincts screamed that he absolutely could not let the clown leave the tower. If Eren managed to slip away and expose Kingpin's current monstrous appearance, it would mean endless trouble in the future. He had to keep that meddlesome clown here. With that resolve, wave after wave of pulsating, blood-red veins emerged from Kingpin's flesh, dragging corpses beneath his mountainous body. Countless arms and legs fused into new limbs, propelling him forward. In this nightmarish mass of flesh, Kingpin crawled along at surprising speed, yet it still felt too slow for him. Not enough, not nearly enough. Snarling, Kingpin willed forth more tentacles that fused together into something like caterpillar tracks. These grotesque, living treads wound around his lower body. Additional tentacles latched onto the floor and walls, dragging him onward. With that boost, the enormous mound of flesh lurched even faster. At the same time, Kingpin's giant body stretched out and began to elongate. Part of it forced its way into the corrupted corridor. With Kingpin's gargantuan flesh squeezed into that diseased passage, the rate of corruption skyrocketed. Dark red blood water, already filling the corridor, now gushed forth in torrents. Eren, having transferred his ankle wound and just reached the blasted-out passage entrance, heard the sound of rushing liquid from behind. He turned to see a flood of dark red blood racing his way. Simultaneously, the hallway under his feet trembled. Whatever massive thing lurked deeper in that passage was on the move. The vibrations getting stronger. Don't tell me that big guy is really coming up here. Sensing the steadily intensifying shakes, Eren narrowed his eyes and paused instead of leaving. He stood there waiting quietly. He didn't have to wait long. Before long, a looming presence emerged in the corridor behind him. It was a gigantic sphere of flesh propelled by dozens of pale, rotted arms and countless twisting tentacles, filling the passage to capacity. Eren narrowed his gaze and let out a breath. Though surprised at the sight, he also wore an expression that said, "I knew it." Sure enough, the monstrosity that squeezed itself into this tight hallway was Kingpin, still covered in rotted, blood-red tissue. This corridor's not that big, yet you still managed to cram yourself inside. Guess you're more flexible than I thought. Compared to that colossal form Eren had glimpsed in the slaughterhouse, the Kingpin now before him had shrunk considerably. Perhaps it was just a fragment of that monstrous shape, or some blood-flesh clone that had split off. Eyeing the collapsed corridor ahead that had once served as a doorway, the rotting giant head in Kingpin's center twisted into a terrifying grin. "Heh, you're not getting away, become one with me." Eren scratched his ear, which still buzzed from the monster's booming voice. "Sorry, I have no interest in merging with another man. Still," he added lightly, "you've shown such enthusiasm in escorting me out, let me return the favor. Look at me, lowly spawn." With that bellow, the dread gaze Eren had been preparing unleashed straight into Kingpin's eyes. Rarg! As dread gaze burst forth, an ancient draconic roar seemed to echo around Eren. A horrific aura erupted, as if Eren had transformed into a six-eyed primordial dragon that blotted out the sky. With an earth-shattering might, that presence plunged into Kingpin's gaze. Boom! Boom! Almost instantly, Kingpin's partially rotted eyes could not withstand the mental shock and blew apart in a gory mess. Yet that was only the beginning. Dread gaze surged into Kingpin's inner world, ramming headlong into the last vestiges of sanity that had kept his monstrous corruption barely in check. Thunder rumbled through Kingpin's mind. A dreadful psychic storm churned his consciousness into chaos. His iron will, once impervious, was thrown into disarray. Rayag! Stripped of the last thread of reason, Kingpin let out an inhuman roar. All the blood-hued tentacles hidden in his massive, rotting body went berserk, swelling to many times their former thickness and shooting out like spears in every direction. Meanwhile, a wave of foul decay radiated outward, polluting and corroding everything around him. Walls, pipes, even the rebar hidden within them rotted away at horrifying speed. But by that time, Eren was no longer there to witness it. Right after unleashing dread gaze into Kingpin's eyes, the clown had used flame jump to appear in the wrecked elevator lobby. Thanks to the explosion there, flames and dangling electric wires were scattered around. Fire burned in the wreckage, letting him skip using any backup devices he had planned. A convenient patch of flames let him jump straight into the ruined lobby. Deep underground, the rampaging Kingpin, now lacking any target, surrendered to his ravaging instincts. Spreading an aura of putrid rot, he barreled crazily upward toward the surface. Sensing that terrifying presence surging ever closer from below, Eren paused. In the tower above, chaos reigned. The earlier massive explosion had frightened the criminal underlings into a blind panic. Everyone rushed for the lone exit on the ground floor, desperate to escape. Watching the frenzy, Eren curled his lip into a giddy smile. Wow, what a scene! I love it. Snap! He snapped his fingers crisply. At once, illusions and a psychic field shrouded him, disguising him as just another fleeing figure. Merged seamlessly into the crowd, he surged toward the exit along with countless others. Chapter 183. Under the cover of an illusion, Joker Eren blended into the crowd like a drop of water merging into the sea, disappearing without a trace. It didn't take long. Joker Eren's figure reappeared 200 meters away from Fisk Tower, inside a room that directly faced the building. From here, he had a clear view of everything happening at Fisk Tower. It was the perfect observation deck. The only minor inconvenience was the room Eren had chosen was already occupied. As he leaped inside using the venomous threads, a voluptuous woman was showering in the bathroom, separated by frosted glass. Glancing at her faintly visible silhouette through the glass, Joker Eren casually remarked. Nice figure. Just as the words left his mouth, the venomous threads on his right hand suddenly extended, piercing into his wrist in a swift, sharp motion, almost like a warning. Hiss. You idiot. I don't even have a girlfriend, so why the hell are you stabbing me? It's not like I'm some heartless scumbag. Even if the original me has his eyes on Gwen, what does that have to do with me, Joker? Grumbling under his breath, Joker Eren cursed at the venomous threads, berating them until they hesitantly admitted their mistake and promised not to repeat it. Only then did he let them off with a huff. Though Joker Eren's voice wasn't exactly quiet, the woman in the shower remained oblivious, continuing to hum a tune as she lathered body wash over her fair, enticing skin. She had no idea that an uninvited guest had intruded into her room. The explosions set off by Bullseye caused quite a commotion. Beyond those fleeing the building in fear of its collapse, the deafening blast, which echoed across multiple city blocks, quickly attracted the attention of the NYPD. Harlem's recent disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds. At a time when the NYPD was on high alert, any unusual activity in New York City, especially in Hell's Kitchen, a notoriously chaotic area, immediately became a priority. In the past few days, even the smallest disturbances had been scrutinized. Despite its lawless reputation, the massive explosion at Fisk Tower compelled the NYPD to dispatch a significant force to the scene. However, due to the tower's special status, and their awareness of the power behind it, the police didn't storm in right away. Instead, under the pretense of maintaining order, they focused on evacuating onlookers from the area. At the same time, they waited for Fisk Tower's representatives to come forward with an explanation. Given the current tense climate, NYPD leadership was under tremendous pressure. Just recently, they had personally warned every crime syndicate in New York, big or small, to keep a low profile for the time being. And yet, barely any time had passed before this happened. A massive explosion at Fisk Tower. This single event reignited the frenzy among the media, especially reporters who had only just begun to settle down. The NYPD brass didn't need to be told what tomorrow's headlines would look like. Another brutal reminder of their incompetence would be plastered all over the news. This incident had already thrown them back into the fire. If Fisk himself couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, even as the so-called kingpin of New York's underworld, the police would make sure he paid the price. But then, just as the head of the NYPD's 31st Precinct, Chief Eren Clyde, stood outside Fisk Tower with a grim expression, waiting for Fisk to give him an explanation, a sudden wave of blood-curdling screams erupted from inside the building. Holy shit, run. Help. Ah. Oh my god. What the hell is that? Through the tower's glass exterior, Clyde caught a glimpse of the first floor, where an enormous shadow had suddenly emerged. And with its appearance, panic erupted. People who had been descending from the upper floors, still in the process of evacuating, suddenly went mad with terror. Eyes wide with horror, they sprinted toward the exits in a frenzy, trampling over one another in their desperate attempt to escape. The speed at which people fled the building skyrocketed. But before many could make it out, a grotesque wall of flesh, woven from countless writhing, blood-red tendrils, erupted at the tower's entrance, sealing it shut. Hopeless screams filled the air. Within moments, a dark crimson liquid began seeping through the gaps of the flesh wall, flowing outward like a slow, ominous tide. As soon as one of the more experienced detectives saw this monstrous barrier at the entrance, his face twisted in horror. He rushed to Chief Clyde's side. "Sir, something's wrong. We might need backup, now." He stopped mid-sentence, staring at the nightmarish sight before him. The first-floor glass faintly reflected a massive, shadowy figure. Voice grim, the detective muttered, "It looks like there's another monster inside Fisk Tower." A monster. Another one. The moment Clyde heard that word, his heart sank. Once upon a time, monster had only been a term used in horror movies. Aside from classified case files, Clyde had never encountered anything truly monstrous in real life. But now, it seemed as if these creatures were emerging from every corner of the world. Not just here. All across the country, the NYPD, the FBI, Homeland Security, even the military, had encountered similar horrors. Back then, the monsters that had surfaced were terrifying and powerful, yet they were not an insurmountable threat to humanity's advanced weaponry. In fact, to avoid widespread panic, the federal government had kept all information regarding these creatures strictly classified. Until the Harlem incident. That was when these nightmares stepped out of the shadows and into reality, forcing the public to face their existence. Recalling the monstrosities that had appeared in Harlem, Chief Eren Clyde involuntarily shuddered. Snapping back to the present, he quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. As he hastily dialed a number, he barked an order at the detective beside him. "I'm contacting headquarters for backup right now. Until then, we need to." Realizing that he himself was at the scene, Clyde swiftly corrected himself. "We need to contain that thing inside Fisk Tower. Do not let it escape." Lowering his voice, he added in a grim tone. "I don't want to see my officers dying here. Their lives are worth far more than the scum inside that building." The detective standing next to him hesitated for a brief moment before nodding. "Understood, Chief. I know what to do." Without wasting another second, the detective rushed off to relay Clyde's orders. Meanwhile, Clyde contacted HQ, urgently reporting the situation and requesting reinforcements. At the same time, he ordered every remaining officer at the precinct to mobilize and transport all heavy firepower from the armory to the scene immediately. While the police treated the area around Fisk Tower as a war zone, hastily evacuating civilians, Joker Eren stood by the window, staring at the building 200 meters away. His eyes gleamed as he sensed something shifting within. It's here. The next second, a tidal wave of blood erupted. Thousands of crimson tendrils surged outward, shattering the countless glass windows of Fisk Tower. At that moment, the horrors inside were laid bare for all to see. Compared to the grotesque sight Joker Eren had witnessed in the underground levels, Fisk's form had undergone a drastic transformation. The once opulent lobby, now resembling a hellish slaughterhouse, was littered with corpses, bodies piled upon one another, forming a gruesome carpet of death. Dark red tendrils, covered in rotting fur, slithered out from the blood-soaked floor, stabbing into the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Each tendril was lined with gaping, fawn-like maws that tore into the flesh, sinking deep into the remains. As the tendrils burrowed in, a network of eerie, vein-like patterns crawled beneath the corpse's skin, writhing as if alive. Under the influence of these nightmarish markings, the body's flesh began to dissolve into a thick, flowing liquid. Siphoned by the wriggling tendrils, the liquefied remains were absorbed and funneled into the building's massive, 12-meter-high lobby. And there, a colossal creature, standing over 10 meters tall, was taking shape. Its grotesque body was an amalgamation of countless faces, limbs, and organs, stitched together into an abomination beyond human comprehension. Gashes of rotting flesh split open across its form, exposing pulsating, dark red arteries that twisted and fused together. From these gaping wounds, flesh and blood siphoned from the dead continuously oozed, filling in the gaps as the monstrosity grew. If one looked closely, faint traces of Fisk's face could still be seen emerging from the creature's forming head. Not enough, it's still not enough. I need more flesh. Even after devouring most of the corpses in the lobby, the abomination's body remained incomplete, riddled with gaping wounds. Its hungry, rotting gaze slowly shifted, turning toward the crowd outside. This thing's got to be at least 10 meters tall, that's giant territory. Joker Eren murmured in mild fascination. The new Fisk wasn't just bigger. The stench of decay radiating from its body had intensified to an unbearable degree. The tendrils writhing across its grotesque form had darkened from blood red to a deep, necrotic crimson. And everything around it. Corpses, furniture, potted plants, even the walls and glass of Fisk Tower itself, was rotting away at an alarming rate under its corrupting aura. Even from a distance, Joker Eren could smell the overpowering stench of putrefaction. It's losing control even more than before. Just as he fell into thought, a deafening roar echoed from within Fisk Tower. Offer your flesh and become one with me, insignificant mortals. At that moment, a murderous glint flared in the abomination's eyes. Then, with a single, earth-shaking movement, it charged forward, slamming into the tower's outer wall. Boom! The impact was cataclysmic. The concrete exterior, once thought impenetrable, shattered like brittle paper. The monster burst through, emerging onto the streets of New York. Even after demolishing the outer wall, it didn't stop. It immediately rushed toward the densest part of the crowd. Watching the 10-meter-tall horror, a walking mountain of rotting flesh and writhing limbs, Chief Clyde felt his face go pale. With trembling hands, he raised his radio and screamed. Open fire. All units, fire at will. Bang! 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 Even without his command, panic-stricken officers had already started shooting. Driven by sheer terror, dozens of police officers unloaded their weapons the moment the abomination emerged. Their aim, however, was wild and erratic. But it didn't matter. The monster was simply too big to miss. Dozens of bullets tore into its grotesque form. However, aside from tiny, oozing holes and splashes of putrid blood, the attack barely seemed to faze it. Chapter 184. The rotting giant was simply too massive. And the bullets from the officers' handguns, too small. While the rounds could penetrate its decayed flesh, the tiny bullet wounds were nothing more than pinpricks to the 10-meter-tall abomination. The creature's writhing, blood-red tendrils flexed, tightening around the wounds. In mere moments, the damage was sealed shut, layers of flesh pressing together and erasing any trace of injury. This isn't working. Switch to heavy firepower, bullets aren't doing a damn thing. Several more composed detectives quickly realized their firearms were ineffective. One of them wasted no time. Dropping his pistol, he reached for a grenade at his waist, pulled the pin, and hurled it toward the monstrous titan. The green grenade arced through the air before landing squarely against the creature's right arm. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a massive chunk of rotting flesh was blasted off its arm. Shredded pieces of decayed tissue splattered outward, creating a grotesque mist of blood in midair before raining down onto the battlefield. Nice shot. Chief Loren Clyde, initially paralyzed by fear, felt a surge of hope. Seeing the grenade inflict visible damage, he began to believe that maybe, just maybe, the creature wasn't invincible. He was just about to order his officers to unleash their full arsenal, grenades, rocket launchers, anything that could tear this thing apart. When a colossal rotting hand came crashing down. Boom! The detective who had thrown the grenade, along with the police car in front of him, was flattened into a pulp. When the grotesque hand lifted again, all that remained was an unrecognizable smear of flesh and metal. Clyde's blood ran cold. The words he was about to shout caught in his throat. The monster had only just begun. It continued its rampage, bringing down its massive hands again and again, crushing several more officers before turning its gaze elsewhere, toward the panicked civilians desperately trying to flee. Flesh, I need more flesh. Just as the abomination took a step forward, preparing to chase down the helpless crowd. 2 missiles, streaking white smoke trails, shot through the sky. Boom! Boom! The missiles, produced by Stark Industries, detonated directly against the creature's chest. The explosion sent the monster flying backward, massive shockwaves rippling through the street. As the dust settled, a sleek figure in red and gold streaked across the sky, arriving on the battlefield to thunderous cheers. Mom, look! It's Iron Man. He knocked the monster away. We're saved. We're finally saved. Honey, look! It's Iron Man. We're gonna be okay. Don't just stand there. We need to get out of here. So what if it's Iron Man? He got his ass kicked by Abomination back in Harlem. He's not that six-winged angel, who knows if he can actually win this fight. He will. He's Iron Man. I know he'll find a way. Boom. The rotting giant crashed into a small fountain, sending debris flying. Buried beneath layers of blubber, its bloodshot eyes snapped open in fury. It lifted its gaze to the sky, locking onto the figure in red and gold armor. You will die. Hovering above the wreckage, Tony Stark narrowed his eyes. His gaze flickered to the pancaked police cars, the pulped remains of officers, and the mountain of corpses inside Fisk Tower. His voice was cold. The only one dying today is you, monster. Raising his right arm, he fired a specialized micromissile, one designed for precise elimination. The missile streaked through the air, hurtling straight for the monster's head. Roar! Refusing to be outdone, the rotting behemoth swung its massive right arm in an attempt to swat the missile out of the air. Watching the slow, sluggish attack, Tony scoffed. Really? You think you're fast enough? The moment before the monster's fist could make contact. Boom! The micromissile struck, detonating directly against the creature's skull. Flames and thick black smoke erupted from its head, engulfing its grotesque form. Did I get it? Tony was just about to confirm the kill. When a rotting fist shot out of the flames. Faster than he could react. Bam! The monstrous fist slammed into him, sending him hurtling across the cityscape. From atop a distant high-rise, Joker Eren watched as Tony Stark was sent flying. Shaking his head, he sighed. Guess he still hasn't learned his lesson. Clearly, getting manhandled by Abomination in Harlem hadn't been enough of a wake-up call. Sure, Stark's armor might be strong against normal enemies. But against monsters that could withstand high-caliber firepower? Going toe-to-toe with them was just asking to get ragdolled. And sure enough. He'd just gotten punched through half a skyscraper. Crash! Tony slammed through multiple floors of a corporate building, tearing through offices and cubicles before landing in a pile of rubble. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, the wreckage shifted. A battered, groggy Iron Man slowly pushed himself up. Goddamn, that was a hell of a punch. It was only thanks to the vibranium-infused plating in his suit that he wasn't dead. The vibranium had absorbed most of the impact, dispersing the energy before it could turn his organs into paste. But still, his head was spinning. Shit, this is gonna be a long night. As the dizziness gradually faded, Tony activated his Mark armor, taking off amidst the horrified screams of office workers inside the building. The moment he emerged, Tony immediately noticed the sheer scale of devastation that had unfolded in the brief time he was down. The streets outside Fisk Tower were soaked in blood. Corpses littered the ground, covering the pavement like a grotesque mosaic of death. And across the blood-stained streets, countless vein-like tendrils slithered and pulsed, spreading like a vast, tangled network. These writhing veins extracted liquefied flesh from the corpses, channeling it through their grotesque tunnels, directly into the rotting giant. As the abomination absorbed fresh blood and flesh, the massive craters left by Tony's missiles began closing at an alarming speed. Within seconds, the wounds had completely disappeared. Worse still, the monster wasn't just healing. It was growing. Tony's face paled. Shit, how long was I out? An hour? Jarvis calmly responded. Sir, from the moment you were struck until now, exactly 37 seconds have passed. 37 seconds. Tony's expression darkened. 37 seconds. In barely half a minute, this thing had caused an unimaginable massacre. It was even worse than he had predicted. Sir, based on my analysis, the creature is absorbing organic matter through those blood-red tendrils. If it continues, it will continue to grow exponentially stronger. You must stop it from consuming any more flesh. Tony grimaced as he eyed the pulsating network of tendrils spreading across the city. This thing wasn't just killing people. It was feeding on them. And growing stronger every second. Jarvis, switch to Inferno mode. Understood, sir. Taking a deep breath, Tony ignited the Mark suit's thrusters, launching into the sky with twin blue flames. As he flew over the battlefield, both of his repulsors ignited, spewing torrents of scorching fire downward. Hellfire engulfed the streets, incinerating the slithering blood tendrils below. The grotesque vein-like network blackened, shriveled, and disintegrated into charred husks. From a distance, the rotting giant froze mid-slaughter. It could feel its feeding network burning away. Its bald, festering scalp rippled with movement. Then, 6 slits suddenly tore open across the back of its head. Within moments, 3 pairs of enormous blood-red eyes emerged from the fissures, glaring murderously at the armored figure soaring above. Seeing the very same enemy that had wounded it earlier, the monstrosity let out a ground-shaking roar. You again. As it bellowed in rage, the rotting titan swung both of its enormous, decayed arms. The grotesque limbs twisted in impossible angles, hurtling toward Tony with crushing force. But Tony had learned his lesson. With a precise aerial maneuver, he spun midair, veering away at the last moment. Narrowly dodging the putrid fists, he continued his assault, torching every tendril still writhing across the streets. Now that he understood their purpose, his top priority was eradicating them. Not just to stop the monster from regenerating, but to ensure that he wouldn't have to fight a continuously growing nightmare. Of course. Even as he moved, Tony never stopped attacking. His shoulder-mounted missile pods deployed, launching a barrage of micromissiles straight at the abomination's bloated torso. Each impact sent chunks of rotten flesh flying. As he weaved through the sky, Tony barked out another command. Jarvis. Get the military on the line. We need heavy firepower ASAP. I'll hold this thing off until they arrive. Jarvis responded immediately. Understood, sir. Contacting the Department of Defense now. Before Jarvis could finish, the enraged rotting giant launched another frenzied attack. Meanwhile, at the Pentagon, Department of Defense, the emergency request for firepower support had reached the highest levels. General, a gigantic hostile entity has appeared in Clinton, New York. It's causing massive civilian casualties. The NYPD and other agencies have officially requested federal military intervention. The officer's report continued. Sir, Tony Stark, Iron Man, is currently engaging the monster. However, he has also sent an urgent request for military firepower support. The aging general standing at the command console frowned. As he listened to the report, multiple satellite feeds displayed real-time footage of the battle. The massive 9-screen display was dominated by one horrifying image. A grotesque, decaying titan. It towered over the streets, butchering civilians with terrifying efficiency. Multiple screens showed Iron Man darting around the battlefield, struggling to contain the monster. One feed even replayed the moment Tony was struck, sent crashing through a skyscraper, only to disappear under a pile of debris. The general snorted. Humph. I knew these so-called superheroes were useless. They talk big about protecting the world, but when it really counts, they're just in the way. His eyes narrowed. If Stark had handed over his Iron Man tech to the military, we wouldn't be in this mess. If we had an army of Iron Men, we wouldn't be so damn helpless against these monsters. With a cold grunt, he issued the order. Send word to the nearest military bases, deploy immediate airstrikes on the target in Clinton. We are wiping that thing off the map. Yes, sir. Chapter 185. New fanfic is coming tomorrow. Frowny face Naruto, I have a gravity training room. Under the orders of the Department of Defense, alarms blared simultaneously across multiple military bases near New York. Shortly after, warplanes loaded with heavy artillery took off from these bases, soaring into the sky. After mobilizing aircraft from several nearby military bases, the military, determined to prevent the monstrous rotting giant from growing stronger and spreading its corruption, bypassed the now Court-Martial General Ross. Instead, they redirected the soldiers under his command, who were still cleaning up the aftermath in Harlem, toward Hell's Kitchen as reinforcements. The soldiers Ross had stationed in Harlem were originally there to clear out the remaining mutant worms lurking in the sewers. Given the unpredictable nature of the situation, they had been equipped with formidable firepower. Perhaps that was precisely why they were chosen to be reassigned. Harlem was not far from Clinton, where Hell's Kitchen was located. Once the troops were assembled, military armored vehicles swiftly made their way to Hell's Kitchen. Even before reaching the battlefield, many soldiers inside the armored vehicles caught sight of the colossal, decaying giant. Seeing that enormous figure, almost as tall as the buildings lining the street, sent shivers down their spines. Damn it. First, there were the terrifying creatures in Harlem, and now, they had to deal with this grotesque giant. Why did all the worst situations seem to land in their laps? Sensing the plummeting morale in the vehicle, a middle-aged officer leading the team immediately barked out, "If you don't want to die on this battlefield, get your heads in the game. Quit looking like you're attending your own funeral. If we complete this mission and hold the monster in this district until the Air Force arrives, there will be medals and bonuses for all. So, give it your all." What would happen if they failed? The officer didn't say. But every soldier in the vehicle knew the answer. Against a monster like this, failure meant only one thing: death. The fear of death quickly snapped the soldiers out of their daze. As soon as they arrived on the battlefield, the armored vehicles came to a screeching halt, and fully armed soldiers poured out. In mere moments, shoulder-mounted rocket launchers were prepped and aimed at the massive rotting giant. A brief moment of targeting. Fire. With the command, over a dozen rockets streaked through the air, roaring toward their target. Eat this, big guy. Through Jarvis' surveillance, Tony had already spotted the incoming federal troops. Just as the soldiers pressed their triggers and launched their rockets, Tony, clad in his Mark armor, fired off a repulsor blast he had been charging. The blast struck the rotting giant, disrupting its movement and preventing it from dodging. At the same time, Tony's suit maneuvered with precision, avoiding the incoming projectiles with Jarvis' calculated assistance. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The relentless firepower forced the rotting giant to stagger backward, its towering frame obscured by thick clouds of smoke and dust. Meanwhile, a powerful shockwave rippled outward, sending debris and wreckage flying in all directions. Nice work. Inside his suit, Tony let out a celebratory cheer as he saw the monster riddled with wounds from the barrage. While his Mark suit was powerful and equipped with cutting-edge weaponry, the sheer volume of firepower that an army could unleash was unmatched. And that first volley of rockets was just the beginning. As the smoke began to clear and the rotting giant's form reappeared, heavy machine guns mounted on armored vehicles had already adjusted their aim. The moment the monster came into view, the guns roared to life, spewing a hailstorm of bullets. Rounds powerful enough to pierce steel sliced through the air, leaving spiraling shockwaves in their wake. Rip! The relentless barrage of bullets tore through the monster's decaying flesh, shredding chunks of rotten meat into a gruesome mist. Next came the monster's blood-colored tendrils, vein-like appendages writhing unerringly from its body. Despite their unnatural resilience and ability to whip through bullets like paper, they ultimately stood no chance against the unyielding storm of firepower. One by one, the dark red tendrils lost their eerie glow, severed and torn apart by the barrage, reduced to nothing more than tattered scraps of flesh. Gone was their previous menacing aura. Seeing the rotting giant overwhelmed by their firepower, the federal soldiers felt their spirits soar. Their fear evaporated, replaced by the raw adrenaline of combat. With renewed determination, they unleashed everything they had, rockets, bullets, grenades, hurling them at the monster as if ammunition cost nothing. But no one noticed. Deep within the monster's grotesque, decayed eyes, a flicker of something unexpected emerged. Something cold. Something aware. Go. Reload, now. The Air Force is almost here, we can't give this thing time to recover. Got it, sir. We won't let that thing catch a break. Hell yeah. I won't lie, I nearly crapped myself when I first saw this thing, but turns out, it's just a big weakling. Compared to the freaks in Harlem, this guy's a joke. Big for nothing. Seeing the seasoned veterans regaining their usual confidence, even cracking jokes with him, the officer leading the team couldn't help but smile. But just then, the blood mist, blasted into the air by the heavy machine gun fire, began to slowly drift downward. It rained down, drenching the soldiers. The moment the blood mist touched their bodies, a wave of unbearable stench, so putrid it made them gag, rushed into their noses and mouths. Ugh. This smell is goddamn awful. Damn it, it got in my eyes. This is unbearable. It's burning. What the hell? My face is burning. Ah. My eyes. Wait. Something's not right. Everyone, take cover. Don't let the blood touch you. The federal officer, who had initially dismissed the blood mist as harmless, realized something was terribly wrong. But by then, it was already too late. He and everyone else whose skin had been touched by the blood mist felt an intense burning sensation. Within seconds, their flesh started to corrode as if drenched in acid, exposing raw, bleeding wounds. For those whose eyes had been contaminated, the situation was even worse. They clutched their faces, screaming in agony as blood trickled through their fingers. Clear streaks of crimson leaked from beneath their hands, evidence of the damage done. Damn it! Get to cover. Drag all the injured into the armored vehicles. Roaring his command, the officer ignored his own pain and rushed into the mist, grabbing a soldier who had collapsed, clutching his eyes in agony. He pulled him back into the vehicle. But in those few seconds, his exposed skin had already been eaten away, leaving raw, bleeding flesh. Even his uniform showed visible signs of corrosion. And the horror didn't stop there. The worst part was, the area around his wounds had begun rotting. Signs of necrosis had already set in. Shit. Inside an armored vehicle, a colonel who had been acting as the temporary field commander saw the unfolding disaster and cursed under his breath. He immediately changed tactics. He ordered all soldiers to take cover from the blood mist while continuing their assault. At the same time, he assigned a specialized team to rescue those suffering from the corrosive effects. One wave of blood mist. That was all it took to cripple the rocket launcher team. And without the rockets hammering it down, the rotting giant, who had been forced into retreat, finally had a chance to breathe. However, instead of using this opportunity to counterattack, the now aware Wilson Fisk, whose will had resurfaced within the decaying monstrosity, made a completely unexpected move. He turned and ran. No. Damn it. Stark's face darkened the moment he saw the creature fleeing. His mind immediately raced through the consequences of letting this monster escape. Without hesitation, he blasted forward in his Mark armor, cutting off the giant's escape route. Jarvis, target the head. Channel 50% power into extermination mode. Understood, sir. The moment extermination mode was activated, the arc reactor at the chest of the Mark armor flared brilliant blue, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. Danger. Sensing the threat, the rotting giant lunged forward, raising a massive, decayed hand to swat Tony out of the air. ZZZZZZT. Just as the rotting hand was about to smash into Tony, a blazing blue energy beam erupted from his chest, tearing through the air. ZZZZZZT. The colossal arm, unable to withstand the blast, exploded into fragments, flesh and bone disintegrating in the beam's path. But the attack didn't stop there, it shot straight for the giant's head. Boom! For a split second, as the blue beam reflected in the rotting giant's eyes, a look of fear flashed across its decayed face. But before that fear could fully form, its head was obliterated. Shattered into 1,000 pieces. I did it. Tony Stark allowed himself a brief moment of relief. 50% of his suit's energy had been well spent on this devastating attack. But. Splat. From the monster's severed stump of an arm, a dozen blood-red tendrils shot out, writhing like a living net, lunging straight for Tony. Oh, come on. You're still not dead. Cursing, Tony ignited his thrusters, attempting to shoot straight up. But. Before he could escape, two of the tendrils wrapped around his legs, yanking him downward with immense force. Feeling himself being dragged, Tony had one thought flashing through his mind. Shit. Here we go again. Just as Tony braced himself for another round of getting smacked around. Whoosh. An AIM air-to-air missile streaked through the sky, traveling at supersonic speeds, and slammed into the rotting giant's severed limb. Boom. The ensuing explosion tore the blood tendrils apart, blasting them into bloody chunks. Taking the chance, Tony shot into the sky, escaping the danger. And then, over his comms, a familiar voice came through. Hey, buddy. Saved your ass again. Gotta say, you looked pretty damn pathetic just now. Recognizing the voice, Tony glanced at his radar and spotted 7 or 8 fighter jets rapidly closing in. Relief washed over him. Until he actually processed what Rhodey had just said. Tony's expression darkened. Oh, perfect. I was gonna add you to the guest list for that party next week, you know, the one with all the beautiful women. But now. I changed my mind. Hey, come on, buddy. I just saved your ass. Don't be petty. Tony smirked. Petty? Heh. Not only am I taking you off the list for next week, but the week after that too. You ruthless bastard. After a brief exchange of banter, Rhodey's voice turned serious. Tony, pull back. We'll take it from here. What? Before Tony could ask further, he immediately understood what Rhodey meant. Because. In the next second. He saw a dozen heavy missiles, streaking through the air, heading straight for the rotting giant. Boom. The massive explosions rocked the battlefield. Chapter 186. New fanfic is up. Frowny face Naruto, I have a gravity training room. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the city like the end of days. Within moments, a mushroom cloud ascended over Hell's Kitchen. The sheer devastating force of the blast spread in all directions, seeming capable of obliterating everything in its wake. Within a 1-kilometer radius, every window shattered under the violent shockwave. Even Tony, who had ascended to higher altitudes to avoid the blast, felt his pupils contract as cold sweat formed on his forehead. Missile bombardment in New York. Rhodey, has the military lost its damn mind? Rhodey, who had just banked his fighter jet and launched another missile, briefly muted his comms with the other jets and command center before responding to Tony. This isn't madness, Tony. We're dealing with a creature that can devour, evolve, and corrupt everything around it. If we don't hit it hard now and it manages to escape, we'll be the ones going crazy once it grows stronger in the shadows. There are things I can't say right now. Let's talk next week at your party. Without waiting for Tony's response, Rhodey cut the comms. Then, he locked onto the shattered remains of the rotting giant below and fired 2 more missiles. What a shame. From a window overlooking the destruction, Joker Eren sighed in mock disappointment. The overwhelming firepower being unleashed by the military was so intense that even from a distance, he could feel the waves of heat and smoke rolling towards him. With that kind of relentless bombardment, this was no time to rush in for a last hit. If he tried, he'd probably end up losing his own head instead. Shaking his head, Joker Eren turned his attention to the voluptuous woman wrapped in nothing but a bathrobe in his arms, one who bore an uncanny resemblance to a young Aunt May. With an oddly tender gesture, he laid her down on the bed and tucked the blanket over her. Then, without hesitation, he strode out of the room, leaving the door wide open behind him. Thanks to the intense bombardment outside, he had already implanted a false memory into her mind. Even if she woke up in a few minutes, she wouldn't realize she had just shared a room with a complete stranger. Just as Joker Eren exited the building, ready to leave the area, an intuition struck him. Something felt off. Acting on instinct, he turned his head back toward the battlefield, his eyes narrowing at the fiery ruins. And then, in the very center of the bombardment's wreckage, a weak, flickering aura suddenly sank underground and began moving rapidly beneath the surface. Oh. That energy signature. His lips curled into an intrigued smirk. Even after all that, you still managed to escape. Damn, I have to give it to you, you're a true Marvel villain. Surviving that level of destruction was impressive. There was no doubt about it, that aura belonged to Wilson Fisk. Even after being pushed to the brink of death by the military's full-scale bombardment, he had found a way out. Instead of frustration, Joker Eren felt something else. Excitement. Oh, this is just too good. Eyes gleaming with anticipation, Joker Eren didn't hesitate. Without caring about the filth, he ducked into a dark alley, pried open a sewer cover, and slipped underground. Using the trace of Fisk's lingering aura, combined with divination magic to navigate the tunnels, he pursued the fleeing kingpin. 15 minutes later. At an unknown sewer junction, Joker Eren finally found his prey. There, deep in the darkness. A disgusting mass of rotting flesh, riddled with blood-colored tendrils, was locked in a desperate struggle with a sewer rat. Pathetic. Can't even handle a rat. Smirking at the tiny, fist-sized lump of flesh, Joker Eren's lips curled in amusement. Without hesitation, he lit 2 cans of solidified alcohol, their flames casting a warm glow in the darkness. The moment the heat reached the rotting mass, a crimson eye snapped open from within the fleshy tendrils. The instant it saw Eren, it abandoned the rat, recoiling in terror. Dozens of blood-red tendrils thrashed wildly as it tried to leap into the sewage to escape. But... whoosh! A massive serpent of fire burst forth, jaws wide open, and swallowed it whole. Sizzle. Minutes later. After burning the last scraps of the rotting flesh into ash, Joker Eren gracefully bowed to the smoldering remains. I sincerely appreciate you surviving the military's bombardment, because it gave me the chance to settle our little grudge. To be honest, if Fisk hadn't split off this core fragment and escaped into the sewers, Eren wouldn't have had a chance to land the finishing blow amidst the military's onslaught. Without missing a beat, he turned his gaze to the sewer rat, which had been left battered and pierced by blood-red tendrils. Sorry, little buddy. Without hesitation, he burned it to ash as well, erasing all traces of Fisk's final remains. With a flick of his wrist, he snuffed out the flames. Then, vanishing into the darkness of the sewers, he disappeared without a trace. At that exact moment. After completely incinerating Wilson Fisk, Eren's true self received a notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain, corrupt Wilson Fisk and received Fate's reward, Fate points plus 2,000. Seeing the numbers flash before his eyes, Eren couldn't help but grin. A quick trip out and I've already earned enough to rebuild my body. Is this what it feels like to be favored by fate? Not bad at all. Still smiling, he reached out and turned off the news broadcast covering the events in Hell's Kitchen. Then, returning to his desk, Eren picked up a piece of paper and once again began folding a paper effigy. The next morning. Driving his Aston Martin, Eren pulled up to Midtown High, drawing envious stares from students and teachers alike. The moment he stepped into the classroom, his chubby friend Doug eagerly dragged his chair over, sitting next to him with a conspiratorial grin. Hey, man! Have you heard? The winter dance date is finally set. Already? That was fast. School dances had been a long-standing tradition in federal high schools, part of their unique culture. Most of these events were student-organized, with the school only providing the venue and minimal supervision. Rumors about the upcoming winter dance had been circulating for a while now, but the official date needed administrative approval. Naturally, any news about the dance was a hot topic among students. So the moment the student council got approval yesterday, the news had spread like wildfire across Midtown High. Seeing Eren's mild reaction, Doug grinned smugly. Of course. The student council was already at the gym last night, setting up decorations. Any day now, the school's going to make the announcement. So, have you found a date yet? With the date confirmed, the next big concern was, of course, finding a dance partner. The days leading up to the event were always the liveliest in school. For the good-looking guys and popular girls, getting a date was no problem. But for students who were less attractive or socially awkward, finding a suitable dance partner could be a nightmare. Every year, school fights over dance invitations made headlines, even at elite schools like Midtown High. Not that Eren needed to worry about any of that. With his sharp features, commanding presence, and impeccable fashion sense, he stood out effortlessly among his peers. And after training in the cosmic brain meditation technique, his once lean physique had become noticeably stronger. His one-sided takedown of school bully Freddy had only added to his reputation, giving him an aura of dominance and masculinity. Not to mention, his luxury car and the subtle air of wealth surrounding him. All in all, Eren had no shortage of admirers. Some girls had even confessed to him outright. So finding a dance partner wouldn't be an issue. But the moment Doug mentioned it, a certain blonde came to mind. Gwen. Well, they had shared a bed once, after all. It wasn't strange to feel a little sentimental. Ding ding ding. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The math teacher walked in, cutting off Doug's chance to hear Eren's answer, and he grudgingly returned to his seat. By the time the first class ended, the winter dance date was officially announced. The moment the teacher made the announcement, excited cheers erupted across the classroom. As soon as the teacher left, some students couldn't even wait and immediately started asking their crushes to the dance. There was no time to play the waiting game. If you hesitated, someone else might steal your ideal partner first. Hey, Eren, would you be my date? As soon as class ended, Eren received several invitations from girls. One of them was even a cheerleader. She was tall, gorgeous, and had a pair of legs that could put supermodels to shame. Among their grade, she was easily top 10 in looks. Eren, slightly surprised by the sudden attention, politely declined every single one. Even the cheerleader, Hillary. Doug, watching from the side, turned bright red with jealousy. That was Hillary. If she had asked him, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second. Hell, even if her fanboys beat him up afterward, it'd be worth it. So when Hillary walked away, clearly disappointed, Doug couldn't help but ask. Dude, what the hell? That was Hillary. Those legs alone, man, I could live off those for a year. Ahem. Eren cleared his throat. Doug froze. Then, as if sensing something, he glanced up. Only to see Hillary, who hadn't walked too far yet, giving him a look of utter disgust. Humph. With a sharp glare, she flipped her hair, turned on her heel, and stormed out of the classroom. Doug's face turned ghostly pale. Oh no. Oh no no no. My reputation, it's over. Eren patted his shoulder sympathetically. Cheer up. You never really had a reputation with her to begin with. Though, if she tells her friends what you just said, then you're really screwed. Hillary was a cheerleader, one of the most socially connected girls in school. If she spread Doug's little comment around, his chances of finding a date for the winter dance would plummet. For someone like Doug, who was neither handsome nor athletic, this was a disaster. Doug's face went even paler. After a long but eventful day at school, Eren parted ways with a still distraught Doug, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and grabbed his car keys, heading toward the parking lot. There. A stunning figure was already waiting for him. Chapter 187. Today was the day Eren and Gwen had planned to visit the hospital to treat Mrs. Helen's injuries. So, right after school, Gwen had rejected every single guy who tried to invite her to the winter dance and headed straight for the parking lot. To avoid any more interruptions, she even stood right next to Eren's iconic Aston Martin, silently warding off anyone else who dared approach. Seeing the beautiful figure waiting by his car, Eren greeted her with a casual wave before quickening his pace to meet her. With a smirk, he said, I thought I'd be the one waiting for you this time. Didn't expect you to beat me to it. Gwen, holding a few books in her arms, brushed a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and flashed a sweet smile. Well, I'm asking you to help treat my mom. I can't exactly show up late, can I? Then, with a playful glint in her eyes, she added, but honestly, I thought you'd take longer today. I heard you got quite a few invitations for the dance, even Hillary asked you, didn't she? She gave him a knowing wink as she spoke. Eren simply shrugged. Your intel is outdated. I turned them all down. Gwen's eyebrows raised in mock surprise. Really? I thought you'd say yes, Hillary is one of the hottest girls in school, you know. Watching her perfectly executed expression of surprise and sensing absolutely no emotional fluctuation from her, Eren was silent for a moment before sighing internally. Women are natural-born actresses, if I couldn't read emotions, I might have actually believed that. Shaking his head, he didn't bother addressing her teasing comment. Instead, he opened the car door and gestured toward her. Let's go. If we wait any longer, there won't be any parking spots left at the hospital. Hospitals always had a parking crisis, especially after work hours, when visitors surged in. Getting a spot late in the evening? A near impossible task. Gwen immediately recalled the countless times her dad, George, would rush to the hospital only to struggle for parking, his frustrated expression replaying in her mind. Without hesitation, she opened the passenger door and slid in. Once she buckled up, Eren stepped on the gas, guiding his Aston Martin smoothly toward the hospital. Meanwhile, a heartbreaking sigh echoed behind them. A chorus of disappointed admirers watched helplessly as Eren drove off with Gwen. After leaving the school parking lot, Eren suddenly turned to Gwen and said, "By the way." She glanced at him curiously. "Next Saturday's dance, will you be my date?" "Ah." Gwen was caught off guard. She turned her head to look at Eren, who sat behind the wheel, his handsome features glowing in the golden sunset. Tilting her head slightly, she asked, "Are you asking me to the dance, Eren?" "Of course." Eren met her gaze without hesitation. "Gwen Stacy, I'd like you to be my date for the dance." She paused, pursing her lips. "Why me?" Gwen held his gaze, her blue eyes studying him intently. After a moment, she sighed. "Don't you guys prefer girls like Hillary?" At Midtown High, Gwen was seen as the untouchable genius beauty. With her high academic performance and the looming presence of her father, Captain George Stacy, she was the kind of girl most admired from a distance rather than approached. Sure, many guys had a crush on her, but few actually confessed. In contrast, Hillary was bubbly, social, and effortlessly flirty, surrounded by male friends all the time. To most girls, someone like Hillary seemed far more popular with guys. That was why, when Gwen heard that Hillary had invited Eren to the dance, she had felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling she couldn't quite explain. Maybe even a hint of worry. Eren, however, shut down that line of thought immediately. "Hillary? I don't even know her that well. And she's not my type." Then, looking straight at Gwen, he said, "I like you better. I like you better." Was that a confession? Gwen felt her cheeks flush. Her lips curled into a soft, delighted smile, and just like that, the odd discomfort she'd felt earlier completely vanished. Her mood lifted. Turning her head toward the window, she deliberately avoided his gaze and said, "Fine. Since you turned down Hillary, I'll accept your invitation." Though she looked away, her voice carried a hint of joy she couldn't hide. Eren, picking up on her subtle excitement, smirked. With exaggerated enthusiasm, he said, "Wow. What luck. So I got this date only because I rejected Hillary. Does that mean there's some rivalry between you two?" "Of course." Hearing Eren's question, Gwen nodded firmly, replying without hesitation. "And it's the kind that can never be reconciled." Eren smirked. "I see. Well, whatever the case, I'm honored that you accepted my invitation, Miss Gwen Stacy." 30 minutes later. After applying another round of holy light healing, Helen's legs had almost completely recovered to how they were when Eren first saw them. Even the deep scars on her calves, which had once looked ghastly, slowly faded away under the warmth of the glowing light. Until they disappeared entirely. Watching those horrid scars vanish as if by magic, Helen's body trembled slightly. She reached out, gently touching her now fully healed legs, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. "This is unbelievable. Ever since I saw those scars, I never thought my legs could look normal again. You know, I was actually planning to go home and throw away all my skirts." Overwhelmed with emotion, Helen spoke in a choked voice, struggling to form coherent sentences. It took her a long while before she could calm down. Holding Gwen's hand tightly, Helen let out a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Eren, watching her reaction, finally spoke. "How do you feel, Mrs. Helen?" Helen exhaled, a smile breaking through her tears. "I feel amazing. I think I could walk right now." With slight effort, she moved her legs off the bed, clearly intending to stand up and take a few steps. After being bedridden for so long, even someone as strong-willed as Helen had started to feel restless. Now that her legs were healed, the first thing she wanted to do was walk. However, her sudden movement startled Gwen. "Mom." Seeing Gwen's instinctive concern, Eren simply chuckled. "No need to panic. Mrs. Helen's injuries are almost fully healed. As long as she gets enough nutrition, calcium, and does some rehab exercises, she'll be able to leave the hospital soon. She can walk now if she wants, though if you're worried, we can support her while she takes a few steps." Gwen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, still hesitant. "Are you sure?" Eren met her gaze and said simply. "Trust me." 10 minutes later. By the time George Stacy rushed into the hospital room after leaving the police station, he was greeted by a scene he never expected. There, by the window, his wife, Helen, was standing, arms outstretched, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. A radiant smile adorned her face. George froze. Oh my God. Am I dreaming? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, but no matter how many times he blinked, the image remained unchanged. Helen, standing tall, looking happier than he had seen her in ages. Maybe I'm just overworked, maybe the stress is making me hallucinate. To confirm his reality, George pinched himself hard. The sharp pain made him wince, but nothing changed. He stood there, frozen, trying to process what was happening. Across the room, Gwen, seeing her father's dumbfounded expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Pfft. The sound snapped George out of his daze. This pain, that means this is real. Helen, who had been waiting with open arms, finally lost patience. She rolled her eyes before glaring at him. Of course it's real. Haven't I been standing here for long enough? Hurry up and help me back to bed. Oh okay. George hurried forward, carefully guiding Helen back to the bed. Once she was settled, reality finally sank in. His wife's legs were fully healed. She could walk again. Still struggling to believe what he was seeing, George instinctively turned to Eren and asked. This is... Before Eren could answer, Gwen quickly jumped in. It's thanks to Eren. He got some experimental medicine from Oscorp, it worked wonders. Oscorp. Experimental medicine. George immediately picked up on the key details. For the first time since stepping into the room, he shifted his gaze away from Helen's healed legs and focused on Eren. Then, in a calm but firm voice, he asked. I thought the medicine Oscorp developed to treat millions of people was already impressive enough. But I've never heard of anything this miraculous. This drug, I've never seen it on the market. So how exactly did you get your hands on it? George never suspected his daughter would lie to him. So he took her explanation at face value. That Eren had somehow gotten this miracle drug from Oscorp. Now, the only question left in his mind was, how? From what George knew, Eren was just a high school student. Sure, he had connections with Pepper Potts, the new CEO of Stark Industries. But Stark Industries specialized in military tech, whereas Oscorp was focused on biomedical advancements. Even if Eren had ties to big corporations, it shouldn't be Oscorp. It should be Stark Industries. If anyone in the room had a connection to Oscorp, it was his daughter, Gwen, since she was interning there. Did that mean Eren had pulled strings through Stark Industries to get this medicine from Oscorp? But even then, getting access to something this powerful shouldn't be easy. And why was he so invested in Helen's recovery? Unless... A sudden thought struck George. His expression froze. Then, as he subtly glanced at his daughter, he caught something. The way Gwen was looking at Eren. There was something different. Something that made his stomach drop. Oh no. Chapter 188. Inside the hospital room, Helen and Gwen were still basking in their joy, completely unaware of the sudden shift in George's expression. But Eren, who was facing George directly, caught everything. The rapid change in his face, and more importantly, the way his eyes now resembled a father scrutinizing his daughter's suitor. It was a look Eren had seen before. The gaze of a father sizing up the threat to his precious daughter. However, with his mind having reached a state of meditative tranquility, Eren felt zero pressure from George's intense glare. Still, to avoid unnecessary questioning, Eren decided to address the situation head-on. Oh. I never mentioned it. I own 5% of Oscorp's shares. As a shareholder, it's not surprising that I have access to experimental medicine that isn't mass-produced due to material costs and pricing issues, right? The moment Eren said those words, the entire room fell silent. 5% of Oscorp's shares. Oscorp was one of the largest biomedical corporations in the nation. Although its market value wasn't as high as Stark Industries, since it wasn't in the arms industry, it was still a $200 billion giant. And 5% of that? That translated to over $10 billion. For ordinary people, that was a completely unreachable fortune. Even for someone like George, who had climbed the ranks to become the chief of police, $10 billion was an amount beyond his wildest imagination. After the initial shock, George's gaze toward Eren became even more complex. On one hand, he was amazed. He had assumed that Eren was just an orphan with no background, yet he actually had such an enormous fortune to his name. On the other hand, he was troubled. Because this wild boar trying to snatch his precious cabbage suddenly seemed a lot harder to deal with. In this country, money could buy almost anything. If Eren decided to use his immense wealth to win over Gwen, could she really resist? And worse still, they had already gone through a life-and-death crisis together. To his daughter, Eren was undoubtedly a hero who had saved her mother. He had called for help just in time, rescued Helen from a cult, and now he had miraculously healed her legs. Damn it. The more I think about it, the worse I feel. Feeling an unfamiliar sense of anxiety, George also realized that, despite everything, he owed Eren a debt of gratitude. Because as he looked at his wife's fully healed legs, as he saw the genuine joy on Helen's face, he knew Eren's help had been invaluable to his family. Unlike George, who increasingly disliked Eren the more he looked at him, Helen's gaze toward him had softened considerably. She had far more life experience than Gwen, and she understood what it meant for someone to own 5% of Oscorp. More importantly, she understood what it meant for Gwen. Helen was not the kind of person who judged based on wealth, but as a mother. Knowing that her daughter liked someone so outstanding, someone capable of providing a better life for her, how could she not feel happy? With that thought, she glanced at the darkening sky outside and then turned toward Gwen and Eren. Since George is here, you two should head home soon. It's getting late, and I don't want you staying out too long. You have school tomorrow. I'd hate for my situation to interfere with your studies. Then, turning to Eren, she added. Oh, and Eren, would you mind giving Gwen a ride? The crime rate in New York hasn't been great lately, and I'd feel safer if you took her home. Before George could even react, Eren casually patted his chest and agreed. Of course, Mrs. Helen. You don't even have to ask, I'd take her home regardless. I can't let my winter dance date run into any trouble, can I? Hearing Eren say that out loud, in front of her parents, Gwen's face instantly turned bright red. We're already calling each other dance partners in front of my parents? Helen, on the other hand, simply smiled knowingly. It seemed that her daughter's relationship with Eren was even closer than she had initially thought. Glancing at Gwen with a playful smirk, Helen then turned back to Eren. In that case, I'll leave Gwen in your care. But before Eren could respond, George immediately cut in, voice firm. It's already late. I'll drive her home myself, no need to trouble anyone else. Helen, seeing right through her husband's intentions, rolled her eyes. And if you leave, what happens if I need something? George, Before he could find an excuse, Gwen, her blush still lingering, spoke up. Dad, if you go, who's going to take care of Mom? Eren added casually, it's on my way home anyway, so it's no trouble. On your way. Helen and George both did a mental calculation. Thinking about where the hospital was, where their temporary residence was, and where Chinatown was located. After a moment, they realized. It actually was on the way. George, losing his last excuse, could only watch as his face darkened. How convenient. Well then, Gwen, I'll leave you to Eren. Helen smiled. Take care, you too. Don't worry, Mrs. Helen. I'll get her home safe. Saying their goodbyes, Eren led Gwen out of the hospital room. All while George's glare remained locked onto his back. Gwen noticed her father's expression and quickly realized what was happening. Feeling flustered, she hurriedly grabbed Eren's hand and practically dragged him out of the hospital before George could say anything else. What neither of them knew was that the moment Gwen took Eren's hand and led him away, George had rushed to the hospital window, arriving just in time to see them disappear down the hall, hand in hand. Watching his precious daughter unknowingly become so close to Eren, George's face turned completely black. His breathing hitched for a moment. No, this can't be happening. That damn wild boar had actually taken his precious daughter. George clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. He was just about to storm out of the room and give that bastard a piece of his mind, when Helen rolled her eyes and sighed. Oh, enough. Let the kids do what they want. Didn't you see the way Gwen was looking at Eren? Instead of worrying about them, why don't you focus on explaining my miraculous recovery to the doctors, and figuring out how to get me discharged? She stretched her arms and smirked. I've been stuck in this hospital long enough. I'm ready to go home. Chapter 189. Thank you, Eren. Inside the hospital's underground parking lot, Gwen turned to Eren and spoke with genuine sincerity. Seeing her serious expression, Eren stopped walking and smiled. As long as I didn't disappoint you, that's all that matters. After all, I did get paid in advance by a certain someone. If I didn't do a good job, how could I possibly deserve such generous payment? Then, with a casual shrug, he added. Though I didn't expect the treatment to be this effective. Even Helen's scars disappeared completely. Looks like we won't need the restoration wax we prepared from the textile lab after all. Even though Holy Light Healing was the most basic healing ability from the Angel Scepter, its effectiveness in treating external injuries had exceeded even Eren's expectations. Especially the fact that Helen's scars had faded so quickly, leaving her legs looking completely unblemished. It was a surprising but welcome outcome. Just as Eren was about to say something else, Gwen suddenly stood on her toes, leaned forward, and pressed her lips against his. Once again, Eren felt the warmth of her lips, and just as he was about to wrap his arms around her waist, hoping to savor the moment, she slipped away like a golden fish, skillfully dodging his embrace at the last second. Seeing the hint of disappointment in his eyes, Gwen smirked playfully. Eren licked his lips slightly, reminiscing about the brief but thrilling sensation, before flashing a grin. Was that a reward? Gwen winked. Take a guess. A few minutes later. Standing beside his Aston Martin, Eren opened the passenger door for Gwen. Let's go, I'll take you home. Thanks. As they pulled out of the hospital parking lot, Gwen turned to him. Do you need me to give you directions? Eren chuckled. Of course, not. I've already memorized the route to your house. Gwen raised an eyebrow, giving him a meaningful look. Catching her subtle glance, Eren immediately clarified. Don't get the wrong idea. When I got this car, I memorized the entire map of New York to make driving easier. Technically, that wasn't a lie. Ever since he started practicing the cosmic brain meditation technique, his memory had improved significantly. To prepare for any situation, he had committed the entire map of New York to memory. With that mental reference, he could easily determine the best route to any location, including Gwen's house. Is that so? Gwen pursed her lips slightly, as if not entirely convinced, but she didn't press the issue further. Instead, she shifted the conversation toward her mother's recovery process. Although Helen's visible wounds had healed, she still felt some weakness when walking. That's normal, Eren explained. It's just the aftereffects of being bedridden for so long. All she needs now is some rehab exercises, proper nutrition, and increased calcium intake. I'll give you a meal plan. If she follows it daily, her recovery will be much faster. Gwen's eyes lit up. She immediately pulled out a pen and paper, jotting down the meal plan as Eren dictated it. It was actually a simplified medicinal diet that Eren had adapted from the nutritional guidebook he had studied. The ingredients were chosen to promote blood regeneration and accelerate bone healing. Not only that, but Eren had carefully adjusted the portions to suit Helen's specific condition. By following this plan, Helen's recovery time could be cut in half. With her background in biomedical studies, Gwen could immediately tell that this meal plan was scientifically sound. Most importantly, it didn't seem too medicinal, it looked like something that would actually taste good. This, actually sounds delicious. Excited by the prospect, Gwen made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would cook this meal for her mother. Before you take me home, can we stop by the grocery store? Eren nodded. Of course. 30 minutes later. Carrying several bags of groceries, Eren dropped Gwen off at her home in Queens' Harlem neighborhood. Harlem was a middle-class residential area, known for its tight-knit community and relatively good security. This was largely because the 13th precinct of the NYPD was located nearby. If anyone called the police, officers could arrive in under 5 minutes. It was one of the safest places in the city. Ever since Helen was attacked and kidnapped in their previous home, George had completely lost trust in that apartment. For a while, they had been staying in a hotel, but to ensure his family's safety, George had used his connections to rent a house in Harlem, right next to the 13th precinct, where he worked. The house was equipped with Stark Industries' advanced security system. After personally inspecting the design and security features, George was so impressed that he wanted to buy it outright. If only he had the money. With Stark's security system in place, combined with being so close to his own police station, George felt that there was no safer home in New York for his family. From the very first day they moved in, George quietly increased police patrols in the area using his deputy chief privileges. In the past, George had been strongly opposed to using his position for personal gain. But after multiple incidents where his family was targeted, he finally understood why so many high-ranking officers secretly increased patrols around their own homes. It wasn't about corruption. It was about protecting their families. After all, in a country where shootouts happen daily, security was never guaranteed. For police officers, whose job was to hunt criminals, their families often faced more danger than the average person. What George didn't realize was that this single decision made him more integrated into the NYPD than ever before. Previously, George's rigid sense of justice had made him respected by lower-ranking officers, but somewhat alienated from the higher-ups. They had even been hesitant about promoting him to police chief after the retirement of the old captain of the 13th Precinct. But now, seeing that George had finally started acting like one of them, the higher-ups began to trust him more. As Gwen unlocked the front door, she turned to Eren. "Want to come in for a bit?" Eren shook his head with a smile. "Better not. Your dad's already called you 7 or 8 times on the way home. If I step inside, I'm afraid he'll grab his gun and drive straight from the hospital to shoot me." Because they had stopped by the grocery store, Gwen was home much later than usual, which had thoroughly worried her overprotective father. George had called so many times that it felt like he thought Eren was going to abduct his daughter. Hearing that, Gwen's ears turned slightly red, and she quickly defended her father. "He's not that dramatic." Just as she said that, the sound of small footsteps came racing toward the door. Her younger siblings burst out of the house, faces full of excitement. "Big sis. You're finally home. Dad called us so many times, asking if you were back yet. We almost thought something happened to you. Ugh, we were so worried." The younger one nodded furiously, then added, "Yeah. We were so stressed out, we need a big bar of chocolate to heal our wounded hearts. And cheese sticks too." Gwen, who had just denied her father's excessive worrying, was now completely speechless. She rubbed her temples. "Oh my God, he even called you too." Meanwhile, Eren, chuckling at the scene, casually reached into one of the grocery bags. He pulled out a stack of snacks, including chocolate bars and cheese sticks, and handed them to the kids. Their eyes immediately widened in pure joy. The younger one even swallowed nervously, resisting the urge to snatch the snacks immediately. But instead of taking them right away, they both turned to Gwen for permission. With a sigh, Gwen rolled her eyes before saying, "Go ahead." The moment she gave the green light, the two kids snatched the snacks with lightning speed and ran inside the house, shouting excitedly as they went. "Thanks, brother-in-law. We're going to our room now. Whatever happens next, we totally don't know anything. Don't worry, we won't tell Dad anything." Before Gwen could even react, their door slammed shut. Bam! The room fell silent. Gwen's entire face turned bright red. "Brother-in-law." Before she could even start explaining herself, Eren had already burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Those two are hilarious. They even know how to cover for you." Gwen, still flustered, crossed her arms. "Oh, please. They just got bribed with snacks." Even as she complained, a small smile crept onto her face. Just then, her phone rang again. Eren, already knowing who it was, pointed at her phone and smirked. "All right, it's late. I should go before your dad actually loses his mind." With a final goodbye, Eren turned and walked away. As he disappeared into the night, Gwen picked up her phone and sighed. "Dad." Time passes. Days went by. After the Harlem cult incident and the Hell's Kitchen Rotten Giant disaster, New York finally experienced a rare period of peace. At least, on the surface. During this calm period, Eren lived a relatively normal student life. Going to school, training, and waiting for the next big event. Until one particular weekend arrived. Today was the funeral for Eren's Joker clone. Early in the morning, Pepper, dressed in a simple black dress with light makeup, arrived at Eren's place to attend the ceremony with him. The funeral was held at Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn, one of the most prestigious burial sites in New York. Originally, Tony had planned to bury the Joker at an exclusive private cemetery for billionaires. But Eren had refused, saying the Joker liked crowds. The real reason? The private cemetery was too far away, and Eren didn't want to travel that far. So Tony had made new arrangements, securing a plot at Greenwood Cemetery, one of the most famous and well-kept cemeteries in the city. This place was the final resting spot for countless influential figures, including politicians, artists, and musicians. However, Because the cemetery was already full, it had stopped accepting new burials years ago. Nobody knew how much Tony had to pull strings to convince the cemetery administration to accept the Joker's tombstone. But one thing was certain. When Eren arrived at the cemetery, it was already packed with people. Chapter 190. At the northeast corner of Green Shade Cemetery. Silhouettes gathered before a brand new tombstone. A black and white photograph was affixed to it, depicting a jester-like figure with a smirk that seemed to mock fate itself, or perhaps, sneer at its injustice. Pepper Potts stood solemnly in front of the open grave, waiting for something. If one looked closely, they could see a hint of moisture in her eyes. Before long, Eren, Tony, Happy, and a young priest from St. John's Cathedral carried a black coffin containing a handful of ashes, walking over from a short distance away. The sides of the funeral procession were densely packed with mourners. The line stretched from the entrance of Green Shade Park all the way to the deep northeast corner of the cemetery, extending over 1,000 meters. They were dressed in solemn black attire, standing in silence along the path, bidding farewell to the casket as it proceeded forward. Among the tens of thousands attending the funeral, most were residents of Harlem. Upon learning that the hero who had saved them, Joker, was having his funeral at Green Shade Cemetery today, these people had gathered early in the morning to attend the ceremony, to pay tribute to the hero who had sacrificed his life to save them. Eren and Tony, carrying the coffin, walked at the front of the procession. Even without using spiritual vision, Eren could clearly sense the sorrowful and heavy atmosphere around him. Seeing the solemn expressions and mourning faces of the crowd on both sides of the road, he felt a twinge of peculiarity. Back when Joker Eren had intervened in the catastrophe of the writhing worms in Harlem, his goal was simply to disrupt the blood sacrifice for the evil god's ritual. Saving people had barely crossed his mind. Of course, his actions had inadvertently saved many lives. At the time, neither Eren nor his Joker persona had given it much thought. And because of that, Eren never expected that after his doppelganger's death, so many people would voluntarily come to see him off. This was truly an unintentional seed bearing unexpected fruit. However, if these people knew that the hero they were mourning, the one who had sacrificed himself to save them, was not actually dead, would they be angry enough to flip open that coffin? After Eren, Tony, and the others carefully placed the coffin containing the ashes into the grave, Father Pierre from St. John's Cathedral read a eulogy for the deceased Joker Eren. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, under the weight of the solemn and heavy atmosphere. As the sound of earth being shoveled echoed in the air, the black coffin was slowly buried, inch by inch. Once the grave was filled, the mourners who had come of their own accord to pay respects to the hero Joker stepped forward one by one, bowing deeply before placing their flowers beside his grave. 100 meters away from the Joker's burial site, with his exaggerated clown makeup removed, his face altered, and disguised as an ordinary person, Joker Eren watched from afar as people laid flowers upon his tombstone. Silently, he pulled down the brim of his magician's hat. The experience of watching his own funeral was quite interesting. With a chuckle, Joker Eren casually turned away and walked toward the cemetery exit. Blending into the crowd, he disappeared. Not long after he stepped out of Green Shade Park, a black Audi pulled up steadily in front of him. As Joker Eren opened the car door and slid inside, the vehicle started up again, smoothly leaving the cemetery. Inside the black Audi, on the driver's seat, Bucky, his left arm fitted with a prosthetic limb, glanced at Joker Eren in the back and asked, "Boss, how does it feel to attend your own funeral?" Joker Eren looked up at Bucky, smirking, "Oh. Are you getting that good at using your persuasion ability now? Practicing on me, huh? You sure you're not just eager to become a witch?" Bucky had long since pledged loyalty to him, so Joker Eren didn't bother hiding the next step of the witch pathway from him. Not long ago, after taking down Kingpin, while sorting out the aftermath and consolidating Kingpin's criminal empire with Bucky, Joker Eren had revealed to Bucky what lay beyond the instigator sequence. He still vividly remembered when he told Bucky that the next stage after instigator would turn him into a witch, meaning he would biologically become a woman. Bucky's face went through a full spectrum of colors, an expression so complex it could only be described as a chaotic mix of emotions. He had even pointed at Eren's face, nose red with anger, and cursed, "Fuck you." What Bucky had wanted was a fresh start, but not in this way. Joker Eren had merely shrugged in response to his outburst. Let him curse all he wanted. After all, any man learning that he was going to physically transform into a woman in the near future would probably have the same reaction. So let him vent. It wasn't like Eren was losing anything over it. It wasn't like Bucky could actually fuck him, right? Wait. It was said that every person who transitioned into a witch developed an extraordinary allure. If Bucky really did turn into a witch and used that charm to seduce him, to complete that so-called curse on him, then wouldn't that mean Joker Eren could actually get fucked by Bucky? At that thought, the mocking smirk on Joker Eren's face froze instantly. His gaze toward Bucky suddenly turned wary. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Bucky, who had just barely managed to avoid choking to death on his boss's earlier remark, suddenly felt a shift in his instigator potion digestion. The information feedback from the potion suggested Bucky suddenly felt something strange. It seemed that his previous remark had truly stirred something in his boss's heart, an underlying emotion and even a flicker of malice. The thought alone made his usually unfathomable boss briefly consider killing him. And since his boss was far stronger than he was, the moment his words were deemed a successful provocation by the potion, his instigator potion was instantly digested by a significant degree. The sensation of his strength growing immediately washed away any lingering annoyance over Joker Eren's earlier taunts. After all, the question he had just asked had been a deliberate attempt to squeeze a little power boost from his boss. With that in mind, Bucky deliberately adjusted his expression. With a tone that carried a hint of anticipation, he said, "I've thought about it, and honestly, becoming a witch doesn't sound so bad. Back when Hydra controlled me, I did a lot of terrible things. Even after regaining my freedom, I've lived with guilt. Agreeing to help you take down Hydra was, in a way, my attempt at redemption. If one day, I truly transform into a witch, and if by then we've successfully crushed Hydra, maybe that will be the day I completely say goodbye to my past and embrace a new life with a fresh identity. Come to think of it, I've been looking at some women's fashion lately. I wonder what I'll look like if I do turn into a witch. I don't even know if the clothes I picked will fit me then. If I really do become a witch, boss, how about I be your secretary?" What the fuck? Joker Eren, who had already been on high alert due to his previous thoughts about Bucky's strange remark, completely lost his composure. That trademark Joker grin of his? Yeah, gone. The hell do you mean, be my secretary? Get the fuck away from me. With his mind deeply attuned to meditation, Joker Eren could clearly feel that Bucky had used his instigator ability while speaking. That final line about being his secretary? It was nothing more than an attempt to stir up malice within him, to provoke him into lashing out. And Joker Eren could pretty much guess what Bucky was up to. No doubt, the bastard was trying to manipulate his emotions, spark a conflict, and get beaten up, all in the name of speeding up his potion digestion. To think that Bucky had taken an ability meant to provoke others into committing bloodshed and chaos and flipped it around to provoke himself into getting beaten up for power gain. Joker Eren had to admit, it was somewhat impressive. He wasn't sure if this method would actually work, but the creativity alone deserved some recognition. Not that he minded. If Bucky could grow stronger faster, that meant Joker Eren would have a more capable subordinate sooner. As long as things didn't get too out of hand, he didn't mind playing along. Worst case. Once Bucky fully digested the instigator potion, Joker Eren would beat the shit out of him as payback. However, under his mental perception, Joker Eren could tell Bucky wasn't joking. The man who had previously flipped out upon learning that his next stage would turn him into a witch was no longer resisting the idea. In fact, he had even started actively browsing women's fashion. That was what sent chills down Joker Eren's spine. He wasn't sure whether this was a side effect of the Witch Pathways potion subtly influencing Bucky's mind over time, or if Hydra's torment had twisted his psyche beyond recognition, sending him down an unhinged path. Either way, Joker Eren wanted no part of it. Waving his hand frantically, he hurriedly said, "No, no. I don't need a witch as my secretary. If you've got time to pull this shit on me, why don't you go back to instigating those hopeless gangsters in Hell's Kitchen? Get them to kill each other instead. At least thinning out that scum is actually useful to us." Bucky, who hadn't received any potion feedback this time, glanced at Joker Eren through the rearview mirror, his gaze filled with an unreadable emotion. What a shame. Lately, Joker Eren had been making full use of his meditation-enhanced mind power. He had hypnotized and brainwashed a portion of Kingpin's elite criminal underlings, converting them into his own high-tier disposable forces. However, as the former underground emperor of New York, Kingpin's empire was massive. Among his ranks were plenty of unimpressive thugs, cowards who preyed on the weak but had no real skill. These worthless lowlifes had lost all restraint following Kingpin's death. And they had gone completely feral. Not just in Hell's Kitchen. The entire city of New York had seen a massive surge in crime over the past few days. With no one left to keep them in check, gangsters and criminals had been breaking into stores and homes, looting, rioting, and constantly engaging in shootouts. At first, it was just Kingpin's old men venting their frustrations through reckless crime. But soon, more and more gangs caught wind of the chaos and joined in. And the city's instability exploded overnight. The past 2 nights, as soon as the sun set, New York had turned into a living hell of robberies, assaults, and shootings. Even with the entire police force mobilized, the NYPD was struggling to contain the chaos. Compared to the overwhelming wave of criminals, their numbers were simply too few. Joker Eren didn't particularly care about the citywide madness. But Hell's Kitchen belonged to him now. And he wasn't about to let a bunch of useless trash turn his turf into a playground for their degeneracy. So, over the past few days, while Joker Eren had been hypnotizing and converting new subordinates, he had also sent out Bucky, now a fully fledged instigator. Bucky's task: sow discord among the gangs. Fuel their greed, ignite their bloodlust, and push them to slaughter each other. All while helping him digest his potion. Of course, instigating a bunch of low-level criminals was nothing compared to provoking Joker Eren himself. Which was precisely why Bucky felt disappointed. Seeing Bucky's regretful expression, Joker Eren, wary of this increasingly unhinged man, decided to distract him with something bigger. And so, he dropped a bombshell. By the way, I just got some news. Your dear old buddy, Steve Rogers. He was dug out of the Arctic ice not too long ago. And most importantly, after being frozen for 70 years. He's still alive. Chapter 191. Steve is alive. Bucky's pupils contracted sharply after a brief moment of stunned silence. Joker Eren's words were like a deep-water bomb dropped into Bucky's heart, instantly setting off a storm within him. Steve Rogers had once been Bucky's best friend, his closest comrade, and one of the people he was most connected to in this world. But during that fateful mission, after being knocked off the train in battle, he had fallen into the icy abyss of a ravine, never to see his friend again. After that, he was found by Hydra stationed in the Soviet Union, brainwashed, and turned into their deadly weapon. Meanwhile, Steve had become a hero of the US, ultimately piloting a runaway plane carrying the Tesseract, vanishing into the vast ocean. And so, the two brothers in arms were separated by life and death. When he woke up, Bucky had tried to search for traces of Steve Rogers. He had even sneaked into the Captain America Museum. There, he saw a wax statue of his old friend and even his own image, hailed as a war hero, forever recorded in the annals of history. Bucky had believed he would never see Steve again. He thought he had no family or friends left in this world. But today, he heard Steve's name from his boss's mouth. A name carrying the news that Steve was still alive. Taking a deep breath, Bucky's voice trembled as he asked, "Steve is really still alive?" Seeing Bucky trembling with emotion, Joker Eren grinned. "Oh, he's alive for sure. But his body has been frozen in Arctic ice for 70 years. When he'll thaw out and wake up, that's another matter. But considering that the great Captain America was enhanced by the super soldier serum and factoring in the current technological advancements of the US, waking him up shouldn't be difficult. Maybe it won't be long before you see your old friend again. An old friend who's just as young as you." Rogers had been frozen for nearly 70 years, preserving not only his body but also his age. And over the past few decades, except for the times he was reawakened for missions to maintain control over Bucky, Hydra had kept him frozen most of the time as well. In a way, these two best friends shared a fate of misfortune. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that after 70 years, they would finally reunite. Hearing that Steve might wake up soon, Bucky remained silent for a long time. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his otherwise cold and rigid face. "That's good." After he calmed down a bit, Joker Eren spoke again, "When Steve wakes up, do you want to go see him? If you'd like, I can keep an eye out for news about him and arrange a meeting for you two." Given Captain America's status, once he woke up, it was certain that he would be heavily monitored. At that time, if Bucky wanted to meet his old friend openly, it wouldn't be easy. Hearing this, Bucky fell silent for a moment. Then, to Joker Eren's surprise, he shook his head. No, I don't plan to see Steve for now. His body carried too many sins. Bucky no longer felt he had the right to stand before his righteous old friend. Let him believe that Bucky had died. At that thought, a strange idea surfaced in Bucky's mind. Perhaps, becoming a witch wouldn't be so bad after all. At the very least, after completely changing his appearance, he might not lack the courage to see Steve again. And if things really turned out as the boss said, if he became a beautiful woman, then maybe teasing Steve a little could be quite fun. For the first time, Bucky felt a hint of anticipation about becoming a witch. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the funeral came to an end, the dense crowd slowly dispersed. After Pepper, Tony, and the others left, Natasha, clad in a tight black leather outfit that accentuated her curves, placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in front of a grave covered in flowers. Seeing her, Eren, who had been planning to leave, hesitated for a moment and decided to stay. Sure enough, not long after, having paid her respects to the laughing clown, Natasha walked over to Eren. Tilting her head slightly, she asked, "Are you waiting for me? Or did you already foresee that I would come here?" "No." Eren shook his head. "I just happened to see you in the crowd." "Is that so?" Hearing his response, Natasha suddenly smiled, her cold and alluring face lighting up. "I thought you'd say you foresaw that I would come looking for you, so you waited here on purpose. You fortune-teller types love being all mysterious, don't you?" Eren chuckled. A true diviner isn't some charlatan who only half understands things and relies on vague words to put on an act. Besides, every divination comes at a cost. I don't have the energy to waste foresight on trivial matters. And knowing too much is exhausting, Natasha. Knowing too much is exhausting. Eren's words carried a double meaning, making Natasha raise an eyebrow. She looked at him deeply. Ignoring her probing gaze, Eren glanced at his phone and said, "I have something to take care of later. If you're just here to pay respects to the hero in that coffin and catch up with me, I'm afraid I'm not the best person for small talk. Worried your little girlfriend will get jealous?" Glancing toward the cemetery entrance, Natasha smirked. "Relax. I won't take up too much of your time. I'm here to deliver something." Saying that, Natasha slowly unzipped her leather jacket right in front of Eren. The moment that the seal was broken, something bounced free from its confinement. For an instant, the stark contrast of black and white was overwhelmingly vivid. After unfastening her leather jacket's constraints, with two slender fingers painted bright red, Natasha retrieved a silver USB drive from between her ample assets. Seeing the familiar device, Eren couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. Wasn't this the USB drive he had given Natasha last time? Good one. So, she's returning what was mine, huh? And, the way she's doing it, is this a reminder of that little magic trick I pulled on her last time? After pulling the still-warm USB drive from her chest, Natasha handed it directly to Eren. "The data you gave me last time was incredibly useful. We've already used it to lock onto several targets." Eren didn't immediately take the silver USB drive from Natasha's hand. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Locked onto targets? You haven't taken down everyone on that list yet? Looks like S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency is even worse than I expected." "No." Natasha immediately refuted, "Our director just wants to cast a long line to catch a bigger fish. The list you gave us contained a lot of names, but not many of them were truly critical figures. For that many infiltrators to exist within S.H.I.E.L.D., we don't believe those guys only have small-time operatives planted inside. To make the most of your intel, we've spent a great deal of effort setting up a massive net. Now, we're just waiting for the big fish to jump out." "Is that so?" Eren responded nonchalantly before finally reaching out to take the silver USB drive from Natasha's hand. As soon as he did, Natasha explained, "This USB contains the latest compilation of global anomalous incidents recorded over the past 2 months by S.H.I.E.L.D. I wasn't sure what kind of information you were looking for, so I just packed everything into this drive. A lot of the files are classified, so we've put special security measures on the USB. You can view the contents on a computer, but you won't be able to copy or extract any data. After 3 uses, a programmed failsafe will automatically erase everything inside." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Oh, and I'd recommend you disconnect from the internet before opening the files. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen." "Tisk, so many conditions." Eren smirked, shaking his head. If I can't check it online but can view it offline, don't you think that's just self-deception? If I really wanted to leak the information, do you think your little security measures would stop me? Natasha chuckled, her lips curling up slightly. It doesn't matter. As long as the data leak doesn't come from us, it's fine. Huh? Eren paused slightly, then caught the subtle meaning behind Natasha's words as he saw the playful glint in her eyes. Clever. So SHIELD doesn't actually care whether the USB's contents get leaked. What they do care about is that the leak officially can't be traced back to them. At least, not on the surface. That's why they bothered with all these security gimmicks. Understanding Natasha, and by extension, SHIELD's, intentions, Eren gave the USB drive a slight squeeze. Then, when he opened his palm again, the silver USB had already vanished without a trace. So fast. Natasha's pupils contracted slightly as she stared at Eren's now empty hand. Despite watching him closely this time, because of what happened before, she still hadn't caught how the USB disappeared. After securing the USB, Eren turned to Natasha and said, "Thanks for the intel. If that's all, I'll be taking my leave." Glancing toward a figure waiting under the shade of a tree in the distance, Natasha smiled and said, "Relax, I have no intention of being an annoying third wheel." With that, she pulled up the zipper on her leather jacket, resealing the tempting view she had just revealed. Then, after giving Eren a casual wave, she disappeared into the crowd leaving the cemetery. "Goodbye, my little fortune teller." Little fortune teller? Eren narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Natasha's departing figure. This woman. She really knew how to use her assets. If it had been any other guy, one of similar age to Eren, Natasha's little provocation would have been enough to get them flustered, eager to prove themselves to her. To make her understand she was playing with fire. But for someone like Eren, who had already reached a state of calm detachment and understood Natasha all too well. "Sorry, babe. That trick doesn't work on me." After watching Natasha disappear into the crowd, Eren turned and walked toward another exit of the cemetery. Soon enough, under a cedar tree, he found Gwen, who had been waiting for him. Gwen had also attended the funeral for the Joker. She had agreed to meet with Eren afterward, so instead of leaving immediately, she had chosen to wait at the exit. When she saw Eren approaching, she stepped forward and asked, "All set?" Eren nodded. The funeral company Tony Stark hired was pretty professional. "Everything is taken care of. Let's go." "All right." Gwen responded simply. She didn't ask, like some curious girls might, about the stunning woman Eren had just been speaking with. However, even though Gwen remained silent, Eren took the initiative to explain, that was Natasha, a covert agent from SHIELD, also known as Black Widow. Chapter 192. SHIELD. Secret Agent. Black Widow Natasha. Hearing Eren's explanation, Gwen initially felt a hint of delight. However, as she processed his words, she blinked in surprise, completely stunned. With Natasha's striking beauty and perfect curves, Gwen had assumed she was a model or a celebrity. But to her shock, Eren had just told her that Natasha was a secret agent. The nature of a secret agent's work was even more dangerous than that of an ordinary spy. Gwen couldn't quite understand why such a beautiful woman would choose such a high-risk profession. And even if she was a secret agent, Black Widow? That title sounded way too ominous. To be honest, Gwen found it difficult to associate such a venomous-sounding name with the alluring woman she had just seen. Recalling some of the warnings her father had given her about agents, Gwen hesitated before voicing her concern to Eren. "If she really is a secret agent, was it okay for you to tell me her identity?" Eren chuckled at her words. "As long as you don't say anything, who would know that I told you?" Gwen paused for a moment, then laughed along with him. "All right. I guess that means I have to keep this secret now." After a brief pause, she asked again, "But, how did you even meet her?" "My dad told me that secret agents' identities are usually highly classified, and regular people aren't supposed to come into contact with them." "Regular people can't, but I'm not a regular person." Eren winked at her before saying, "Let's talk as we walk." "All right." As they walked together out of the cemetery, Eren's voice rang in Gwen's ears. "Actually, the reason I first got involved with them has a little something to do with you." Gwen's eyes widened. "What does this have to do with me? Remember when we were kidnapped? The gang that took us was called the Drowned Ghosts. After I escaped from them, they came after me again, even found their way to my home. I had to pay $100,000 to the Chinatown Triad to settle things. But when they went to the Drowned Ghost's base, Morning Star Bar, to deal with them for me, they ended up encountering something very bizarre. And that's when I first crossed paths with Shield and Natasha. I see. By the time Eren and Gwen had nearly exited the park, Gwen finally understood how he had met Natasha. Realizing that there was nothing romantic between Eren and Natasha, she felt a bit relieved. After a moment of hesitation, she added, "My dad always told me that agents like them always have ulterior motives when they interact with people. If possible, we should avoid getting too involved with them." "Don't worry. I barely interact with them in daily life. She only came today to return a favor from last time." "That's good." Gwen nodded before checking her delicate wristwatch. "It's already 12:23. We don't have much time left. We need to be at MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art, by 1:30 to meet up with our teacher. I don't want to miss this rare off-campus literature class." The field trip Gwen was referring to was part of Midtown High's cultural enrichment program. It was a tradition among many of the nation's top high schools. Before graduation, these prestigious schools typically organized various cultural and athletic activities for their 12th grade students. This weekend, Midtown High's cultural course included a visit to New York's largest museum, MoMA. Due to the busy schedules of 12th grade students, the trip had been arranged for the weekend. For groups, split between the morning and afternoon, would be guided by different teachers for the tour. Participation wasn't mandatory. Students uninterested in museums, or those who had other obligations, could opt out by informing their supervising teacher in advance. However, for most students, the trip wasn't just about the museum. Even if they weren't art enthusiasts, they didn't want to miss out on the exclusive 90% discounted tickets for the event. Not to mention, going to a museum with friends was fun in its own right. As an elite New York school, Midtown High had certain privileges when organizing trips, and the heavily discounted ticket price was one of them. Originally, Eren had no interest in such activities. Not wanting to waste time, he had planned to get an exemption from the trip. After all, he already had a valid excuse: the Joker's funeral was scheduled for that weekend. But, as fate would have it, the student assistant responsible for organizing the trip for their class was none other than Gwen. When she heard Eren wanted to opt out, she raised an eyebrow at him. "So, you're not interested in an event I'm helping organize? Well, in that case, do you still expect me to be your date next weekend?" Faced with Gwen's silent but unmistakable threat, Eren could only sigh in defeat, rubbing his nose as he reluctantly agreed to join. However, after Gwen learned that Eren needed to attend the funeral with Tony Stark, she made some adjustments. She spoke to the teacher in charge and got his schedule moved from the morning to the afternoon. Given the circumstances, that one of their students was accompanying Iron Man Tony Stark to the funeral of a hero who had saved half of Harlem, the school administration was surprisingly understanding. They readily approved Gwen's request. Once she had secured the adjustment, Gwen had even accompanied Eren to the cemetery today, staying nearby in quiet support throughout the service. Faced with Gwen's subtle attempt to steer the conversation away, Eren chuckled, "Don't worry, MoMA is on 53rd Street in Manhattan. At most, it'll take us a little over 20 minutes to get there. That still leaves us enough time to grab some lunch." Estimating the speed at which Eren drove his Aston Martin, Gwen realized his timing wasn't too far off. She then suddenly turned to him and said, "Since we have some time, how about I treat you to pizza? I know a place nearby that just launched a new Supreme Pineapple Pizza. It's pretty good." "Sounds good. Just point me in the right direction. I've actually never tried pineapple pizza before." "Really? Then you better get ready to enjoy it." 40 minutes later, Gwen watched in disbelief as Eren single-handedly devoured 2 entire large pizzas. Seeing her astonishment, Eren grinned, "The pineapple pizza you recommended was actually pretty good. I've never had anything like it before, sweet and tangy, kind of refreshing." No matter how refreshing it is, eating an amount meant for 4 people is still ridiculous. "I honestly don't get how you can eat that much and still keep your figure." Gwen eyed Eren enviously. She herself had to carefully ration her favorite hot chocolate, allowing herself just 1 cup every 2 days to maintain her figure. Meanwhile, Eren had just inhaled an amount of pizza that would leave 2 adults stuffed, and he still didn't seem full. Gwen couldn't help but envy his eat whatever you want and never gain weight physique. Noticing that Gwen had only eaten 2 slices, leaving most of her pizza untouched, Eren asked, "You're not gonna finish that?" Gwen shot him a playful glare. "I did order for both of us, you know. But then you went ahead and ordered 2 more and finished them all." Seeing that Eren still seemed hungry, Gwen simply pushed her remaining pizza toward him. "If you're still hungry, you might as well finish these too. Don't mind if I do." By the time they left the pizza place, it was already nearing 1:20 p.m. Fortunately, the museum wasn't far. 7 minutes later, Eren and Gwen arrived at MoMA just in time to meet up with their teacher, Tony, and the rest of the group. Outside the museum, Midtown High students were engaged in lively chatter. However, the moment Eren and Gwen arrived together, a brief silence fell over the crowd. Their supervising teacher, Tony, was a kind and easygoing young man. Upon seeing the two arrive just in time, he flashed Eren a knowing smile before handing them their special discounted tickets. After checking his roster to confirm that all students were present, he clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Before we head in, let's go over the museum rules one more time. 1. Stay in an orderly group. No running or shouting. 2. Listen quietly during the guided explanations. No loud conversations. 3. Do not touch or deface the exhibits. 4. No flash photography." After ensuring that all students had repeated the rules together, Tony nodded in satisfaction and led the group inside one of New York's most renowned modern art museums. MoMA was one of the most famous art museums in the world. It consisted of 6 interconnected exhibition halls, filled with a vast collection of artworks. The main exhibition hall, standing 34 meters tall, was designed with extensive white walls to maximize the display of its collection. On the second floor, paintings from around the world hung elegantly from the high ceilings. Tony, ever the dedicated teacher, did his best to introduce the students to the museum's most famous masterpieces with engaging explanations. Of course, for the lesser-known pieces, he could only offer a polite apology. After all, MoMA housed over 150,000 exhibits, even the museum's own staff couldn't possibly memorize them all. This painting here is Water Lilies, the magnum opus of the renowned artist Claude Monet. Tony's lecture was lively, and a group of students eagerly gathered around him, listening to his descriptions of the various artworks. However, most students found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of exhibits and wandered off to explore their personal favorites. This was where the student council members stepped in. To prevent anyone from getting lost in the vast museum, student council members like Gwen had been assigned to keep an eye on stragglers. While Gwen was busy keeping students from getting lost, Eren, who had initially agreed to visit the museum just to appease her, suddenly found himself wearing an odd expression. "I just came here to kill some time. Didn't expect to stumble upon something interesting." Lightly tapping his fingers near his temple, he silently activated clairvoyance. Instantly, his vision darkened. The once bright museum seemed to be engulfed in an eerie shadow. The walls, once pristine and white, now appeared tainted with an inexplicable, ominous aura. The paintings, masterpieces from across the world, suddenly exuded a strange, unplaceable energy. The portraits, in particular, seemed almost alive. Eren felt their painted eyes tracking his every movement, as if he were an intruder in their domain. The long, grey hallways of the museum stretched endlessly, warping into a surreal, nightmarish corridor. Chapter 193. Interesting. The moment Eren activated his clairvoyance, his spirit was abruptly pulled into another dimension by an unknown force. A distorted, surreal world. Here, the New York Museum of Modern Art, which in reality was only the size of a single building, had expanded 1,000-fold, transforming into a vast, towering palace. Within this space, Eren sensed a variety of strange energies. Some were as faint as floating specks of dust, while others were as vast as the stars in the sky, immense yet elusive, radiating an overwhelming yet distant presence. Among these powerful auras, some were utterly vile, brimming with corruption and chaos. Even with his current abilities, merely sensing these auras made Eren shudder. Yet, alongside these dark, decayed energies, there was another presence, as radiant as the sun, grand and noble beyond comprehension. From his perception alone, this solar-like presence was even more terrifying and dangerous than the malevolent force beside it. Merely sensing its existence, Eren felt as though his very soul was burning, seared by an invisible fire. And this wasn't even the most dangerous presence here. Hiss. Quickly retracting his expanded senses, Eren warily glanced toward the shadowed depths of the museum's endless corridors. What the hell is stored in this museum? Even though he hadn't seen anything directly, the fact that he could sense such a horrifying presence from such a distance made it clear. Whatever lay hidden within the depths of this museum was far worse than he had imagined. After this sudden shock, Eren realized that this museum was far more dangerous than it appeared. A magician never performs without preparation. And until he fully understood the true nature of this dimension, Eren wasn't about to risk blindly exploring an obviously perilous place. Still, if this place housed so many terrifying entities, how has it remained intact all these years? And more importantly, why is this museum still freely open to thousands of visitors every day? Wait. Ordinary people. At that thought, Eren suddenly realized something. Before he activated clairvoyance, the museum had only seemed slightly eerie, but not dangerous. Yet the moment he opened his spiritual sight, his consciousness had been forcibly pulled into another dimension, where the real horrors lurked. Realizing this crucial detail, Eren immediately tried to withdraw his clairvoyance. But just as he was about to close his vision, a dim beam of light suddenly illuminated the space behind him. And at that moment, a voice, tired yet surprised, echoed in his ears. Huh? Who are you? How did you get in here? Not good. The moment he heard the voice, Eren's heart sank. Before he could fully retract his spiritual sight, a thin figure dressed in a night security guard's uniform, holding a flashlight, stepped into view. However, the figure before him wasn't a grotesque monster. It was just a tired-looking middle-aged man. No strange aura. No supernatural presence. He appeared to be a perfectly ordinary human being. Yet the instant this ordinary security guard appeared, the countless eerie eyes staring at Eren from the paintings around him suddenly turned away, as if avoiding his gaze. Eren carefully observed the mysterious security guard, while the man, in turn, studied him. Huh? The security guard's tired face lit up with amusement. Well, would you look at that? A handsome young man. Then, without warning, the security guard swung his flashlight sideways, casting its dim beam onto a large Eastern-style ink painting on the wall. Oi, tell me, did one of you ladies drag this kid in again? TSK, I know you all get lonely, but you can't just go pulling random guys in here. That just makes more work for me. The guard grumbled, shaking his head in annoyance. Then, smirking slightly, he added. Ahem. If you ladies are that desperate for a man, why not come to me instead? I promise I'll last way longer than these innocent little boys. Before he could finish. Tisk. A chorus of disdainful scoffs echoed from the paintings lining the museum's walls. In the ink painting illuminated by the flashlight, several piercing gazes swept over the security guard's lower half in contempt. Following the dim light, Eren finally got a good look at the artwork. It was a breathtakingly detailed painting. A grand scene of stunning women dancing in a lavish palace. Each figure was exquisitely beautiful, draped in sheer silken robes that barely concealed their graceful, alluring forms. Every movement, every expression exuded a tantalizing allure. Enough to awaken the deepest desires in any man. And then, as if sensing Eren's gaze, the painted women turned to him, smiling seductively. For an instant, 100 blossoms bloomed. 1,000 flowers flourished. A faint, intoxicating fragrance filled the air. At the same time, a silent psychic attack rippled outward. An insidious charm spell, meant to corrupt the minds of ordinary men, overwhelming them with lust-driven madness. But just then, the security guard stepped in front of Eren, raising his flashlight. The dim light emitted from the beam silently dispelled the incoming psychic attack. Humph, enough. I'm still here, you know. Clearly irritated by the women's little tricks, the thin guard casually adjusted his grip. And in an instant, a blazing, piercing light burst forth from the flashlight. Unlike the dim glow from before, this light was blinding. And the moment it illuminated the painting, the once alluring dancers morphed into grotesque, rotting corpses. Their once radiant smiles twisted into ghastly, hollow grimaces. Their skeletal frames, once draped in flowing silk, now crawled with writhing maggots. The sweet fragrance, instantly replaced by a nauseating stench of decay. Under the relentless scorching light, the painted figures began to scream in agony. Their pale bones blackened, as if burned by an invisible fire. The writhing maggots that infested them, reduced to nothing but charred ashes. Enough. From the depths of the painting, a chilling blue light erupted, as if freezing even the sun's flames. Simultaneously, from deep within the artwork, A figure clad in crimson robes, radiating overwhelming murderous intent, suddenly emerged. Standing at the very heart of the grand painting. Watching them. Waiting. The crimson-robed figure swept an icy gaze over Eren and the so-called security guard. Then, with a voice laced with immense killing intent, she spoke coldly. Put away that disgusting light. He wasn't brought in by us. Not by you. Then who? Hearing the woman's chilling voice, the thin man frowned slightly but still retracted the searing beam of light that had been scorching the painting. Instead, he switched back to the dimmer, purifying glow he had used earlier. Although he hadn't interacted with the crimson-robed woman from the 100 Beauties painting many times, he knew her well enough. She was too proud to lie. Which meant the young man standing behind him wasn't dragged into this realm because the painted women were lonely. But if not them, then who the hell brought him in? The gallery had plenty of strange paintings, but only a few had the ability to pull someone from reality into this space. Even the big ones sealed in the museum's depths didn't have such power. Otherwise, they'd have broken free and stormed into the real world long ago. The crimson-robed woman didn't bother answering the thin man's question. The moment the blinding light faded, she vanished, reappearing deep within the painting, within the pavilion of the painted realm. Seeing this, the thin man, though annoyed, wasn't angry. With a sigh, he muttered to himself. Whatever. Let's just send this kid back before the eerie energy here messes him up, wouldn't want him getting you-know-what at such a young age. Wait. Eren caught that last part. He recalled the disdainful glances the painted women had cast toward the security guard's lower half. Then, taking a second look at the tired, pale man in front of him, his worn-out expression, his thin frame. A realization hit him. Oh. The thin guard's face immediately darkened. The hell is that look for? His expression turned downright murderous as he glared at Eren. Deep down, he thought. If I had known this kid was such a smartass, I would have let him suffer at the hands of those man-eating vixens before saving him. Humph. Scoffing, the museum's night watchman, Stiller, decided to send Eren back immediately before he got even more irritated. But just as he was about to act, Eren suddenly spoke. You stepped in to save me just now, didn't you? Though, honestly, even if you hadn't, I would have been fine. But still, thanks. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a golden talisman inscribed with a solar emblem appeared in Eren's palm. He slapped it into Stiller's hand. So, this is for you, Mr. You-know-what, security guard. The item Eren handed over was a solar talisman, something he had won from a lucky draw some time ago. Infused with solar energy, it had powerful exorcism and purification properties. If activated, it could release a burst of sunlight, dealing heavy damage to spiritual entities. However, its effects were somewhat redundant compared to Eren's angelic staff. And even at full power, it was far weaker than the angelic staff's purification abilities. As a result, Eren had never bothered using it. The only reason he still had it was because he had forgotten to leave it behind after dealing with a certain evil god's corruption. Now that fate itself seemed to favor him once again, the talisman had become even more unnecessary. So, why not just give it away? With the talisman now in Stiller's hand, Eren grinned. See ya, Mr. Low Energy Security Guard. Then, having already suppressed his own spiritual presence, Eren deactivated clairvoyance. The moment his vision returned to normal, his spirit distorted for an instant. And then, he vanished from the strange museum realm. Well, damn. Stiller raised an eyebrow. Seeing Eren disappear before his eyes, he immediately realized. That kid was not normal. A magician? Or a psychic? After a brief pause, he shrugged. Whatever. Not my problem. Casually stuffing the talisman into his pocket, he shook his head and prepared to continue his patrol. Lately, something strange had been happening in the museum. The collections had been far too active. Whereas before, 2 patrols per night had been enough to keep them in check. Now, he had to patrol 3 or 4 times just to settle them down. If it weren't for this ridiculous increase in workload, and the constant exposure to the eerie atmosphere, he wouldn't look so exhausted all the time. Nope. I can't keep doing this. He muttered to himself. Tomorrow, no, tonight, I need to go visit the pharaoh and soak up some sunlight. I'd rather not actually end up you-know-what. But just as Stiller took another step. Chapter 194. Just as Stiller was about to lift his foot again, the sun talisman he had slipped into his pocket moments before suddenly released a warm current that felt like a soothing spring breeze. That current rose from the pocket of Stiller's right leg and then flowed through his entire body. Basking in this warm sensation, Stiller felt as if every pore in his body was opening up, prompting him to narrow his eyes in comfort. Driven by this warm current, wisps of grayish-black smoke began seeping out through Stiller's pores. As those wisps of grayish-black smoke were expelled, the pallor on Stiller's face visibly improved. This is. Noticing the changes in his body, Stiller narrowed his eyes. He took out the sun talisman from his pocket again and studied it carefully. Is this what they call a good deed rewarded? Looking at the clearly extraordinary sun talisman in his hand, Stiller suddenly smiled in understanding. After slipping the sun talisman back into his pocket, Stiller resumed his patrol in that little-known museum. Step by step, he walked deeper into the corridor shrouded in the gray fog. In that bizarre museum, even those collection pieces that could be called extremely dangerous, ones that would pose a severe threat even to Eren at his current level, displayed a hint of apprehension when faced with what seemed to be an ordinary security guard uniform on Stiller. Even the ever-present cold gray fog in the museum receded to either side whenever Stiller passed by. However, with careful observation, one would notice. Neither the museum's bizarre collection pieces nor that ever-present, chilling fog was actually afraid of Stiller himself, rather, they were apprehensive of the seemingly ordinary security uniform he wore. Meanwhile, once he withdrew his spirit vision, Eren felt the space around him distort slightly. In the next instant, he found himself back inside the sunlit halls of the New York Museum of Modern Art. So, I'm back. Glancing around, Eren saw that the surrounding crowd was still busy admiring the various exhibits in the museum, showing no sign of having realized that, in just a split second, Eren, right in front of them, had fallen into a deeper layer of that mysterious museum. Actually, it was Eren's spirit form that had entered that mysterious museum, his physical body had remained in the real world without budging. And the spot where Eren now stood happened to be directly in front of a painting. From others' perspectives, Eren had simply appeared to be quietly appreciating the painting in front of him, looking like a normal student immersed in the artwork. After all, the painting in front of Eren could be considered a piece with a distinctive style among the museum's many works. It was a portrait of a middle-aged man, yet strangely, this man had a pair of goat-like horns on his head and bizarre pupils, two crimson irises tinged with the color of blood. An obvious demonic portrait. Its artistic style was somewhat dark, and the demonic elements in it were far from mainstream taste. However, to young, passionate students in a rebellious phase who think that sort of edgy, cool art is more appealing, paintings like this often hold a special allure. Of course, compared to the paintings Eren had seen in that hidden museum, the ones overflowing with mysterious power, this so-called demon portrait fell a bit short. Yeah. At least it was vastly inferior to that 100 Beauties competition painting he had seen earlier. Hey, you like this painting too? Just as Eren was about to walk away, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. At the same time, a bespectacled girl, who had somehow appeared at his side, spoke up. It's by the Italian painter Robert, titled Demon Baron. Though not among Robert's most iconic works, back then it was very popular in certain art circles. The bespectacled girl who appeared at Eren's side, calmly explaining the painter's background and the historical context of Demon Baron, was someone Eren recognized, Hannah, the girl with glasses from the group known as the Extraordinary Spiders. Of course, while Eren did recognize her, they weren't exactly close, just acquaintances who had interacted a few times. The main thing he remembered about her was that she seemed to love painting. Watching Hannah give a detailed account of the artist and the historical context behind Demon Baron, Eren quietly removed the word "seems" from his mind. You really like to paint? Without even turning around, Hannah answered reflexively, absolutely. Don't you think these paintings are cool? I love painting, and I love seeing other people's paintings. A classic painting can be passed down for hundreds, or even thousands, of years, way longer than a person's short lifespan of just a few decades. We only live once. I think that in my life, I should leave something behind in this world. Given my abilities, standing out from billions of people in modern society is almost impossible. But among fewer than 100,000 painters, my chances of standing out go up significantly. And so, my greatest dream in life is to create a painting that can be passed down for hundreds or even 1,000 years, so that centuries from now, people will still remember that there was once someone named Hannah in this world. That's a great dream. After Hannah finished, Eren nodded and offered words of affirmation. Right? You think so too, right? Hannah, whose looks were somewhat downplayed by her glasses, broke into a bright smile, then shook her head in mild frustration. Though I've gone from something impossible down to a hell-level challenge, creating a painting that can gain widespread recognition in my own lifetime is still insanely tough. Sigh. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to paint something like that. Seeing Hannah's lament, Eren shook his head and smiled. As long as you're still alive, there's always a chance, right? You're right. So, could you do me a favor and block for me? With that, Hannah sidled closer and, using both Eren's body and her own as cover, discreetly took out a small camera from her bag. She quickly snapped a picture of the demon Baron painting in front of them. Her camera seemed to be specially modified, all that could be heard was a faint click or two, there wasn't even a flash. And judging by her proficient manner, Eren could tell right away that Hannah had done this sort of thing more than a few times. Once she quickly completed her crime, Hannah stashed the incriminating camera back in her bag, presumably to avoid detection. Thanks. Tucking the camera away, Hannah finally breathed a sigh of relief and whispered a word of thanks to Eren. Eren had no intention of voicing any opinion about Hannah's covert photography inside the museum. They were, after all, just some Western paintings whose names he could hardly pronounce. Eren had no burning sense of justice compelling him to report her. Rather, he found himself curious about that small camera in Hannah's bag. As far as I recall, museum security checks are done at the entrance. How'd you manage to sneak in something like this, especially since it's explicitly banned? Shoo. Hannah quickly gestured for silence. After confirming the nearby visitors didn't overhear Eren's question, she breathed another sigh of relief. That's my little secret. But if you really want to know, I could tell you, only if you agree to help me take a few more photos of the exhibits here. It's extremely difficult to copy these masters' paintings by just referencing pictures I find on the internet. Only more authentic photos can help me grow as an artist. Eren waved her off. No way. If the museum staff or our chaperone see us, we're in big trouble. I'm not dragging myself down just to satisfy my curiosity. Besides, I doubt your sneaky photos are going to be more detailed than those professional shots the museum itself might provide. You don't understand. I'm not trying to replicate the art exactly, I'm trying to reproduce the spirit, the essence captured in these works, and then incorporate that into my own paintings. Hannah gave a quick explanation. She didn't look too disappointed by Eren's refusal, perhaps this wasn't the first time she'd heard something like that. After getting the shot of the demon portrait she longed for, Hannah's face showed a hint of satisfaction. Thanks again. Without you, it wouldn't have been so easy to snap that photo. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Suddenly realizing something, Hannah paused mid-sentence and added quietly, actually, never mind treating you to dinner. I'd rather not get on your, well, I don't want to cause any trouble for you. She rejected her own idea, then said, all right, how about this, once I successfully copy this painting, I'll give you the best piece from my own works, as a thank you for helping me out. The best one you've got. Eren smiled sincerely. I'll be waiting for your masterpiece then. Seeing Eren's genuinely appreciative smile, Hannah also looked touched, as if happy to be taken seriously. All right, it's a deal. She held out her slender hand toward Eren for a high five. Slightly startled, Eren extended his right hand and completed the high five. Pa! Although Eren and Hannah's high five was fairly quiet, the crisp sound still attracted attention from some nearby onlookers. Among them were Gwen, standing not far away, and Doug, who was mingling with a group of Chinese-American girls, trying his best to showcase himself in hopes of securing a date for the winter formal. Looking at Eren talking and laughing with Hannah, and even making physical contact, Doug reflexively swallowed hard. This is so bold of him. Cozying up to another girl right in front of Gwen, it's basically NTRing her in plain view. Isn't he afraid Gwen will break his third leg? Doug vividly recalled seeing Eren and Gwen arrive together at the museum's entrance. They were even wearing matching outfits. If that didn't suggest something, Doug would write his name backward from now on. Still, witnessing Eren so casually conversing with Hannah. A wave of genuine envy surged up in Doug's heart. Although Hannah might be unconventional at school and not too fond of makeup, very few were blind to the delicate features hiding behind those glasses. She was undoubtedly on the secret beauty list of Midtown High. First, Eren arrives with the campus goddess Gwen, and now he's chatting happily with Hannah, another beautiful girl, plus the earlier invitation from Hillary. In such a short time. Eren, who had been even more of a wallflower than Doug, was now entangled with multiple beauties from school. Meanwhile, Doug was still fretting about finding any partner willing to attend the winter formal with him, failing so badly that he was practically begging. The thought of it made Doug, the chubby boy, shed tears of envy in his heart. After the high five with Hannah, seeing how many gazes were suddenly drawn to her, Gwen's included, Hannah, who tended to be carefree and unconventional, found herself a bit uneasy. She was willing to gift Eren a painting and share a high five simply because Eren's sincerity made her feel respected, not because anything more was going on. Of course, Hannah wouldn't deny that Eren had a unique charm she found appealing. Otherwise, even if they shared the same hobby, she wouldn't have initiated conversation so readily. Giving Eren a small nod as farewell, Hannah quickly fled the scene as if making a clean getaway. The moment Hannah left, Gwen shot a deep look in Eren's direction before returning to keep order among the students. The others, disappointed that there was no drama to watch, quickly shifted their focus elsewhere. Chapter 195. Bad news. I will stop translating this fanfic. Reason is because I don't even think it is the Marvel or Lord of Mysteries universe, it just get overly dumb and the poor storytelling and lack of direction makes it too hard to read, and I don't want to read it. So if someone want to continue it, just use the raw name to find it. I will just post the rest of the chapters one have now. And hope someone continue it. I'm truly sorry for the troubles. Having recently fallen into that mysterious other museum, Eren now felt a trace of caution toward the New York Museum of Modern Art. He also harbored a newfound wariness about triggering any strange phenomena again. To avoid invoking more bizarre occurrences here, and to stay out of any unknown danger, Eren spent the rest of the visit holding back his curiosity, locking every ounce of his spiritual energy within himself, and quietly setting up a few escape routes around the museum. Only after doing all this did he relax slightly, rejoin the main group, and listen silently to teacher Tony's explanations while touring the museum. The Museum of Modern Art was built in the summer of 1929. Between 1929 and 1939, its location changed at least 3 times, only settling at its current site in 1939. Of course, over the last 60 or 70 years. The Museum of Modern Art had been renovated and expanded multiple times. That may well explain why the outwardly bright and modern structure in the surface world differed so starkly in appearance from the ancient-looking, hidden museum in the inner world. Wait. Could it be that the eerie appearance of that hidden museum is actually this place's original form? After what happened earlier, Eren realized, aside from obvious differences in exterior design, the layout of the Surface World Museum of Modern Art and the Inner World's mysterious version seemed shockingly similar. But they displayed entirely different collections. Here in the real world, the walls in the gallery halls were adorned with a multitude of famous paintings and classic works by renowned artists from around the globe. Yet, not a single one of those exhibited paintings appeared in the hidden museum. And, for reasons Eren couldn't quite put his finger on, the exhibits in the Surface Museum seemed to lack a certain spark in comparison to the ones in that secret museum. It was as though they were missing a special kind of spiritual essence. Could it be? Only those spiritually resonant works are worthy of being shown in that hidden museum? The Museum of Modern Art was enormous. By the time teacher Tony had led the group through just 3 of its galleries, over 3 hours had quietly passed, and it was already 5 p.m. Checking his watch, teacher Tony opted not to cram in a visit to the other galleries. Instead, he directly announced free time for the next half hour until closing, letting everyone explore whatever exhibits interested them. Being the youngest teacher in the school, teacher Tony was likely the one who best understood his students. His announcement instantly garnered their unanimous approval. If it weren't for the ban on loud noises, more than 100 students might have cheered his name right there. After teacher Tony finished speaking, aside from student council members who had to stay to help him with some paperwork, the rest of the group dispersed cheerily in all directions. And thanks to some rumors spread by Hillary, chubby Doug, who had worked hard for hours, still came up empty-handed, trudging dejectedly in Eren's direction. Seeing Doug approach, Eren didn't even need psychic insight to guess the boy's foul mood. With a slight raise of his brows, Eren teased, "Hey, if it isn't Big Doug. Why the long face? Don't tell me you still haven't found a winter formal date." Hearing Eren's blatant jab, Doug gritted his teeth. Who else could I blame but that troublemaking Hillary? If it weren't for her rumor-mongering, I wouldn't be in this mess with no date. So that's how it is. Watching Doug's furious expression, Eren fought back a grin. Well, if the knot was tied by her, maybe you should go talk to Hillary directly. No way. I'm not bowing down to that devilish woman. Doug spoke with unyielding determination, then suddenly turned his attention to Eren. Man, Eren, you sure have guts. Flirting with another girl right in front of Gwen, aren't you worried she'll break your third leg? Eren rolled his eyes. When did I ever flirt with another girl? Don't deny it. I saw you and Hannah just now. Out with it, when did you hook up with her? Cut it out. We're not even friends. I just helped her out, and she offered me a painting in return. We only high-fived to seal the deal. How does that count as hooking up? Heh. She's giving you one of her paintings even though you're not friends. Save that story for Gwen, see if she believes you. I believe him. While Doug was shooting Eren a mocking glare, a sweet voice suddenly chimed in from behind him. Doug turned around to find Gwen standing right there, smiling calmly. His jaw practically hit the floor, and he spun back to Eren with an incredulous look that seemed to say. What the, she believes you. Just how deep did you drug her with your sweet talk? Ignoring Doug's dumbstruck expression, Eren looked at Gwen. All done with student council duties. For a field trip like this, there wasn't much to do aside from taking attendance and helping teacher Tony maintain order. My part's done. If you're free, let's head out then. I got a call from Helen earlier. She said dinner's ready and she's waiting for us. Oh. Hearing her mom had called Eren again, Gwen hesitated a moment before finally nodding. With that, Eren and Gwen left the museum together, bidding Doug goodbye as they went. Watching them exit, Doug, now alone, was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. This is so unfair. After climbing into Eren's Aston Martin, Gwen shifted in her seat and glanced at him. Her eyes blinked a few times as she asked, so, will you tell me what exactly you did to help Hannah? As far as I know, though she loves painting, Hannah doesn't usually give her work to anybody. I figured you'd be curious eventually. Amused by Gwen's expression, Eren briefly explained. It's really nothing. I just covered for her while she snapped a photo of that portrait. She said pictures online lack soul, and only those she takes herself feel real enough for her. Probably why she offered me a painting in return. I see. Gwen listened intently and then nodded, as if deep in thought. Not long after leaving the museum. Thanks to Eren's penchant for fast driving, they soon arrived at Gwen's home. After getting out and closing the car door, Gwen glanced at her watch, then said to Eren, we shaved off a few minutes from last time. You're getting better at driving. Maybe I just can't wait to taste the delicious dinner Helen's made. Alright, I'll be sure to tell Mom you said that. Gwen laughed lightly and led Eren toward the door. Following a successful healing session Eren had provided a few days earlier, Helen's injuries had fully recovered. A thorough checkup afterward confirmed she was indeed fine. Having long grown tired of staying in the hospital, Helen asked George to handle her discharge paperwork as soon as possible. Over the past few days, with her family's support, Helen had undergone some physical therapy and was now able to walk normally again. And the first thing Helen did after recovering was invite Eren to the house for a big meal. Gwen, Eren, you're back. Helen opened the door and took in Gwen's simple black dress and Eren's crisp black suit. Her eyes brightened. They really look amazing together. Don't just stand there. Dinner is almost ready. Come on in. Sure, Mom. Thanks for having me, Helen. Once Eren stepped inside, Helen gave each of them a hug in turn. Hugging Eren, she whispered softly in his ear, don't be too sad, Eren. He was a hero. I know, Helen. After letting go of Eren, she encouraged them both to come sit at the table. Good food is often the best way to take one's mind off pain. It was clear that Helen was aiming for that exact approach with tonight's dinner. At first, Eren thought the focus of the meal was to celebrate Helen's recovery. But under the concerned and caring eyes of Gwen's family, he soon realized, the real guest of honor here was him. Seeing Helen's compassion, Eren felt both touched and slightly exasperated. I'm really not feeling that upset. Chinatown. Upon returning home, Eren yanked out his computer's internet cable, going for a physical disconnection, then inserted the silver USB drive that Natasha had returned to him. Ding! Once the USB was inserted, a small program popped up on the computer screen, scanning the system environment. After confirming there was no network connection, a circular emblem featuring a black eagle appeared at the center of the screen. Shield's logo. With a click of the mouse, A folder labeled Top Secret Files appeared on the screen. Opening it, Eren saw a lineup of folders, each bearing a unique codename followed by 1 to 9 little star symbols. So these are all special incidents S.H.I.E.L.D. has encountered in recent months. Judging by how each folder had a distinct title, and a varying number of stars, Eren surmised. Each folder represented a special incident, with the stars denoting difficulty or possibly its level of confidentiality within S.H.I.E.L.D. He casually opened one folder tagged Giant Python. Inside were several photos of colossal snakes, some well over 20 or 30 meters long, defying all common sense. Some of those giant pythons were alive, others were dead. Even Eren found the sheer size alarming. At the end of the photos was an assessment report from S.H.I.E.L.D. December 20, 2000 inches the Amazon basin, several massively sized pythons suddenly went on a rampage, attacking people and boats entering the deeper jungle. 7 or 8 ships were sunk, causing over 100 casualties. The local military intervened and killed 2 man-eating pythons, but the others escaped further into the Amazon. Investigations and autopsies on the captured pythons indicate that some unknown event deep in the Amazon basin caused these creatures to grow to abnormal proportions. We have yet to find the source of these pythons' mutation and their unprovoked attacks on humans venturing into the deeper reaches of the river. The Amazon, giant pythons. Looks like a real-life anaconda scenario in the making. Eren closed the file and randomly clicked on another one near the back. January 26, 2001 A massive fog arose suddenly off the coast of Philadelphia. Chapter 196. January 26, 2001. A massive fog abruptly blanketed the waters near the port of Philadelphia. All electronic communication devices within the fog-shrouded area lost functionality. About half an hour later, the fog dissipated on its own. Yet everyone, humans and animals, within the covered section of the docks had fallen unconscious, without exception. Within a single day, all 348 security personnel and dockworkers, after lying comatose for an entire day, died one by one. Cause of death, suspected drowning. Drowning? Seeing that word, Eren's brows furrowed as he scrolled faster. Along with the text, the folder contained about a dozen washed-out photos and multiple short video clips showing different scenarios. A quick glance revealed images of several waterlogged corpses, their skin bleached white as if they'd been soaking in seawater for a long time. Eren then opened one of the videos. It seemed to have been shot in a hospital ward, with 3 beds lined up. Lying in those beds were 3 middle-aged men with weathered skin. For the first few seconds, everything appeared normal. Then, the Latino man on the center bed suddenly started convulsing violently. Next, seawater, began gushing from his mouth and nose, soaking the sheets. Very soon, he became still. No more water flowed from his mouth or nose. Is he dead? Even through the screen, Eren could sense the finality in this man's actions. Clearly, the man was gone. Right after the center patient expired, the men on the other 2 beds displayed similar symptoms. Ultimately, they both died on their beds, drowned by the seawater spewing from their mouths and noses. Wait. Why am I so certain, just by looking, that the liquid gushing out of their faces was seawater? That immediate conclusion, formed before any testing or confirmation, might hint at some kind of informational contamination, akin to how Eren had instinctively perceived a rotting odor from the mutant Kingpin earlier. Could this be another, Kingpin-like anomaly, or something else entirely? Whether the incident had occurred just days ago or involved too many victims for S.H.I.E.L.D. to thoroughly track, this folder held a vast array of documents and footage. After watching a few similar videos, Eren's attention landed on one final photograph in the folder, a shot of an almost fog-devoured ghost ship. He stared at that photo for several seconds, then was suddenly hit by a wave of drowsiness. Ha! He yawned reflexively, and it felt as though his eyelids were weighted with lead, threatening to drag him into a deep slumber. Half asleep, half awake. Eren seemed to sink into an endless stretch of dark ocean water. He was plunging ever deeper, down and down. The moment he opened his mouth, glug, glug, briny seawater rushed in, filling his throat. Bubbles rose and burst, drifting upward. From all directions came a crushing pressure that built steadily in the darkness, fueling a growing sense of suffocation, despair, and fear. The oppressive gloom. The powerless struggle. The mounting pressure. All of it stirred up an array of negativity, despair at its darkest depths. Suddenly, amid that despair, a faint greenish glow appeared before him. In the glow, an enormous sunken vessel loomed into view, a massive cruise ship. Under that eerie green light, the entire ship gleamed a strange hue, encrusted with algae and barnacles. And in the murky, sickly green water behind it, Eren could just make out the silhouette of a colossal entity. As Eren locked onto that huge silhouette, whatever lay behind the ship seemed to notice his gaze. In the next moment, a giant tentacle, resembling that of an octopus, extended from behind the sunken ship, churning the water as it surged toward Eren. What the? As the tentacle approached, Eren realized that the ring-like shapes along it weren't suction cups, they were enormous eyeballs. And the moment Eren caught sight of those bulging, eerie eyes, hundreds, if not thousands, of them turned to fix upon him. A creeping horror seized Eren's heart, as if those countless eyes were devouring him. "I see you." A barely perceptible whisper echoed in Eren's mind. The massive entity behind the ship emerged from the darkness with a slowness that paradoxically felt far too fast. It was a terror beyond human comprehension, impossible to describe. An abomination from the depths beyond all imagination. Ah! At the very moment that horrifying behemoth was fully revealed, Eren's clown intuition, usually lying dormant, sounded a frantic warning, like an internal alarm on the verge of mutiny. Galvanized by a rush of survival instincts, Eren tore himself out of that deep-sea dream in the nick of time. Huff, huff. Sitting at his computer, Eren gasped for breath, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Droplets of sweat slid down his face, dripping onto the desk. Drip, drip. What was that? As a professional hypnotist and a skilled diviner, Eren quickly recognized what he had just gone through. A lucid dream. Or more specifically, the moment he saw that ghostly ship's photo, and by virtue of his heightened psychic sensitivity, he unwittingly established a link with some unknown entity. In that moment, through his dream, he made contact with the phantom ship, and with the terrible being lurking behind it. Breathing heavily and trying to steady his nerves, Eren frowned deeply. What is that thing behind the sunken ship? Had it not been for the clown intuition's frantic alarm, and the deathly terror that awakened Eren's survival instincts, he might have been forced to face that monstrous entity in full. He felt a strong hunch. If he had missed that fleeting chance to wake up, returning to reality might have been far from guaranteed. That was too close. Curiosity really can kill. Eren exhaled a shaky breath, newly aware of how risky it was for someone with his level of spiritual sensitivity to poke around so carelessly. Especially with materials involving the supernatural. Slurp, slurp. Sensing its master's alarm and unease, little oddball, the bizarre pet Eren had taken in, licked Eren's palm with its large, wet tongue, as if to soothe him. Feeling that warm, damp touch against his hand eased Eren's tension slightly. He patted little oddball's head softly. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Though the strange vision had been chilling, Eren wasn't about to be permanently rattled by one nightmare. Still, it drove home the point that these shield documents couldn't be casually browsed. Ordinary supernatural incidents or weird mutants might be fine. But if he ran into something like that ghost ship again, an encounter with an even more horrifying being, then next time, he might not escape unscathed. From now on, I'll be more careful going through these files. Yeah, I'll do a quick divination before opening each folder. With my current level of psychic strength, plus the help of the proper ritual, even higher-level entities shouldn't be able to block my detection. Having decided on a warning mechanism for sifting through the data, Eren recalled that unsettling line whispered in his dream when that tentacle's many eyes fixed upon him. "I see you." The memory made him frown. That feeling wasn't normal. Could it have left some kind of brand or curse on me when it made contact? He tried using his paper effigy technique, hoping to shift any malevolent imprint that might be on him to a decoy. But nothing happened. No response, did I imagine it? Seeing no reaction from his paper effigy, Eren was momentarily suspicious of his own paranoia. Yet that doubt was quickly dismissed. No, or it might be that curse or mark is beyond the paper effigy's ability to remove. With that in mind, Eren cleared his thoughts, closed his eyes, and, through an intangible channel, summoned his own spiritual power, entering the balance space. What Eren didn't notice was, the moment he began shifting into that dimension, a translucent, phantom-like shape clung to his spirit form. It looked like an octopus, its twisted body radiating a disturbing aura. Dozens of tentacles encircled Eren's spirit, as though marking him. Yet it seemed in no hurry to harm him, merely coiling around Eren's soul as if placing a tag. Then, When Eren's spirit, guided by that mysterious link, crossed into the balance space, the realm itself seemed to sense the presence of a foreign intruder and trembled slightly. In an instant, that mercury-like white mist around the river of fate flared with brilliance, surging downward in waves. Like a waterfall of milky white light from the heavens, it cascaded around Eren's arriving spirit. As if commanded by some esoteric force, the mist rushed toward Eren in an unstoppable flood, swallowing him whole. Under the cleansing of this fate-charged white mist, Eren's spirit sparkled with starry flecks of silver. Though Eren was initially startled by the deluge of white mist, it immediately turned into a deep, almost sensual comfort that made him want to sigh with relief. Within that soft glow, he could vaguely see the phantom latched onto his spirit. So there really is something. But before he could succumb to alarm, that eerie shape melted away like ice under a blazing sun. Undone by the raging torrent of mist, it vanished without a trace, unable to put up the slightest resistance. At the same moment, somewhere in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, inside a colossal underwater trench, a being beyond human description suddenly let out a terrible wail, as though gravely wounded. Chapter 197. Endless wails rippled through the depths of the sea. All around that colossal being, every creature swept up by its sonic wave fell into complete madness. Countless fish, shrimp, and other deep-sea lifeforms went on a rampage, crashing about wildly and attacking any living thing in sight. It did not take long before scarlet blood dyed the surrounding waters red for miles. The bodies of innumerable fish, shrimp, and large deep-sea creatures kept rising to the surface. No one knew how much time had passed. By the time the dreadful wailing ceased, within a radius of about 10 miles around the colossal being, only a heavily scarred giant deep-sea shark remained alive. Not a single other living creature could be found. In the next instant, a bizarre tentacle covered with countless eyes shot out like a spear, instantly tearing through a large swath of seawater, piercing straight through the deep-sea shark that was over 10 meters long. Immediately afterward, that terrifying giant tentacle gave a slight shudder, and the shark's body shattered into a mist of blood. Having torn apart the only living shark in the vicinity, the octopus-like behemoth behind the sunken ocean liner seemed to calm just a fraction, the frenzy in its eyes slightly abating. Yet it continued to shift between madness and agony. Amid this madness and pain, more eyes appeared to split open on its body. At the same time, countless eyes burst apart, turning into streams of blood that dripped down onto the huge sunken liner beneath it. Just moments earlier, the haze of fate within the balance space had washed away the trace of curse-like marking that was clinging to Eren, and through some mysterious connection, it also washed over the body of this colossal existence. In a flash, that invisible strike heavily wounded it. While suffering this inexplicable injury, the innumerable eyes of this horrifying entity lost sight of that prey it had just locked onto. Yet because of the sudden damage, with its mind teetering between sanity and madness, it soon forgot about that prey which had briefly piqued its interest. Following its instincts. With its soul severely injured and most of its eyes ruptured, the now weakened giant stretched out those dreadful tentacles, exuding a strange aura, greedily absorbing the lingering essence of blood and flesh in the surrounding water to restore itself. After sucking dry the blood-stained water around it, the behemoth, countless eyes on its body shattered, coiled itself around the enormous sunken liner and slowly sank down into the ocean floor. Meanwhile, after confirming that Eren's spirit had been fully cleansed of any unknown curse or mark, the haze of fate that had poured down from the balance space rolled back, taking Eren's spirit along once again into that mysterious dimension. When all the haze of fate had returned to the balance space, the strange realm, somewhere in an unknown dimension, gradually settled once more into calm. Reappearing at the edge of that river of fate, Eren stepped upon the dense white mist flowing like mercury, gazing at the ceaselessly surging river of fate and the ancient, unchanging balance scale standing upon it. He felt a sense of inexplicable reassurance. Recalling how the balance space had just employed that white mist to wash away and erase the eerie figure bound to him, Eren let out a long breath. He also realized he knew far too little about this mysterious space. That strange phantom clinging to him earlier was likely the mark or curse left by the deep-sea behemoth that had locked onto him. Eren guessed that the moment he was targeted by those hundreds or thousands of eyes in the dream, some unknown curse or marking had clung to his soul. Putting together the earlier words, it seemed that mark or curse might possess a certain awareness, or at least a way to pinpoint his location. And that probably had triggered the hidden balance space in this unknown dimension. The haze of fate within the space had come crashing down from above, instantly washing off the mark or curse that clung to Eren's spirit. Even though the terrifying being behind the ghost ship in the dream was powerful, compared to the river of fate, who knew how far below it truly stood? It could not even withstand the cleansing of that ever-present haze of fate in the balance space. Could this be considered discovering a hidden function of the balance space? If he ever suffered a curse in the future or got marked by some terrible entity, could he just use the balance space to wash away the mark or curse? It seemed that, from now on, he should spend more time in the balance space whether he had business there or not. At the very least, he could ensure he was not unknowingly cursed by something unknown. While noticing this hidden function of the fate space, Eren also realized that this realm did not welcome other intelligent beings besides himself, otherwise it would not have had such a strong reaction earlier. As for him, it must be related to that ancient balance scale. Only because of that was he treated differently by this space. Thinking this, Eren once again looked over at the balance scale that stood unmoved on the Silver River, seeming as eternal as time itself. After lingering in the balance space for about an hour, Eren returned to reality. Because of what had happened last time, as Eren went through the files S.H.I.E.L.D. provided, he was notably more cautious. Practically every time he opened a new folder, Eren would flip a coin to perform a quick divination. Glancing at the brand new silver coin in his hand, Eren could not help missing that previous coin of his that had developed a faint trace of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, that coin had been in Harlem, and along with Eren's avatar, it had been turned to ash under that soul shockwave. Who knew how long it would take for the coin in his hand now to become as spiritually attuned as the old one? Phew. Rubbing his somewhat tired eyes, Eren picked up the cold coffee from his computer desk, drank it in one gulp, then closed his eyes and stretched out in his chair. Finally done. He exhaled a slightly bitter breath, opened his eyes again, and glanced at the clock on the wall. It's already 6. Didn't expect I pulled an all-nighter. No wonder my eyes feel so dry. Last night, after nearly the entire evening's efforts, Eren finished reading all the strange case files that S.H.I.E.L.D. had copied onto that silver USB drive. There were quite a few bizarre incidents on that drive. And because they had been sorted by S.H.I.E.L.D., most of them genuinely involved the supernatural. Among these, besides some bloody cult sacrifices set up by evil groups and a few hoaxes involving people pretending to be gods or ghosts, most concerned various extraordinary creatures. Some were reminiscent of ghouls, water spirits, ghosts, or other dark beings from ancient lore, while others were strange, mutated monsters beyond description that appeared out of nowhere. Compared to those old, legendary creatures of darkness, these aberrant lifeforms were stronger, more frenzied, and far more dangerous. From what these documents showed, the damage caused by these mutated creatures was vastly greater than that caused by the typical monsters of legend. But, fortunately, he did not find anything as horrifying as that ghost ship in these files. Otherwise, Eren really would have been shocked by just how many terrifying creatures were hidden in this world. Based on the dates marked on the files, Eren also noticed that, recently, such incidents were on the rise. The closer to the present, the more frequent they became. And the creatures involved were growing even stronger. Seems like ever since Iron Man kicked off the era of the extraordinary in this world, all sorts of monstrous entities are beginning to appear on stage, scrambling to make their debut. Shaking his head, Eren shut down the computer, then yanked the silver USB drive out and tossed it into Oddball's mouth nearby. After all the days S.H.I.E.L.D. had handled it, this USB drive was certainly not clean. Eren had no intention of holding on to whatever hardware S.H.I.E.L.D. might have tampered with. He had already memorized the contents of the drive, so there was no further need for it. Chomp. The USB drive, glinting silver, was bitten into pieces by Oddball's row of sharp teeth the moment it entered its mouth. Then, via Oddball's seemingly bottomless stomach, it was quickly broken down into the most basic particles. No matter how many tricks S.H.I.E.L.D. might have embedded in that USB drive, all of them were rendered useless once inside Oddball. Seeing Oddball swallow the silver USB, Eren, who was on his way to the bathroom to take a shower, paused momentarily and pointed at his computer. Swallow that too. Just as Eren inserted the USB stick earlier, the firewall he personally coded after crossing over had been hit by several unknown viruses. He did not even need to think about who was behind this. Though these viruses were quite formidable by current standards, they were still rather helpless against a next-gen firewall Eren had designed himself. Had Eren not worried that directly destroying them would damage some of the files on the USB, he would have wiped them out earlier. Even if the computer was never truly compromised, Eren no longer wanted it. Not for anything else, just that it was too old and had terrible specs. Even the firewall Eren wrote almost overloaded it. Given that Eren was not short of money now, he decided he might as well buy a new, high-performance machine. He would write a custom firewall so no one could invade his privacy again. As for the study materials from the PC's previous owner, those were no longer necessary. When Eren finished his shower, the sky outside his window was growing pale. After a quiet night, the streets of Chinatown were slowly becoming lively again. Emerging from the bathroom, Eren, who had spent the whole night reading, did not feel like making his own breakfast, so he pulled on some workout clothes, grabbed some loose change, and headed downstairs. The moment he stepped outside, that uniquely bustling morning sound of Chinatown greeted him. The tempting aromas of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, pancakes, rice rolls, and other specialties rushed to meet his nose, immediately making his mouth water. Compared to Eren's carefully balanced meals, which only met his nutritional needs, these foods, crafted to conquer the human palate, were far more flavorful. Following the street right outside his door, Eren sampled one breakfast item after another until he was stuffed. He then patted his stomach and wandered toward a nearby park. There was still about an hour before class. Eren planned to use this time to jog around the park, clearing away the fatigue of sitting up all night. This particular park was built around a small man-made lake. It had beautiful scenery and a dedicated path for running along the lake. Thanks to the lovely landscape and well-designed track, it was a popular spot for morning runners, especially female runners. As for the men, Eren suspected they might be drawn more by the scenery of the women themselves. Strolling into the park at a relaxed pace, Eren began jogging along the lake path once he felt his breakfast was partly digested. With each step he ran, the food in Eren's belly got more thoroughly digested and broken down, so his pace steadily increased. Soon enough, he started passing other joggers, leaving them behind with cries of surprise. After 2 laps around the park, Eren, practically flying by everyone else and lapping nearly every runner there, caught the attention of a group of women. Seeing him speed by like the wind, his lithe, athletic form on full display, these ladies couldn't help staring. If he used that speed and stamina on me, the mere thought made their bodies tingle, and more than a few cheeks flushed slightly. Meanwhile, the men who had come to watch those same women looked at Eren with unspoken envy. Hey! Just as Eren started his 3rd lap, a figure he knew all too well caught up from behind. That was Steve. Raising an eyebrow as he watched Steve accelerate toward him, Eren turned his head back around and kept running. Seeing that Eren apparently had no interest in saying hello, Steve felt slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. But he was not upset. Instead, he sped up, quickly passing by Eren. Witnessing Steve's form leaving him in the dust, his pace even faster than before, Eren remained calm, continuing to run at his own speed. If Steve had hoped to recreate that scene from the movies of easily overtaking someone lap after lap, that definitely would not happen here. But after several laps around the park, once Eren had worked up a light sweat, he stopped by a small convenience store near the track, bought 2 bottles of water, and waited. Not long after, Steve came by again, and Eren tossed one of the bottles over. Here. Thanks. Steve grabbed the water in surprise. I thought you didn't want to talk to me. No, I just don't like hassle, that's all. Eren took a swig from his own water, then looked at Steve. So tell me, what do you want, Steve? He was taken aback. So, you know me? And you guessed I came looking for you? Of course. You're famous. Our school still keeps your old PSA tapes to show kids who need counseling. I was one of them once. Wow. I would never have guessed. Steve studied the cheerful, good-looking young man in front of him, trying to imagine why he might have needed psychological support. I lost my only living relative last year. Eren said this calmly, but Steve immediately froze, then offered an apologetic, I'm sorry. Eren just shook his head. I'm not here for an apology. Let's get straight to the point, Steve, why are you here to see me? From the moment Eren saw Steve, he understood the morning's tarot had shown that he would be dealing with trouble today. Well, Natasha told me meeting you would be unique. I wasn't sure what she meant, but now I see. Steve surveyed the surroundings. Mind if we go somewhere else? This isn't the best place to talk. No, this is convenient enough. Eren snapped his fingers. With that snap, a wave of invisible energy rippled out from them. In the blink of an eye, under Steve's astonished gaze, a circle with a radius of around 20 meters around the bench where they sat somehow emptied of other people, as if everyone had absent-mindedly moved away. Those who passed by simply skirted around that area, never truly noticing them. It was as though they were invisible. Steve stared at this unbelievable sight. Wow, is this some kind of superpower? This world doesn't revolve solely around super soldier serums or superpowers. Eren shook his head. You could call it a small magic trick. Really? Steve clearly had doubts. I've never seen any magic like this. At the moment, Eren and Steve seemed to be enclosed in a boundary that separated them from everyone else in the park. People simply walked by without glancing in their direction. Before his long sleep, Steve had seen plenty of illusions and magic shows, but none this extraordinary. That's just because you haven't seen enough of the world. If you've watched the news, you'd have noticed a six-winged angel recently emerged from myth and ended the disaster in Harlem. Next to that, my little trick is nothing. A six-winged angel? Steve frowned. Having just woken up a couple of days ago, he really had no idea about that incident. I guess I really need to catch up on everything that's been happening in the world. He decided to set that aside for the moment and took a deep breath. Then Steve said softly, last night, Fury arranged a trap aimed at catching some Hydra agents hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. but the infiltration goes deeper than we ever imagined. The plan got leaked, a lot of people died, and aside from some small fry, we failed to catch any major Hydra targets. Oh. Eren nodded. But what does that have to do with me? It's definitely related. Steve's expression grew serious. Those Hydra members on the earlier list all died in last night's operation. Steve's face darkened. I heard from Fury that the original Hydra list came from you, which is why I've come. Besides those on that list, do you know about any other Hydra members? They're all dead. Eren shook his head. Looks like Fury is more ruthless than I thought. What do you mean? Steve asked, puzzled. Steve, don't believe Fury too much. He's not as simple as he appears. I handed over that list to Natasha a week ago. With his abilities, he could have thoroughly investigated every single one of them by now. Whether those people are alive or dead probably doesn't matter anymore. It's entirely possible that last night's failed operation was planned by Fury himself so that Hydra would drop its guard. Then, when the time is right, he can strike a fatal blow. So don't let yourself become his pawn. Though Eren's words were speculation, he found them quite plausible. S.H.I.E.L.D. might have been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, but Fury definitely was not as clueless as he appeared. Given Eren's warning, plus Fury's hidden methods, Eren suspected Fury had already uncovered that Alexander was Hydra's main figure in S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that every Hydra name from the list had died, it might simply be part of Fury's plan to lull Hydra into lowering their defenses. Eren's mental power was already awakened, so as he spoke, he subtly influenced Steve. Steve frowned deeply, pondering Eren's comments. When all was said and done, he and Fury had only met a few times since his revival. They were not as close as one might assume. Eren's words planted a seed of doubt in Steve's mind. After a long silence, Steve said, I'll verify that for myself. If it's true, I won't let Fury off the hook. Those agents who died last night shouldn't be sacrificed like pawns. But if you do have more information on Hydra, I'd still like to hear it. Trust me, no one understands Hydra's danger better than I do. Interesting. Through his mental perception, Eren sensed Steve's sincerity. Even the statement, I won't let Fury off the hook, was absolutely earnest. I guess that's how he is, just so, straightforward. But Eren found himself genuinely curious about what things would look like if Steve and Fury ever ended up at odds. Still, while Eren's mind churned with countless thoughts, none of it showed on his face. He pretended to hesitate, then leaned in to whisper, if you insist, you might want to check up on a senator named, well, let's just call him the senator. Oh, and as a friendly tip, seeing as you did give me some counseling on those tapes, once you get home, take a good look around. I bet Fury has installed all kinds of gadgets in your house by now. With that, Eren pulled out his phone, looked at the time, and said, all right, it's late. I need to head back for class. He snapped his fingers again. The concealing boundary around them vanished at once, letting the surrounding crowd stream back into the area. Eren merged into the flow of people and jogged away the way he had come, leaving Steve alone, momentarily lost in thought. Steve's imposing figure attracted plenty of female attention. As soon as Eren lifted the screen of illusion, several women who had been eyeing Steve made their move. Hey there, handsome, you here to run too? Want to run with us? Even as they spoke, more than one of them reached out boldly to feel Steve's chest, abs, and even that firm backside. A single man out of his time, who had been asleep for 70 years, was not prepared for such a situation. Caught off guard by their enthusiasm, Steve hurriedly fled the park. Racing straight out of the park, Steve jumped into a flashy sports car that had been parked and waiting for him. As soon as he climbed in and shut the door, effectively blocking those women's fiery gazes, Steve let out a long sigh. Natasha, in the driver's seat, eyed him with amusement. Not going to get any of their numbers. A few of them seemed pretty cute. Steve rolled his eyes. Then his smile faded, and he grew serious. Natasha, while I was talking to the kid, everyone around us just walked away. It was like there was a 20-meter-wide bubble where people simply ignored us. You notice anything unusual? Natasha's expression shifted. You sure? I was watching from the car and didn't see anything. It looked normal to me. But she trailed off abruptly. Her face changed again. She shut her eyes and concentrated, frowning deeply, then reopened them, looking troubled. Steve asked, "What's wrong?" "For a moment just now, it was like I lost track of you two," she said quietly. "In my memory, I do recall you two talking, but I can't recall the actual details of what you were doing or saying. It's as if my memory from that time got blocked or altered somehow." That was simply impossible given her training, yet it had happened. For a moment, both Steve and Natasha fell into silence. Finally, Steve let out a breath. "It seems that kid is far more mysterious than we realized. At least we got something out of it this time." Natasha perked up at that. "You mean more names on Hydra?" He shook his head. "Not exactly. All he said was to take a good look at a senator. That's all." "A senator?" Natasha typed quickly on a tablet, eyes darting over the screen. Soon, a photo of a big, heavy-set man appeared. "That's him?" Steve asked, peering at the picture. Natasha nodded. "There's only one senator in New York with that name. But he's got real influence here. Investigating him won't be easy." "I see," Steve said. "Still, it's better than having no leads at all. If he really is Hydra, then he's definitely not small fry." Natasha agreed. "Then let's go report this to Fury. Investigating a sitting senator is beyond my current authority. We need the go-ahead." With that, she revved the engine, and the official shield-registered sports car roared away. However, neither of them noticed how, when Natasha brought up Fury's name, a subtle ripple flashed through Steve's eyes. Chapter 198. Watching the figure sprinting towards him from behind, Eren raised an eyebrow before silently turning his head back and continuing his run. Seeing that Eren didn't seem interested in acknowledging him, Steve, who had originally intended to greet him, awkwardly scratched his nose. But he wasn't upset. Instead, he picked up his pace and ran past Eren. Eren watched as Steve dashed ahead, his speed even more exaggerated than when he had raced against Falcon in the movies. He didn't mind. Instead, he simply maintained his own pace and continued running. Steve was fast, but so was Eren. If Steve thought he could lap him multiple times like he did with Falcon, he was mistaken. However, after several laps along the lakeside track, Eren, now lightly sweating, stopped running and headed into a nearby convenience store to buy 2 bottles of water. A short while later, as Rogers passed by him again after another lap, Eren tossed a bottle of mineral water his way. Catch. Smack. Catching the bottle, Steve Rogers looked a little surprised. "Thanks. I thought you didn't want to talk to me." "No, I just hate unnecessary trouble." Opening his own bottle and taking a sip, Eren looked at Steve. "All right, Captain, what do you want?" Steve was taken aback at being directly called out. "You know I was looking for you. I mean, you know who I am." "Of course. You're famous. My school still keeps your old training tapes. They use them for students who need psychological counseling. I was one of them." "Wow, really? I wouldn't have guessed." Looking at the bright and confident young man in front of him, Steve couldn't see any signs of someone needing psychological counseling. "My only family member died last year." Hearing this, Steve's face stiffened, clearly caught off guard. With an apologetic expression, he said, "I'm sorry." Eren shook his head. "I'm not here to hear you apologize. Just tell me, Captain, why are you looking for me?" From the moment he saw Steve Rogers, Eren immediately understood why his morning divination had predicted he'd run into trouble today. "Well, Natasha told me that meeting you would be a unique experience. I didn't believe her at first, now I do." Glancing around, Steve said, "Can we go somewhere else? This isn't the best place to talk." "No, this place is perfect." Saying that, Eren snapped his fingers. With the sharp snap, an invisible ripple spread outward. The next moment, to Steve's astonishment, the surrounding people started drifting away, as if unconsciously avoiding them. Within seconds, the bench Eren was sitting on became the center of a 20-meter-wide empty zone, completely devoid of people. Seeing this bizarre phenomenon, Steve asked, "Wow, is this some kind of superpower? This world has more than just super soldier serums and enhanced individuals." Eren shook his head. "This is just a simple magic trick." "Really?" Steve was skeptical. "I've never seen a magic trick like this before." At that moment it was as if an invisible barrier had formed around them, cutting them off from the crowd. The people around them acted as if they had completely forgotten about this empty space. Anyone approaching it instinctively walked around it. Steve had seen magic performances before he was frozen, but none of them could achieve something like this. "That just means you haven't seen enough, Captain. This world is far more mysterious than you realize. If you've been keeping up with the news, you'd know that not long ago, a six-winged angel walked out of mythology and ended the disaster in Harlem. Compared to that, this little magic trick is nothing." With that, Eren ended the topic, not wanting to continue discussing it. A six-winged angel? Steve frowned slightly. Having only woken up a couple of days ago, he wasn't familiar with this incident. "Looks like I need to catch up on everything that's happened in this world." But he quickly put that thought aside. Taking a deep breath, Steve lowered his voice. "Last night, Fury set up a trap to capture Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., but Hydra's infiltration was deeper than we thought. The plan was leaked, a lot of people died, and we didn't manage to capture any high-ranking Hydra members, only a few low-level operatives." "Is that so?" Eren nodded calmly. "And what does that have to do with me?" "It has everything to do with you. All the names from the Hydra list, they all died in last night's operation." Steve's expression became serious. "Fury told me that you were the one who provided the original list of Hydra members. So, I came to ask if you know the identities of any others besides those on the list." "They all died." Eren shook his head. "Looks like Nick Fury is even more ruthless than I expected." "What do you mean by that?" Steve asked, frowning slightly. "Captain, don't put too much trust in Nick Fury. That director of yours is far more complicated than he seems. I passed that list to Natasha a week ago. With Fury's skills, I'd bet he already dug up every single detail on those people long before last night. Whether they lived or died probably didn't matter anymore. Your failed operation. It might have been part of Fury's plan all along. He could have sacrificed them to lull Hydra into a false sense of security, only to strike them with a lethal blow at the right time. So, don't let him use you as a pawn." Eren's words were speculation, but he felt the truth wasn't too far off. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been infiltrated by Hydra, practically turning it into Snake Shield. But Nick Fury wasn't as simple as he appeared, either. With Fury's paranoia, his hidden methods, and the warnings Eren had just given, he wouldn't be surprised if Fury had already identified Alexander Pierce as the true leader behind Hydra's infiltration. As for the Hydra members on the list all ending up dead, that could very well be Fury's way of deceiving the enemy. With Eren's awakened psychic field enhancing his words with extraordinary influence, Steve Rogers couldn't help but furrow his brows. At the end of the day, he had only met Nick Fury a handful of times. They were nowhere near as familiar as he had initially thought. And now, Eren's words had planted the seed of doubt between him and Fury. After a long silence, Steve lifted his head and said, "I'll verify everything myself. If things are as you say, I won't let Fury get away with it. The agents who died last night weren't meant to be sacrificial pawns in someone else's game. However, if you do know any other Hydra members, I hope you'll tell me. Believe me, no one understands Hydra's danger more than I do." Interesting. Within his psychic field, Eren could clearly sense that Steve was dead serious about what he had just said. Even the part about not letting Fury off the hook. Should I say, as expected of Captain America? How naive. That said, Eren found himself looking forward to seeing what would happen when Steve finally confronted Fury. Despite the countless thoughts swirling in his mind, his expression remained unreadable. After a deliberate pause, Eren leaned in and whispered into Steve's ear. "If you're really serious, then take a good look into Senator Stern. Oh, and since you technically gave me psychological counseling before, here's a friendly tip: check your home thoroughly when you get back. If I had to guess, knowing Fury, he's probably planted quite a few little surprises there." With that, Eren pulled out his phone and checked the time. Alright, it's getting late. I've got to get back to class. He snapped his fingers once more. The illusion that had blocked out their surroundings quietly dissipated. Then, blending into the passing crowd, Eren jogged away in the direction he had come from. Leaving Steve Rogers standing there, lost in thought. It had to be said, Steve Rogers' tall, handsome looks made him an ideal man in the eyes of many women. No sooner had Eren lifted the illusion than a group of women who had been eyeing Steve for a while boldly approached him. Hey, handsome. Are you out here for a run too? Want to join us? As they spoke, completely drawn in by Steve's chiseled physique, they couldn't help but let their hands wander, tracing over his chest, abs, and even his firm, muscular backside. For a man who had been single for 70 years, this was definitely uncharted territory. Still processing what Eren had told him, Steve was completely caught off guard by their sudden advances. Frightened, he bolted, dashing out of the park. A sleek sports car, which had been waiting by the curb for quite some time, swung its door open. Steve jumped in, slammed the door shut, and sighed in relief as the tinted windows blocked out the women's eager gazes. Seeing Steve looking so flustered, Natasha, sitting in the driver's seat, teased, "So, Captain, you're really not going to keep a few phone numbers? Some of them looked pretty cute." Steve rolled his eyes but quickly pushed aside his frustration and got serious. "When I was talking to Eren just now, something strange happened. The people around us just moved away. Suddenly, there was a 20-meter empty space around us, and no one even seemed to notice it. You have any idea what that was?" Hearing this, Natasha's expression shifted, her playful demeanor vanishing as she grew serious. "You're sure?" "Because, Captain, I didn't notice anything. As far as I remember." She trailed off. Her expression darkened. Closing her eyes, she furrowed her brows in deep thought. After several moments, she reopened them, looking even more unsettled. Steve noticed her unease. "What's wrong?" "For that entire conversation, I think I lost track of you. In my mind, I remember seeing you two sitting and talking, but I can't recall any of the details. No matter how hard I try, I just can't remember what you were actually saying." For someone like Natasha, who had undergone extensive memory training, this was impossible. And yet, it had just happened. A long silence fell over them. Then, Steve exhaled sharply. "Looks like our kid is a lot more mysterious than we thought. But at least we got something useful out of this." "Oh." Natasha's eyes brightened. "Does he have another list of Hydra members?" Steve shook his head. "I'm not sure. But he told me to investigate Senator Stern." Senator Stern? The name rang a bell. Quickly, Natasha pulled out a tablet and started searching. Within seconds, a photo of a plump, round-faced man popped up on the screen. Steve glanced at the image. "That's Senator Stern?" Natasha nodded. If Eren was referring to this Stern, then yes. There are 3 senators with that name in the country, but only one in New York. He's a high-ranking official, so investigating him won't be easy. Chapter 199. Can't investigate him? Steve frowned slightly. Natasha smirked. "Of course, not. It's just going to be a bit tricky. But compared to having no leads at all, investigating a senator is much easier. At least now we have a target. And who knows? This Senator Stern might just be one of the big fish in Hydra." Hearing that, Steve nodded. If Stern really was part of Hydra, his position as a senator in New York meant he was likely in a high-ranking role within the organization. And that was good news, both for Steve and S.H.I.E.L.D. "We should report this to Director Fury first. Investigating a New York senator is beyond my clearance. We need Fury's approval for this." With that, Natasha started the car. Vroom. The S.H.I.E.L.D. registered sports car roared to life and sped off. As she drove, Natasha didn't notice the subtle ripple of emotion that flickered in Steve's eyes the moment she mentioned Fury's name. A few hours later. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion, Washington, D.C. Natasha led Rogers straight to Nick Fury's office. Knock, knock. Hearing the knocks, Fury, who was reviewing a report, furrowed his brow but didn't look up. "Come in." As Natasha and Steve entered his office, Fury let out a sigh and shut the file he was reading. Looking up, he glanced at the two standing before him, a faint smile appearing on his dark-skinned face. "Director." After greeting him, Natasha subtly glanced toward the door. Fury caught the hint immediately and, without any visible movement, pressed a green button beneath his desk. The moment he did, the lighting in his office dimmed. The automatic blinds lowered, sealing off the room from any outside view. At the same time, a concealed device built into Fury's desk activated, quietly jamming any surveillance or eavesdropping attempts. 3 seconds later, Fury leaned back and said calmly, "All right, you can speak freely. The jammer is on, no one can hear us now." Natasha nodded and turned to Steve. "Captain, you should tell him. You got the intel." Steve glanced at her briefly before turning to Fury. "I met the kid you mentioned. He's definitely unique." After giving a rough summary of his meeting with Eren, Steve continued, "Before I left, he said, since I apparently helped him with psychological counseling through those training tapes, he'd give me a tip: investigate Senator Stern." Steve didn't hide anything about the meeting itself, but he omitted Eren's final warning to him. Instead, he made it sound like Eren only gave him the senator's name as a gesture of gratitude. "Didn't think those old tapes of yours would come in handy like that," Fury quipped. Then his expression turned serious. "Senator Stern is a key political figure in New York. He's also influential in Congress. If he really is part of Hydra, a lot of things suddenly make sense." After a moment of contemplation, Fury turned to Natasha. "The captain is too well known. He can't move quietly. You'll be in charge of investigating Stern, Agent Romanoff." Natasha nodded. "Got it. But I'll need your authorization to access all classified files on Stern." "Granted," Fury replied without hesitation. "I'll give you a temporary clearance override. You can pull whatever data you need. But be discreet, if Stern is really Hydra, he won't let us get dirt on him so easily." "Relax, Director. I've never failed a mission like this before." Recalling Natasha's impeccable record, Fury nodded in approval. Then, turning back to Steve, he said, "Hydra isn't something that can be taken down overnight. You just woke up recently, Captain. For now, your priority should be adjusting to the modern world. I'd recommend going out, seeing the world, getting familiar with how things work now. Oh, and I arranged for someone downstairs to help you get up to speed on modern technology. She'll teach you how to use electronic devices and help you integrate into the present. Adjusting to the modern world, huh?" Steve didn't refuse. Instead, he nodded sincerely. "Thanks." Fury checked his watch. "Your appointment is at 1 in the afternoon. It's already 12:18. You've got time to grab some lunch before heading to room 408 on the 4th floor." Steve hesitated for a second, glancing between Fury and Natasha. He quickly realized they wanted to discuss something without him. Understanding the hint, he nodded and said, "All right." Then he turned and left Fury's office. Once the door shut, Fury turned to Natasha. "The captain mentioned that kid used some kind of strange, magic trick, to isolate their conversation from the crowd. You were there. What did you see?" "I didn't see anything." Natasha's face darkened as she recalled the experience. "In fact, if the captain hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have even realized that something happened during that time. It felt like someone had blocked or altered my memory of that period." Hearing that, Fury's expression became equally grim. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Looks like this kid's abilities are far beyond what he claims. Natasha, what do you think? Can we recruit him?" Natasha gave him a strange look. "That won't be easy. Didn't you say he's loaded? Recruiting rich people isn't exactly a simple task." She paused. Then, with a smirk, she added, "But maybe we can give it a try." Natasha couldn't help but think of Tony Stark, the infamous playboy. During her time undercover at Stark Industries, she had gotten a full grasp of his personality. If it weren't for the Harlem incident exposing her cover, she might still be dealing with Stark's persistent flirtations. Her remark reminded Fury of the numbers he had seen in Eren's latest evaluation report, specifically, the assets section. A massive portfolio of Osborne Group and Stark Industries stocks. Eren had quickly risen to become a billionaire and was well on his way to the $1 trillion club. If he weren't so low-key, and if the Forbes list hadn't been published yet, Eren would have already been the media's newest darling, right after Tony Stark. Forget anyone else. Even Fury had been momentarily stunned by those numbers. A young man with that much wealth and such an unusual ability, there was no way he would willingly subject himself to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control. Letting out a long sigh, Fury muttered under his breath. And then, for some reason, he suddenly recalled the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had disappeared inside Eren's home. If Eren had possessed such abilities back then, could he have been responsible for their disappearance? Fury's gaze darkened as he considered the implications. Forget it. For now, just increase surveillance on him. I'll find a chance to approach him myself later. If they could recruit him, great. If not, after sending Natasha off, Fury barely had a few minutes of peace before another visitor arrived. Director Phil Coulson entered, his left arm fully covered by a glove and his suit sleeve. Fury's eyes lingered on the concealed arm before asking, "How's the recovery? Getting used to the new arm?" "Not bad at all. Gotta admit, when Tony Stark builds something, it's top-notch. This arm is way more flexible than a standard prosthetic. Plus, with all the extras inside it, my combat skills and survival chances just skyrocketed. If I had to fight Clint again, this time, I wouldn't lose. Though, the arm is a bit too stiff when I sleep." Fury rolled his eye and scoffed, "Oh, cry me a river. Do you know how many people would kill for a Stark-built prosthetic? You should count yourself lucky." After some brief banter, Fury got to the point. "You were supposed to be on leave for a while, but you know how things are. Global incidents are piling up, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is stretched thin, so." "Director, no need to explain, I get it." Coulson had already figured out that his vacation was officially over the moment Fury called him back. So, without waiting for the usual build-up, he cut straight to the chase. "What's the mission?" Fury smirked at Coulson's bluntness and handed him a file he had prepared in advance. It was a mission briefing. Opening the document, Coulson quickly grasped the situation. Fury explained further, "Last night, near the town of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, satellites detected an unusual atmospheric disturbance. A mysterious object fell from the sky, emitting an extremely strong energy signature. Your job is to investigate and find out what it is." He glanced at Coulson and added, "Clint will be joining you on this mission. And if you're still itching for a rematch, I'm sure you two can arrange something." The moment Coulson heard Clint's name, his earlier bravado about wanting a rematch vanished. "Come on, I was just kidding. Who in their right mind actually wants to fight Clint?" Jokes aside, Coulson quickly focused back on the mission. "Wait, Clint's coming too. That means this might be more serious than it looks." Fury shook his head. "I just want extra insurance. I don't want to see you losing another body part." He sighed before adding, "Oh, and one more thing, local authorities reported a crater near Puente Antiguo this morning. You should check it out first." "A crater?" Combining that with the satellite data of a falling object. Coulson nodded. "Got it. I'll leave immediately." "Good." Just as Coulson was about to open the office door and step out, Fury called out behind him. "Oh, I almost forgot, about your arm, I approved a level 1 workplace injury compensation. The money should hit your account soon. Also, due to your outstanding performance, you've been promoted to level 7 agent. Congratulations, Coulson." Hand still on the doorknob, Coulson's eyes instantly brightened. S.H.I.E.L.D's level 1 injury compensation package was tax-free, and came with a hefty $500,000 payout. For Coulson, that was no small sum. And with his promotion granting him higher clearance, today was shaping up to be a very good day. Chapter 200. Just as Coulson turned around, intending to thank Fury for his promotion, Fury continued, "By the way, I remember you're a huge Captain America fan. While you were recovering, we found him frozen in the Arctic and successfully revived him 3 days ago. At this moment, he's probably in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor or in the training room on the 4th, getting a crash course on modern life. If you hurry, you might still catch him before your mission. See Captain America." At first, Coulson thought he had misheard. But as Fury went on, he realized his ears weren't deceiving him. Taking a deep breath, Coulson gathered his courage and asked, "Director, you mean the Captain America? Not some actor playing him?" "Of course." The moment he got confirmation, Coulson flung the door open and sprinted toward the 3rd floor. He ran like his life depended on it, afraid that if he slowed down even a second, he might miss the chance to meet his childhood idol. As for thanking Fury for the promotion, that thought was already long gone. Fury shook his head in exasperation as he watched Coulson dash away. This guy. Sitting back down, Fury reopened the file he had been reviewing earlier. On the first page, written in bold red letters. Project Insight. With the rise of supernatural events and enhanced individuals worldwide, the World Security Council had finally approved S.H.I.E.L.'s long-standing proposal, Project Insight. According to S.H.I.E.L.'s plans, if everything proceeded smoothly, once the 3 helicarriers were launched into the sky, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be able to collect vast amounts of behavioral data through predictive analytics, identifying potential criminals before they could act. At the same time, satellites orbiting the Earth would allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to track any powerful and dangerous superhuman entities in real time. The helicarriers, equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry and an advanced targeting system, could instantly lock onto threats and eliminate them within seconds. With the firepower those helicarriers carried, they could easily obliterate any enhanced individual that had appeared so far. This meant, not only could S.H.I.E.L.D. suppress the rising number of supernatural incidents worldwide, but it would also alleviate the agency's growing manpower shortage. Originally, Fury, with his strong desire for control, had been a staunch supporter of Project Insight. However, after discovering Hydra's terrifying level of infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D., he had started to hesitate. Especially after he began using Eren's intel to bait out more hidden Hydra operatives within the agency. That was when the World Security Council suddenly decided to greenlight the long-delayed Project Insight. The timing was too convenient. Convenient enough to make Fury instinctively suspicious. Sure, the Council had approved it due to increasing supernatural threats and pressure from world governments. But still, the timing was just too perfect. And when something was too perfect, it usually meant trouble. No. Until Hydra is completely eradicated, Project Insight must be delayed. If even one helicarrier has Hydra infiltrators aboard, if those lunatics tamper with it at a crucial moment, it could trigger a global catastrophe beyond imagination. Having made up his mind, Fury shut the file and left his office. Before those 3 helicarriers were completed, he needed to find a way to slow down the construction process. But first, he had to have a long conversation with an old friend. Elsewhere, in Hell's Kitchen, on the top floor of the biggest nightclub once controlled by Kingpin, Joker Eren, casually browsing the web and checking the latest news, received an update from his main body. Captain America is awake. S.H.I.E.L.D. sure works fast. TSK, the guy just woke up, and Fury's already squeezing him dry, sending him after Hydra. Poor guy. Then again, with Hydra as his old nemesis, maybe it'll help him adjust to modern times quicker. Since Fury's already moving against Hydra, should I add a little fuel to the fire? With that thought, Joker Eren pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Bucky, get over here. We need to talk. 10 minutes later, Bucky arrived at Eren's private lounge. Boss, you called. Take a seat. Eren gestured toward a nearby leather couch and poured 2 glasses of vodka over ice. Handing one to Bucky, he leaned back in his custom-made, ridiculously expensive chair and took a sip. Ah! After a long night of web surfing, the chilled vodka was refreshing. Finally feeling awake again, Eren glanced at Bucky, who was silently holding his drink. Just got word, your best buddy is awake. Best buddy? Awake? Bucky froze for a moment before his pupils shrank sharply. He instantly realized who his boss was referring to. Steve, he's really awake. His grip on the glass tightened involuntarily, the pressure causing faint creaking sounds. Hey, take it easy. Squeeze any harder, and you'll shatter my glass. Joker Eren casually reminded him before continuing, your old pal is already clashing with Hydra under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command. So, want to pay him a visit? Maybe give him a little heads up. Steve is already fighting Hydra. Recalling how deeply embedded Hydra was, Bucky couldn't help but feel worried for his newly awakened friend. But after a brief silence, Bucky shook his head. Now's not the time for me to see him. Once I ascend as a witch, I'll go find Steve. For now, my priority is consolidating the remnants of Kingpin's empire and turning them into a real force under our control. More than reuniting with his friend, Bucky wanted to face Steve as a new person. Besides, given Hydra's power, he knew he had to strengthen their grip over the criminal underworld first. He furrowed his brows. Ever since Kingpin's death was made public, all his old supply lines have been disrupted. Even the arms shipment we ordered in New Mexico got completely seized by the locals. Without those weapons, our plans to consolidate New York's underground factions will be a lot harder. I need to head to New Mexico and deal with it myself. New Mexico. Joker Eren swirled the vodka in his glass before taking a sip. Then, with a faint smile, he said, "Leave that mess to me. I need to go to New Mexico for something else anyway. You hold down the fort in New York. As for Kingpin's remaining suppliers, if they're not cooperating, just get rid of them." Placing his empty glass on the table, he added, "We're not a real gang. Kingpin's old supply chains mean nothing to us. Instead of wasting time on them, we should focus on helping Banner get his lab up and running." Understanding the plan, Bucky nodded. "Got it. I'll handle things here." After Bucky left, Joker Eren also departed from his luxurious penthouse. His laptop screen still displayed an image of a crater. And if one looked closely, at the center of that crater, a metal hammer shimmered faintly under the sunlight. Cap is awake, and the Meow Meow hammer has landed on Earth. Storm's coming, looks like the Battle of New York isn't far off. At Midtown High, Eren glanced around at the school's cheerful atmosphere, filled with laughter as students prepared for an upcoming dance. With a silent sigh, he was soon dragged away by Gwen to help set up decorations. Hours later, New Mexico. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, Eren stepped out of the airport. Without wasting time, he hailed a taxi and instructed the driver, "Take me to Puente Antiguo as fast as you can." "Understood, sir." The driver's previously dull eyes flickered with an eerie gleam. Moments later, a hideous yellow taxi sped down the open highway, racing toward Puente Antiguo. By the time Joker Eren reached the crater he had seen online, a crowd had already gathered around it. New Mexico, with its sparse population and dull routine, rarely saw excitement. So, when word spread that an immovable hammer had fallen from the sky, curious locals flocked to the scene. Some even drove hundreds of miles just to witness the spectacle. When it came to chasing excitement, these people were no different from the gossip-hungry folks from his past life. In fact, they took it even further. For example, aside from the large crowd gathered around the crater, several people had already set up tents, cracked open beers, and started barbecue parties right next to the impact site. It was basically a festival. Among the chaos, Joker Eren's sharp eyes noticed a nearby pickup truck attached to a thick metal chain. Its roaring engine kicked up dust as it struggled to pull something. A deafening snap echoed. The welded joints of the truck's bed gave out, sending the detached truck bed rolling across the dirt. Loud gasps and laughter erupted from the spectators. "Wow, these guys are having way too much fun." Stepping out of the taxi, Joker Eren strode toward the crater. By the time he arrived, the metal chain had been reattached to a newer, bigger, more powerful pickup truck. As the engine roared again, dust and gravel shot into the air, further obscuring the already dirt-covered site. But instead of discouraging the onlookers, the louder the engine roared, the more excited the crowd became. Dodging a wave of dust, Joker Eren found a less crowded path and climbed onto the crater's edge. His distinct presence quickly drew attention. Among the crowd, a few tan-skinned, heavily made-up women had their eyes light up upon seeing him. One particularly curvy brunette, egged on by her friends, sauntered up to Joker Eren and asked playfully, "Hey, handsome. You here to check out the big thing in the hole, too?" Following her gaze, Joker Eren looked down at the hammer glistening under the sunlight and smirked. Of course. Chapter 201. Mjolnir, the Hammer of Thor. The hammer's handle originates from the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree. The outer layer of the hammerhead is forged from Uru, the divine metal unique to Asgard, while its core is embedded with the heart of a dying star. This legendary weapon was personally crafted by the King of Dwarves. After its forging, Odin bestowed it with immense divine power. It stands as one of Asgard's mightiest artifacts. Anyone who gains Mjolnir's recognition can wield its formidable thunderous might. Just like Captain America during the Infinity War and Jane Foster, who later became the mighty Thor. Of course, all of this is contingent upon being deemed worthy by Mjolnir. Without its recognition, Mjolnir is nothing more than an immovable hammer, an object impossible to lift. After all, theoretically, the decaying star core inside Mjolnir possesses gravity comparable to that of a small asteroid. If not for the runes engraved on Mjolnir and the divine power Odin infused into it, forget ordinary humans, even the most powerful superheroes wouldn't be able to lift this hammer. As for how one can prove themselves worthy, Based on how Captain America eventually wielded Mjolnir and considering the enchantment Odin placed upon it, many speculate that lifting Mjolnir requires possessing virtues such as justice, kindness, wisdom, and courage, qualities that Captain America exemplified. Although this sounds simple, there are only a few people in the world who can truly live up to these ideals. After all, in a world driven by material desires, finding someone who embodies such noble qualities isn't impossible, but it's exceedingly rare. At least, this applies to ordinary people. Mjolnir was, after all, commissioned by Odin and personally blessed with his divine power. Aside from possessing those virtues, anyone recognized by Odin can also wield Mjolnir's power. Such as Thor before his banishment. Standing at the edge of the impact crater, Joker Eren activated his clairvoyance, allowing him to clearly perceive the terrifying power emanating from Mjolnir. What a pity. If Joker Eren didn't feel like he completely lacked the noble qualities required, he would have been tempted to try lifting Mjolnir himself, just for fun. As Joker Eren casually chatted with a stunning woman beside him, the crowd gathered around the crater kept changing. One group after another stepped forward to test their strength, flexing their muscles or even attempting to drag Mjolnir with vehicles, only for the hammer to remain unmoved. Time passed, and as the excitement among the crowd waned, a convoy of shield-marked SUVs and transport trucks slowly arrived on site. The moment people saw the vehicles adorned with the same insignia, their movements froze. Then, someone in the crowd shouted. "Hey everyone! The government's here. If you still want to try lifting that hammer, now's your last chance before they shut this down." A wave of urgency swept through the gathered crowd. People who hadn't yet attempted it rushed toward the hammer, eager to seize their final opportunity. Some simply pulled out their phones to take selfies with the legendary artifact. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill overlooking the crater, wearing sunglasses, Coulson and Clint Barton stepped out of a black sedan, removed their shades, and dialed a call to someone in Washington. "Sir, we've arrived." Back in the crater, as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents began dispersing the crowd, Joker Eren shook his head slightly. S.H.I.E.L.D. took longer than I expected to arrive. When S.H.I.E.L.D. moved in, Joker Eren blended into the dispersing crowd, leaving like any ordinary civilian. However, no one noticed that as Joker Eren walked away, several small white spheres were left buried beneath the soil surrounding the impact site. "Hey, handsome. We're heading out. Call me sometime." Of course. After exchanging a casual farewell with the flirtatious Mexican woman, Joker Eren got into the same taxi that had brought him earlier. "Take me to Puente Antiguo." Arriving at the small border town, Joker Eren didn't waste time wandering around. Instead, he directed the taxi driver straight to his destination. If he remembered correctly, the banished Thor should currently be lying in the town's only hospital. As soon as Joker Eren arrived at the hospital, he lifted his hypnotic influence on the taxi driver and even handed him a roll of cash as compensation for the trouble. With the driver taken care of, Joker Eren stepped into the hospital. The moment he entered, a young nurse at the front desk's eyes immediately lit up. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" "Of course." Flashing her a charming smile, Joker Eren asked, "Did you admit an unconscious young man last night? Long blonde hair, quite muscular." The nurse thought for a moment before nodding. "I think I remember someone like that. Hold on a second." She quickly opened the hospital's registry and started flipping through the pages. "Found it. Right here." Eyes lighting up, she pointed to an entry. "Early this morning, a middle-aged man and two women brought an unconscious blonde man here. Just as you described, very strong. When he woke up, he caused quite a commotion, so the doctors had to sedate him and put him in a restraint room." She then looked up at Joker Eren. "Do you know him?" "The three people who brought him in only paid the basic admission fee. Right now. I suppose you could say we're acquainted." Without hesitation, Joker Eren pulled out a few rolls of cash from his coat and placed them in front of the nurse. "My apologies for the trouble my friend has caused your hospital. Hopefully, this will cover the damages." The nurse's eyes practically sparkled at the sight of the crisp bills. She quickly counted them and nodded. "That'll do." After processing the payment on her computer, she handed Joker Eren a receipt. "Sir, your total comes to $3,000. This covers both the damage your friend caused and his upcoming medical expenses. Here's your receipt." Joker Eren took the paper and nodded. "Now, can you take me to see him?" Now that he had paid off the damages, the nurse's attitude became even friendlier. "Of course. Right this way." Following her lead, Joker Eren was soon brought to the hospital's restraint room. Before opening the door, the nurse turned to him with a warning. The patient suffered head trauma after getting hit by a car. When he woke up earlier, he was extremely agitated, so we had to sedate him. He should be waking up soon. When you go in, try to calm him down. I'd rather not have to call security again. Joker Eren gave her a reassuring nod. Understood. I'll take care of it. With that, the nurse unlocked the restraint room and stepped aside. The moment Joker Eren laid eyes on the man strapped to the hospital bed in a patient's gown, he knew he had come to the right place. The man lying on the restraint bed was precisely the one Joker Eren had been searching for, Thor, Prince of Asgard, son of Odin, the thunder god himself. After confirming with the nurse that the man in the hospital bed was indeed the one he was looking for, Joker Eren exchanged a casual farewell with her before she left the room. Once the nurse was gone, Joker Eren closed the restraint room's door behind him. He glanced at the hallway. Seeing that no one was approaching, a sly grin appeared on his face. With a flick of his wrist, Joker Eren retrieved a massive syringe from his ring of greed, one he had prepared in advance. Holding a syringe nearly as thick as a baby's arm, Joker Eren's smile grew more sinister as he silently approached Thor's bedside. He, Thor, it's time for your shot. As the heir to Asgard and the son of the All-Father Odin, Thor possessed one of the most powerful bloodlines in this world. Born divine, his very blood contained power beyond imagination. Not to mention, his natural lifespan exceeded 5,000 years, an unfathomable feat for mortals. 5,000 years. That's long enough to outlast all of human civilization. Such longevity was something people could only envy and covet. Even the Sorcerer Supreme had to steal power from the Dark Dimension to prolong her life for a few centuries, let alone ordinary humans. Although Odin had sealed Thor's powers, his divine bloodline remained intact. And since Joker Eren had encountered this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, why not borrow a little? In a world overflowing with super science and black technology, who knew what kind of breakthroughs could be made with a couple of vials of Thunder God's blood? Whether it was because the blood extraction process had stimulated Thor or because his body had already metabolized the sedatives, it wasn't long before Thor's eyelids began to twitch. Watching the Asgardian stir, Joker Eren chuckled. Good thing I came just in time, otherwise, this syringe would have gone to waste. After a long period of darkness, Thor slowly regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he instinctively tried to sit up. But before he could move, the restraints binding him to the bed held him down firmly. What is this? Realizing that he was restrained, Thor instinctively began to struggle. But before he could break free, a voice suddenly spoke beside him. You're awake. Thor's body tensed as he became aware of someone nearby. Before he could say anything, a figure stepped into his field of vision, standing by the window. Hey, buddy, don't get too worked up, Joker Eren said with a grin. I'm here to set you free. Without waiting for a response, Joker Eren casually waved his hand, undoing the restraint around Thor's neck. Thor, who had been preparing for a fight, relaxed slightly upon realizing that his bonds were actually being loosened. Once all the restraints were undone, the now slightly calmer Thor finally spoke. Who are you? Where am I? This is a hospital, a place where injured people are treated, Joker Eren replied nonchalantly. As for me, you can call me Joker, Prince of Asgard, son of Odin. The moment Thor heard his origins accurately stated, his expression shifted. His voice turned cold. If you know who I am, then why did you dare attack the great son of Odin? Attack? Joker Eren shrugged. Don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't the one who knocked you out. In fact, I'm the one who paid for your medical bills. As he spoke, Joker Eren waved the hospital receipt in his hand. Alright, this isn't exactly the best place to talk. You must be hungry, banished thunder god Thor. The moment the word banished left Joker Eren's lips, Thor's expression darkened. Memories of yesterday's events flooded his mind. Seeing Thor's defeated expression, Joker Eren rolled his eyes in disdain. Really? That's all it takes to break him? This was supposed to be the mighty thunder god of Norse mythology. That fragile mindset would explain why Thor would soon lose it completely after realizing he could no longer lift Mjolnir, so much so that he'd even believe Loki's lie about Odin's death. Odin really spoiled this guy, huh? Watching Thor's reaction, Joker Eren suddenly understood why Odin had exiled him to Earth in the first place. 10 minutes later, Joker Eren, now accompanied by a fully clothed Thor, arrived at a small fast food diner on the street corner. Chapter 202. 2 Big Mac combo meals, please. After placing the order with the restaurant's owner, who also worked as a part-time server, Joker Eren led Thor to a corner table in the fast food joint. Once seated, Thor, who now looked noticeably better, turned to Joker Eren and asked. Big Mac combo meal? Is this the signature dish of this tavern? Joker Eren nodded. I overheard people on the way saying that this place's Big Macs are quite good. So, I figured we'd give it a try. Is that so? Then I must truly savor it. You have no idea, I feel like I could eat a whole cow. Understandable. Thor hadn't eaten anything for over a day, and with his divine power sealed by Odin, combined with losing 2 large vials of blood thanks to Joker Eren, his body was in an incredibly weakened state. It would be surprising if he wasn't starving. Since fast food joints serve meals quickly, and it wasn't peak dining hours, it only took a few moments before the owner brought out their food. 2 Big Mac combo meals. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. The moment the delicious aroma hit Thor's nose, he immediately grabbed the massive burger and started devouring it with large, eager bites. In no time, Thor had finished everything on his tray. He then grabbed the icy cold Coca-Cola beside him, took a sip, then his eyes lit up in delight. This drink is excellent. I like it. Without hesitation, Thor downed the entire glass in one go. Then, as if following Asgardian customs, he raised his empty glass high and prepared to smash it on the ground. But just before the glass cup could shatter, Joker Eren twitched his fingers slightly, causing a thin silver thread to coil around the cup, pulling it back midair before it could break. After setting the cup safely back on the table, Joker Eren said casually. Smashing cups isn't really a thing here. In Midgard, unless you're deeply dissatisfied with the chef's cooking, people generally don't do that. Thor, who had been excited just moments ago, suddenly froze with an awkward expression. Ah, my apologies. In Asgardian feasts, smashing a cup is a sign that you want another drink. It is also a form of praise for the chef. I know. It's just a difference in customs. Joker Eren nodded calmly, then added. However, if you're going to continue living in Midgard, you should probably start adapting to its ways. Living in Midgard? No, I may have angered my father and been exiled here, but once he calms down, I will return to Asgard and explain everything to him. Return? If you can go back, that would certainly be ideal. Joker Eren's expression flickered subtly as he glanced at Thor. At that moment, Thor's stomach suddenly let out a loud grumble. That was quite good. Joker, my friend, can I have another serving? No, make it 2 more. Joker Eren chuckled. Of course. Turning to the counter, he called out. Another 2 Big Mac combo meals for this gentleman. Thanks. Thank you. Thor said sincerely. For all his recklessness, the Asgardian prince did possess proper etiquette and manners, as long as he wasn't being impulsive. Since he had just drained 2 vials of Thor's divine blood, Joker Eren decided to share some basic Midgard customs with him, things that would help Thor navigate life on Earth. Just as Thor started working through his 3rd meal, 3 figures passed by the restaurant's window. One of them, a young woman, suddenly gasped in shock as her eyes fell on Thor, who was busy devouring his food. Oh my God! He's here! Hearing the exclamation from outside, Joker Eren smirked at Thor. Well, the ones who hit you with their car last night are here. Looks like it's my cue to leave. My friend, are you leaving? Thor, still chewing, paused and looked at Joker Eren in surprise. Of course. Just like you, I have many things to take care of. As he spoke, Joker Eren pulled out a stack of cash from his coat and placed it in front of Thor. This is Midgard's currency. It should be enough to sustain you here for quite a while. Midgardian money? Realizing that he might be stuck here for some time, Thor did not refuse the gesture. Instead, he solemnly nodded and said. Thank you, Joker. When my father forgives me, I will host a grand feast for you in Asgard. I'll be looking forward to it. As Jane Foster and her companions pushed open the restaurant door, Joker Eren stood up from his seat. Then, before Thor's very eyes, he vanished into the restaurant's shadows. Just as Joker Eren was about to completely disappear, a small piece of paper fluttered from his hand. Oh, and one more thing, my friend, I'm sure you'll find this note interesting. Despite a full-grown man disappearing into thin air, no one else in the restaurant noticed. Even Jane Foster and her companions, who had just entered, seemed completely unaware of what had just transpired. Thor, having witnessed it firsthand, couldn't help but murmur to himself. Such masterful illusion magic, is Joker a Midgardian sorcerer? Shaking off his surprise, Thor reached out and grabbed the floating note. But the moment his eyes scanned the contents, his expression changed drastically. That night, a heavy storm poured down over Puente Antiguo. Raindrops pounded against the temporary shelters S.H.I.E.L.D. had set up near the crater. Meanwhile, Joker Eren, who had just returned from Las Cruces, where he resolved some issues with his arms-dealing contacts, was now lounging inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s monitoring room. Sitting atop a desk, he held a bucket of popcorn, watching the live surveillance footage of Thor beating the living hell out of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Against Thor's extensive combat experience and his superhuman physique, even while powerless, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highly trained agents were nothing more than mall security guards in comparison. Of course, this was partly because Coulson had ordered his men not to use firearms. Otherwise, in his current weakened state, Thor would have been turned into Swiss cheese within seconds. Inside the monitoring room, despite the bizarre sight of a man casually eating popcorn while watching classified surveillance footage, no one seemed to notice him. It was as if Joker Eren didn't exist at all. Meanwhile, in the crater's temporary containment area, Thor had just defeated another S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, a tall black operative. Covered in mud, Thor tore through the plastic sheeting of the makeshift tunnel, finally stepping in front of Mjolnir. Seeing the hammer before him, a smile of pure joy broke across Thor's face. "Hey, old friend, I've come to find you." Thor reached out for Mjolnir. At the same time, perched high up in a suspended basket, Hawkeye had already drawn his bow, his arrow aimed directly at Thor. Speaking into his earpiece, he muttered, "Last chance, sir." Standing at the exit of the tunnel, Coulson narrowed his eyes and responded in a low voice. "Wait. I want to see this." In the next instant, Thor's hand clasped the handle of Mjolnir. All around, Hawkeye, Coulson, and every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent held their breath, watching the moment unfold. Thor tightened his grip. Then, he pulled. But, much to his shock, just like everyone else before him, Mjolnir didn't budge an inch. Thor froze, stunned. Then, instinctively, he increased his strength. Seconds passed. Thor switched from one hand to both hands, veins bulging along his arms. But no matter how much power he exerted, Mjolnir remained unmoved. His expression shifted, from joyful excitement to confidence, then to shock, disbelief, and finally, fear. Boom! A bolt of lightning split the night sky, momentarily illuminating the downpour, casting an eerie glow over Thor's mud-covered, drenched figure. Thor, still gripping Mjolnir, his neck veins bulging, suddenly threw his head back and let out a furious, heart-wrenching roar filled with anger, frustration, and despair. "No!" His agonized shout echoed through the stormy night. No one knew how long it lasted. Finally, Thor's fingers loosened, and he collapsed onto the wet ground, his eyes vacant. The pouring rain struck his face, stinging like needles, yet his gaze remained fixed on the sky above. Pathetic. Apart from Joker Eren, no one present could truly understand the depth of Thor's despair. The hammer he had wielded his entire life, the one his father had given him, had now abandoned him. And that could only mean one thing. Odin's decree had stripped him of his right to be the god of thunder. Finishing the last piece of popcorn, Joker Eren flipped his wrist, making the now empty bucket disappear. He smirked. His gaze pierced through the rain, locking onto a tall figure approaching the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base surrounding Mjolnir. The figure was dressed in a sleek tailored suit, a scarf wrapped elegantly around his neck, and holding a black umbrella, Loki. "Finally, you're here." Just like Joker Eren. None of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents seemed to notice Loki emerging from the storm. Even the base's security cameras failed to register his presence. Of course, that didn't apply to Joker Eren. As if sensing Eren's gaze, Loki paused mid-step. Then, he slowly turned his head, his sharp emerald eyes meeting Joker Eren's, despite the distance. After a moment of silence, Loki's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke. "You can see me?" Joker Eren raised an eyebrow. "Is seeing you supposed to be difficult?" He then gave Loki a mocking glance and added, "I must say, you're even weaker than I expected, trickster god." Loki's once amused expression instantly darkened. "Very well, Midgardian. I shall teach you the price of insulting me." But before Loki could finish his sentence, a thin silver thread shot out, weaving into a delicate yet deadly web that rapidly expanded behind Joker Eren. A second later, a distorted silhouette flickered into existence behind him. Loki, who had just been standing meters away, suddenly materialized right behind Eren, forced out of his illusion. In his hand, a dagger gleaming with an icy blue aura, its blade razor-sharp, inscribed with countless runes. Had it not been for Joker Eren's silver-threaded trap, Loki's blade would have already been buried in his lower back. Given the deadly enchantments on the dagger, even Joker Eren might have found himself in serious trouble if caught off guard. As the real Loki appeared, the illusory Loki standing several meters away vanished in a flicker of light. For the first time, Loki's composed mask faltered. If Joker Eren had spotted him the first time, it could have been chalked up to mere carelessness, perhaps he had been too arrogant, underestimating Midgardians. But now, Joker Eren had once again exposed his deception with ease, forcing him out of his illusion before he could even strike. This wasn't just carelessness, it was a complete failure. Loki's mind raced. How? Before he could process the situation fully, Joker Eren sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Heh. So this is all the so-called trickster god is capable of. Chapter 203. Seeing this lowly mortal dare to mock him once more, Loki felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. However, at that moment, a chilling aura suddenly burst from his body. Under the icy stimulation, Loki's eyes flashed red, but he quickly regained his composure. With the casket of ancient winters keeping his emotions in check, Loki's expression grew cold and calculating as he narrowed his eyes at Joker Eren, his gaze brimming with dangerous intent. You're deliberately trying to provoke me? Joker Eren's clairvoyance allowed him to detect the fleeting yet terrifying presence concealed within Loki's body. Realizing what it was, Eren immediately abandoned the idea of extracting a sample of frost giant blood from Loki. Unlike Thor, who had been rendered powerless and could be toyed with, Loki was much trickier to handle. Despite appearing weaker than the super warriors of Asgard, Loki still possessed the strength of the frost giants, far surpassing any ordinary human. Not to mention, Asgard was currently under his rule. With Odin in deep slumber and Thor exiled, Loki had seized power and raided Odin's vault, gathering an arsenal of powerful artifacts. If Joker Eren's guess was correct, the chilling aura that momentarily burst from Loki, bringing him back to his senses, must have been from the casket of ancient winters. Though the presence was brief, Joker Eren had clearly sensed its terrifying power. A power even more dangerous than Mjolnir. The moment he felt that trace of frost, Joker Eren's instincts had nearly frozen over. But that was no surprise. After all, the casket of ancient winters was the ultimate treasure of the frost giants, said to possess the ability to freeze entire worlds. In terms of sheer power level, it was arguably above Mjolnir. Mjolnir was merely one of the many divine weapons Odin commissioned from the Dwarven King, while the casket of ancient winters was the very essence of the frost giant's legacy, containing a cosmic scale power of absolute cold. Had Loki fully awakened his frost giant heritage, allowing him to harness the casket's full potential, he would have been an opponent far more dangerous than Thor. What a shame. Watching Loki regain his composure, Joker Eren retracted his psychic influence, no longer attempting to manipulate the trickster's emotions. Provoke? Hardly. I merely wanted to see if Asgard's shortest reigning king is even worth my time. Loki scoffed, his smirk returning. Asgard's shortest reigning king? Are you still trying to provoke me? Odin was asleep. Thor was exiled. By Asgardian law, Loki had legitimately inherited the throne. Yet, this mortal was mocking his rule, suggesting it would be short-lived. If that wasn't provocation, then what was it? Joker Eren merely shook his head. No provocation. Just a statement of fact, about the future. Before Loki could respond, Joker Eren continued. But compared to that guy in there, at least you got to be king. He never ruled a single day. Loki's expression shifted slightly. At first, he had assumed Joker Eren was siding with Thor. But after hearing that last remark, perhaps not. After a moment of contemplation, Loki narrowed his eyes and asked. Who, exactly are you? Joker Eren grinned and tapped his chest. You, son of Odin, wouldn't be as ignorant as your brute of a brother, would you? Surely, you've heard of Midgard's Sorcerer Supreme. Sorcerer Supreme. Loki's eyes flickered. He had read about them in Asgard's ancient texts, guardians of Midgard, protectors of its mystical balance. The strongest among them was said to be a master of time, a seer of the future, someone even Odin respected. Could this man be one of them? For the first time, Loki's dismissive attitude faded, and he truly examined Joker Eren. But then, a realization struck him. If this man was a sorcerer supreme, then what did his words mean? Loki's expression subtly changed. Joker Eren smirked. Then, reaching into the void, he grabbed something out of thin air. A moment later, a vibrantly colored umbrella popped into existence in his hand. Poof! Joker Eren snapped it open and turned to Loki. This isn't the right place for a discussion. If you truly want to know your future, come have a chat with me. And with that. Without waiting for Loki's response, Joker Eren stepped into the rain and disappeared into the storm. Loki's gaze followed him. After a few moments, he let out a low scoff. Humph. A trickster trying to fool me? We'll see about that. Casting one last cold glance at Thor, now shackled by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Loki ultimately turned away. And followed Joker Eren into the storm. A hill overlooking the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Joker Eren didn't go far. He climbed to the highest vantage point, from which he could oversee S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary base surrounding Mjolnir. Holding his umbrella, he stood in the rain, waiting. Before long. A smirk appeared on his lips. He could already hear Loki approaching. You came. Loki ignored the greeting, his eyes fixed on Joker Eren. What exactly did you mean by your words earlier? Joker Eren chuckled. Oh. You mean what I said about your future? Loki's eyes narrowed. Joker Eren sighed theatrically. Well, since you've heard of the Sorcerer Supreme, then you must also know that our greatest skill is. He leaned slightly closer and whispered. Observing time and foreseeing the future. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, Joker Eren grinned. And I just so happen to have seen your fate, Loki. Loki stiffened. Joker Eren's voice turned low and knowing. So, Loki, how about a trade? 10 minutes later. Loki's expression was darker than ever. The trickster god rarely showed his emotions, but whatever Joker Eren had revealed in their conversation had clearly shaken him. Without another word, Loki turned back toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, now filled with newfound determination. His gaze locked onto Thor, still restrained within the facility. Taking a deep breath, Loki vanished into thin air, using his illusion magic to slip undetected into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. As Loki moved through the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, none of the agents detected the presence of an invisible intruder among them. Before long, Loki, still hidden from sight, arrived outside the holding cell where Thor was imprisoned. Through the reinforced glass, he saw his brother sitting lifelessly, his once bright eyes now void of all spirit. A simple gesture of magic, and the agent interrogating Thor, Coulson, was lured away, unknowingly stepping out of the room. The moment the door opened, Loki brushed past Coulson, slipping inside without being noticed. The door sealed shut once more, and with a subtle wave of his hand, Loki shrouded the cell in illusion, ensuring no outside surveillance could perceive his presence. Thor, whose eyes had been dull and lifeless, lit up the moment he saw Loki. Sitting up abruptly, he asked. Loki? What are you doing here? Loki smiled faintly. I came to see you. Noticing Loki's grim expression, Thor's brows furrowed. What's wrong? Tell me, was it because of Jotunheim? I will explain everything to father. Originally, Loki had planned to lie to Thor, to tell him that Odin was dead. But recalling what Joker Eren had said earlier, he decided to alter his approach. Shaking his head slightly, he spoke in a low tone. I'm afraid, father can no longer hear you. Thor's heart clenched. His expression shifted as he exclaimed, What? Before I left Asgard, father fell into the Odin sleep. Before Thor could react, Loki continued speaking. Father is old, Thor. His body can no longer contain the vast power within him. Mother said he should have entered the Odin sleep long ago to recover, but he kept delaying it, because he worried about us. He worried about Asgard. That is why he hesitated to start a war. But you ruined everything. Loki's voice darkened. After dragging us out of Jotunheim, father could no longer suppress the raging power inside him. His body, already exhausted, finally collapsed in front of me and fell into the Odin sleep. Mother fears that this time, he may never wake up. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. The father he had idolized as invincible, the mighty Odin, was now so weak he might never awaken. He struggled to accept it. But at the same time, everything that had happened suddenly made sense. No wonder. No wonder the father who had conquered the 9 realms suddenly seemed so hesitant and overly merciful. No wonder he had refused to go to war. No wonder he had banished Thor to Earth after his reckless attack on Jotunheim. The thought that his father might never wake up sent Thor into a panic. Loki. Take me back. I must see father. No. Loki's response was immediate and firm. You know very well that father himself banished you here. I cannot defy his will. Then, he paused for a moment before adding with a sigh. Besides, war with Jotunheim is imminent. Given your current state, powerless and unable to lift Mjolnir, it's far safer for you to remain in Midgard. Perhaps, father foresaw this all along. His every action carries deeper meaning. Thor fell silent, his hands clenching into fists. Loki shook his head, speaking once more. Enough talk. With father in Odin's sleep, I have assumed the throne. But without his presence, my rule is weak. The Jotuns, sensing an opportunity, may soon attack Asgard. Without father, and without you, Asgard is vulnerable. Loki's expression hardened, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. But don't worry, I already have a plan. Trust me, I will take care of everything. Saying this, Loki subtly turned away, preparing to leave. But just as he moved, something small and nearly invisible fell from his sleeve, a tiny spider that silently crawled into Thor's pocket. Loki's voice was calm as he spoke. By the way, since you are powerless now, Midgard may not be safe for you. Take this. This is an 8-eyed spider. It will watch over you. With its protection, at least you won't die at the hands of some random mortals. Thor glanced at the small creature in his pocket. The 8-eyed spider was a rare Asgardian beast, known for its heightened danger sense. Though it was small, its venom was strong enough to kill a whale instantly. For a powerless Thor, it was indeed a useful guardian. Thor sighed. Thank you, Loki, but could you have chosen a different pet? You know I don't like spiders. But before Thor could finish his complaint, Loki's figure vanished, leaving no trace behind. Thor reached out instinctively as if trying to grab his departing brother, but his hand froze in midair before slowly dropping back down. With a bitter smile, he muttered under his breath. Thank you for coming, Loki. Goodbye. Just then, Coulson re-entered the room, giving Thor a puzzled look. Goodbye. I just got back. Now invisible once again, Loki stepped out of the holding cell. Hearing Thor's last words, a mocking smile crept onto his lips. My foolish brother, you are far too easy to deceive. Chapter 204. Loki smirked disdainfully as he made his way through the crowd. Amidst a group of people dressed in white protective suits, scanning the area with detection instruments, he arrived at the spot where the mighty Mjolnir lay. Gazing at the once exclusive artifact of Thor, Loki's left hand twitched slightly. Unable to resist, he reached out and placed his hand on the hammer's handle, attempting to lift it. However, just as before, Loki's strength could not move Mjolnir in the slightest. Unwilling to accept this, he placed his other hand on the handle as well, channeling both his magic and divine power. Yet, even as he gritted his teeth and exerted every ounce of strength, Mjolnir remained completely immovable. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Loki quickly abandoned the attempt. Just as I thought. Even though I have now inherited the crown of Asgard, Mjolnir, as an Asgardian artifact, still refuses to acknowledge me. In their eyes, the blood of the frost giants flowing through me still makes me an outsider, doesn't it? Just wait. I will prove that, compared to Thor, I am the true and rightful heir to Asgard's throne. Loki glanced up at the sky, adjusted his attire, and left the temporary base without hesitation. As the Rainbow Bridge once again shimmered across the cosmos. In a small two-story inn in Puente Antiguo, Joker Eren sat on the rooftop, sensing the significant increase in the chaotic energy within him. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. You say you don't believe, but your body sure is honest. With a teasing remark, Joker Eren mused to himself, I wonder how much this little trait of mine will change things. But knowing Loki's personality, the final outcome is probably. Shaking his head, he downed a vial of nutrient solution and sat cross-legged on the bed, emptying his mind as he began meditating on the cosmic mind meditation technique. When it came to training, he seemed even more obsessive than his true self. Meanwhile, Chinatown, New York. Eren had just finished his shower and was about to lie down to begin his meditation when a series of panicked screams erupted from downstairs, accompanied by the anguished groans of a man. Hearing that all-too-familiar voice, Eren's pupils shrank slightly before he vanished from sight in an instant. First floor of Eren's house. Covered in blood, Happy Hogan gritted his teeth as he carried Tony Stark, whose nose and mouth were dripping with blood, rushing through Eren's front door. The moment Happy stepped inside, Pepper slammed the thick security door shut behind them with a loud bang. Before she could even catch her breath, Happy roughly placed Tony onto the living room sofa. Blood continued to drip from his back as he grabbed Pepper and pulled her away from the door. "Don't stand here. That madman's whip can tear right through this security door." After warning her, Happy looked at Pepper with a serious expression. "Pepper, find some bandages and stop Tony's bleeding, I'll guard the door." Though Happy was usually carefree and playful, in moments of crisis, he was surprisingly reliable. Seeing his serious demeanor, Pepper quickly nodded. "All right. Be careful, Happy. I already called the police, they should be here soon. We just need to hold out until they arrive." As one of New York's most prominent billionaires, Tony Stark's safety was a top priority for the NYPD. After all, besides being wealthy, Tony was also the department's largest private sponsor. For a police force constantly strapped for funds, Tony was like a golden goose. They wouldn't let anything happen to him. So when Pepper's emergency call came through, the top brass of the NYPD was immediately alarmed. They wasted no time dispatching units from precincts near Chinatown to handle the situation. However, even with their swift response, it would still take time to locate and rescue Tony, who had barely escaped from a terrifying assailant. "Don't worry, I know what to do." While speaking, Happy grabbed a table lamp from the entrance and cautiously pressed himself against the wall by the door, prepared to use the lamp against any intruder that might burst in. At the same time, he swore to himself that next time, no matter how uncomfortable it was, he would always carry the kind gun with him instead of leaving it in the car. If he had brought it with him, he wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. Pepper, seeing Happy's tense stance, whispered, "Be careful." Then, she rushed toward the cabinet where she remembered Eren keeping his medical supplies. As Eren sprinted down from the third floor, he was greeted by the sight of Pepper frantically searching through drawers, while Happy crouched behind the door, gripping the lamp with utmost vigilance. His gaze then shifted to Tony, lying semi-conscious on the couch, his body covered in burns and wounds, the stench of scorched flesh lingering around him. Frowning slightly, Eren looked at Pepper and asked, "Aunt Pepper, what happened? And doesn't Tony have his Iron Man suit? How did he end up like this?" Hearing Eren's voice, Pepper didn't answer his question. Instead, she anxiously asked, "Eren, do you remember where the first aid kit is? I swear it was here before." "To your left, top cabinet, second shelf." While responding, Eren walked toward Tony's couch. Then, he glanced at Happy, who was still holding up the lamp, and said, "The lamp you're holding was my grandma's favorite. You should put it back. If you're looking for something to defend yourself with, check the first drawer of that cabinet. You'll find a much better option there." Hearing Eren's words, Happy's face turned slightly awkward. "Sorry, I didn't know it was a keepsake." Quickly, he set the old lamp back in place and followed Eren's instructions, opening the drawer. Inside, a silver handgun gleamed under the dim light. "Good." Seeing the firearm, Happy's eyes lit up. He wasted no time in grabbing it from the drawer. After checking the magazine, Happy swiftly snapped it back into place, chambered around, and cautiously returned to his position behind the wall. However, compared to before, now that he held a gun in his hands, there was significantly less panic in his demeanor. Meanwhile, by another cabinet, Pepper finally spotted the large first aid kit she had seen in Eren's house before. "Found it." A look of relief flashed across her face as she grabbed the heavy kit and rushed toward Tony, who was still groaning on the sofa. However, just as she reached his side, she saw something unexpected. Eren had roughly torn away the blood-soaked fabric stuck to Tony Stark's mangled back. Casually tossing aside the shredded, crimson-stained fabric, Eren extended his right hand, hovering it above Tony's wounds. Intermediate holy light healing. In the next second, a soft, milky white glow gathered in Eren's palm before descending upon Tony's back under the astonished gazes of Pepper and Happy. As soon as the light, roughly the size of a soccer ball, made contact with Tony's wounds, a dazzling burst of white light erupted from his back, instantly illuminating the entire room. At the same time, that brilliant flash of divine light, which momentarily bathed Eren's entire house, also caught the attention of Ivan Vanko, who had been tracking Tony and Happy's blood trail through the streets. Holding a toothpick between his teeth, Ivan's upper body was strapped with a strange mechanical device, and his hands gripped two menacing energy whips. A sinister grin appeared on his face. Found you. As he spoke, he flicked his wrists, cracking the energy whips in the air with a deafening snap. Electric sparks danced along the length of the whips, radiating a dangerous aura. Without hesitation, Ivan dragged the electrified whips along the pavement, sending a trail of sparks flying as he sprinted toward the illuminated house. Inside Eren's house. As the blinding white light faded, Pepper gasped and covered her mouth in shock. Oh my God! The first aid kit she had been carrying slipped from her fingers and thudded onto the carpeted floor. But neither she nor Happy paid any attention to it. Their entire focus was on Tony Stark. Just a moment ago, his back had been a gruesome mess of burns and torn flesh. Now, aside from a few faint pink scars, his skin looked completely unscathed. Moreover, the heavily injured and semi-conscious Tony had quickly regained full awareness, letting out a low groan as he woke up. Regaining his senses, Tony instinctively reached back, running his hands over his now healed skin. After tracing his fingers along his back multiple times, confirming that his wounds were truly gone, he let out a relieved sigh and turned to Pepper. See? I was right to come here. Pepper, still in shock, furrowed her brows slightly. So this is why you insisted I bring you here after that lunatic almost killed you? You knew Eren could heal you? After speaking, she glanced between Tony and Eren before crossing her arms. You two owe me an explanation. Tony. Eren. Still gripping his gun, Happy, who had been watching the miraculous healing unfold, suddenly felt the throbbing pain in his own back. With a weak voice, he muttered, Hey, if it's possible, can I get a dose of that too? Tony, you know how much that damn whip hurts. As he spoke, he deliberately straightened his posture to emphasize his own bloody and torn back. While trying to protect Tony, Happy had been lashed by Ivan's whip, and a large chunk of flesh had been scorched away. His injuries weren't as severe as Tony's, but they were far from minor. The fact that he had held out until now was proof of his sheer willpower. So when he saw Tony fully healed in an instant, he couldn't help but request the same treatment. Hearing Happy's plea, Tony immediately turned to Eren. Hey, Eren, could you heal Happy too? Boom. Before Tony could finish his sentence, a deafening electric crackle and an explosion erupted just outside the house. The thick, reinforced front door trembled violently from the impact, as if it had just been struck by a devastating force. Take cover. Startled by the explosion, Happy instinctively shouted while ducking behind the wall. He tightened his grip on the gun, his eyes locked on the trembling door, ready for whatever came next. Tony, also startled, immediately moved in front of Pepper, shielding her with his body. Seeing this, Eren nodded slightly in approval before quickly saying, Tony, take Aunt Pepper and hide in the basement. No, I'm staying. You and Pepper should go instead. Tony's voice was firm, but hearing his response, a strange look flickered through Eren's eyes. You want me to hide? Are you sure? Chapter 205. Faced with Eren's half-smirking gaze, Tony Stark suddenly felt a little awkward. A moment ago, his instinctive reaction was to tell Eren, a student still in school, and Pepper, a civilian, to hide in the basement. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he remembered, Eren was far from an ordinary student. In fact, Eren was the very person he had come to for help. No one understood Eren's power better than Tony Stark, who had personally witnessed him summon a six-winged angel. That was precisely why, after enjoying a Chinese dinner with Pepper, Tony insisted on coming to Eren's place the moment he was ambushed by that whip-wielding lunatic. Because he knew. Compared to waiting for uncertain reinforcements, staying near Eren was the safest option. And reality proved him right. Who else but Eren, who could summon angels, could instantly heal his back wounds? But that realization also made Tony feel even more embarrassed under Eren's amused gaze. Not wanting to embarrass Tony too much in front of Pepper, Eren only teased him lightly before asking, Alright, now can you tell me who exactly is the guy banging on my door? And don't you have your Iron Man suit? How did you end up getting beaten this badly? Don't even mention it, Tony grumbled. Pepper and I had just finished dinner and were heading back when that lunatic attacked. My Mark V suit was still in its case, I didn't even get the chance to put it on before that bastard wrecked it. If I had my suit on, he wouldn't have stood a chance, even if there were 10 of him. As he spoke, the awkwardness on Tony's face faded into a serious expression. I don't know who that lunatic is, but he's dangerous. He's extremely skilled with whips, and he's wearing some sort of energy-conducting device that makes his whips emit high-frequency destructive energy. That guy sliced my armored car in half with a single strike. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I'd be in two pieces right now. Wait a second. Mid-sentence, Tony's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Eren's front door, which was still holding firm despite the constant pounding from the energy whips outside. Hold on, what the hell is your door made of? My high-end bulletproof car got cut in half in one hit, but your door is still standing after all this? If someone was selling doors made of this material, Tony Stark definitely wanted to install a few in his own house. After listening to Tony's description, Eren quickly pieced together the identity of the attacker. If he was right, the guy outside trying to break down his door was none other than Ivan Vanko, aka Whiplash. Sure, Vanko's father had collaborated with Howard Stark to develop the prototype of the arc reactor before being deported to Russia. There were some shady dealings involved, no doubt. But that still wasn't a good enough reason for the guy to be wrecking his house. Eren's home, reinforced multiple times over, had a significantly enhanced defense. However, even with its improvements, it wasn't invincible, especially against the sustained, high-frequency attacks from Whiplash's energy whips. With that in mind, Eren ignored Tony's questions and turned to Pepper. "Aunt Pepper, take Happy to the basement to patch up his wounds. Once I'm done dealing with the guy outside, you can come back up." As he spoke, Eren subtly glanced at Tony. But before he could say anything else, Tony spoke first. "I'm not going anywhere. Relax, buddy, I am Iron Man. I won't get in your way. Sorry, but in my eyes, Iron Man without his suit is weaker than a regular soldier. So, you're going to sit tight in the basement." Eren scoffed, crossing his arms. "As for your attacker, trust me, I'll handle it. You've seen my power before." Tony didn't doubt Eren's strength. After all, this guy could summon a six-winged angel. That crazy whip-wielding maniac outside might be dangerous, but if Eren really wanted to, he could just summon that angel again and end it in an instant. Still, that last comment stung. Sure, Eren was just stating the truth, but did he really have to humiliate Tony like that in front of Pepper? Tony clenched his jaw. Fine. He had to build a more portable, instantly deployable suit. His Mark V armor was already compacted into a suitcase, making it much more convenient than his previous models. But during this ambush, he hadn't even had the chance to put it on before getting seriously injured. And now, that carefully designed Mark V suitcase had been destroyed alongside his armored car before it even saw action. Never again. He would make something better. Even though Tony was irritated, he still ended up being shoved into the basement by Eren. While Tony had discovered some of Eren's hidden abilities during the Harlem incident, there were still things Eren didn't want him to know just yet. As for Happy, despite casting a pitiful look at Eren, he reluctantly followed Pepper and Tony downstairs, gritting his teeth as his wounded back throbbed in pain. Bang! The basement door slammed shut. Then, Eren made a gesture, commanding Oddball to lock the door from the outside. With that taken care of, Eren waved his hand. Oddball, let the guy outside in. If we let him keep going, he's actually going to break the door down. Click. Following Eren's command, the battered front door, which had been barely holding together under Whiplash's relentless attacks, swung open. Outside Eren's house. Sparks crackled and arced across Ivan Vanko's body as he stood outside, energy whips humming in his hands. He had just been about to increase his output, intending to blast this absurdly sturdy door into oblivion. But before he could act, the door opened on its own. It opened. He blinked in surprise. Then, spotting the scrawny figure standing in the doorway, Ivan narrowed his eyes, as if piecing something together. With a smirk, he spat out the toothpick in his mouth. Then, without hesitation, he cranked the power on his energy whips to their maximum setting. Electric currents surged through the glowing weapons, illuminating the street in a deadly light. Silently raising his guard, Ivan Vanko nevertheless strode into Eren's house with exaggerated confidence. Under the fluorescent ceiling lights, he glanced at the bloodstains scattered across the floor and sofa. Then, wrapped in the crackling glow of his energy-conducting device, he spoke coldly. "Kid, if you don't want to die, hand over the people who just ran into your house. Otherwise, I won't mind letting you have a taste of my whip." As he finished, a sinister grin spread across his face, making him look even more like the villain he was. But instead of being intimidated, Eren simply waved his hand. Oddball, close the door. The moment Eren gave the command. Bang! The heavy front door behind Ivan slammed shut, sealing him inside. In that instant, The arrogance on Ivan's face vanished, replaced by alarm. His right hand whip cracked through the air with a thunderous snap, aiming directly at Eren's waist with lethal intent. The strike was swift, deadly. Clearly intended to kill. But just as Ivan attacked, the floor beneath him suddenly collapsed into a pitch-black pit. At the same time, 6 sharp spikes shot out from the ground, targeting his vital points. Shit. Sensing danger the moment the door closed behind him, Ivan had planned to take down Eren first before dealing with any other threats. But this sudden trap completely disrupted his plan. If things continued like this, sure, his whip might split Eren in half, but Ivan himself would be skewered like a porcupine. Realizing the danger, he quickly redirected his energy whip, flinging it upward and wrapping it around the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Using the chandelier for support, he managed to halt his rapid descent. And then, with a powerful yank, he propelled himself back upward. At the same time, his other hand remained active. His second energy whip lashed out like a serpent, crackling with electricity, cutting through 4 of the spikes before they could impale him. But it was still a fraction too slow. Just as his whip struck the 5th spike, the 6th spike, coming from behind, pierced straight through his right calf. Arg! Before Ivan could even cry out, from within the dark pit below, a massive, fanged mouth suddenly lunged upward, snapping toward him. No! As Ivan's face twisted in terror, a silver bullet soared through the air in a beautiful arc. Bang! A clean, precise shot. Straight through his forehead. Ivan Vanko's energy whips might have been powerful. But for someone like Eren, dealing with a high attack, low defense, low health enemy only required a single bullet. Blowing away the faint wisp of smoke rising from his suppressor, Eren casually flicked his wrist. And the silver handgun vanished from sight, disappearing into whatever concealed space he had hidden it in. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko, his brain blown out, his expression still frozen in disbelief, fell lifelessly into the darkness, his consciousness plunging into eternal oblivion. At the same moment, a notification echoed in Eren's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating Whiplash Ivan Vanko ahead of time, causing ripples in the river of fate. The fate balance has successfully absorbed 1,000 fate points. Just 1,000 fate points. As the main villain of Iron Man 2, Ivan Vanko's worth seemed a little low. Then again, it made sense. At this point in time, his fate energy hadn't yet peaked. If this had been the fully upgraded version of Whiplash, backed by Hammer Industries, commanding an army of drones, and equipped with a full-fledged Iron Whiplash armor, his fate points payout would have been much higher. But, well, timing was everything. Sighing in mild disappointment, Eren gestured to Little Monster. Dispose of the body. With that, Ivan Vanko's corpse was swiftly dragged away. As for the miniature arc reactor and his energy whip apparatus, Eren thought for a moment before tossing them to Oddball. Right now, he had no real use for these things. Instead of letting them gather dust in storage, he figured Oddball might be able to absorb and repurpose them. After all, Oddball was Eren's ultimate defense system. If it could integrate the energy whip technology, his home would gain yet another powerful line of defense. Chapter 206. Just as Ivan Vanko's corpse fell deep within the Oddball's body, when flesh and soul were about to be broken down into the most basic particles to become a building block of a fortress, a chilling wind blew over Eren's body from nowhere. Following that, a layer of gray-black mist suddenly appeared out of thin air, enveloping the Oddball. The moment the gray-black mist rose, an indescribable, terrifying aura swept over. The intangible pressure made Eren's breathing hitch, and his expression grew more solemn than ever before. This aura, as the black mist, carried by the ominous wind, appeared before him, that familiar, dreadful aura instantly brought Eren back to the encounter he had outside Tony Stark's mansion after killing Obadiah. The same aura, the same terror. But back then, his back was turned to Obadiah. Although he sensed the horror behind him, he did not see what happened to Obadiah with his own eyes. This time, however, he was witnessing this terror firsthand. It was a shudder that rose from the depths of his soul, an unspeakable terror. Vaguely, Eren seemed to see, deep within the gray-black mist before him, a terrifying gaze silently and invisibly landing upon him. Under that gaze, Eren's exposed skin began sprouting dense, dark red fur, and beneath the fur, strands of grayish-white flesh were constantly wriggling. Even worse, a crack silently appeared at the center of Eren's forehead, and an indescribably evil aura quickly spread from within that crack. In just one breath, Eren's body underwent a horrific mutation under that indescribable gaze. And this mutation continued to spread across Eren's body at an even more terrifying speed. If anyone were to see this eerie scene, they would undoubtedly feel their blood run cold and their hair stand on end. Those with weaker minds might even lose their sanity under this bizarre corruption. Just being watched by that strange gaze was enough to cause signs of losing control within Eren's body, despite him having advanced to the rank of magician. This alone proved how terrifying the gray-black mist before him was. And if Eren's body began mutating just from being looked at by the gaze within the gray-black mist, then what kind of experience was the oddball, currently enveloped by the mist, going through? The gray-black mist was so terrifying that Eren feared that if he looked too deeply into it, he might catch a glimpse of some indescribable existence. Therefore, he dared not cast even the slightest glance into the depths of the mist. For this reason. At this moment, Eren had no idea that despite the risk of losing control, the oddball he was worried about was feeling rather comfortable. Unexpectedly. Despite being wrapped in a black mist, the oddball was not harmed at all. On the contrary, it seemed to be thriving, like a fish in water, looking exceptionally cheerful. Specks of gray-black mist continuously merged into the oddball's body under some unknown power, causing its garbage can-like body to undergo some kind of unknown transformation. At the same time as the oddball's body changed, Ivan Vanko's body, which had been swallowed by the oddball, was instantly burned to ashes by some unknown force. The moment his body was burned, Ivan Vanko's soul, filled with obsession and unwillingness, seemed to be nourished by some unknown force, twisting and growing strands of gray-black. Before this distorted soul could fully transform, a sinister wind swept it up from within the oddball's stomach, dragging it into the depths of the gray-black mist. The gray-black mist came quickly and left just as fast. After dragging away Ivan Vanko's twisted soul, it disappeared strangely and without a trace right before Eren's eyes. Eren, who had been watching the entire time, did not even realize how the gray-black mist vanished. If not for his nearly out-of-control body and the now considerably slimmer oddball that had absorbed the gray-black mist, it would seem as if the gray-black mist had never appeared at all. A cold wind blew by. After the gray-black mist had dispersed, Eren, who was only 2 or 3 steps away from losing control, took several deep, heavy breaths. Through the mental will of the meditation realm, he forcibly consolidated his mind, which was turning toward madness and chaos, and then stumbled backward, collapsing onto the blood-stained, tattered sofa that bore traces of Tony Stark's blood. Sitting on the sofa, Eren quickly closed his eyes. He began visualizing the brain of the universe. Through the meditation technique of the brain of the universe, Eren continuously modified and purified his chaotic and twisted spirituality, suppressing the signs of losing control over his own body. As the meditation technique continued to operate and Eren's consciousness corrected itself. About 10 minutes later, the gray-white flesh buds and dense dark-red fur that had grown on his body gradually receded, slowly merging back into Eren's flesh. However, the evil crack at the center of Eren's forehead, which seemed to be nurturing something, remained steadfast and unmoving. The crack at the center of his forehead continuously released an evil aura, resisting Eren's efforts to correct himself. Just as Eren's willpower clashed against the crack that was nurturing some unknown evil. The trace of purifying light that Eren had not completely exhausted before and which had instead merged into his body, suddenly surged out from his heart and swiftly flowed toward the crack at the center of his forehead. The moment the purifying light touched the crack on Eren's forehead, a powerful cleansing aura erupted. Purify. Purify, purify. Holy radiance shone. Under the illumination of that sacred purifying light, the crack on Eren's forehead was severely damaged and could not sustain itself. After less than a second of resistance, it melted away like ice under the sun. With the evil aura dissipated, the crack at the center of Eren's forehead also slowly healed under Eren's control. Once the eerie crack on his forehead was fully healed, Eren slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with exhaustion. Ha! Letting out a deep breath, Eren slowly sat up from the sofa. He stretched out his hands and looked at his palms, the flesh beneath the skin seeming to squirm slightly. A bitter smile appeared on Eren's face. This, really was trouble that came out of nowhere. In the dead of night. Not only was he bombarded by someone knocking at his door like a madman, but just after dealing with one enemy, he had to encounter this damned, unreasonable gray-black mist. If that gray-black mist hadn't dispersed quickly, Eren might have completely lost control under that vague, terrifying gaze within the mist. Even now, though he had barely managed to correct the twisted thoughts and spirituality within his body, it would likely take at least 10 days or half a month for him to fully return to normal. And if it weren't for that trace of purifying light erupting to help him purify the evil eye that was growing at the center of his forehead, forget 10 days or half a month. Relying solely on himself, it might take Eren months to suppress the loss of control within his body, and there was even the possibility of being further affected by that corruption. Suffering such an ordeal out of nowhere. At this moment, Eren's mood was extremely foul. If it weren't for the 1,000 fate points he gained from killing Ivan Vanko, his expression would have been even darker. Wait. Oddball. Suppressing the twisted and chaotic spirituality and will within him, Eren's rationality finally returned, and he instantly remembered the oddball that had been shrouded by the gray-black mist. Before Eren could even glance at the place where the oddball had been covered, a wet, slimy tongue carefully stretched towards Eren's exhausted face. Wait, don't lick my face. He called out instinctively, and just as he caught a glimpse of the oddball poking out beside him from the corner of his eye, the tension in his heart slowly eased. It's fine, that's good. After communicating with the oddball, Eren's expression became strange. From their interaction, he learned that the gray-black mist that nearly drove him insane just by standing outside of it didn't harm the oddball at all. Instead, it seemed to benefit from it quite a bit. Looking at the oddball's noticeably slimmer body, along with the two whip-like appendages waving through the air from its sides, Eren silently shook his head. Comparisons truly are odious. According to the oddball, the gray-black mist not only enhanced its various abilities but also helped it absorb the energy whips from Vanko's whiplash and merge them into its own body. Yes. Those two whip-like limbs growing from either side of the oddball's body. Although they looked nothing like the energy whips Ivan Vanko wielded, if the oddball wanted to, it could unleash the same kind of power and destruction as those energy whips. Moreover, the length of these two whips could continuously extend according to the oddball's strength. Currently, if the oddball exerted itself fully, those two arms could even reach around the entire outside of the house. In other words, not only did the oddball gain two new arms, but the energy whips greatly enriched its offensive capabilities, significantly boosting its overall strength. Even the house under Eren's feet seemed to have received some unknown benefit from that gray-black mist. Thinking it over, Eren concluded that the gray-black mist's favorable treatment of the oddball likely had something to do with the original imprint it was born with. That original imprint originated from a mark of an evil god. Speaking of which, the oddball's birth was inseparable from that evil god's mark. And evil gods were always strange and terrifying beings. Who knew if the gray-black mist that had appeared and disappeared just now was related to the evil god connected to the oddball's origin mark? Maybe that gray-black mist took care of the oddball because it recognized something. Of course. This was just Eren's guess. As for the real truth, only the gray-black mist itself would know. This time, it was obvious that the gray-black mist was targeting the dead Ivan Vanko. Although Eren had blown Vanko's head off, according to the oddball, Vanko's flesh and soul were still taken away by the gray-black mist. Speaking of which, when Eren killed Obadiah before, the gray-black mist had also taken his soul, turning him into a stronger ironmonger than in the original story. Could it be the same this time? Was Ivan Vanko going to be transformed into some unknown existence by whatever being lurked within that gray-black mist? Thinking of this, Eren's expression changed. If that was the case, then Tony Stark's danger was far from over. But speaking of which, why was it always Tony Stark? Obadiah was Stark's destined adversary, and now Ivan Vanko was too. Was there something special about all of Stark's enemies? Or was there something strange about Tony himself that made the gray-black mist give special treatment to his enemies? Although he couldn't figure it out, for Pepper's sake, Eren decided he would warn Tony Stark later. After resting on the sofa for a few more minutes and finally catching his breath, Eren headed towards the basement. Since the Vanko who came after Tony had already been killed, there was no need for Pepper and the others to stay in the basement any longer. At the same time that Eren was dealing with the Ivan who attacked Tony. In a dilapidated apartment building with decor styled after the 1930s and 40s. Steve stared with a grim expression at the 10 bugs and 3 miniature cameras spread out on the table before him. Chapter 207. These bugs and miniature cameras were what Steve had just found in his own house. Judging from the placement and angles of the bugs and cameras, it was easy to determine that Steve's every move within this house was being monitored from every angle, without a single blind spot. Even the most private place, the bathroom, wasn't spared. These were just the ones Steve managed to find. As for those hidden too well to be discovered, who knew how many more bugs and cameras were still around? God only knows how many bugs and cameras S.H.I.E.L.D. had hidden within every nook and cranny of this house. Just thinking about how he had been living under someone's surveillance all this time filled even the usually cheerful Captain America with extreme dissatisfaction and fury. Originally, after waking up from the long icebound slumber, Steve still held a favorable impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury, who rescued him from under the icy sea. But now, all that goodwill had rapidly faded away in the midst of his anger and dissatisfaction. After all, nobody likes their privacy being invaded. Especially such a comprehensive, all-encompassing invasion. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Steve placed all the bugs and cameras he found on the table before him, a knock sounded from outside his door. Meanwhile, Fury, who had just returned from Alexander Pierce's place and successfully convinced him to postpone the Insight project, received a call from Agent Sharon Carter, the one he had arranged to monitor Steve Rogers' every move. Director, the captain has discovered our surveillance. He just came back and found a lot of bugs and cameras throughout his house. And as time goes on, that number is only increasing. The moment Fury answered the call, Agent Sharon's somewhat panicked voice reached his ears. What? Fury had barely managed to settle things with Pierce and was just beginning to relax when yet another troublesome issue emerged. Though his mood was quite terrible, Fury forced himself to calm down and instructed Sharon to recount the entire situation from beginning to end. After listening to Sharon's report, Fury's expression darkened. Damn it. Everything had been perfectly fine just the day before, so why did Steve suddenly decide to search his house today? Although the house where the captain was staying had been arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. long ago. Surveillance agents were stationed all around him, above, below, in front, and behind, monitoring his every move. But all of this was unknown to Rogers. After all, on the surface, this house was something Steve found himself using money provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. through a real estate agent. As for the bugs and cameras, even if he planned to look for them, it should have been done right after moving in, not several days later when he suddenly decided to search for them. How did he find out about them? Could it be that someone secretly tipped him off? But who would that be? Of course, it was already too late to dwell on such things. After a few seconds of silence, Fury spoke to the panicked and anxious Agent Sharon on the other end of the line. Calm down, Agent Sharon. We installed those bugs and cameras only to better understand and protect the captain. Although we might have overstepped, as long as we sincerely explain and apologize, I believe the captain will understand. As his neighbor, I'm leaving the task of explaining this mission to you, Sharon. I trust you will handle it well, Agent Sharon. Oh, and if necessary, you can reveal your identity to the captain. Having assigned the troublesome task of explaining to the captain to Agent Sharon, Fury was somewhat helpless. But this was also the most suitable solution at the moment. Sharon Carter was Peggy Carter's niece. As long as she revealed her identity, given the captain's past relationship with Peggy, he wouldn't make things difficult for Sharon even if he was upset. And once Sharon revealed her identity, Fury could use Peggy Carter's connection to deflect the captain's dissatisfaction with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Peggy Carter was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. However, if he did this, the planned meeting between the captain and Peggy Carter would have to be brought forward. On the other side. Upon hearing the knock on his door, the muscles under Steve's clothes instantly tightened. Only after placing his hand on his vibranium shield did Steve finally respond, "Who's there?" "Captain, it's me, your neighbor Sharon. Also, Agent Sharon Carter from S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury sent me to explain." "Sharon, she's also a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent?" Thinking of the cheerful young nurse who used to greet him, Steve Rogers' impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury worsened even further. After a moment of silence, Steve picked up his vibranium shield and cautiously approached the door. Through the peephole, he saw that Sharon was the only one outside. After some hesitation, he finally opened the door. Meanwhile, having temporarily dealt with the whiplash that was hunting Tony Stark, Eren stood before the door leading to the basement, signaling the oddball to open it. When the basement door finally opened, the scene within the basement made Eren's face change. Tony Stark lay unconscious at the entrance of the basement, a silver handgun fallen beside him. Judging by the scene, Tony had been guarding the entrance with a gun before passing out. And deeper within the basement, Happy, whose back was drenched in blood, lay sprawled on a cleaned laboratory table like a corpse. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, anyone would have thought he was already dead. But Eren's attention was not on Happy or Tony at all. With a slight push of his toes, Eren moved like a gust of wind, quickly appearing beside the unconscious Pepper lying near the laboratory table. It seemed that she had hit her head when she fell unconscious, as there was a large bump swelling on her forehead. But even so, she was still tightly clutching a bottle of medical alcohol and a roll of gauze. Seeing the bump on Pepper's forehead, Eren frowned slightly and mentally connected with the angel staff, performing a primary holy light healing on her forehead. The next moment, a soft, milky white ball of light gathered in Eren's palm. Once the holy light fully formed, Eren pressed the glowing sphere onto Pepper's forehead. Under the healing power of the holy light, the purplish-red bump on Pepper's forehead quickly faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. After healing Pepper's forehead, the remaining holy light energy transformed into a gentle warmth that spread from her forehead throughout her entire body. The soothing warmth flowed through Pepper's body, gradually repairing the damage caused by her years of overworking to clean up Stark's various reckless messes. Although Pepper appeared to be exceptionally efficient and capable, her body had always been in a state of suboptimal health due to constant overwork. As the last trace of holy light's radiance dissipated, Pepper, whose body had just been partially restored from years of hidden damage, gradually woke up amidst a comforting warmth. "You're awake, Aunt Pepper." Seeing Pepper open her eyes again, Eren let out a sigh of relief. Then, he helped her up from the cold floor. After getting up from the icy ground with Eren's assistance, Pepper, looking a bit dazed, asked, "Just now, what happened to me?" Although she was awake, Pepper had no memory of what just occurred. She only remembered taking medical alcohol and bandages from the emergency kit, intending to clean Happy's wounds, before everything went dark, and she passed out. As for how she fainted, she had absolutely no recollection. Eren shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I finished dealing with the guy chasing you and Tony, and when I opened the basement, I saw all three of you unconscious. Just now, you even hit your head and got a big, purplish-red bump on your forehead." "Huh." Hearing this, Pepper's face changed slightly as she instinctively reached up to feel her forehead. But other than her smooth, delicate skin, she couldn't find the bump Eren mentioned. Seeing the puzzled look in Pepper's eyes, Eren chuckled. "Don't worry. I already healed that bump on your forehead with holy light healing." "Is that so?" Recalling the gentle, warm sensation she felt when she first woke up, a flash of realization crossed Pepper's eyes. The warmth she experienced just now must have been what Eren referred to as holy light healing. Having just witnessed Tony's severe back wounds heal almost instantly in Eren's hands, Pepper no longer doubted his healing abilities. But still, this power was truly amazing. As she shook her head and marveled inwardly, Pepper's gaze happened to catch sight of Happy sprawled across the cold laboratory table, his back soaked with blood. Pepper immediately remembered the injured person beside her and quickly grabbed Eren's arm. "Eren, Happy was also hurt by that madman's whip earlier. Can you heal him too?" Faced with Pepper's request, Eren shook his head. "Sorry, Aunt Pepper. I've already used up all my holy light energy healing you and Tony Stark. To use holy light healing again, I'll need to wait until tomorrow when my holy light energy has recovered. Besides, rather than waiting here for my energy to recover, it's better to send him to the nearest hospital for treatment as soon as possible." Eren still had one advanced holy light healing left, but he didn't intend to use it on Happy. He had already examined Happy's injuries. Although his back was soaked with blood, most of it was just superficial wounds. His injuries were more about large areas of abrasion than the terrifying wounds inflicted by the energy whips. The only issue was that the abrasions covered a large area, making them look worse than they actually were. Such injuries could easily be healed by a medium holy light healing, but using his angel staff, which could only refresh its advanced healing ability once a month, would be a tremendous waste. Eren had already consumed his primary holy light healing and medium holy light healing for today. He wasn't about to waste his last life-saving ability. Of course. The main reason was that Eren wasn't all that familiar with Happy. If the injured person had been Pepper or Gwen, Eren probably wouldn't have hesitated to help. "I see." After hearing Eren's explanation, Pepper glanced apologetically at Happy. If Eren hadn't healed her forehead injury just now, then maybe he could have healed Happy. But that thought only briefly passed through her mind. For Eren to instinctively choose to heal her first, Pepper couldn't help but feel touched despite saying nothing. After gathering her thoughts, Pepper said to Eren, "Since you've already dealt with that madman chasing us, then we just need to wait for the police to arrive. I'll start bandaging Happy's wounds to prevent him from losing too much blood. Eren, you go and wake Tony up." "All right, Aunt Pepper." While Pepper picked up her tools and began bandaging Happy's wounds, Eren walked over to Tony and tried to wake him up. However, compared to Pepper, Eren's method of waking Tony up was much less gentle. After several hard slaps to Tony's face failed to wake him up, Eren simply filled a basin with cold water from a nearby tap and poured it directly over Stark's head. The icy, bone-chilling sensation instantly jolted the drenched Tony awake from unconsciousness. Chapter 208. Who's there? After being abruptly awakened by a basin of cold water, Tony jolted up from the ground with a start. Seeing the basin Eren was still holding and the water droplets still clinging to his face, Tony immediately understood what that bone-chilling sensation was all about. Wiping his face with his hand, Tony snapped at Eren, "Damn it. Couldn't you find a better way to wake me up?" Eren casually placed the basin on a nearby shelf before responding lazily, "I tried calling you, but you didn't wake up, so I had to resort to splashing you." After making that remark, Eren's face turned serious as he continued, "What happened here? Why were all of you unconscious when I opened the basement? Do you remember what happened just now?" Though Eren's question seemed like an attempt to change the topic, Tony's expression quickly darkened as he recalled the moments before he lost consciousness. After a few seconds of silence, Tony spoke with a solemn expression, "I don't know. I heard gunshots upstairs, so I took the gun from Happy and guarded the entrance to the basement. But the moment I positioned myself there, I just passed out." Tony paused as his eyes revealed a thoughtful glimmer. Then, sounding uncertain, he added, "Oh, right. Just before I passed out, I felt a cold, eerie sensation. It was right after feeling that chill that I blacked out." A cold, eerie sensation. What Tony felt was probably the ominous wind that blew before the strange gray mist descended. In other words, they were knocked unconscious by that bizarre gray-black mist. Eren nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Tony suddenly looked at him and asked, "What about that lunatic who was chasing me earlier? Did you take care of him?" From Tony's perspective, since Eren was standing before him safe and sound, the madman who was chasing them was clearly already dealt with. He was just asking to confirm it. But Eren's answer left Tony momentarily speechless. "The guy chasing you? I guess you could say I dealt with him, but now I'm not so sure." "What do you mean?" Tony asked, puzzled. "I shot and killed the guy who was chasing you, but just after he died, a strange gray-black mist suddenly appeared. That creepy mist corroded his body into ashes and then swept away his soul before vanishing. So." Eren shrugged, "I don't even know if I can say I've truly taken care of that guy. Oh, and just before the gray-black mist appeared, I also felt a chilling wind. If I'm not mistaken, that's probably what knocked you all unconscious." "What? Are you joking?" Hearing Eren's explanation, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. How can something that bizarre even exist in this world? Bizarre? Eren looked at Tony with a meaningful gaze and said slowly, "Actually, this isn't the first time I've encountered that strange mist. The last time, outside your seaside villa, when I shot Obadiah and took the arc reactor to save your life, that same eerie mist appeared." "Wait." Tony abruptly interrupted, "So that arc reactor you used back then was taken from Obadiah? But if you killed him, then who was piloting the ironmonger that showed up later?" Eren shook his head. "I have no idea. Back then, that same gray mist reduced Obadiah's body to ashes. Not long after I saved you, I heard that Obadiah, piloting a giant ironmonger, was chasing Pepper. But according to Joker, after he cut off the ironmonger's head, there was no one inside. The thing chasing Pepper, in his words, was more like a mechanical life form. So, I can't be sure whether or not the guy who was just turned to ashes by the gray mist will appear again. Plus, Obadiah and now this lunatic, both people who tried to kill you, had their deaths accompanied by this creepy black mist. I think, Tony, while you're busy working on improving your security, you should also consider what connection there might be between that gray-black mist and you. Why does it always appear when your enemies die?" At the end of his statement, Eren shot Tony a deep, meaningful look. Tony's expression turned incredibly grim after hearing Eren's words. Who the hell knows what connection that creepy black mist has with him? If Eren hadn't told him all this today, he wouldn't have known that there was so much going on behind the scenes of what happened with Obadiah. Back then, after he woke up from the mad gaze of the Joker, he found that the fallen ironmonger was just an empty shell. But at the time, he thought the mysterious Joker had taken Obadiah away. Who would have thought there was never anyone inside the ironmonger to begin with? Woo 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 woo. Just as Tony's mind was spinning from all this new information, the sound of police sirens echoed from the street outside. Hearing the sound of police sirens, Eren said to Tony, "Pepper is still bandaging Happy's wounds. The cops upstairs are your problem to deal with. Also, leave me out of it. I really don't want to go through any more police questioning." By the way, Happy. Mentioning Happy, Tony remembered his loyal bodyguard who had taken a severe hit to his back while trying to get him to safety. He was about to ask Eren to heal Happy when Eren, as if reading his mind, cut him off and repeated the same explanation he gave Pepper earlier. But Tony, who had witnessed Eren summon a six-winged angel to heal an entire neighborhood of injured people, didn't believe for a second that Eren couldn't heal Happy. Don't look at me like that. Holy light healing has limited uses. Even I can't use that power constantly. Besides, someone must have seen Happy's wounds when he carried you in. Right now, it's better to send him to the nearest hospital for treatment. I see. So, you're holding back, huh? Tony gave Eren a resentful look. Before Eren could roll his eyes, Tony glanced at Pepper, who was still focused on bandaging Happy's wounds, and then said to Eren, "You said earlier that the lunatic chasing me might come back, right? I have a favor to ask. Can you look after Pepper until that maniac shows up again? I don't want her to get hurt, especially because of me." Seeing Tony's pleading expression, Eren rolled his eyes. "Aunt Pepper is my family. I don't need someone like you, an outsider, asking me to do that." An outsider? Tony stared at Eren's disdainful expression, inwardly fuming. "If it wasn't for that maniac interrupting my confession to Pepper tonight, you'd be calling me uncle right now, you little brat. Just you wait. As soon as this mess is sorted out, I'll confess to Pepper as fast as possible. Then we'll see if you still call me an outsider." "Humph. Outsider? When the time comes, you'll have to call me uncle." After Pepper's emergency call. The attack on Tony Stark immediately caught the attention of the NYPD. Within minutes, more than a dozen police cars surrounded Eren's house, sealing it off completely. And their numbers were still increasing rapidly. Among the vehicles were several heavily armed SWAT trucks. As for the officer in charge of this operation, it was none other than Eren's old acquaintance, George Stacy. When Eren saw the man speaking with Tony Stark from a distance, he was a bit surprised. After all, this was Chinatown, not George's usual jurisdiction. Shouldn't the police from Chinatown's precinct be handling this? What Eren didn't know was that George Stacy had recently become the NYPD's rising star due to the textile factory incident. So, when news of Tony Stark's attack came in, the NYPD's higher-ups immediately thought of George to lead the rescue. At the same time, after receiving Pepper's emergency call, S.H.I.E.L.D. also got wind of Stark's attack. As the world's first publicly known superhero, Tony Stark was a key figure of interest for Fury. He was also an essential part of Fury's plan for the Avengers Initiative. So, upon hearing of Tony Stark's attack, Fury, who was already preparing to head to New York to speak with Captain America, immediately used his authority to requisition an armed helicopter from S.H.I.E.L.D. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of the Triskellion's main building. It was about to take off to New York as quickly as possible with Fury on board. About 10 minutes later, with the rapid rotation of the helicopter's blades, it steadily rose into the air. After reaching the designated altitude, the pilot adjusted the helicopter's direction and flew toward New York. High above in the upper floors of the Triskelion, Alexander Pierce stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, raising his wine glass to the helicopter flying off in the distance. "Goodbye, Fury." After Fury came to him, hoping he would delay the Insight project, Pierce immediately realized that Fury might have discovered something. Given Fury's paranoid nature, if he thoroughly investigated the Insight project, all of Hydra's efforts and carefully laid plans could go to waste. So, even though Pierce pretended to agree to Fury's request to convince the World Security Council to postpone the project, he was already planning Fury's assassination. The Insight project is about to begin, and Hydra's vision of ruling the world is within reach. I can't let anyone ruin what I've spent my life striving for. Sipping his wine, Pierce took out a remote control from his pocket and aimed it at the helicopter glinting in the night sky. He pressed the red button. Beep. Along with an electronic beep, a remote-controlled bomb, specially camouflaged to blend perfectly with the helicopter's fuel tank, suddenly emitted a flashing red light. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a massive fireball ignited in the sky not far from the Triskelion. The helicopter, along with its fuel tank, was blown apart in a dazzling display of fiery destruction, lighting up the night sky above the Triskelion like a brilliant firework. The enormous disturbance caused by the explosion triggered a piercing alarm within S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. And when news spread that Fury had been on that helicopter, the silence within the Triskelion quickly turned into a chaotic uproar. Just as everyone was panicking and clueless about what to do, a grim-faced Alexander Pierce walked into the control room and shouted at the disorganized agents, "What are you all panicking for? Using the authority of his former role as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce quickly stabilized the chaotic scene. He then issued a series of rapid orders. Immediately send a team to recover the wreckage of the helicopter. Spare no effort to search for survivors. If you find anyone alive, provide them with the best medical treatment available. I need to know what exactly happened with this explosion. And no matter what, find Fury. Dead or alive, I want to see him. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he cannot just die so mysteriously.